Gao Yan frowned slightly when he saw his adoptive father's phone number. Since the relationship has been severed, there is no need to involve him anymore. Therefore, he directly hung up the phone. On the other side, when a family of 3 heard the number you dialed is currently on a call, please call again later, they all understood that it was Gao Yan who had hung up the phone. Suddenly, their faces became unsightly. Keep fighting. Yang Huishan gritted her teeth and said. Gao Jincheng held his breath and dialed Gao Yan's number again, and then the cold mechanical prompt sounded again, the number you dialed cannot be connected, please call again later. I've been blocked. Gao Lang said subconsciously. This little beast, the white-eyed wolf, is so abominable. Yang Huishan finally couldn't help but cursed. No, we can't let him go like this, we must go to his school to make trouble and ruin his reputation. Calm down, his school is already on vacation, what's the use of you going there? Gao Jincheng became more and more annoyed. If he had known that Gao Yan was so promising, he should have been nicer to him. He was willing to give 1 million in repayment to his family for treating him like this. If he had been kind to him, he would have definitely given more. Moreover, with such a promising son, he has a good reputation in front of his friends. Then we'll go after school starts. Yang Huishan said unwillingly. Gao Jincheng shouted softly, okay, use your brain for everything. What benefits can we get from breaking up with him? Although he has severed ties with us, he probably still has feelings for us. As long as we slowly influence him in the future, maybe we can get back together. Then what do you think we should do? Yang Huishan asked. Now he has blocked our phone numbers. Even if we contact him, he probably won't see us. When his school starts, we will go to the school to find him. By then, we can sincerely admit our mistakes and we should be able to ease the relationship. Especially you. Having said this, Gao Jincheng glared at Gao Lang dissatisfied. No, even if you kill me, I won't admit my mistake to that white-eyed wolf. Gao Lang blushed and said excitedly. Whatever you want. Gao Jincheng said angrily, Gao Yan's net worth is at least tens of millions. Now, and it will definitely be more in the future. If you don't apologize, you won't get any glory. If he can forgive you, he has no other relatives, even if you don't apologize to him. If so, how can he benefit from you? I don't care, I won't apologize anyway. Gao Lang is now in a rebellious period, and he is also quite jealous of Gao Yan's achievements. How could he bow to Gao Yan? At this time, Yang Huishan said, Son, Mom knows that you don't want to see that white-eyed wolf, but men are capable of bending and stretching. You just bowed your head temporarily. When he forgives us, we will find a way to get all his property. It's not too late to fall out with him. A flash of excitement flashed in Gao Lang's eyes, but he still couldn't save his face. I made an appointment with my classmates, and they are still waiting for me. I'll leave first. However, although he did not agree, he did not object. Other side. Gao Yan pulled out the system panel and checked the upgrade experience. As of around 9 o'clock last night, his upgrade experience had reached 1.12 billion, and now more than 10 hours have passed. The upgrade experience has soared to 1.42 billion, an increase of 300 million. With 9 times the rebate, the system reserve funds have reached 15.5 billion. And tomorrow is Black Sunday. Under the temptation of ultra-low prices, he believes that tomorrow's sales will reach an extremely terrifying figure. If there are no accidents, the upgrade requirements should be met tomorrow. Putting away the system interface, Gao Yan turned on the computer in the room. Then searched the orphanage where he was. He was still young when he was adopted. Now more than 10 years later, he can barely remember the name of the orphanage. As for the specific location, he doesn't remember at all. Moreover, after all this time, the orphanage may not have existed. After some searching, Gao Yan located the Red Star Orphanage. But the orphanage is no longer in its original location. The original site of the orphanage has been demolished and a residential community has been built, while the Red Star Orphanage has been moved to the outskirts of the city. After writing down the address, Gao Yan thought about how to repay the orphanage. The first is donating money. But don't donate too much money. It's not that he is reluctant to spend money, because getting too much money for the orphanage may not be a good thing. Once it arouses the covetousness of some people, it will be a disaster. Therefore, it is okay to donate money, but not too much. However, he cannot donate too much money, but he can donate items, but he must understand the needs of the orphanage before he can donate appropriate items. Thinking of this, Gao Yan decided to go to the orphanage to understand the situation first. More than 30 minutes later, Gao Yan drove to the outside of the Red Star Orphanage. The gate of the orphanage was locked, with only a small door open, and there was a security booth on one side of the gate. An old man wearing reading glasses was reading a newspaper in the security booth. Gao Yan walked in from the small door. The old man reacted immediately and shouted warily, "What are you doing?" "Uncle, my name is Gao Yan. I was also an orphan at the Red Star Orphanage. Later I was adopted. Come back and see me now," Gao Yan said quickly. Hearing that Gao Yan was also an orphan from the Red Star Orphanage, the old man's expression couldn't help but soften. He looked Gao Yan up and down and said with a smile, "You should have a good life after leaving the orphanage. Right?" Gao Yan smiled and nodded. "It's pretty good, I don't have to worry about food and clothing. Now I'm in college. I came to visit during the holidays. I also plan to donate some money and supplies to the orphanage. You are a good child, and you know how to be grateful." Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but praise, "Come with me, I'll take you to see Deanly." Along the way, Gao Yan and the old man chatted casually. The old man's surname was Mao. He was a retired soldier. He had a wife. Later, after his wife died of illness, he did not remarry. Because he had no descendants, he came to the orphanage to work as a security guard. From his words, Gao Yan learned that the Red Star Orphanage moved here 6 years ago. It was pretty good in the first 1 or 2 years after the move. But later, after the merger of the two orphanages, with the increasing expenses, life became difficult. "Deanly, I brought someone to you. He also left our orphanage and came back to see it now." Grandpa Mao took Gao Yan directly into Deanly's office. Deanly's office is very plain. Deanly is not young anymore, thin, with gray hair and wearing reading glasses. A very kind old lady. Hearing the noise, she subconsciously looked up and said, "Child, who are you?" Gao Yan smiled and said, "Hello, Deanly, my name is Gao Yan. I was adopted by Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan when I was 2 years old. Do you still remember me?" Deanly thought about it and laughed. "I remember, I still remember. We call back every year for all the children who leave our hospital. But later, your Adoptive parents' contact information changed, so we couldn't contact them. But I heard that you have good grades. You should be in college now, right? Gao Yan didn't expect that even though he was adopted, Dean Li still cared about him. He was quite moved and said, "Yes, I'm in Nandu University. I'll be a junior at the beginning of the school." Good. Good. Dean Li said happily, "I'm also very happy to see that you kids have a promising future. By the way, sit down and talk. I'll pour you a glass of water." "Thank you, Dean. I'll do it myself," Gao Yan said quickly. Next, Gao Yan and Dean Li talked about the orphanage. There are currently 212 orphans in the orphanage, more than half of whom have congenital defects or diseases. The orphanage's main source of income comes from government funding, but it can barely cover its expenses. In addition, some caring social people will also donate some money and materials. But it can only make the children in the hospital starve and freeze, and there is no extra money to treat those children with congenital diseases. While chatting, Dean Li mentioned Li Yu, a little girl with congenital heart disease. The other party is only 8 years old, but is quite weak due to congenital heart disease. This is probably why her parents abandoned her in the first place. Now, her illness has become more and more serious, and she may die at any time, but she has no money for surgery. Dean Li, do you have any information about her? Gao Yan asked. Dean Li was very well prepared for this, because she also hoped that some kind-hearted people would donate the surgery fees to Li Yu. Gao Yan took the information bag, took out the information and medical records inside, looked through them carefully and asked, "Dean Li, how much does Li Yu's surgery cost?" "Xiao Gao, do you plan to donate the surgery fee?" Dean Li asked in surprise. "I do have this idea." Gao Yan nodded. Dean Li said solemnly, "But Xiaoya's surgery is not cheap and costs 500,000 yuan. I asked the hospital. Jiangzhu can't do this surgery. He must either go to the hospital in Shanghai or hire a doctor from there. Come over for surgery, but considering Xiaoya's health, it's best to ask a doctor from the Magic City to come over." "No problem." Gao Yan smiled, "I donated this money." "Xiao Gao, you are still in college, where did you get so much money?" Dean Li asked worriedly. "Dean Li, I started my own business after I went to college, and now I have achieved some success." Gao Yan said, "I am now a shareholder of a hot pot restaurant in Nandu. The business of that hot pot restaurant is very good, with a turnover of hundreds of thousands every day. In addition, I also have 3 milk tea shops and 3 milk tea shops. Well, it's at least 70,000 to 80,000 yuan a day, so I can still afford the surgery." "That's great," Dean Li said happily. Gao Yan said again, "Dean Li, in addition to donating the surgery fee to Xiaoya, I will also donate 500,000 to the orphanage. In addition, I also plan to donate some materials. You can sort out the shortcomings of the orphanage. Give me a list and I will arrange for it to be delivered. If you donate so much money, it won't affect your business, right?" Dean Li asked again. "Won't." Gao Yan shook his head, "Don't worry, Dean Li, I won't pretend to be fat." "That's good." Suddenly, Dean Li showed a hint of hesitation. "What's wrong, Dean Li?" "Xiao Gao, there's something I don't know whether to talk about or not." "What's up?" Dean Li said with some regret, "That's it. You should have been sent to the orphanage by your parents. However, I don't know who your parents are, because they left you at the door to make any noise. However, there was half a jade pendant in your swaddling clothes. Because you were still young at that time. I helped you put the jade pendant away and planned to return it to you when you grew older. But later you were adopted by the Gao family. I was worried that they would have a grudge, so I didn't take out this half of the jade pendant. Xiao Gao, you don't blame me, do you? No wonder, I can understand. Gao Yan said that he knew that Li definitely did not want to covet his half of the jade pendant, because this half of the jade pendant was likely to be related to his life experience. If the adoptive parents knew about it, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. If his biological parents come to visit him in the future with this half piece of jade pendant, wouldn't they be the son they raised for so many years in vain? Wait a minute, I'll give you the jade pendant right now. While talking, Li went to the storage cabinet in the office, searched for it, found an iron box from the cabinet, then took out the half piece of jade pendant and handed it to Gao Yan. Xiao Gao, keep it well. Maybe you can use this half jade pendant to recognize your biological parents in the future. Li said with a smile. That's no need. Gao Yan waved his hands calmly. After all these years, if they really thought that I was their flesh and blood, they would have come to me long ago. Since they chose to abandon me in the first place, why should I recognize them? Although the orphanage has been relocated, it has only been moved to the outskirts of the city. A little inquiry will tell, so it is quite easy for the biological parents to find him. But there were only two reasons why they didn't come. Either they were determined to abandon him and never thought about getting him back after abandoning him, or they were all dead. However, after leaving the orphanage, he can check through the golden eyes, or find out who his biological parents are through this half-jade pendant. Later, Gao Yan visited the orphanage under the leadership of Li. Gao Yan was unequivocal, first donating 500,000 yuan to the orphanage, and then depositing 500,000 yuan into Liu's hospital account. Before leaving, he also asked Director Li for a list of supplies that the orphanage was in short supply. The list of supplies provided by Li is not extensive, it is just some food. The orphanage is not short of food and clothing, but the children in the orphanage are all children. It is when the body is growing that they need nutritious food. Supplementary nutrition is nothing more than eggs, meat, milk, etc. These are relatively easy to solve, and these things are not worth much. But the trouble is that you have to buy from different places. So, you have to hire someone to buy and send to the orphanage every day. There is no rush for this matter, find someone tomorrow. Back to the hotel room. Gao Yan opened the golden pupil and looked at the half-jade pendant. The material of this jade pendant is relatively ordinary, and it is worth only 1 or 2,000 yuan at most. What's more, it is only half a piece, which is even less valuable. And the carving is not very good. As the golden pupil was activated, some images and pictures kept flashing in Gao Yan's mind. However, he learned about his life experience through the images obtained from the jade pendant. There is not so much dog blood. His parents did not chase him. In short, a young man and woman gave birth to him when they were not ready to be parents. Then they discussed and put him outside the orphanage. And this jade pendant is not a token. It was picked up by his biological father and given to his biological mother, out of guilt for abandoning him. His biological mother stuffed him into the swaddling clothes before putting him in the orphanage. What's more interesting is that his biological parents are both locals. I don't know whether they got married or broke up in the end. Anyway, after so many years, they have no intention of looking for him. Obviously, his biological parents have forgotten him. That's good. Gao Yan sighed. Through this half of the jade pendant, he knew who his biological parents were. If he wanted to find them, it shouldn't be difficult to find them. But is it necessary? Although they gave birth to him, they also abandoned him. As the saying goes, if you give birth but don't raise them, you are guilty of no gratitude. If they don't take you seriously, do you have to flatter them and recognize them? Gao Yan is not a cheapskate. This trip to the orphanage solved a knot in Gao Yan's heart. It's almost time. He was also going to find a place to have dinner. There are many restaurants near the hotel, and Gao Yan finally chose a braised chicken restaurant. As soon as we sat down, a sturdy young man next door shouted tentatively, "Gao Yan? Huang Peng is you." Gao Yan didn't pay attention just now, but now he remembered his name when he saw the other person's face. The other person was his classmate in junior high school and high school. However, the other person dropped out of school in the first half of high school, and later heard that something had happened to his family. Since he was an old classmate, Gao Yan went straight to his table, sat down, and asked, "I didn't expect to meet you here. By the way, what are you doing now?" Huang Peng said with a wry smile, "In my freshman year of high school, my dad had an accident on a construction site and was paralyzed. My mom ran away, so I had to drop out of school and go back to take care of him. Now my dad is still paralyzed, and I can't find him normally. I can only do part-time work. As for you, your grades are so good, you should be in college, right?" At this time, the waiter arrived. Gao Yan ordered a piece of braised chicken and rice, and continued to answer, "Yes, my sophomore year has just ended, and my junior year will start next semester." Suddenly, something clicked in Gao Yan's mind. Huang Peng was able to drop out of school to take care of his paralyzed father for several years, which showed that he was quite filial. After all, there was no filial son in bed for a long time. There are not many people in this world who can take care of their paralyzed father for several years, and from Huang Peng's tone, he didn't feel any resentment or dissatisfaction. Just for this reason, it is already very rare. That's good. Huang Peng nodded. After a while, the braised chicken rice ordered by Gao Yan was served. While eating, Gao Yan asked, "Do you have anything else to do tonight?" Huang Peng said, "After dinner, I have to help people sort express delivery." Gao Yan asked, "When will you get off work?" "It won't be over until about 11 o'clock. Okay, give me your phone number, and when you get off work, I'll treat you to a drink," Gao Yan said. Huang Peng did not refuse. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved, and he asked, "Is it okay for your uncle to be home alone when you're not here?" "No problem." Huang Peng shook his head. "I asked a neighbor's aunt to help take care of it." After the meal, Huang Peng took the initiative to pay the bill. He did not fight with Gao Yan and made an appointment with the other party to contact him after get off work. After Huang Peng left, Gao Yan wandered around the area and returned to the hotel. Just then Chen Yuling called. "Brother-in-law, are you okay?" "Very good." "Why, are you looking for me if you have anything?" Gao Yan asked. With a smile. Chen Yue, "Yes, brother-in-law, I have thought about the live broadcast you mentioned. I want to make money as a host. Gao Yan, okay, as my brother-in-law fully supports you, I will ask someone from the live broadcast guild to contact you, and then send you a set of live broadcast equipment. They will teach you how to use the equipment. Qin Yiling, thank you, brother-in-law, you are so kind. Gao Yan, you're welcome. By the way, what is your sister doing? Qin Yiling, she is cooking. By the way, brother-in-law, the medicinal wine you gave is so magical. Grandma drank half a cup yesterday. After drinking half a cup today, the injury on her leg is much better, and her hearing has also recovered a lot. Gao Yan, that's good, but keep this matter secret, don't tell others. Qin Yiling, don't worry, brother-in-law, I'm not stupid. Chatting with Qin Yiling for a while, the two ended their chat until Chen Yue called her to eat. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan called the vice president of the Fable Live Broadcast Association to explain, and then pushed Qin Yiling's WeChat account to him. 11:05 p.m. Gao Yan received a call from Huang Peng. Then Gao Yan walked out of the hotel and came to a food stall 200 meters away. You came so quickly? Huang Peng was a little surprised. I'm staying at the Summit Hotel, Gao Yan said with a smile. Isn't your home in the city? Why are you still staying in a hotel? Huang Peng said in surprise. Gao Yan said calmly, my parents are not biological, but adoptive parents. They adopted me because they could not give birth to a son. However, not long after they adopted me, my adoptive mother's infertility was cured and she gave birth to a biological son. After having a biological son, their attitude towards me changed, but fortunately, at least they were not short-term. I had food, clothing, and money to go to college, so after I severed ties with them, I also gave them 1 million. 1 million? Huang Peng couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. Aren't you still in college? How can you have so much money? No rush, let's order food first and then talk slowly. Gao Yan called the waiter and ordered a stir-fried dish and some kebabs, as well as a box of beer. Gao Yan continued, I started my business after I went to college. I have achieved some success now, with an income of hundreds of thousands a month. So much? Huang Peng's eyes widened. It was incredible that Gao Yan was only a sophomore, but he could already make so much money. How much can you earn in a month now? Gao Yan asked. I'm not sure about this. Huang Peng shook his head. When it's high, it's more than 3,000 a month, and when it's low, it's just more than 1,000. Then do you want to make more money? I think about it, I've never dreamed about it. Huang Peng said excitedly. I have a job here that is more suitable for you. I'm willing to do it. Huang Peng said quickly. Gao Yan waved his hand. No hurry, listen to me, this job is relatively simple, but there is a prerequisite, you need to be able to drive, can you? Yes, I got my driver's license last year. Huang Peng nodded hurriedly. Since you can drive, it's great. Gao Yan smiled and said, the work content is very simple, just purchase a batch of food every day and send it to the Red Star Orphanage. I will temporarily give you a monthly salary of 5,000. After delivering the things, you can arrange the rest of your time freely. So simple? Huang Peng asked in disbelief. Gao Yan said, the work is quite simple, but you have to ensure that the meat, eggs, milk and the like you purchase are fresh. If you do it perfunctorily, I will replace you. Huang Peng patted his chest and said, don't worry about this, there will be no problem. You pay me such a high salary. If I still do it perfunctorily, am I still a human being? However, this salary is still too high. How about 3,000? After all, this matter can be completed in 2 hours at most every day. Gao Yan waved his hand. The salary is set. If you really feel embarrassed, if the orphanage needs your help, please try to help. Okay, Brother Yan, if there is something at the orphanage, I will never refuse. Then, the two began to drink and agreed to buy a van together tomorrow. The next morning, Huang Peng arrived at the hotel in advance to wait for Gao Yan. Then the two came to the car city and spent tens of thousands of yuan to buy a van. Afterwards, they purchased a batch of pork, chicken, eggs, and milk and sent them to the Red Star Orphanage. For this, Deanly was very grateful. Gao Yan took the opportunity to introduce Huang Peng to Deanly, and said that he would deliver a batch of fresh meat, eggs, milk, etc. every day. But Deanly said that such expenses were too high, and asked him to deliver a batch every once in a while. However, Gao Yan insisted, and she had to accept it. Then, Gao Yan directly gave Huang Peng 100,000 yuan for procurement expenses. According to the procurement fee of 1,000 yuan per day, it would last for about 3 months. Then, Gao Yan gave him a month's salary in advance, which made Huang Peng very grateful, because he needed money at that time. Unknowingly, the time came to 7 o'clock in the evening. The system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding, congratulations to the host, the system has reached the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? So fast? Gao Yan was delighted and ordered in his heart, upgrade. Yesterday, the upgrade experience was 1.42 billion, which was 580 million away from 2 billion. The discount activity in the mall on Sunday does not start in the morning, but at 6 o'clock in the evening. Because at this time, the traffic is the largest. For this reason, Fang Zhenzhen has been doing pre-event promotions. The phone rings. It was Fang Zhenzhen calling. Gao Yan asked first, Mr. Fang, are you telling me the good news? There was a hint of unconcealable joy in Fang Zhenzhen's tone. Mr. Gao, did you guess wrong? How many downloads of our app have we reached? 40 million or 50 million? Gao Yan guessed. It has exceeded 60 million, and it has increased by more than 10 million. Today. Fang Zhenzhen's tone became more and more excited. How much do you think the sales will be in 1 hour after the Black Sunday event starts? Hearing this, Gao Yan analyzed it. First of all, when doing pre-event promotion, it is estimated that there will be no sales, because everyone knows that there will be a larger discount at 6 o'clock in the evening. Why not wait for a few hours? Woolen cloth? Therefore, he estimated that the sales from yesterday afternoon to 6 o'clock today should be over 100 million. However, the experience has increased by 580 million, so the sales volume in 1 hour is at least 400 million. So he said, if I hadn't guessed, the sales in the first hour should be more than 400 million. Fang Zhenzhen said, yes, our first sales volume reached 450 million, but unfortunately, we were all losing money. We roughly calculated that for every 100 million yuan of goods sold, we would lose an average of 20 million. Gao Yan said disapprovingly, it doesn't matter, if you lose money, you will lose money. What we focus on is the future of Sunday Mall. If the money is not enough, just tell me, and I can continue to inject funds. On the surface, Gao Yan's Sunday shopping mall was a loss-making business, but in fact, with his system, he was making a lot of money. And after the system upgrade is completed, the refund multiple will reach 10 times. Selling for 100 million seems to be a loss of 20 million, but in fact, even if the 20 million is deducted, he can still earn 980 million. Therefore, let alone a loss of 20 million for 100 million, he can afford a loss of 50 million. Ding, the system has been upgraded and reached LV10. The return multiplier is adjusted to 10 times, and the reward is 2 top prize draws and 5 free attribute points. Seeing that the system upgrade had been completed, Gao Yan said a few words and ended the call with Fang Zhenzhen. With a thought, the system interface appeared. God-level income system, LV10. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 75. Constitution, 97. Spirit, 93. Charisma, 85. Revenue return multiple, 10 times. Draw, top draw x2. Experience, 0 billion. Stored funds, 20.772 billion, to be collected. Free attribute points, 5. TSK, I actually rewarded 2 top prize draws, I gave it away. Gao Yan was secretly happy. In addition, he also had 5 free attribute points. No matter what, let's draw the prize first, and then think about how to use the attribute points after drawing the prize. System, start the lottery. Ding, start the top lottery. Ding, the extraction is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a peak cultivation level card. Just a reward? Gao Yan was a little disappointed. To be honest, he was not satisfied with this lottery. Now as a harmonious society, he himself is in the early stage of Huajin, and he also has a Danjin experience card. For him, the peak of Huajin cultivation is dispensable. Keep pumping. Ding, start the top lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a random door. Any door? What the hell? Gao Yan's face was full of confusion, and then he thought, a palm-sized silver door appeared in his hand, and there were 3 gilded characters any door on the door. At the same time, the method of using this arbitrary door also appeared in his mind. He just throws any door, and it turns into a large door. There are 2 modes for any door. The first is random teleportation. Without setting coordinates, as long as you enter it, you will be teleported to any location in the world. It may be in the sea, on land, or in a volcano. But the probability is highest in the sea. After all, 70% of the entire Earth is sea area. The second mode is coordinate transmission. Any door comes with 3 coordinates. As long as the coordinates are placed where you want to transmit, they can be accurately transmitted. Moreover, this coordinate can be cancelled, but there is a prerequisite that it must be stored for 3 days before it can be cancelled. Okay, this thing is great. Gao Yan's eyes lit up. He was planning to go to Nanyun to seek revenge from the Ma family. However, the Ma family was very powerful in Nanyun. Once he took transportation there, he would most likely be discovered by the Ma family. But if there is this arbitrary door, it is impossible for the Ma family to know that he has arrived in Nanyun. Thinking of this, Gao Yan planned to set a coordinate in Nanyunkan City. With a thought, a panoramic map of Kuan City appeared in Gao Yan's mind. He only needed to specify a place to place the coordinates at that place. After some searching, Gao Yan finally located an unfinished community in Kunming City. Place the coordinates. The next moment, Gao Yan had coordinate in his mind. As long as he throws out the anywhere door, he can immediately reach Kuan City. Thinking of this, he threw out the anywhere door, and then saw a circle of white light blooming from the anywhere door, and then it quickly enlarged, and stood in the hotel room. Gao Yan stretched out his hand to push open the door, and found that the other side of the door was connected to the unfinished building in Kuan City, and he stepped in. He was already in the unfinished building. So, Gao Yan retreated again, and the anywhere door became the size of a palm. Again and flew into Gao Yan's hand. Collect. The anywhere door turned into a white light and merged into his body. It's so convenient. The anywhere door has 3 coordinates, and Gao Yan can also set up one in the Magic City. However, to put a coordinate in the Magic City, it is best to buy a house. TSK, with this anywhere door, I will be a time management master in the future. I can be in Nandu in the morning and date Xing Xiaoyu in the Magic City at noon. No need to worry about the 2 girlfriends meeting each other anymore. Fuse the peak of Huajin. The next moment, a card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. With a thought, the card turned into golden light and merged into Gao Yan's brow. Then, many martial arts training memories flashed in his mind. At the same time, there was a stream of energy rapidly transforming his body. A few minutes later, after the transformation was completed, he pulled out the system interface and saw that his physique soared to 100 points, reaching the maximum level, and his spirit also increased by 2 points, reaching 95 points. The appearance improved the least, only by 1 point, reaching 76 points, but his charm increased by 5 points, reaching 90 points. Gao Yan estimated. From the initial stage of Huajin to the peak, his current strength is no problem to beat 2 of his previous selves. He has improved by 3 small realms, but the improvement in strength is not as great as imagined. Oh, my physique has reached 100, can I add more points? His eyes fell on the column of physique, and there was still a plus sign behind it, but Gao Yan had an epiphany. If he wanted to add points, 3 free attribute points would increase his physique by 1 point. It felt a bit uneconomical. Gao Yan hesitated slightly and decided to fill up his spirit first. So, it took 10 minutes for Gao Yan to add all 5 free attribute points to his spirit, making his spirit reach the maximum level of 100 points. After his spirit reached 100 points, he felt that he had an inexplicable change. He didn't know what the change was, so he could only slowly explore it later. Sunday Mall is on fire. Sales reached 450 million in 1 hour and quickly spread all over the internet. It even landed on Weibo's hot search list. The 5th, 3rd and 2nd were all about Sunday Mall. As for the first on the hot search list, it was the news of a celebrity's divorce. There are 2 major online malls in China today, one is Taobao and the other is JD.com. With these 2 mountains, other online malls can't stand up to the stage, and it can be said that they are trembling under the pressure of the 2 mountains. But now a Sunday Mall suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked. With the airborne Weibo hot search list, many investors began to look at Sunday Mall, and people began to collect information about Sunday Mall. At the same time, the reputation of Sunday Mall on the internet is also very good. Because all users who have purchased things on Sunday Mall have received real, authentic products, and never fraudulent. And they also really got the discount. During this Black Sunday event, all products priced below 100 yuan are sold at 20% off, and all products priced between 101 yuan and 1000 yuan are sold at 28% off. Products priced between 1001 yuan and 2000 yuan are sold at 25% off. Products priced between 2001 yuan and 3000 yuan are sold at 30% off. Products priced between 3001 yuan and 4000 yuan are sold at 40% off. Products priced above 4000 yuan are sold at 50% off. Taobao Mall also has activities such as 0 yuan purchase and 1 yuan purchase. However, this kind of 0 yuan purchase and 1 yuan purchase is only visible, but not available. Among the hundreds of millions of users across the country, how many people can grab such a spot? It is really too difficult. On the contrary, although you can't get it for free on Sunday Mall, the discounts are real. A high-end computer that sells for 10,000 yuan on the market can now be bought for 5,000 yuan, which is 5,000 yuan cheaper. And this kind of benefit does not need to grab the so-called quota, you can enjoy it by paying money. As the Black Sunday event ferments, the download volume of Sunday Mall is also soaring rapidly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the app download volume exceeded 72 million, and the activity sales exceeded 1 billion. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the app download volume directly exceeded 90 million, and the activity sales amount exceeded 1.8 billion. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the app download volume exceeded 100 million. And the activity sales amount exceeded 2.5 billion. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the app download volume exceeded 120 million. The activity sales amount exceeded 3 billion, and this Black Sunday event officially ended. In just 6 hours, it created 3 billion in sales. Although it is not as good as the activities of Taobao and Jingdong, this sales volume is still amazing. The key is that Sunday Mall has gained word of mouth. Naturally, it also aroused the vigilance of Taobao and JD.com. As for those investment capitals or fund companies that were originally planning to wait and see, they all held meetings overnight, and some even ordered people to book tickets to Nandu in a hurry, waiting to visit the Star Technology Network company behind the Sunday Mall tomorrow. Jiangsu City, Summit Hotel. Gao Yan had just finished his second call with Fang Zhenjin tonight. Tonight, his wealth soared 3 billion in 6 hours. Minus the 580 million in the first hour, that is 2.42 billion, and the system's tenfold return is 24.2 billion, which directly exceeds all the returns he has received from the system during this period. The system reserve funds have also reached 44.972 billion. For a while, Gao Yan hesitated whether to continue to expand the milk tea shop during the summer vacation. Now that the Sunday Mall has risen, even if it doesn't sell a penny from Monday to Saturday, the Black Sunday event on Sunday can at least harvest 2 billion, and the tenfold return is 20 billion. This 2 billion loss is 200 million, so his net income is 19.8 billion. 4 events can be held in a month. Then it is 79.2 billion, and 950.2 billion in a year. In other words, from now on, he does nothing and the system does not need to be upgraded. After a year, the cash he has can reach 1 trillion. System, it's not that I don't want to work hard, but you give too much. Gao Yan sighed. Fortunately, after a while, Gao Yan adjusted his mood. The emergence of the system has made him not worry about money. If he sinks into a waste who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, it must have violated the original intention of the system. So, now there is no need to worry about money, then work hard to make your life more colorful. Therefore, the milk tea shop still needs to expand, not to make money, but to let the people of Dasha drink delicious milk tea. At this moment, the system voice sounded, ding, congratulations to the host for passing the system test, and you will get the right to use the system permanently. Test? Gao Yan was a little confused and asked, System, what if I don't pass the test? System, if the host does not pass the test, the system will take back 90% of the reward and unbind with the host. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if the system took back 90% of the reward after unbinding with him. For a moment, he was particularly fortunate that he didn't get lost in this huge wealth. Once he got lost, he would completely lose the system. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yan continued to ask, System, will there be any more tests in the future? System, no more, the host has passed the test and is permanently bound to the system. If the host dies, the system will also self-destruct. Hearing this, Gao Yan felt relieved. System, please take care of me in the future. System, you're welcome, please take care of me too. By the way, host, you have passed the test, and the system will also give you a gift. Gao Yan's eyes lit up. What gift? System, the gift is Lucky Star, a blessing skill, and has been sent to the system space. Please check it yourself. With a thought, Gao Yan entered the system space and saw a purple ball of light. He reached out and grabbed it, and the ball of light fell into his hand, and then it merged with him directly. Then, he had another layer of understanding in his mind. This Lucky Star is a passive skill. Although the rewards given to him by the system are all from overseas funds and have legitimate channels, if the amount of funds is too large, it will still attract the attention and investigation of relevant departments. Even he himself will be targeted. However, with this Lucky Star, no matter how much money he gets, the relevant departments will ignore him, subconsciously thinking that his funds are reasonable and legal, and there is no need to investigate. Haha, this skill is good. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. By the way, it's past 12 o'clock now, and the card mall has been refreshed. Let's see if there are any good things. With a thought, the card mall opened. 3 new cards appeared. The first one is the identity card, which costs 10 million. There are 10 cards in total. As long as the identity card is used, it will randomly become another person. And this person also has a legal identity, which lasts for 3 days. After 3 days, this person's identity will also disappear in reality. This is good. Gao Yan has planned to retaliate against the Ma family, but he is not sure that he will not leak a little bit of the wind. If the wind leaks, he is not sure that he will not be troubled by some departments. Now it's good, with this identity card, and there is a random door, as long as someone investigates, he will know that he is in Jiangzhou, and what the Ma family has to do with him. So, 10 identity cards, Gao Yan directly emptied the inventory. Then, his eyes fell on the second card, which was called the weapon card. It was sold for 100 million yuan and there was only 1 card in stock. As for its effect, the weapon card would randomly generate a hot weapon every day, and it was not an ordinary weapon, but a hot weapon transformed by the system. This system is definitely a real father, Gao Yan said with a smile. With this weapon card, he would not have to worry about weapons when he went to the Ma family for revenge. After all, the Ma family had many elite gunmen. He had purchased 3 god-level gunmanship experience cards before, but because he had no guns, these cards had never been used. Now that there is a weapon card, combined with the god-level gunmanship and the Danjin Grandmaster Experience card, it is not easy to deal with the Ma family. Let's look at the third card. When Gao Yan saw the function introduction of the third card, his expression suddenly became strange. Thinking of the previous bad luck card and the dizziness card, Gao Yan suddenly felt that the system was a bit unserious. As for the third card, called the marriage card, the card is priced at 1 million, with 10 cards in stock, and can be used by 2 people at the same time, but these 2 people are not limited to men and women, but can be men and men or women and women. Once the marriage card takes effect, the 2 will quickly fall in love, and it is the kind of love that is dying, and it lasts for 7 days. If this marriage card is used on 2 men, the scene is simply unimaginable. And Gao Yan can't help shuddering. However, it is perfect for playing tricks on people, and it is the kind that no one knows. Do you want to buy it? Gao Yan hesitated, but after thinking about it, he decided to take it. After all, the card mall will only refresh once a week. Anyway, 1 card only costs 1 million, and 10 cards only cost 10 million, which is not a big deal for him, who has more than 40 billion. So, Gao Yan directly cleared the 10 marriage cards. The next moment, Gao Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes. He had planned to leave for Nanyunkan City early this morning. But now that he had won the Anywhere door through the lottery, he could take action tonight. With a thought, the Anywhere door flew out of his body and landed on the floor of the hotel room, and Gao Yan pushed the door and stepped in. Then he came to the unfinished building where the coordinates were posted. After closing the Anywhere door, the entire portal turned into white light and flew into his body. Previously, through the information Lu Yun gave him, he already knew the location of the Ma family. With a thought, Gao Yan opened his golden pupils and looked at the Ma family. The place where the head of the Ma family lived was a large mountain villa. Not in the city, but on a small hill in the suburbs. The entire mountain belonged to the private territory of the Ma family, so there were 3 sentry boxes on the road leading to the mountain, one at the foot of the mountain, one on the mountainside, and another near the top of the mountain, and there were security guards stationed 24 hours a day. Therefore, it was difficult for ordinary people to sneak into the Ma family, let alone go up the mountain. At the same time, the manor built on the top of the mountain is also very large, covering dozens of acres. What's more interesting is that the layout and architecture inside the manor are extremely similar, just like a huge maze. Even if outsiders get lucky and break into the manor, it is easy to get lost in it. And there are also a large number of guards and patrols stationed in the manor. Gao Yan, who saw all this through his golden eyes, couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. How afraid of death are the people of the Ma family? In fact, he didn't know that the Ma family often came into contact with the Black Burmese. Unlike Daxia, the Black Burmese are quite chaotic. Even warlords with armies under their command can't avoid being assassinated. And the Ma family is not from the Black Burmese, but it happens to be one of the 7 major dealers of jadeite raw stones. Some local forces in the Black Burmese must not like them, not to mention that they are in the border area and are very easy to sneak in. Therefore, after being assassinated many times, the Ma family chose to build such a Yunwu villa on this mountain. Since the important members of the Ma family moved into Yunwu villa, although there were assassins who broke into the villa, these assassins were killed or captured by the guards before they could get to the members of the Ma family. According to Gao Yan's statistics, there are 12 patrol teams in Yunwu Villa, each with 12 people, and more than 200 guards stationed in the original place. In addition, he also found 12 gunmen hiding in the dark. These gunmen are not ordinary people, but Ming Jin warriors. If he guessed correctly, these 12 people should all be the elite gunmen of the Ma family. According to the information provided by Lu Yun, these gunmen are all located in Haimian, and now they appear in Yunwu Villa, which means that after the Ma family assassinated him, they also guarded against his or the Qin family's counterattack. In addition to the 12 elite gunmen, there are 16 dark Jin warriors lurking around the inner villa where Ma Songbai lives. These 16 dark energy warriors are all very good at hiding and lurking. If Gao Yan didn't have golden eyes, he might not be able to find them in the first time. What's more interesting is that in a small courtyard with the back of the villa against the cliff, there lives a middle-aged man. The other party looks like an ordinary person, but his eyes are restrained. If I guess correctly, this middle-aged man is the top master of the Ma family, Ma Heian, who is in the late stage of Huajin. With him stationed here, even if someone climbs up from the cliff, I'm afraid they can't get past him. I have to say, Yunwu Villa is simply impregnable. Even if an ordinary Huajin warrior breaks in, it is estimated that it will be difficult to escape unscathed. It's no wonder that a martial arts family like the Qin family had its own gambling stone master crippled by the Ma family, and couldn't retaliate against the Ma family. It really couldn't do it. However, what Huajin warriors can't do doesn't mean that Danjin Grandmaster can't do it. The next moment, a card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. Use the ID card. Suddenly, the ID card turned into a ray of light and fell on Gao Yan. Then, he turned into an old man wearing a tang suit, wearing 1,000-layer cloth shoes, with a head full of silver hair and extraordinary demeanor. At the same time, Gao Yan also had an additional identity information in his mind. The identity provided by the ID card is Song Wehui, 72 years old this year. And he also has the other party's ID card in his pocket. If someone investigates him now, they will find that this Song Wehui is a real person. Although he has become a 72-year-old man, Gao Yan's strength has not changed. And he is still at the peak of Huajin. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan, who is transformed into an old man, has another card in his hand, which is a weapon card. Use weapon card. As soon as the words fell, a small silver pistol appeared in Gao Yan's hand. This pistol does not belong to any model in the real world. It is made by the system. It looks small, but the internal magazine has a dimensional space. Therefore, the bullets of this pistol are almost unlimited. In addition, the material used to make this pistol is also very special. Therefore, the wear rate of this pistol is extremely low. It can fire a full 100,000 bullets before it is scrapped. Let's go. Putting away the pistol, Gao Yan stepped out of the unfinished building and came to the side of the road nearby. About 2 minutes later, Gao Yan waved to stop a taxi. Uncle, where are you going? The taxi driver looked at Gao Yan in surprise, thinking, at this time, there is still an old man on the street. Hearing the driver's address, Gao Yan felt a little strange. His real age was much younger than the driver, but he still answered, go to the foot of Yunwu Mountain. When the taxi driver heard Yunwu Mountain, he couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. Uncle, you didn't report the wrong place, did you? Are you really going to Yunwu Mountain? Yes, is there something wrong with that place? Gao Yan asked back. The taxi driver said, there is no problem, but I heard that Yunwu Mountain was bought by a rich man a few years ago, and a giant villa was built on it. Now it is a private territory. Not to mention going up, even if you get close to the foot of the mountain, the security guards will drive you away. The Ma family is a martial arts family, and is quite famous in the martial arts world, but ordinary people may not know it. Therefore, the taxi driver did not know that Yunwu Mountain is the Ma family's nest. Yes, that's the place. If you can't get close, just drop me off nearby. Gao Yan said to the taxi driver. Okay, sit tight. It is now after midnight, the streets are empty and cars can start running. Therefore, in less than 20 minutes, the taxi arrived near the foot of Yunwu Mountain, and you could even see a guard box built next to the road leading to Yunwu Mountain. After paying the fare and getting off the bus, the driver stepped on the accelerator and ran away without asking any questions. Gao Yan walked towards the post with unhurried steps. High-definition cameras were installed inside and outside the guard box. Therefore, as he approached, the security guards in the guard box had already discovered his presence. 2 security guards carrying electric batons walked out of the guard box, but they did not relax their vigilance just because he was an old man. When Gao Yan was still 5 meters away from the guard box, one of the security guards raised his electric baton and pointed it at Gao Yan. Hey! That old man, what are you doing? This is private property, leave now. Gao Yan raised his eyes to look at them, and then smiled. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Not good. Both security guards realized something was wrong. Although they were both security guards, they were not ordinary security guards. Unfortunately, although they realized something was wrong, their bodies did not have time to react. Bang! Bang! 2 security guards fell down in response. There were 2 security guards in the security booth. Their eyes were dazzled when the old man who was still 5 meters away rushed in front of the 2 companions. They did not see the old man making any attack movements, and the 2 companions just were knocked down at the same time. He's a master. Notify quickly. The 2 of them also reacted quickly, but Gao Yan was even faster. He slammed open the door of the security booth and broke in. He slashed their necks with 2 hand knives, and the walkie-talkie they just grabbed also fell to the ground. He looked up at the camera in the guard box and smiled at the camera, then stepped out of the guard box and headed toward the mountain along the road. If there were no accidents, people from the Ma family would have noticed his arrival. He didn't care about this either, because he originally planned to fight directly up the mountain instead of sneaking in. At this moment, inside Yunwu Villa, a surveillance room, a man who was watching the surveillance suddenly exclaimed. The colleague next to him couldn't help but said, "Old Lu, what are you screaming at in the middle of the night? Someone breaks into the mountain. Quick, notify the boss." Lao Lu said quickly. Crossing the mountain, are you sure? Zhao Feilong said with some suspicion. Although Yunwu Villa is impregnable, there are still many blind people who want to break in. But without exception, these people sneak in and don't dare to break in directly. Stop talking nonsense, call the boss. Lao Lu said angrily. Okay, just wait. Zhao Fei quickly got up and went to the lounge next door, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Boss, something bad happened, someone broke into the mountain." Suja was a little unhappy at being disturbed, but when he heard someone breaking into the mountain, he was startled. He immediately jumped up from the bed, opened the door and shouted to Zhao Fei, who broke into the mountain. I don't know, but Lao Lu saw it through surveillance. Su Zhi ignored Zhao Fei, rushed into the monitoring room, and shouted to Lu Jian Yuan, bring out the monitoring and let me take a look. Lao Lu had already prepared it and directly played back the images captured by several cameras. The whole process only takes a few seconds. After the playback was completed, Lao Lu slowed down the playback speed 4 times. This old man is a master, at least at Engine, Su Zhi said solemnly, because the security guards stationed at the booths are also professionally trained. It is not a problem for one person to deal with 3 or 5 adults alone. If 4 people join forces, they can definitely fight against more than 20 ordinary people. But they couldn't even dodge when facing this old man, which shows how powerful this old man is. Think of this. He immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed the number of the third housekeeper. Xiao Su, are you okay with calling me so late? The phone was connected and the voice of the third housekeeper Ma Wei rang. Third butler, someone broke into the mountain. The security guards at the guard booth at the foot of the mountain were all knocked unconscious within a few seconds. The person who broke into the mountain was an old man. I suspect he is an Anjin warrior. Suzuru reports. Okay, I understand. You continue to monitor the surveillance and report any situation at any time. The third housekeeper's voice was stern. There are 3 housekeepers in this villa. The first butler is mainly responsible for the affairs of the family owner, Ma Songbai. The second butler is mainly responsible for purchasing and managing the servants, and he, the third butler, is mainly responsible for the guarding and vigilance of the villa. The third housekeeper hung up the phone and immediately shouted to the guard outside his bedroom, send the order and immediately dispatch 100 guards to the sentry box on the top of the mountain. Someone broke into the mountain. As for why he didn't rush to the guard box on the mountainside, it was because he didn't have enough time, and the Anjin warrior was not slow. One of the guards quickly ran to deliver the order, while the third housekeeper, who was dressed, led another guard to another row of yards. Ma Wu, Ma Yang, come with me. Someone is trespassing in the mountain, and it is very likely that he is an Anjin warrior. Soon, 2 tall men walked out of 2 different courtyards. They are all from the Ma family, and their strength has reached the Anjin level. On the way to the guard box with Ma Wu and Ma Yang, the third steward sent a message to the chief steward. An Anjin warrior was not worthy of raising an army, and at this point in time, the family leader had already rested, so there was no need to alarm him, so he did not report directly to Ma Songbai. And he is also confident that he will intercept the enemy outside the villa. Although none of the 100 guards have stepped into Mingjin, they are also good fighters trained by the Ma family. 2 people can fight Mingjin together, and 5 people can suppress most Mingjin warriors. 12 people join forces, and ordinary Njin is no match. 100 people, if Njin at the peak of his power didn't choose to escape, would definitely not be his opponent. What's more, he and Ma Wu Mayung are both dark warriors. Such a battle can't deal with Njin, he can just find a piece of tofu and kill him. And this time, Gao Yan had already dealt with the security guards in the guard box on the mountainside and headed straight to the top of the mountain. About 5 minutes passed. Gao Yan reached the top of the mountain with slow steps. Today, the top of the mountain is brightly lit by several high-frequency searchlights, making it look like daylight. There was a middle-aged man standing in the open space, not far from the guard box. Slightly behind him were two strong men, and behind them were a group of 100 strong men carrying swinging sticks. There were a full 100 people. The third housekeeper narrowed his eyes and looked at Gao Yan, who was approaching slowly. After he passed the post, he slowly said, "What do you call me, old man? What do you mean when you break into my ma's house without permission?" Gao Yan said calmly, "One of my juniors was assassinated by someone sent by Ma Xiangyu. I am here to seek justice." Hearing this, the third housekeeper looked thoughtful. It turned out that the trouble was caused by the second lady. However, the second lady controlled the Ma family's intelligence channels and had a group of ruthless people under her command. He was not someone he could offend. "So," he said in a deep voice, "how do you plan to seek justice?" "I have tied up Ma Xiangyu and handed it over to the old man. I can let your Ma family go. Otherwise, the old man will definitely go on a killing spree today." Gao Yan said lightly. "You really have such a loud tone." The third housekeeper couldn't help but laugh angrily. He didn't say whether he could take over the job. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to hand over Ma Xiangyu. If he really handed over Ma Xiangyu, what dignity would the Ma family have? The next moment, the third housekeeper waved his hand. "Come on, show me your skills." These guards were different from the street thugs. They did not rush forward in a swarm, but slowly surrounded in groups of 3. In response, Gao Yan did not make any move, but let them surround him. Seeing this scene, the third housekeeper's eyes flashed with disdain. He really didn't know whether the old man was too confident or too arrogant. The guards of the Ma family were all trained according to the ancient elite soldiers. The triangular formation of 3 guards could attack and defend. With the special batons in hand, they could easily deal with an ordinary Ming Jin warrior. Kill! A series of violent shouts suddenly sounded, shocking people. Then the guards of the Ma family launched an attack on Gao Yan. For a while, there were stick shadows everywhere. It gave him a feeling of being airtight and completely unavoidable. But Gao Yan was not a pushover. Although he had not used the Danjin experience card yet, he was at least a master at the peak of Huajin. Seeing that the metal batons were about to fall on him, his body suddenly vibrated, and his originally thin body suddenly became taller, and his clothes were bulging. Dang 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 dang. The batons hit him heavily, but strangely, they made the sound of metal clashing. Golden bell cover iron cloth shirt. Seeing this scene, the third housekeeper couldn't help but exclaimed. Any master of Huajin is proficient in more than one kung fu. Take Ma Heian of the Ma family, for example. He majored in Xingyi, Baji, and Taiji, and other kung fu has also reached the level of proficiency. As for Gao Yan, he had obtained the skills of a fighting master before. This skill not only includes various modern fighting methods, but also various kung fu of daxia. The golden bell cover iron cloth shirt is just 2 of them. After hearing the sound, the guards who attacked Gao Yan realized that something was wrong, and they all waved the batons in their hands and retreated. But Gao Yan would never give them a chance. He raised his fists and smashed them in all directions. His punches were strong and powerful, but also as fast as thunder. Bang 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 bang. Ka 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 ka. In an instant, the sound of collision and broken bones almost merged into one. And at the same time, one figure after another was blown back and hit his companions behind him. For a moment, all 48 guards who rushed up fell to the ground. Those who were knocked away could barely get up, while those who were hit by Gao Yan's fists lay on the ground groaning and screaming, having lost their combat effectiveness. Huajin master. The third housekeeper's eyes flashed with horror, and then he suddenly took out a whistle arrow from his arms and fired it into the sky. Swish! The whistle arrow rushed into the sky, which was particularly harsh in the silent night. At this moment, in the small courtyard of the villa with its back against the cliff, Ma Hien, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he flew down from the bed, knocked the door open and turned into a shadow and ran straight to the gate of the villa. At the same time, Ma Songbai, who had fallen asleep, was also awakened. The whistle arrow can only be used when encountering a powerful enemy that cannot be resisted. So, there is a powerful enemy attacking Old Yang. An old man pushed the door open and entered. It was Yang Huai, the butler of the Ma family. What happened? Yang Huai said, just now I received a report from the third brother, saying that someone broke into the mountain. Now it seems that he underestimated the other party's strength. Send someone to find out who broke into my Ma family. Ma Songbai ordered while getting dressed. Yes. Yang Huai waved his hand towards the bushes not far away, and a black shadow flashed by outside the villa. After pulling the whistle arrow, the third butler took Ma Wu and Ma Yan to retreat, while keeping a close eye on Gao Yan. Fortunately, Gao Yan did not make any extra movements. About 2 minutes passed. The third housekeeper had led his men to slowly retreat to the gate of the villa. As long as they entered the villa, they would be safe. Just then, a figure flashed by. A middle-aged man suddenly rushed out of the villa. It's the second master. As soon as he saw this middle-aged man, the third housekeeper felt relieved. The second master was the only master of Huajin in the Ma family, and his strength had reached the late stage of Huajin. Ordinary Huajin warriors were not his opponents at all. Ma Hien put his hands behind his back and looked at the incarnation of the old man with curiosity. Your Excellency is unfamiliar. I don't know how to address you. How did my Ma family offend you? He used to be a martial arts fanatic and traveled almost all over Daxia, so he had no shortage of knowledge and experience. He was also quite familiar with the Huajin warriors in the country, but he was very unfamiliar with the old man in tang suit in front of him, so he asked. Gao Yan said calmly, I am Song Wehui, and I have a useless disciple named Gao Yan. A few days ago, Ma Xiangyu sent someone to assassinate him. I am here today to seek justice for my useless disciple. Ma Hien frowned. What kind of justice does Mr. Song want? As both are Huajin warriors, both sides will have a sense of qi. The strange Huajin warrior named Song Wehui in front of him is obviously in his 70s, but the qi and blood in his body are particularly vigorous, just like a furnace. Although he doesn't know the specific cultivation of the other party, he is sure that the other party's cultivation will definitely not be weaker than him, and even stronger than him. If such a strong man can be kept, it will be fine. If he can't be kept, let him run away and turn into an assassin, unless the people of the Ma family hide in Yunwu Mountain Villa. Otherwise, no one can escape his assassination. That's why he didn't act immediately, but started a conversation with the other party. Gao Yan continued, if you tie up Ma Xiangyu and hand her over to me, this matter will end here. Otherwise, the Ma family will be in turmoil today. Facing Gao Yan's threat, Ma Haiyan was also a little angry, and said in a deep voice, "It's impossible to hand over Ma Xiangyu. Our Ma family can apologize to you and pay 1 billion as compensation, how about it? This is my only condition." Gao Yan shook his head. Ma Haiyan suppressed his anger and said, "How about this, you and I fight, if you win, Ma Xiangyu will be handed over to you, if you lose, how about the same condition just now?" "I still don't agree." Gao Yan shook his head firmly. "Since you don't agree, then don't leave. Yunwu Mountain of my Ma family is a feng shui treasure land. The old senior can be buried here." A domineering voice suddenly sounded. It was Ma Songbai, who arrived with 12 elite gunmen and 12 Dark Force warriors. As soon as he appeared, the 12 elite gunmen took a favorable position and took out their pistols and pointed them at Gao Yan. As long as Ma Songbai gave an order, they would shoot without hesitation. Being pointed at by 12 guns, Gao Yan also felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and at the same time, he had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. If it were ordinary gunmen it would be fine, but these 12 gunmen learned gun skills after reaching Mingjin, and almost all of them were sharpshooters. So, 2 cards appeared in Gao Yan's hand. A Danjin Peak Experience card, and a God-level gun skill experience card. Use. The 2 cards turned into streams of light that only he could see and merged into his body. Suddenly, Gao Yan's body also underwent earth-shaking changes. He subconsciously pinched his palms, but he felt that even if he held an iron ball in his hand, he could crush it into mud. "Well, what's going on?" Ma Haiyan frowned, because he felt that the old man named Song Guahui in front of him suddenly had a surge of energy, and even made him feel a great pressure. "Do it." Ma Haiyan made a quick decision and shouted loudly. At the same time, his figure shot out and hit Gao Yan's chest with a cannon punch. "Get out." Gao Yan also shouted loudly and raised his hand to slap. Suddenly, Gao Yan's arm expanded twice under the encouragement of the energy. With a sizzling sound, the sleeves shattered and turned into rags flying in all directions. And his exposed arm was like a ferocious dragon, ready to stir up trouble. Bang! The slap hit Ma Haiyan's left cheek hard, and his cheek began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 2 rows of neat teeth in his mouth fell off one after another, and blood and water spurted out of his mouth. Then, his body flew up like a weightless sack. At this moment, dense gunfire rang out. Bullets flew straight at Gao Yan's vital points. A strong sense of crisis came over him, causing his short hair to stand up. Suddenly, he disappeared from the spot. All the bullets missed, and when he appeared again, Gao Yan had come to Ma Songbai. "You go to hell too." Gao Yan raised his palm and slapped the opponent's head. The surging wind seemed to become a tangible object. In Ma Songbai's perception, it was like a huge millstone falling from the sky, smashing him to pieces. Ah! In the face of life and death, Ma Songbai let out a hoarse roar and punched the top of his head. Some of the 12 dark power masters behind him reacted. 2 of them punched Gao Yan and hit him in the chest, while another threw a dagger and stabbed his left eye, intending to force him back. The other 2 reached out and grabbed Ma Songbai's shoulders, trying to pull him back. Ha! The dagger was the first to reach Gao Yan. At this time, he let out a light shout, and suddenly, a white mist sprayed out of his mouth and turned into an air arrow. With a ding sound, the dagger was knocked away by the air arrow. Bang! At this time, Gao Yan's big hand that turned into a millstone also came to the top of Ma Songbai's head and collided with his fist. The domineering and devastating palm force directly shattered Ma Songbai's fist, and then fell on his head at the same speed. Puff! With a light sound, Ma Songbai's head was slapped into his body, and the two Dark Force bodyguards happened to pull his body back. Then it was seen that Ma Songbai's head disappeared, but was slapped into his stomach. Bang! Bang! At the moment when Gao Yan slapped Ma Songbai's head into his stomach, he kicked out 2 more times, kicking away the 2 Dark Force warriors who had attacked him. From Gao Yan dodging the bullet to slapping Ma Songbai to death, the whole process actually took only 1 second. Pa pa pa. The gunshots rang out again, but it was the sharpshooters who locked onto his position again. If Gao Yan only relied on the peak strength of Hua Jin, it would be more difficult to avoid the encirclement of 12 sharpshooters. But now, he is a Danjin Grandmaster. He disappeared calmly on the spot. 12 bullets missed again. At the same time, a silver pistol appeared in Gao Yan's hand. The peak of Danjin, combined with the god-level gunmanship. It is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. Pa 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 pa. Gao Yan fired 6 shots in one breath. The 6 bullets killed the sharpshooters in 6 directions. This scene stunned the rest of the Ma family. The other party also had a gun. And his shooting skills were even better than the sharpshooter. A chill rose from the soles of their feet and instantly spread throughout their bodies, making their bodies stiff. The remaining 6 sharpshooters were not affected much. After all, they had all come out of the hail of bullets. They could not lock Gao Yan's figure and could only shoot based on their feelings. Unfortunately, the gap was too big. Gao Yan's figure was constantly changing, like a floating duckweed, but it did not affect his shooting skills at all. 6 more gunshots, and the remaining 6 sharpshooters were all hit in the center of their eyebrows. Ahem, sir, stop, we are willing to hand over Ma Xiangyu. At this time, Ma Haiyan stood up from the ground with difficulty. He was in a very bad state at the moment. Not only were all his teeth knocked out, but half of his cheek was still collapsed, and blood was gushing from his mouth, nose and ears. Too late. Gao Yan glanced at Ma Haiyan coldly, raised his hand and shot him. Ma Haiyan, who had already suffered a serious injury, could not dodge the shot at all. He could only watch the bullet hit his forehead, and then fell to the ground unwillingly. Then, Gao Yan continued to shoot. He eliminated all the Dark Force warriors present, and then turned into a residual image and rushed into the manor, finding and killing all the warriors above the bright force one by one. Unfortunately, to his regret, Ma Xiangyu was not in the villa. However, Ma Haiyan, the pillar of the Ma family, and the head of the family, Ma Songbai, were both dead, and the masters in the villa were also killed by Gao Yan. Even if Ma Songbai's 2 sons and Ma Xiangyu were still there, the Ma family would collapse. The Ma family is the only one in Nanyun, and it has suppressed the other 2 martial arts families very badly. With such a shocking change in the Ma family, I don't believe that the other 2 families will not be tempted. Therefore, the Ma family is finished, and Ma Xiangyu will probably not survive. Therefore, Gao Yan did not bother to look for Ma Xiangyu, but left Yunwu Villa directly. Shui family. When Shui Bingyi, the head of the Shui family, received the news that Ma Songbai and Ma Haiyan, the heads of the Ma family, had died, he could not believe it. But this news was from the Shui family's undercover who had been dormant in the Ma family for many years. At the same time, the head of the Hu family also received this news, which was also sent back by the undercover who was dormant in the Ma family. The opportunity has come. After knowing this news, the two heads of the family knew that the opportunity for counterattack had come. Now, the two most important figures of the Ma family have died. As long as Ma Xiangyu is dealt with, the entire Ma family will be slaughtered at their will. Therefore, they sent people to Yunwu Villa to confirm the news while sending dark power masters to deal with Ma Xiangyu. In a large luxury villa in the urban area of Kuan City, Ma Xiangyu was sleeping soundly with two young men in her arms. Suddenly, a harsh phone ring rang. Ma Xiangyu, who was awakened, showed dissatisfaction on her face. She grabbed the phone and asked, "What's the matter?" "Second miss, something bad has happened. A Danjin strongman broke into Yunwu Villa. The second master and the head of the family are dead. All the dark and bright Jin warriors and elite gunmen who stayed in the villa are also dead." What? After hearing this news, Ma Xiangyu could hardly believe her ears. "Second miss, the Ma family is finished. You should run away quickly. If you don't leave, you may not be able to leave." Damn it, how could this happen? Ma Xiangyu's face became extremely gloomy. He subconsciously wanted to send someone to confirm the news, but reason told her that it was too late. He must leave for Haimian immediately. In Haimian, there are troops controlled by their Ma family and 60 elite gunmen. With these as support, she may be able to avenge her eldest brother and second uncle. 2 minutes later, Ma Xiangyu boarded a car with the protection of 2 close bodyguards and headed straight to the border. She was going to meet her nephew Ma Yuhu in He, Myanmar. At the same time, she took out her mobile phone and kept giving orders, asking her dark power masters to pick her up. But she still underestimated the speed of the Shui family and the Hu family. Less than 5 kilometers after her car drove out of the villa, it was surrounded by large dump trucks in front and behind. Then, a burst of dense gunfire rang out. Both bodyguards were shot into sieves, but Ma Xiangyu rushed out of the car and ran towards the side of the road. Bang! Ma Xiangyu was kicked away and fell on the broken car. Shuigua bang! Ma Xiangyu slowly climbed up and stared at the man who kicked her away. "Ma Xiangyu, your Ma family is finished, just surrender obediently, maybe I can let you live for a while." Shuigua Bang looked at Ma Xiangyu with satisfaction. 10 years ago, he had a conflict with Ma Xiangyu and was severely humiliated by the other party. At that time, the Ma family was powerful and he could not retaliate. Unexpectedly, after 10 years, he actually waited for the opportunity to take revenge. The Shui family and the Hu family sent a total of 5 teams to intercept Ma Xiangyu, but Ma Xiangyu just broke into his side. I can only say that God opened his eyes. "Shuigua Bang, you are a waste. You are not qualified to surrender me." Just then, Ma Xiangyu took out a pistol, but unfortunately, before she could shoot, the gunman around her shot first, and shot her fat body into a sieve. Why bother? Looking at Ma Xiangyu, who was still lying on the ground with her eyes wide open, Shuigua Bang sighed softly, but there was an indescribable pleasure in his heart. On the other side, Gao Yan had returned to the unfinished building. He took out the anywhere door, stepped in, and was once again in the room of the Summit Hotel in Jiangsu City. After all the killing, Gao Yan didn't feel any discomfort. However, he still entered the bathroom and took a shower. Wearing pajamas and lying on the big hotel bed, Gao Yan closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Early next morning, when Gao Yan woke up, he felt a little weak. He knew that this was not a real weakness, but an illusion. When he slept, the effect of the peak pill experience card had not faded. Don't look at it as just a big difference in realm. But in terms of strength, they are worlds apart. Is Ma Hien strong enough? Even if Gao Yan is at the peak of his strength, there is no absolute certainty that he can defeat the opponent. After all, the opponent has decades of martial arts experience. But after he used the Danjin experience card, he severely injured the opponent with a slap. To deal with those dark warriors of the Ma family, they can even punch a child. You must know that in an era when there were no masters of energy transformation, dark energy warriors were superhuman existences in the hearts of ordinary people. Gao Yan estimated that with his current peak strength, even 10 of him together would not be able to defeat a strong person who has reached the peak of Danjin. This shows how perverted a person with Danjin is. This upgrade of the system directly shortened his time to deal with the Ma family. The matter of severing the relationship with his adoptive father and mother has been settled, and the matter of the orphanage has been completed. Therefore, the 3 scheduled things have been completed, so it is time for him to return to Nandu in advance. Think of this. Gao Yan picked up his cell phone and dialed Chen Youwei's number. Brother Yan, have you had breakfast? Gao Yan asked. Chen Youwei whispered, eat. Gao Yan said, okay, I will pick you up at your house this morning. I have finished my things here in advance and have to go back to Nandu. Chen Youwei, so fast? She has not been back home since she went to college, so she still wants to stay in her hometown for a while, to spend time with her grandma and little sister. Gao Yan also heard the reluctance in Chen Youwei's tone. Suddenly, he had an idea. He said, that's it, we'll see you later. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan went into the bathroom to wash up, had breakfast at the hotel, and drove towards Tonghua County. As for Chen Youwei, she had already started packing her luggage silently. Seeing this scene, both Grandma and Chen Youling knew that their sister was leaving again. Sister, are you leaving so soon? Why don't you stay for a while? Chen Youling persisted. The old lady did not speak, but the reluctance in her eyes made her hope that she would stay at home for a few more days. Your brother-in-law, no, Brother Yan's affairs have been finished ahead of schedule, so he has to go back to Nandu. Chen Youwei whispered, her cheeks a little red. That's right. When my brother-in-law comes, I'll advise him to stay here for a few more days. Chen Youling said with a smile. The fact that the Ma family was destroyed spread quickly in the martial arts world, as if it had grown wings. Qin family. Qin Zhihui looked at the information on his desk and was speechless for a long time. He never dreamed that the Ma family, which had been fighting openly and secretly with the Qin family for so many years, would disappear overnight. In fact, what frightened and feared him even more was the mysterious elixir powerhouse named Songguahui. The other party claimed to be Gao Yan's master, and the purpose of destroying the Ma family was to seek justice for his disciples. You know, although Gao Yan was also assassinated, he was unscathed. Even so, the powerful mysterious elixir man destroyed the Ma family. If Gao Yan was injured, wouldn't it mean that the chickens and dogs would be left alone? It can be seen that this mysterious strong man is an extremely protective person. At the same time, he was also a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't force Gao Yan to cooperate after he knew about Gao Yan's stone gambling ability. What if the Qin family really chose to bully others? I'm afraid if the mysterious strong man knows that even if the Qin family is not destroyed, the Qin family's life will not be easy. Now that the master behind Gao Yan has surfaced, he is still a strong man with strong alchemy who protects his shortcomings. Then, the Qin family will have to please Gao Yan in the future. As long as Gao Yan's relationship with the Qin family is on good terms, the Qin family will have Dan Jin to back them up. Tianyun Club. Tu Yun, who was originally an intelligence boss, had received the news of the Ma family's destruction last night, and even learned how the Ma family was destroyed. For a while, she became more and more interested in Gao Yan. Today, she took a car and came to a quiet courtyard house. Leave all your men outside. She pushed open the ajar door and walked in. Walking through the front yard to the middle yard, she saw an old man with a rosy complexion playing chess by himself under a tree. Xiao Yuner, have you not been to the old man's place for a while? The old man didn't even look up. He could tell it was Tu Yun just by hearing the footsteps. Aren't I afraid that you might think I'm noisy? I don't dare to disturb your master's Qingxiao. Tu Yun said with a smile. When the Zhao family was looked at by wolves, it was the old man in front of her who supported her, allowing her to overcome the difficulties and achieve what she has achieved today. Really? The old man looked at Tu Yun with a half-smile. Then why are you here again today? Aren't you afraid of disturbing me, an old man? Of course I won't go to the Three Treasures Palace for anything, Tu Yun said confidently. Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but laugh angrily. You are so shameless, no wonder you can support such a big force. Thank you for the compliment, old man. Tu Yun's smile grew wider, not caring at all about being called thick-skinned. Old man, I want to ask you about someone. Have you heard of Song Guahui? Never heard of it, the old man said without hesitation. She is Dan Jin, and according to my guess, she has reached her peak. Tu Yun continued. Impossible. The old man shouted, there are only a few pill powers in the whole Daxia, and there are peak pill powers that the old man doesn't know about? Ma Haiyan was crippled by his slap. Tu Yun said again. Suddenly, the old man narrowed his eyes, and after a while he said, the old man Ma Haiyan, the younger generation, knows that he is a martial arts idiot. The old man gave him some pointers at the beginning. Before he was 60 years old, he still had hope of breaking through to Dan Jin. He is only in the late stage of Hua Jin, but his strength is definitely not weaker than that of the peak Hua Jin. Being able to defeat him with one slap shows that the opponent is at least not weaker than the old man, but where did such a strong man come from? The reason why he asked this question was because masters could not be trained hard, but needed to fight against others, especially Dan Jin warriors, who had not experienced hundreds of battles. Even though he is just an old man who loves to play chess now, when he was young, no one would shudder when the name of him, King of Hell, was mentioned. This is all a prestige. In the past few years, as he got older and gradually faded out of the martial arts world, no one mentioned the name Jiang Yanwang. Now, there are only 5 known Danjin warriors in Daxia. He, Jiang Yanwang, is one of them, and the other 4 are Chen Yujiang, known as Chen Wudi, Lu Taimin, known as the Human Butcher, and Su Xiaoxiao, known as the Life-Killing Needle, and Zhang Wo, known as the King of Deadly Foot. In addition to the 5 of them, there are also several Danjin masters overseas. Some of them have met in person, some have not, but they have also heard of their names. Therefore, whether at home or abroad, there is no such Danjin master named Song Guhui. Tu Yun frowned slightly. She originally wanted to find out the origin of the mysterious pill energy from Mr. Jiang, but she didn't expect that even Mr. Jiang didn't know the origin of the other party. For a moment, she couldn't help but be curious about Gao Yan, the master and disciple. He was even thinking about when he would meet Gao Yan again and test his tone. After all, she sells information. Presumably as word of the Ma families destruction spreads, many martial arts families will be curious about Song Guhui. The price of Danjin Master's information is not low. If you figure out the origin of the other party and sell this information, you will probably make hundreds of millions or more than $1 billion. Nandu, Zijin Lake Villa. Sun Wei returned in a hurry and woke up Sun Menglong, who was still sleeping soundly. Second uncle, it's so early in the morning, why don't you let me sleep a little longer? The sleepy Sun Menglong was woken up and complained with some dissatisfaction. Some time ago, Sun Menglong had a conflict with Gao Yan at Tianyun Club, but he offended the poisonous widow, Tu Yun. He was worried that he would be punished by me when he returned to Nandong City, so he stayed in Sun Wei's hiding place. But after being good for a while, he began to go out for fun again. Sun Wei also knew his virtue, so he warned him not to get into trouble again and let him play outside. After what happened last time, Sun Menglong has restrained himself a lot. He plays outside but returns to the villa every night. After a while, he became a little happy and reluctant to think about Shu. Sleep, you're still sleeping, something big happened, get up quickly. Sun Wei said angrily. What happened? Did my father come to Nandu? Sun Menglong was startled and jumped up from the bed. The Ma family was destroyed. Sun Wei said. The Ma family was destroyed, who did it? No, what does this have to do with us? Sun Menglong said in confusion. The Ma family is a martial arts family in Nanyun, and their Sun family is a martial arts family in Yangdong. There is neither friendship nor business dealings between the two parties. It can be said that there is no way to fight. Of course it has nothing to do with the Ma family, but it has a lot to do with the people who destroyed the Ma family. Sun Wei sneered. Second uncle, what do you mean? Sun Menglong became increasingly puzzled. Do you still remember what happened at Tianyun Club? Sun Wei asked. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Sun Menglong felt angry. This was the first time he had suffered such a big loss. If it weren't for that poisonous widow Tu Yun, he would definitely not have let the boy named Gao go so easily. Second uncle, can you not mention this matter? Sun Wei said quietly, the person who destroyed the Ma family was Gao Yan's master, a mysterious elixir powerhouse. I'll wipe it. Upon hearing this, Sun Menglong almost jumped up, and then a look of horror appeared on his face. He never dreamed that the kid named Gao had such a big backstage. Hurry up and pack up and return to Nandong immediately, Sun Wei said angrily. Second uncle, help me, I don't want to go back. My father will definitely beat me to death if I go back. Sun Menglong was almost scared to cry. Some time ago, the Qing family killed many spies of the Ma family. After hearing about this incident, he was still secretly gloating about the misfortune. It was good for the Qing family and the Ma family to bite dogs. Later, after learning the inside story, he found out that the Ma family sent people to assassinate Gao Yan, which angered the Qin family. He also complained at the time that the Ma family's killers were so useless. Why didn't they kill the man named Gao? Now that the Ma family has been destroyed, it is obvious that the reason was that the Ma family sent assassins to assassinate Gao Yan. He had a conflict with Gao Yan and wanted to impress his girlfriend. Although he was the one who suffered the loss, who knows if Gao Yan will hold a grudge for this. Even if Gao Yan no longer troubles him, the Sun family can't pretend to be blind if there are previous examples of the Ma family's destruction. And he is the source of this matter. Can he get better after returning to the Sun family? It has to be said that Sun Menglong still has some brains. In just a moment, he analyzed the whole matter thoroughly. I can't save you. Sun Wei shook his head and said, this is an order given by your biological father himself. Don't think about running away or delaying time. Go back early. And be sincere. Maybe your father will not beat you to death, but at most he will maim you. Upon hearing this, Sun Menglong trembled with anger. Are you still my second uncle? Okay, get out of here and wish yourself well. Sun Wei waved his hand impatiently. Second uncle, is there really nothing we can do? Sun Menglong said pitifully. What can I do? Get out of here. Sun Wei became impatient and thought to himself, if you hadn't been too arrogant, would something like this have happened? 2 hours later, the Sun family ancestral hall. After the head of the Sun family led everyone to worship their ancestors, he sat down at the main seat. His uncles and uncles took their seats on the left and right sides of him. As for the younger generation like Sun Ruashi, they could only stand and listen. Sun Ruashi was very happy today, because that bastard Sun Menglong was going to be in bad luck again. Sun Yuanlin, the head of the Sun family, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Before slowly speaking, have you heard about the Ma family? Everyone below nodded solemnly. In terms of foundation, the Ma family may not be as good as the Sun family. But in terms of power, there is a big gap between the Sun family and the Ma family. Otherwise, the Shui family and the Hu family, who are both in the Nanyun martial arts world, would not have been defeated by the Ma family in recent years. The pressure was so miserable. Sun Yuanlin continued, the reason for the destruction of the Ma family was that Ma Xiangyu sent people to assassinate Gao Yan and provoked the mysterious Danjin master Song Huahui. However, my treacherous son had a conflict with Gao Yan some time ago. Having said this, Sun Yuanlin looked outside the ancestral hall with sharp eyes and shouted, you little beast, get out of here. Sun Menglong, who was outside the ancestral hall, shuddered subconsciously and entered the ancestral hall timidly. Before he could speak, Sun Yunlin shouted again, kneel down. Without any hesitation, Sun Menglong fell to his knees. Seeing this scene, Sun Ruashi's eyes smiled, but she immediately restrained herself to avoid being seen by her father. Everyone, how do you think we should deal with this unsatisfactory evil obstacle? Sun Yuanlin looked at everyone. But no one is stupid. After all, Sun Menglong is also the son of the family leader. Even if the family leader calls him a little beast on the one hand and a villain on the other, so what? But if they really come up with a solution, who knows if the family owner will hold grudges against them in the future? Seeing that everyone was silent, Sun Yuanlin frowned slightly, and then said to the juniors, what do you brothers and sisters think? At this time, Sun Jiaolong stood up and said, Father, although the Ma family assassinated Gao Yan was unscathed. Even so, his master also destroyed the Ma family, and the second brother wanted to rob Gao Yan. My girlfriend can be said to be someone who hates taking away my wife, and after the incident, our Sun family has not expressed anything. Even if the arrogant master will not stand up for him again, if the matter spreads, other martial arts families may have to join forces to target our Sun family in order to please that Dan Jin. Therefore, what we are considering now is not how to deal with the second brother. Instead, consider how to resolve the hatred between you and Gao Yan. Sun Yuanlin nodded secretly, feeling that his eldest son's analysis made sense. In your opinion, Zhaolong, should you send someone to resolve this grudge? As the saying goes, the person who untied the bell must tie the bell. Since the second brother caused the trouble, it would be best for him to apologize. Sun Zhaolong glanced at Sun Menglong and said. As soon as he heard this, Sun Menglong's heart skipped a beat. It would be easier to ask him to apologize than to break one of his legs. However, he did not dare to speak at will now, but he secretly hated Sun Zhaolong for his ulterior motives. Father, brother, please let me go. At this time, Sun Ruashi said. Upon hearing this, Sun Menglong felt happy and couldn't help but look at Sun Ruashi gratefully. But immediately, Sun Ruashi changed the subject. If we simply apologize, then Gao Yan may not forgive his second brother so easily, so we have to show our sincerity. Ruashi, how should we express this sincerity? Sun Yuanlin asked again. Sun Ruashi said seriously, breaking the second brother's legs is a punishment. After all, he has been doing random things outside these years and has ruined the reputation of our Sun family. Breaking his legs may make him wake up. Nah, you're going to break both of my legs. Sun Menglong, who was secretly grateful to Sun Ruashi, almost cursed in anger. And the gratitude in his heart disappeared. When Sun Zhaolong heard Sun Ruashi's suggestion, he immediately agreed, yes, I think this is very sincere. If Gao Yan is still not satisfied, I will cut off both of his arms. Upon hearing this, Sun Menglong's eyes widened. These two brothers and sisters were really more cruel than the other. They were really biological. One wanted to break his legs, and the other wanted to break his arms. On the other side, it took Gao Yan more than 2 hours to drive to Chen Youwei's house. Mainly because there was a car accident on the highway, which delayed him for more than half an hour. Brother-in-law is here. Just as Gao Yan was about to turn off the engine, he saw Chen Yuling running out of the yard with joy on her face. Hearing this, Gao Yan turned off the engine and got out of the car, smiled, and joked, Lingling, I haven't seen you for a few days, she looks much prettier. Brother-in-law, I'm not a child, you don't have to coax me like this. Chen Yuling said with a full smile. While talking, Gao Yan followed Chen Yuling into the courtyard and saw the old lady sitting under the eaves. Hello, Grandma, I'm here again. Okay, come inside and sit down. The old lady also greeted with a bright smile. Since drinking the medicinal wine given by Gao Yan, not only the injuries on her legs have improved a lot, but also the problem behind her ears has mostly healed. You're here, sit down quickly, and I'll make you tea. At this time, Chen Yue came out of the room, with a smile on her beautiful cheeks. Thank you then. Gao Yan sat down and said to Chen Yuling, Lingling, do you want to go to Nandu for a while? Think about it. Chen Yuling replied subconsciously, but her eyes immediately darkened, but Grandma's leg is not healed yet, who will take care of her if I leave? It's such a big deal, why don't we just ask Grandma to go with us? Gao Yan said disapprovingly. He heard Qin Yuwei's reluctance on the phone before, so he came up with this idea. In fact, with his ability, Qin Yuling can definitely go to high school in Nandu, but there is no rush on this matter. Take your time. As long as their grandparents and grandchildren follow them, there will be plenty of time to mention this matter. Brother-in-law, is this really okay? Qin Yuling asked in surprise, but will it be too troublesome? It's no trouble, but you have to convince your sister first. Gao Yan estimated that if he told Qin Yuwei directly about it, she might not agree, so it would be better to let Qin Yuling persuade her. It might be a little difficult for me to convince my sister. Qin Yuling backed down. It's okay, I'll play drums for you from the side. Gao Yan encouraged. Okay, let me try. After a while, Qin Yuwei arrived with a cup of freshly brewed tea and brought it to Gao Yan. Brother Yan, drink tea. Thanks. Gao Yan took the tea and winked at Qin Yuling. Suddenly the other party understood and quickly hugged Qin Yuwei's arm. Sister, can I discuss something with you? What's going on? Qin Yuwei asked. You have to promise me first. Qin Yuling said slyly. But Qin Yuwei is not that easy to fool. What do you want to tell me first? Sister, just promise me first. But her behavior made Qin Yuwei more and more wary, and she just looked at Qin Yuling without saying a word. Finally, Qin Yuling couldn't resist the pressure from her sister. Okay, let me start by saying that my brother-in-law asked my grandma and me to go to Nandu for a while. No. Qin Yuwei refused, without even thinking about it. It wasn't that she didn't want them to go over, but that there was no place to live after they went over. After all, she lived in a dormitory. She couldn't let her grandma and sister live in the dormitory with her. As for renting a house, she can't afford that much money. Brother-in-law, look at my sister, she doesn't agree. Rejected, Qin Yuling could only ask Gao Yan for help. At this time, Gao Yan spoke. Lingling will go to high school soon. It would be good to take her to Nandu to see a lot of things. As for grandma, she is older and has probably never seen the scenery of a big city. It would be nice to go out for a walk. Good. Brother-in-law is right. I raise my hands to support brother-in-law. Qin Yuling said quickly. This? Qin Yuwei hesitated. Gao Yan knew what she was struggling with, so he stood up and said, Yuwei, let's talk alone. He called Qin Yuwei to the room and said loudly, actually, I understand your concerns. I happen to have a vacant house. I will live there after Grandma and Lingling pass. As for food, you can also cook by yourself. Basically, it doesn't cost much. But Qin Yuwei still hesitated. Seeing this, Gao Yan continued, if I'm not wrong, the farthest my grandma has ever gone to in her life should be the county seat. She is old, and how many more years can she live? Let her see the bad scenery of big cities. Well, Lingling is also a grown-up girl. Girls need to broaden their horizons, so as not to be fooled by boys in the future, which will lead to big losses. She doesn't know how, that girl is so arrogant. Qin Yuwei defended. Then you say whether you agree or not. Gao Yan seemed to be impatient, and directly forced Qin Yuwei to the corner. Supported the wall with his hands and said, if you dare to object again, don't blame me for using unfair means. At this moment, the door suddenly opened a little, and the two subconsciously turned their heads to look, but it was Qin Yuling who was listening in front of the door. Qin Yuling, who was discovered, was not only not embarrassed, but smiled. Brother-in-law and sister, please continue, I didn't see anything. I will hold the door for you. Okay, thank you Ling Ling. Gao Yan smiled at her, and Qin Yiling also winked at her, as if to say, brother-in-law, come on. As for Qin Yue, her face was red with embarrassment and she wanted to run away, but was stopped by Gao Yan. Tell me, do you agree or not? That's all I promise. Be good, I'll reward you. While talking, Gao Yan leaned over and kissed Qin Yue on the lips. The other party was stunned, and then ran out of the room in shame. Hee hee. Seeing Qin Yue's frightened look, he couldn't help but laugh. Brother-in-law, did my sister agree? After Gao Yan left the room, Qin Yiling asked hurriedly. Brother-in-law is here, one is worth two, do you think it will work? Brother-in-law is awesome. Qin Yiling flattered him quickly. Okay, hurry up and pack your and your grandma's luggage, we have to leave early, so as not to arrive in Nandu too late. Gao Yan urged. Okay, brother-in-law, I'll go pack it now. 1 hour. Gao Yan drove the Bentley Mulsanne with a full trunk and set off with the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren. If the trunk was not full, the old lady would have asked the 2 sisters to bring more things. What made Gao Yan feel relieved was that the old lady did not react to motion sickness. To be honest, he was a little worried at first, because the elderly who don't often take the car will almost always get carsick. In the first few hours, Qin Yiling was very excited. Because the farthest she had ever traveled was the county town. Therefore, she kept chattering in the car. Fortunately, after a few hours, the excitement was over, and she was tired, so she leaned on Qin Yue's shoulder and fell asleep. Because of time, Gao Yan drove much faster this time, but because of his super control and the stability of Bentley Mulsanne, the 3 people in the car did not feel any discomfort. After a short rest at a service area on the way, they ate something and continued on the road. Finally, arrived in Nandu at 8 o'clock in the evening. So, Gao Yan said to Qin Yue, Yue, I still have to clean up my house. How about staying in a hotel tonight and moving in tomorrow? Qin Yue was about to refute, but Gao Yan glared at her, and the other party could only nod in agreement. So, Gao Yan directly opened a high-end suite in the city. Considering that grandma's legs and feet were not convenient, they did not go out to eat, but directly ordered takeout for 4 people. At the same time, Sun Ruashi, who came to apologize on behalf of Sun Jian, also received the news that Gao Yan had returned to Nandu. However, considering that it was already night, she planned to come to see Gao Yan again tomorrow. More than 20 minutes later, the takeout was delivered to the hotel room, and the 4 of them ate and drank together. Unexpectedly, as soon as I picked up the lunchbox, the phone rang. Seeing that the call was from Feng Zhenzhen, Gao Yan asked them to eat first. Then took his cell phone and walked aside to answer the call. Hey, Mr. Feng, what's going on? Feng Zhenzhen said in a hoarse voice, the Black Sunday event we organized was very successful and attracted the attention of many investment banks and investment companies. And today they are visiting one after another to express their investment intentions. These people are not easy to offend, so it is difficult to deal with them. I just sent away the last person from the investment company, so I want to ask your boss, what do you think? The company needs to accept financing? When he heard that someone was coming to invest, Gao Yan subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it for a moment, he asked, Mr. Feng, what do you think of this matter? Feng Zhenzhen said while thinking, Boss, our Sunday mall has already laid a solid foundation. Currently, the number of app downloads has exceeded 130 million, and the user activity is also very high. In addition, you have injected money into it a few days ago. With 1 billion funds, there is no need for large-scale advertising, so in the short term, we are not short of money. But in the long run, we can still accept certain financing. Why? Gao Yan asked, with the intention of giving a test. Fang Zhenjin said, added value. After a pause of 3 seconds, Fang Zhenjin continued, although our early development was quite smooth, if we want to continue to expand our scale, we will have to face pressure from Alibaba and JD.com. If we accept financing, there will be people to help us share the pressure. Secondly, it can also expand our company's network of contacts. Gao Yan understood what Fang Zhenjin meant. Networking is a very useful thing. Take Fang Zhenjin as an example. If she hadn't been born into a wealthy family and borrowed her family's connections, she wouldn't have been able to easily establish the supply channels for Sunday Mall in a short period of time. Neither Alibaba nor JD.com can match the size of Sunday Mall. Once they encounter their suppression, they will become very passive. If you look for a few investment companies with strong connections and wide connections, you will still face pressure, but for the sake of face, you won't use some unflattering methods. Moreover, Sunday Mall can also use the channels of investment companies to accelerate its expansion. Therefore, sometimes financing is not done because of lack of money, but to enable the company to develop better. Just like Alibaba's original financing, why did they not consider domestic investment companies, but take money from top investment banks? They took into account influence and hidden value. Give an example. A new company requires an investment of 1 million and faces 2 choices. One is an ordinary person with no influence, and the other is a large company with considerable influence. If you were the boss, whose money would you choose? I believe that more than 90% of bosses will choose the latter, even if they pay a little more, because the latter can bring more to the company. Back to business. After some consideration, Gao Yan has plans to raise funds, but not now. So, he said, don't be in a hurry to express your attitude. Let's stabilize it for a while first. Okay boss, I get it. Mr. Fang has been working hard these days, go to bed early. Haha, you know how hard it is, so why don't you come to the company to share some of it? Fang Zhenjin couldn't help but complain. Gao Yan was used to Fang Zhenjin's complaints and didn't take them seriously. Other side. Fang Zhenjin also breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. She knew that Gao Yan had plans to raise funds. To be honest, she was really worried that Gao Yan would refuse directly because the owner didn't seem to be short of money. But sometimes, money is not everything, and the most taboo thing in business is to eat alone. Once you plan to eat alone, you will find that there are enemies on all sides. Even though the Sunday Mall was developing extremely rapidly, it was because no one was keeping an eye on it. She could predict that they would not be easy in the future, because Alibaba and JD.com have already targeted them. In order to relieve stress, it is necessary to find allies to share the pressure. Inside the hotel, Gao Yan hung up the phone and returned to the table. Seeing that neither his grandma nor his sisters moved their chopsticks, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Didn't I let you eat first? Brother-in-law, it's better to eat together as a family." Chen Yoling said with a smile. "You are the only one who can talk. Eat quickly, otherwise you will get cold." Gao Yan felt warm in his heart and said with a smile. After eating. After staying for a while, Gao Yan took Chen Yue away. After riding in the car for a day, Grandma was already very tired. Shall I take you back to school? Gao Yan said to Chen Yue. After already capturing Zhuo Jianyue and Jing Xiaoyu, Gao Yan did not want to capture Chen Yue so quickly, but planned to enjoy the process of being ambiguous with each other. After sending Chen Yue back to school, Gao Yan returned to the rental house. The old lady and sister-in-law will move in tomorrow, and he plans to do a general cleaning of the room. He is at the peak of his energy and has abundant physical strength. Even after driving for a day, I don't feel tired. In addition, he usually pays more attention to personal hygiene, so the room is relatively clean. It only took half an hour to clean the whole room, but I have to buy a new set of bedding tomorrow. After taking a shower, Gao Yan lay down on the bed. After replying to Zhuo Jianyue's several WeChat messages, he logged on to the Huyu Live Broadcasting Network. Now, Tiger Entertainment's PK competition has entered the semifinals. Even if Gao Yan did not make a move, Jing Xiaoyu also made it into the top 100, which was naturally inseparable from the support of the guild. However, her ranking was not high. Although she made it into the top 100, she only reached 84th place. And to enter the finals, she had to reach 50th place. Gao Yan clicked on the ranking list and found that the reward value of the 50th place was only 580,000 yuan if converted into money. Jing Xiaoyu's current reward value is only 450,000 yuan, a difference of 130,000 yuan in reward value. If converted into luxury cruise ships, there are only 26 ships. Today's 5 million in the online virtual card has not been recharged. Gao Yan first recharged the 5 million into the account, and the account still has more than 20 million available funds. Then click on the gift interface and start clicking to give. I am not Brother Yan, I gave you Bao Luxury Cruise Ship X1. I am not Brother Yan, I gave you Bao Luxury Cruise Ship X2. I am not Brother Yan, I gave you Bao Luxury Cruise Ship X3. I am not Brother Yan, I gave you Bao Luxury Cruise Ship X100. 100 luxury cruise ships were smashed, directly pushing Jing Xiaoyu's ranking to the top 10, but just occupying the 10th place. After thinking about it, he didn't need to spend real money anyway. Gao Yan continued to brush, intending to push Jing Xiaoyu to the first place. But after brushing a few luxury cruise ships, Jing Xiaoyu sent a WeChat message asking him not to brush, because she can now enter the finals. There is no need to waste money. Gao Yan ignored and did not reply, but continued to brush. A few minutes later, Jing Xiaoyu successfully reached the top, surpassed the first place, won the semifinals championship, and the reward value also broke 2 million, reaching 2.2 million, with a gap of 200,000 yuan from the first place. Then Gao Yan opened WeChat and replied to Jing Xiaoyu, "What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." "Yu Bao, my husband loves you so much, but don't do that anymore. I feel bad. When I think the website will take 40% of the money." The Fable Guild and Tiger Entertainment signed a 6:4 split, with the guild taking 60%. Jing Xiaoyu signed a tailor-made contract with the guild. The guild will not take any of her gift revenue, but will instead give her a lot of promotional resources. Magic City, in a luxury apartment. Qin Yusin is practicing yoga before going to bed. Suddenly, the little assistant broke into the yoga room and shouted, "Sister Xin, something is wrong. You were blown away by Yu Bao and fell to second place." Chen Yusin is also an anchor and the first sister of Hu Entertainment. She ranked first in the PK competition the year before last and last year. This year she also came out on top, and she thought there was no problem in winning the first place. Unexpectedly, Qing Yaojin came out halfway. However, she just frowned and said calmly, "Okay, I understand. You collect the information about Yu Bao first. I will come out after practicing yoga." The reason why she didn't look panicked was that she was confident, because she also had a nickname in Hu Entertainment called Singing and Dancing Double Ju. Her singing skills were very strong, and she could become the first sister of Tiger Entertainment. In addition to her beauty, the biggest factor is her singing skills. In addition, her dancing skills are also very good. It stands to reason that with her condition, she should not be involved in the live broadcast industry, but in the entertainment industry. In fact, this was what she planned at the beginning, and she was extremely confident in herself, but just 3 months later, she suffered a huge blow. So out of anger, she simply became a host. Unexpectedly, she became an instant hit with her extraordinary beauty and outstanding singing skills. And this year, she also released her own single. Although it didn't become a classic, it was still a hit. She also took advantage of the popularity of her single to appear on several variety shows. Just when she was planning to use this opportunity to return to the entertainment industry, she didn't expect that reality gave her another heavy blow. This made her feel very depressed. Soon, Chen Yusin walked out wearing a close-fitting yoga suit, looking particularly attractive. Fortunately, the assistant was also a girl. "Give me her information," Chen Yusin said lightly. The assistant quickly handed her the printed information. It must be said that the information collected by the assistant was quite complete. "Sister Xin, do we want to start broadcasting?" the assistant asked. No. Chen Yusin didn't take Xing Xiaoyu too seriously. In her opinion, Xing Xiaoyu was just fawning over an elder brother, but the elder brother's financial resources were always limited, and she had as many as 12 million fans in Hu Entertainment. And these fans are not fake at all, and there are many die-hard fans. In addition, she also has several big brothers. At the same time, in a small WeChat group. This WeChat group was created by one of Chen Yusin's eldest brothers, and all her other eldest brothers were also included. "I am Lao Wang at everyone." Xinxin's votes were surpassed by Yu Bao. "Brothers, it's time for us to contribute. I am Lao Wang, Chen Yusin's first eldest brother. He has supported her for more than 3 years and is also her biggest fan. Over the past 3 years, he has given Chen Yusin more than 3 million. The two also met in private and had dinner. I am Lao Wang also expressed his desire to pursue Chen Yusin, but was politely rejected by Chen Yusin. Unexpectedly, I am Lao Wang, and he did not just leave. Instead, he became her most staunch big brother. Iron Rooster, Brother Wang, it's only over 200,000. We don't need to contribute yet. Why don't we wait? Shuzhou Wu Yanzu, yes, Xinxin has so many die-hard fans, only 200,000 they can easily overtake by spending 1 yuan each. In the past 2 years, under the leadership of I am Lao Wang, these elder brothers have also supported Chen Yusin. However, because Chen Yusin has not focused on live broadcasting in the past 6 months, and the time for live broadcasting has become less and less, the enthusiasm of these big brothers has gradually faded. In addition, Chen Yusin is too arrogant, so not everyone is willing to be a licking dog like I am Lao Wang. That's why, even though he knew that Chen Yusen had been exposed, the big brother in the group didn't react at all. Seeing that both Tai Gongji and Shuzhou Daniel Wu were unwilling to contribute, I am Lao Wang frowned, and then at another big brother in the group, if you are not handsome, call the police. What do you say, handsome? If you're not handsome, call the police. I joined the group half a year ago. It is very active. Every time Chen Yusen starts broadcasting, at least 3 luxury cruise ships will be viewed. If you're not handsome, call the police. I'm sorry, Lao Wang, I've been cheating recently and I'm powerless. For a moment, I am Lao Wang's brows furrowed even deeper. Instead of asking anyone else, he switched to Who Entertainment live broadcast and gave Chen Yusen 210,000 in one breath, overtaking Yubao in no time. You must know that Chen Yusen is not live broadcasting at this moment, and the entire live broadcast room is black screen. Many water friends who came in were secretly surprised, but they were relieved when they saw that I was Lao Wang. Who didn't know that I was Lao Wang and was Chen Yusen's strongest brother? Apparently he saw Yubao defeat Chen Yusen and helped Chen Yusen regain the first place. Inside a luxury apartment, the assistant shouted excitedly, Sister Xian, I am Lao Wang and I have swiped 210,000 to help you regain the first place. Okay, I get it. Chen Yusen was not surprised. I am Lao Wang is her senior dog licker, but she still gave a simple thank you to I am Lao Wang on WeChat. Gao Yan was about to exit Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room and go to the live broadcast room of an anchor under his own guild, when he suddenly discovered that Jing Xiaoyu had dropped to second place again. Then start brushing again. This time, he swiped 200 luxury cruise ships in one go. Not only did he regain the first place, he also opened a gap of 1 million with the opponent. Chen Yusen, who had said I am Lao Wang, was preparing to go to bed. The assistant exclaimed again, Sister Xian, it's bad that I'm not brother Yan. He directly swiped 1 million, we were blown up again. Suddenly, Chen Yusen frowned deeply. It seems that this old man Yubao is not kind, most likely he wants to snatch the championship of this PK competition. Sister Xian, what should we do? Do we need to mobilize the iron fans to swipe gifts? The assistant asked. No, go to bed first, and talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, there are still a few days before the rematch, so there is no rush. On the other side, Chen Yusen's dog brother saw that his goddess was blown up again, and he couldn't help but be very angry. He wanted to help the goddess get the first place back, but unfortunately, his account was empty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked other brothers to swipe in the group just now. After a slight hesitation, he decided to go to the hardcore fan group and mobilize those hardcore fans to help the goddess get the first place back. But to his disappointment and surprise, the hardcore fans in the hardcore group responded very little. Because there have been rumors that Chen Yusen is going to move to the entertainment industry, and her live broadcast frequency is getting less and less. She used to be able to broadcast 5 days a week, but now, it's good to be able to broadcast 1 day a week. We support you because you broadcast live, and now you don't broadcast live. Why should we still support you? Therefore, these die-hard fans also have opinions about Chen Yusen. Otherwise, even if I am Lao Wang and don't remind you, everyone will help to get back to the first place. However, there are still many die-hard fans willing to support her. Many people ran to the live broadcast room with a black screen to send gifts. But because the gap was too large, they only leveled 300,000. As for Gao Yan, he found that the second place had increased by 300,000. He simply sent 200 ships again, widening the gap between the two sides to 1.7 million. His actions made Qin Yusin's die-hard fans feel desperate and powerless. Almost all those who were sending gifts chose to give up, not to mention that Qin Yusin had not expressed her position at this time. It made them feel that the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was anxious, so they were too lazy to send gifts again. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. In the apartment bedroom, Qin Yusin has been lying in bed for half an hour, but she still can't fall asleep. She doesn't care as much as she shows. Hesitant slightly, she reached for the mobile phone on the bedside table and logged into the Huyu Live broadcasting network with her trumpet. When she saw the name firmly occupying the first place on the list, she suddenly felt a little dazzled, and then looked at herself who was ranked second. The gap between the two sides is a full 1.7 million. Why is the gap getting bigger and bigger? Qin Yusin frowned secretly. Then I clicked on Jing Xiaoyu's list and found that I'm Not Brother Yan had almost earned 3.8 million for Yubao tonight. You must know that it took her god-level licking dog I Am Lao Wang more than 3 years to give her more than 3 million. But it was surpassed by others in one night. Thinking of this, Qin Yusin felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. To be honest, she was quite touched that I Am Lao Wang had stayed with her for 3 years. If she hadn't always wanted to return to the entertainment industry, she might have really agreed to his pursuit. But at this moment, she suddenly realized that I Am Lao Wang seemed to be somewhat useless, and the touch in her heart gradually faded away. Then, she clicked on her own list and found that in this rematch, I Am Lao Wang had only given her a total of 210,000. This made her even more dissatisfied. And she knows that I Am Lao Wang has brought all her eldest brothers into a group. If she encounters this situation in normal times, she does not need to worry at all. I Am Lao Wang will mobilize those eldest brothers to regain the first place. But now, there is no movement from those big brothers, which makes her feel more and more that I Am Lao Wang. Other side. Gao Yan knew that the wave was stable after he discovered that Qin Yusin's fans had stopped making any movement after spending 300,000. So I quit Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room and found a few anchors who liked her to watch a few luxury cruise ships. This made those anchors extremely happy. There was even a female anchor who sent him another 404 photo. After exiting Huyu Live broadcast, Gao Yan brought up the system interface. I found that from early last night to now, the upgrade experience has only increased by 80 million. This is the aftermath of Black Sunday. I bought all the things I needed to buy during the event last night, and those I didn't buy will wait until this Sunday to buy them. After all, the discounts on Black Sunday are too strong. It is worth mentioning that the upgrade experience this time soared directly to 20 billion, a full increase of 10 times. Even if the sales amount every Black Sunday can reach 3 billion, it will take almost 2 months to upgrade to level 11. Fortunately, there are still more than 40 billion lying around in the system. And there is not much place to spend money, so Gao Yan is not in a hurry. By the way, I haven't drank the medicinal wine yet. Gao Yan got up and went to the living room to put a glass of medicinal wine and drink it, then turned off the light and went to sleep. A dreamless night. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning when Gao Yan woke up. After briefly washing up, he first drove to school to pick up Chen Yue, and then called Chen Yuling to remind Chen Yuling that the hotel where they lived had free breakfast and asked her to remember to have breakfast with her grandma. Later, Gao Yan drove to a nearby shopping mall and bought a brand new four-piece suit, as well as some grain, oil, rice and noodles. He used to open fire alone and didn't buy much grain, oil, rice and noodles. Do you think there's anything else you want to buy? Gao Yan asked Chen Yue. No, that's enough, Chen Yue said. Then buy some more fruit. After shopping, Gao Yan first sent Chen Yue to the rental house and asked her to make the bed while he went to the hotel to pick him up. Brother-in-law, where is my sister? In the hotel lobby, Chen Yuling asked. Your sister is cleaning up at the house. Come on, I'll take you there. Gao Yan took the initiative to help the old lady into the car, and then drove the two of them to the rental house. No, that house belonged to him now, it shouldn't be called a rental house. When the three of them came to the house, they found that the whole house was becoming more and more spotless. Apparently, Chen Yue had cleaned it again. Brother-in-law, there is only one room here. We are staying here. Where do you live? When Chen Yuling discovered that there was only one room, she couldn't help but asked worriedly. Don't worry, is it possible that I can still live on the street? I still have a house elsewhere, Gao Yan said with a smile. Just then, a phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoming calling. Gao Yan picked up the phone and asked, Sister Lin, what's the matter? Lin Xiaoming's voice was low and hoarse. Xiao Gao, I moved out of the apartment I mortgaged for you yesterday. When you are free, I will transfer the ownership of the apartment to you. It's not, Sister Lin, isn't it a mortgage? Can't it be redeemed when you are rich? Gao Yan said in confusion. No need, Xiao Gao, our mother and son are leaving Nandu, and all the properties in my hands have to be disposed of. Lin Xiaoming said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but frown. Sister Lin, are you in any trouble? I heard Moer say before that she didn't apply for Yangdong Science. Doesn't she go to school in Nandu? No, we will all move to the capital. When will you be free? Can we go through the transfer procedures? Lin Xiaoming asked again. Okay, Sister Lin, I'm free at any time. Then let's do it today, Lin Xiaoming said. Then, the two agreed to meet at the housing authority. Yue, Lingling, I have to go out for something. I will take you to play in the afternoon. Brother-in-law, you don't have to worry about us, business matters are important, Chen Yuling said very sensibly. Okay. Gao Yan nodded, there is no shortage of anything at home. You can cook at home at noon. I will take you to eat a very delicious hot pot in the evening. Almost half an hour passed. Gao Yan showed up at the housing authority, and Lin Xiaoming had arrived early. But what surprised Gao Yan was that Lin Xiaoming was wearing sunglasses and a mask covering almost her entire face. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan activated his golden eyes and saw 5 bright red fingerprints still on Lin Xiaoming's cheek. Sister Lin, are you okay? Gao Yan asked with concern. I'm fine, let's go through the transfer process, Lin Xiaoming urged. Gao Yan originally wanted to know what happened, but looking at Lin Xiaoming, it was obvious that he didn't want to say anything. In this case, he didn't force it. Because Lin Xiaoming had taken care of everything in advance, and as the saying goes, special things should be done, the suite was soon transferred to Gao Yan's name. Xiao Gao, I have to deal with some other things, so I'll take the first step. After walking out of the housing authority, Lin Xiaomin was about to leave, but Gao Yan couldn't help shouting, "Sister Lin, what happened? Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help?" Lin Xiaomin was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Xiao Gao is interested." "Sister Lin, thank you, but this is Sister Lin's family matter, and you can't help. By the way, if you come to the capital one day, you can call me. Telephone." Having said this, Gao Yan couldn't say anything more, so he could only nod his head. "Okay, if I come to the capital, I will contact you as soon as I come to the capital. Goodbye Xiao Gao." "Goodbye." After watching Lin Xiaomin leave, Gao Yan was also ready to go back to his room. In the school district, it happened that the house next door had been transferred to his name, and he could let sisters Qin Yue and Grandma live next door. This way Qin Yue doesn't have to live in a dormitory. On the way back, Gao Yan glanced at the rearview mirror again, but his brows furrowed slightly, because a white Maserati Quattroporte followed 7 or 8 meters behind his car. It seems that the Maserati crashed behind his car not far from the housing authority. Now, he has changed the route several times, but he still follows unhurriedly. Calling it a coincidence would be too much of a coincidence. But when it comes to stalking, this stalking is too blatant. Thinking of this, Gao Yan looked back with his golden eyes. His gaze directly penetrated the Maserati's windshield. There was only one person in that car. To be precise, she is a young, beautiful, but heroic girl. Moreover, Gao Yan can also conclude that the other party is a warrior, but his cultivation level is not high, he is just bright and powerful. It stands to reason that the heat of the Ma family's destruction has not subsided, so how could any warrior dare to provoke him? Think of this. Gao Yan couldn't help but speed up, and soon he left the city and parked the car on the side of the road. Sure enough, the Maserati followed closely and stopped on the side of the road. Then, the car door opened and the other party got out of the car. "Who are you?" Gao Yan asked, coldly. Sun Ruashi looked at Gao Yan curiously and said, "Mr. Gao, don't get me wrong. This little girl, Sun Ruashi, belongs to the Nandong Sun family." "Sun family? Who are you, Sun Menglong?" Gao Yan asked in a deep voice. Sun Ruashi said, "That guy is my second brother. This little girl is here to apologize to Mr. Gao on behalf of the Sun family." "Apologize?" Gao Yan's expression became a little playful. "It's been so long, and you're just thinking of apologizing now?" Hearing this, Sun Ruashi looked a little embarrassed, although Mr. Gao's apology comes a little late. Our Sun family is absolutely sincere. Gao Yan understood that it was probably the Sun family who also knew that his master Ma Jia had destroyed the Ma family, so he was worried. If the Ma family had not been destroyed, the Sun family would not have come to apologize. Sincerity? Gao Yan smiled disdainfully. "How do I feel it? Could it be that the Sun family is planning to use a honey trap against me?" "Of course not." Sun Ruashi was a little angry, but she didn't dare to show it. Actually, it was Sun Menglong who should have come to apologize to you in person, but that guy's legs had been broken by my father, so the little girl took over. By the way, there is a video, Mr. Gao, can we add WeChat and I'll send the video to you? Gao Yan nodded, took out his phone and added Sun Ruashi's WeChat account. Then she sent him a video and clicked on the video. Gao Yan watched it with relish. This video is the scene where Sun Menglong's legs were broken. What do you think, Mr. Gao? Sun Ruashi asked. If you are not satisfied, we can also break his arms. Why do I feel that you are looking forward to it? Gao Yan caught a trace of Sun Ruashi's expression and joked, isn't he your second brother? Although Gao Yan saw what she was thinking, Sun Ruashi didn't feel any embarrassment and explained, although that guy is my second brother, my relationship with him is not good. On the contrary, it is a bit bad. Sun Ruashi was dissatisfied and disgusted with Sun Menglong for ruining the Sun family's reputation outside, but she didn't expect that he would dare to attack her assistant, Sun Shui. If she hadn't rescued him in time, Sun Shui might have been harmed by that bastard. Sun Shui had grown up with her and was her assistant on the surface, but in fact, she regarded Sun Shui as a sister, so how could she tolerate Sun Menglong harming her? It's just that the Sun family favors boys over girls, and Sun Shui is an orphan adopted by the Sun family, and she was stopped by her, so the matter ended. But she always held grudges, which was why she was so gloating when she heard that Sun Menglong had his teeth knocked out by Gao Yan. Okay, I have received your Sun family's sincerity, let's end this matter. Here. Gao Yan waved his hand and wanted to get in the car and leave. He did not suffer any loss at Tianyun Club, and the Sun family also broke Sun Menglong's legs, so he did not want to pursue it any further. Wait a minute, Mr. Gao. Sun Ruashi shouted, then opened the car door, took out a rectangular box and walked up. The video just now is an apology. It is an apology from our Sun family. We also ask Mr. Gao to accept it. What's this? Gao Yan took the box and found that the box was a little heavy and emitted a faint fragrance. This is a 120-year-old Changbai Mountain wild ginseng. Sun Ruashi said. Ginseng is not a rare thing, but it is cultivated. But wild ginseng is more expensive, especially the older ones. As for wild ginseng that is over 100 years old, it is definitely a rare treasure. It cannot be bought with money. The most important thing is that this thing can kill people. Even if someone has it, they will not easily sell it on the market. Moreover, wild ginseng is also of great benefit to martial arts practitioners, as it can strengthen qi and blood. Unfortunately, Gao Yan's physique has reached the peak of ordinary people, and this wild ginseng is of no use to him. The effect after taking it is not as good as the medicinal wine he brewed himself. But he doesn't need this thing, but maybe his relatives and friends can use it in the future. Okay, I'm very satisfied with this apology. Goodbye, Miss Sun. After closing the box again, Gao Yan returned to the car. Looking at the Bentley Mulsanne speeding away, Sun Ruashi also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect to complete the task so easily. Unfortunately, Gao Yan didn't propose to plan Sun Menglong's arms. Tianyun Club. Xiao Dai knocked on the door and entered, bowing to Tu Yun standing on the balcony and reporting, Madam, the information you want has been found. But give it to me. Tu Yun turned around. Xiao Dai handed over the information with both hands, and Tu Yun opened it eagerly, but soon her brows frowned. She didn't get the information about Song Guahui from Jiang Lao. She mobilized her intelligence forces to investigate. But the information she investigated was seriously inconsistent with reality. According to the information her subordinates investigated, Song Guahui was just a retired uncle, and his resume was quite clear. He was not a martial artist at all. She wanted to see something strange from this information, but unfortunately, she failed. Are you sure this information is true? Tu Yun said dissatisfiedly. Madam, I have doubts about this information, so I have sent someone to verify it. Xiao Dai said hurriedly. Okay, I know. Tu Yun waved her hand and signaled Xiao Dai to retreat. She was full of doubts. No matter how you look at it, Song Wehui is just an ordinary retired old man. How can he become a Danjin master? Moreover, he has never left Nanyun since he retired. How did he and Gao Yan come into contact? At this time, someone else came to report. Madam, the Wei family sent someone to buy intelligence. Suddenly, Tu Yun's face turned black. Needless to say, the intelligence that the Wei family came to buy must be about Song Wehui. But if she gave the information she found to the Wei family, would the Wei family believe it? So she said, let him come back in 2 days. After sending her subordinates away, Tu Yun had a headache. Suddenly, she had an idea. Why not try Gao Yan's tone? Brother-in-law, you're back so soon? Seeing Gao Yan coming back, Chen Yiling, who was watching TV, quickly stood up and greeted him. Well, the things were done ahead of time. Where's your sister? Gao Yan asked. Sister went to work, and grandma is resting in the room. Chen Yiling said. Again. Come with me. Gao Yan took Chen Yiling to the next door. The next door apartment is a 2-in-1 layout. Although Lin Xiaomin and her daughter have moved out, the furniture and appliances are still there, and it can be seen that the furniture and appliances in the room are all high-end goods. And the room is also cleaned up. Brother-in-law, this apartment is not yours too, right? Chen Yiling asked. Curiously. Gao Yan nodded. Originally, the owner of this apartment mortgaged the house to me, but they still live in the house. But coincidentally, they moved out yesterday. I just went out to handle the house transfer procedures. This apartment has 2 rooms. Your grandma lives in one, you and your sister live in one, and I live next door. What do you think? Well, I'll listen to my brother-in-law. Before noon, Gao Yan and Chen Yiling worked together to decorate the apartment and helped grandma over. Then, Gao Yan took Chen Yiling to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Unexpectedly, as soon as they went downstairs, they met Chen Yue, who was coming back from buying vegetables, so the 3 of them turned back together. And Gao Yan also said, why are you in such a hurry to go to work? So, I'll give you 3 days off. First, and I'll accompany grandma and Lingling around Nandu for 3 days. After a slight hesitation, Chen Yue nodded and agreed. The schools in the university town have been on vacation, and the flow of people in the snack street has dropped all of a sudden. Therefore, even if there are only 2 clerks in the store, they are very idle. Plus, she also wanted to accompany her sister and grandma to play, so she followed Gao Yan's arrangement. After going upstairs, when Chen Yue saw Gao Yan running straight to the next door and took out the key to open the door, she couldn't help but look suspicious. It was not the first time she came to Gao Yan's house. Now, how did Gao Yan open the next door? Sister, this house next door also belongs to my brother-in-law. Chen Yiling solved Chen Yue's doubts. Today at noon, I will show you my skills. Gao Yan said with a smile. Brother-in-law, can you cook? Chen Yiling asked with curiosity. How strange, is cooking difficult? Moreover, the food I cook is quite delicious. Gao Yan looked complacent. Magic City, in a luxury apartment. Although Chen Yusin did not live broadcast, she and her assistant have been paying attention to the situation on the rankings. After one night, the gap between her and Yubao not only did not shorten, but widened, with a gap of more than 1.8 million. Sister Xian, how about we start broadcasting earlier today and broadcast for a few more hours? The assistant suggested. Because of the popularity of the single, she has been on several variety shows in succession, and she has become arrogant and gradually looked down on the identity of anchor, so her live broadcast time is getting shorter and shorter. Although this period of time is free. But she doesn't want to broadcast for a few hours every day like before. Even if the PK competition comes, she insists on broadcasting only for 2 hours a day. Even if she encounters a large amount of rewards, she will not broadcast for 1 more minute. And her live broadcast time is from 5 to 7 p.m. Faced with the assistant's suggestion, Chen Yusin is still a little tempted. If you broadcast earlier or suddenly increase the live broadcast time, you will definitely be ridiculed and mocked by others. The assistant seemed to see Chen Yusin's concerns and worries, so she persuaded her, Sister Xian, the gap between us and Yubao is getting bigger and bigger, and in the past 6 months, you have been broadcasting less, and many die-hard fans have announced that they will stop being fans. If this continues, your position as the number 1 sister may not be guaranteed. Looking at the assistant, who was persuading her earnestly, Chen Yusin felt a little irritated and waved her hand. Okay, I know, I will consider it. In the end, Chen Yusin still chose to give in. She had failed to switch from the live broadcast industry to the entertainment industry, and the live broadcast industry was her basic base. If she lost even her basic base, she might really be in trouble. Seeing Chen Yusin agreed, the assistant was very happy. Sister Xian, when do you plan to start broadcasting, so that I can notify the operation? Chen Yusin thought about it. Let's start broadcasting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and broadcast until 7 o'clock. In this way, you can post a message about the start of the broadcast on my Weibo and live broadcast account. Okay, Sister Xian, I'll do it now. The assistant said happily. On the other side, it took half an hour for Gao Yan to make 3 dishes and 1 soup. Because of the super seasoning, the aroma of the dish had already spread, causing Chen Yuling to run directly to the kitchen door and swallow her saliva for a while, praising, "Brother-in-law, why are the dishes you cook so fragrant?" Even the grandmother on the sofa in the living room frequently cast curious eyes towards the kitchen, and then said to Chen Yue, "Yue, you are lucky, your boyfriend's cooking skills are so good." Chen Yue smiled shyly, and her eyes could not help but cast towards the busy figure in the kitchen, but there was a smile of happiness and pride on her face. Lingling, stop looking around, come and serve the dishes, and prepare to eat. Gao Yan greeted Chen Yuling while taking a bowl to fill the rice cooker with rice. Finally, we can eat. Chen Yuling rushed into the kitchen impatiently. After a while, at the dining table, Gao Yan smiled and said, "Everyone, start eating. Brother-in-law, you have worked hard, eat a piece of meat." Chen Yuling picked up a piece of bacon and put it in Gao Yan's bowl. "Well, thank you, Lingling." Gao Yan was very pleased with Chen Yuling's sensible behavior. At the same time, Gao Lang's bad words to him echoed in his mind. If his adoptive parents and his cheap brother were a little nicer to him, why would he break off relations with them? "Grandma, sister, you guys eat too." Chen Yuling picked up another piece for Grandma and Chen Yue. Following that, Chen Yuling picked up a piece of bacon and put it in her mouth. She almost cried because it was so delicious, Woo, it's so delicious. It's obviously bacon. Why don't my sister and I make it as delicious as my brother-in-law? If it's delicious, eat more, Gao Yan said with a smile. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, and even the old lady ate 2 bowls of rice. After the meal, the 2 sisters divided the work, one washed the dishes and the other cleaned the house. Gao Yan helped Grandma to the sofa to watch TV. After the 2 sisters were busy, Gao Yan suggested that they go to visit Nandu University in the afternoon when the sun was not so scorching, and then he went back to the next door. Oh, he suddenly thought that he hadn't sold his stocks yet. The stock price reached its peak on Monday. The dealer has already sold them today. Of course, the dealer has a lot of stocks in his hands, and he dare not sell all the stocks in his hands, otherwise, the stock price will definitely fluctuate greatly, and then their profits will be reduced a lot. He logged into the stock software and looked at the stock price, and there was not much fluctuation. So, after the afternoon opening, Gao Yan sold the stocks in his hands in several batches. The final profit was hundreds of thousands less than expected, mainly because he smashed it too hard, causing the stock price to fluctuate to a certain extent. Even so, he made a huge profit of 58.03 million through Aom Pharmaceuticals. If he had made so much money in a month when he first got the system, he would definitely be very surprised. But now, he seems unusually calm. After clicking to withdraw money to the bank account directly, Gao Yan observed the trend of Aom Pharmaceuticals again. But he found that within 10 minutes after he cleared his position, the stock price of Aom Pharmaceuticals fell 5 points in succession. What he didn't know was that someone was cursing in a private villa in the Magic City. Wang Chao shouted coldly, "Damn it, check for me, and see which bastard is crashing the market?" For the stock of Aom Pharmaceuticals, Dynasty has led the team to make arrangements in advance for a long time. While harvesting, someone suddenly jumped out and smashed the market. The stock price fell by 5 points, and his income would be reduced by tens of millions. If the situation cannot be stabilized, the losses will be even greater. Boss, the stock price continues to fall. Do we want to continue shipping? Huadong asked for instructions. Dynasty suppressed his anger, calmed his mind, and said, "Stop shipping, take part of the sell orders first, and try your best to increase the stock price." Only 1/10 of the stocks in their hands were sold. If there hadn't been a sell-off just now, they could have quietly shipped out. But now that someone has sold out, they continue to ship, which is likely to cause a chain reaction and cause the stock price to continue to fall. "Okay, boss, I'll make arrangements right away." In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes passed, and Huadong came back. "Boss, the stock price has stabilized and has risen by 2 points, but I'm afraid it won't be possible to ship again today." "Then let's go out tomorrow." Chow Chow thought for a moment and realized that they were the largest bookmakers in Aom Pharmaceuticals anyway. As long as the kind of smashing behavior stopped happening, he was still sure to control the stock price. At this time, the phone rang. Seeing the note on the call, Wang Chao looked slightly stern, waved to Hua Dong, then picked up the phone and said respectfully, "Brother Yu, what are your orders?" A calm voice came from the phone. "Xiao Wang, I heard someone said that there was an accident on your side?" Chow Chow said, "Yes, Brother Yu, there was a little accident, but the problem is not serious. However, we will not continue to ship today, and we will arrange shipment tomorrow." "Brother Yu, well, I believe that you are a professional and just follow the arrangements." By the way, how much profit do we have now? Dynasty, brother Yu, after deducting the investment, we have already made a profit of 300 million. If we get rid of the remaining stocks, we should be able to earn 3 billion. Brother Yu, Xiao Wang did a good job. In this way, you first transfer the principal and 200 million profits into everyone's account. I will make arrangements tonight to celebrate your success. Cao Cao hurriedly said, Brother Xingyu, I'll make arrangements right away. But forget about celebrating. I still need to keep an eye on this place. When this matter is over, it's not too late to celebrate. Brother Yu smiled and said, Okay, don't be too tired, pay attention to rest. Dynasty, thank you, Brother Yu, I will do it. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chao's face couldn't help but look a little colder. Han Shangyu found out about the smashing of the market just a short time ago, which meant that he had an informant around him. However, he can understand this. If such a large sum of money is entrusted to him, why don't he send someone to keep an eye on it quietly? The funds he used to operate Aume pharmaceutical stocks, this time did not belong to him alone. It should be said that the funds belonging to him were only a very small part. Most of the money was raised, led by Han Shangyu. And the commission he took was extremely low, mainly to please Han Shangyu and the others, hoping to enter their circle. As long as he entered their circle, the benefits would be huge. Tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. Another subordinate arrived. Have you found it? Dynasty asked. This subordinate was the one he sent to investigate the person who smashed the plate. The boss was found. The subordinate nodded. The other party is a retail investor. He spent 8 million to purchase the shares of Aume Medicine when we were liquidating. During this period, he did not make any unnecessary operations. He only cleared all the stocks in his hands today. Therefore, I think it was a coincidence, and he didn't mean to target us. How many does he have? Dynasty asked. There should be more than 50 million, the subordinate said. What the hell? Wang Chao looked unhappy and cursed, we worked so hard to increase the stock price, but this guy got a big advantage. Is there any way to mess with him? Cao Cao asked. The subordinate smiled bitterly and said, it can't be done. The other party is operating like a fool. One purchase and one sale. There is no violation at all. Even if he is reported, there is nothing he can do. Moreover, it is impossible for him to have any relationship with Aume Medical. It has any relationship. Okay, I understand, you go out first. Wang Chao waved his hand away, then poured himself a glass of red wine and drank it down. He was still unhappy. Not only did the other party make more than 50 million in vain, but he also lost a lot. We can't let him go so easily. Think of this. He ordered his subordinates to give him a copy of the retail investors' information. After reading the information, he picked up the phone and dialed a certain phone number. But Gao Yan had no idea that he was being resented because of his behavior of selling stocks to hit the market. Although the experience only increased by 66 million, the system rebates were 660 million. By the way, there is also the matter of opening a milk tea branch, so we can start making arrangements. So, he picked up his cell phone and called Li Feng and gave him a task to find suitable milk tea stores to rent in the city. Anyway, finding a store would not affect his injury. When Li Feng finishes this matter, he will be rewarded with a bottle of medicinal wine, which can help his injuries recover early. It's around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun is no longer so harsh. Gao Yan accompanied sisters Qin Yue and Grandma to visit Nandu University. He had already booked a private room at Brother's Hot Pot restaurant, and after visiting the university, he would go to the Hot Pot restaurant for dinner. Unexpectedly, just after walking around for a while, the phone rang. "Hello, I'm Gao Yan." "Young Master Gao, I'm Tu Yun, do you remember me?" "It's Mr. Tu, what's the matter?" "Tu Yun, can't I call Mr. Gao if I don't have anything?" "Gao Yan, Mr. Tu, let's talk business." On the other end of the phone, Tu Yun was slightly stunned. "Mr. Gao, I want to treat you to dinner tonight, are you free?" "Gao Yan, what a coincidence, Mr. Tu, I already have an appointment tonight." Gao Yan, who wanted to refuse directly, suddenly had an idea. Thinking of Lin Xiaomin and her daughter suddenly leaving Nandu, Tianyun Club can buy intelligence, so why not ask Tu Yun for the reason? So, he changed the subject. "Mr. Tu, dinner is not possible, but supper is available. Are you free? I will treat you to supper tonight." Tu Yun said, "Okay, then I'll wait for your call." Walked and rested, wandered around for almost an hour. "Lingling, how do you feel?" Gao Yan asked. "I didn't expect that the university is so big." Qin Yiling sighed. The junior high school she attended was only a little big, not even 1/10 of Nandu University. Gao Yan smiled and explained, "In fact, Nandu University is not that big. There are many universities that are bigger than Nandu University." "Really?" Qin Yiling couldn't help showing longing and determination in her eyes. "I must go to college." "Then you have to work hard," Gao Yan said. Hearing her sister's words, Qin Yue, as an elder sister, was also quite pleased, and at the same time agreed with the proposal to let her sister gain more knowledge. Just after visiting the university, she has determined the idea of going to college. "Okay, it's almost time, let's go to the hot pot restaurant to eat." Gao Yan touched Qin Yiling's head and said. Driving to the first branch of Brothers Hot Pot restaurant, the business is still very hot, and there are more than 20 seats waiting in line for a number. "Brother Yan, you're awesome." Qing Hao gave Gao Yan a thumbs up. "You're pretty quick." "Did you get Chen Yue?" "Almost." Gao Yan nodded. Although the two were still in the ambiguous stage and hadn't exposed that relationship, if there were no accidents, Chen Yue would be his girlfriend sooner or later. "But I still have to remind you, be careful of capsizing." Qing Hao smiled. "By the way, there's Yang Yu, how are you going to deal with her?" "She and I are innocent." "Yes, you are innocent," Qing Hao said with a look that looked like you were fooling a fool. "When are you going to find a girlfriend?" Gao Yan didn't want to dwell on this issue, so he changed the subject. "Directly, although you're not good-looking, you're a rich second generation. After all, it shouldn't be difficult to find a girlfriend, right? Women will only affect the speed at which I make money," Qing Hao said disapprovingly. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you." Gao Yan pouted and turned back to the box. 10 p.m. Tianyun Club. Xiao Dai knocked on the door and came in, reporting, "Madam, we have conducted a more detailed investigation and even testing on that Song Wehui, and it can be completely proven that he is just an ordinary retired old man, and is not a great master of Danjin at all." "What about the great Danjin master who destroyed the Ma family?" Tu Yun asked with a frown. "It should be disguised," Xiao Dai said with certainty. "Xiao He got the Ma family's surveillance video. Although the Ma family's opponent Song Wehui is exactly the same as the Current Song Hui, his movements and posture are not at all like those who have passed the age. The ancient old man. So that's it? Tu Yun suddenly asked, then is there any way to trace the other party's true identity? No way to trace it. Xiao Dai shook her head. We found that he first appeared near a certain unfinished building in Kunming City. Our people went to search the unfinished building and indeed found some clues, but that's all. Madam, do you want to continue to pursue it? No need. Tu Yun waved her hand, since the other party doesn't want to reveal his true identity, if we continue to pursue it, we will offend him. There are only 5 danjins in Daxia, which shows how rare danjins are. Such masters will not be neglected in any country or place, and will only receive preferential treatment and respect. Therefore, exposing danjin's strength is beneficial and harmless. But Gao Yan's master chose to conceal his identity, which meant that he didn't want to be exposed, or there was a reason why he couldn't be exposed. If he continued to investigate, not only would there be no benefit, but he might even be resented. When Jiang Yanwang was willing to help her out, it was because he had a relationship with her dead grandmother. But she is not his granddaughter, after all. Standing up for her is just a trivial matter. If she really offends a Danjin master, King Jianghel may not stand up for her again. Anyway, that Danjin's disciple is Gao Yan. She is not qualified to make friends with Danjin directly, but she can definitely make friends with Danjin's disciples. After all, judging from the destruction of the Ma family, that Danjin is an extremely protective person. Just then, the phone rang. It was Gao Yan calling. Xiao Dai arranges a car to go to Haitian food stall. Suddenly, Xiao Dai's expression was a little strange. Why would Madame go to such a place? But she still obeyed the order. More than 20 minutes later, a low-key black Mercedes-Benz arrived outside the Haitian food stall. Tu Yun got off the car and walked into the food stall. She glanced around and saw Gao Yan sitting under an awning. Mr. Tu, please sit down. Gao Yan looked at Tu Yun and said. Tu Yun was not pretentious at all and sat down directly opposite Gao Yan. Mr. Tu, let's see what you like. Here is the menu. Gao Yan handed over the menu again. Then I won't be polite. Tu Yun called the waiter and ordered 2 more dishes. Would you like a drink? Gao Yan asked, shaking the beer bottle in his hand. Drink? Then I'll fill it up for you. Gao Yan poured Tu Yun a glass of beer and then raised the glass. Tu Yun also picked up the wine glass very simply, clinked it and drank it in 1 gulp. Mr. Tu, are you looking for me for something? Gao Yan peeled 2 peanuts and threw them into his mouth and asked. It's too polite to call you Mr. Tu, why don't you call me Sister Yun? Tu Yun picked up the wine bottle and filled Gao Yan's cup first, then poured it for herself. Okay, I won't suffer from having such a beautiful woman as my sister. I'll call you Sister Yun from now on. Gao Yan said with a smile. He used to be a little afraid of Tu Yun, but now, his strength has surpassed her. What's more, there is a master who comes out of nowhere to intimidate him, so naturally, he will no longer be afraid of Tu Yun. You're so good, brother. I'd like to give you a toast as well. So next, the two chatted while eating and drinking. Brother, I really envy you as a sister. Tu Yun suddenly said quietly. Why are you envious of me? Gao Yan asked doubtfully. Tu Yun smiled and said, I envy you to have Dan Jin as the backstage, unlike my sister, who has to deal with others in order to maintain the situation of Tianyun Club. Hee hee, I'm just lucky. Gao Yan smiled vaguely. Brother, can you reveal the identity of your master? Tu Yun asked. Sister Yun doesn't know about such a big matter in the Ma family. With Sister Yun's strength, she has already investigated everything that should be investigated, right? Gao Yan asked rhetorically. It was indeed investigated, but your master's identity was forged. The real Song Guahui is an ordinary retired old man. Tu Yun said with resentful eyes. Of course, if it is not convenient for your master's identity to be revealed, just take it as my sister and not ask. Sister Yun, my master is a bit eccentric. In fact, even I don't know his true identity. Gao Yan shook his head with a wry smile. Really? Of course it's true. Gao Yan nodded seriously. If Sister Yun can find out his true identity, you might as well tell me. I don't dare. Tu Yun shook her head. Old Senior doesn't want to reveal his identity. If I really investigate and find something, he might slap me to death. Isn't that true? Gao Yan pretended to be stupid. A person like Ma Heian in the late stage of energy transformation is no match for him, let alone me. Then Sister Yun, it's better not to investigate, otherwise you will annoy the master and it will be really difficult. Gao Yan said quickly, by the way, Sister Yun, I have something here that I need your help to investigate. What's the matter? Tu Yun asked. If I knew, I would tell you directly, as a gift for accepting you as my brother. Gao Yan said, my neighbors are a mother and daughter named Lin Xiumin and Lin Moer. During this period, Lin Xiumin suddenly sold her assets and said she was going to Beijing. I want to know the reason. Coincidentally, I just knew this news. Tu Yun said. She did not keep it a secret, and said with a smile, Lin Xiumin is the second daughter of the Beijing Lin family. When she was 18 years old, she went to Germany to study. Unexpectedly, she got pregnant during her study abroad. This incident was a scandal for the Lin family, so they asked Lin Xiumin to abort the child. But Lin Xiumin refused and insisted on giving birth to the child and bringing it back to China. Speaking of this, Tu Yun took a sip of beer before continuing, but her tone became a little playful. What's interesting is that Lin Xiumin had an engagement with Meng Zhixin from the Meng family since she was a child. Therefore, when she came back with the child, the Meng family was furious, and Meng Zhixin even ran to the Lin family and made a scene. What happened later? Gao Yan asked. The Lin family had to give an explanation to the Meng family about this matter, so they expelled Lin Xiumin from the Lin family, and then Lin Xiumin brought her daughter to settle in Nandu. Since she was expelled from the Lin family, why did she return to the capital? Gao Yan asked in confusion. Very simple. Tu Yun sneered. In recent years, the Meng family has seized the policy opportunities and has developed rapidly. It has already surpassed the Lin family by a lot. On the contrary, the Lin family has not only failed to make progress, but has declined. Meng Zhixin has become the head of the Meng family. His wife died of illness last year. He found out that Lin Xiumin was still alone, so he wanted to marry her, but was rejected by Lin Xiumin. After the head of the Lin family, Lin Xiumin's eldest brother Lin Baocheng learned the news, he began to promote this matter. For this reason, they also set up a scheme to make Lin Xiumin's company pay a large sum of money. Even so, Lin Xiumin was unwilling to leave Nandu, but Lin Baocheng was so shameless in order to curry favor with Meng Zhixin that he directly sent someone to take Lin Moer away. Worried about the safety of his daughter, Lin Xiaoming had to give in. Hearing this, Gao Yan's face became a little gloomy. He didn't expect the people of the Lin family to be so despicable. Then he looked at Tu Yun and asked, "Are the Meng and Lin families martial arts families? What's up, brother? Are you planning to be a hero and save the beauty? I can help you, okay?" Tu Yun said with a smile, a little tentative. "Thank you, Sister Yun, for your kindness. I can handle it myself." Gao Yan waved his hand and refused Tu Yun's help. But Tu Yun had a stern look on her face. "Brother, as a sister, I would like to remind you that in the land of Jiangyi, there are crouching tigers, hidden dragons. Although the Lin family and the Meng family are both ordinary business families, if you use force to cause chaos, I'm afraid you will be punished. Not good." Hearing what Tu Yun said, Gao Yan also realized that it was true that a place like the capital was the most important city in a country. If he used force indiscriminately in that place, he would indeed be in trouble. "If I ask Sister Yun for help, what will Sister Yun do?" Gao Yan asked. Pfft. Tu Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Brother, your attitude has changed quite quickly." Faced with Tu Yun's teasing, Gao Yan was not embarrassed at all, but said, "I rejected Sister Yun because I thought I could handle this matter. Since I know that I can't handle it, I can only accept Sister Yun's kindness." "You are the most shameless young man I have ever seen." Tu Yun smiled. "Sister Yun, thank you." Gao Yan chuckled, "But how does Sister Yun plan to handle this matter? Have you forgotten what I do?" Tu Yun asked with a smile. Immediately, Gao Yan realized that Tu Yun was the owner of Tianyun Club, and there must be a Tianyun Club in the capital. She could completely use Tianyun Club's connections to rescue Lin Xiaoming and her daughter. Tu Yun said, "In fact, it is relatively easy to deal with the Lin family. It is nothing more than suppressing their industry and forcing them to let go of Lin Xiaoming and her daughter. But the Meng family is a little difficult to deal with. Over the years, the Meng family's business has continued to grow, and they have also made friends. I have met many martial arts families, and if it were just me, I would not be willing to have grudges with them. But it doesn't matter as long as you are here. After all, your master just destroyed the Ma family for you. As long as I let out the news that you are standing up for the Lin family mother and daughter, the martial arts families that the Meng family has befriended will not dare to easily support the Meng family. Then I'm sorry to bother you, Sister Yun. I wonder how you charged for it?" Gao Yan asked. "You call me sister, how can I have the nerve to accept your money?" Tu Yun said with a smile. "Okay, thank you very much, Sister Yun." Gao Yan was not being pretentious. He knew that Tu Yun was willing to help him because of the name of his made-up master. If there was no so-called master Dan Jin, he would not believe that Tu Yun would be so friendly to him. "Brother, why not go to the club to discuss a plan to deal with the Lin family?" Tu Yun suggested again. "Okay." So, after Gao Yan paid the bill, he took Tu Yun's Mercedes-Benz to the Tianyun Club. Tu Yun originally sold information. Therefore, he is quite familiar with the current situation of the Lin family. 10 years ago, the Lin family was a well-deserved wealthy family. However, as the times changed, the Lin family failed to seize the opportunity to transform. Therefore, the industry they controlled has become a sunset industry. In addition, the current head of the Lin family, Lin Baochen, is relatively poor in ability, which makes the Lin family continue to lag behind and has now become a second-rate family. If no changes are made, it may become a third-rate family in a few years. That's why Lin Baochen was so eager to curry favor with the Meng family, hoping that after Lin Xiaoming married, the Meng family would support the Lin family for Lin Xiaoming's sake. In addition, Tu Yun also has a lot of dirty information about the Lin family. As long as these dirty materials are released, the Lin family will definitely not be able to gain anything. Of course, you can't get the Lin family with black information alone. If Lin Baocheng is still ignorant at this time, he can cut off the Lin family's capital chain through Tianyun Club's connections. I suggest that my brother and I go to the capital together. Finally, Tu Yun suggested. Okay, when do you leave? Tu Yun said, how about tomorrow? After all, Lin Baocheng is very urgent. If Lin Xiaoming has married into the Meng family, things will become troublesome. Okay, just let's get started. Gao Yan nodded. I have a private jet. You can rest in the club tonight and we will set off together tomorrow morning. In response, Gao Yan did not refuse and agreed directly. However, he still planned to spend a few days with sisters Qin Yue, but it seemed that this plan had to be postponed. Brother, do you need my sister to arrange for two beauties to accompany you to bed? Tu Yun asked with a smile. That's not necessary. Gao Yan waved his hand. Are you sure you don't want to? The beauties here are of very high quality. If you have mysophobia, I will. Sister Yun, you really don't need it. Gao Yan interrupted Tu Yun's next words. Okay, I'll have someone take you to rest. Tu Yun said with a smile. Tu Yun arranged Gao Yan to live in the villa next to hers. The furnishings in the villa are very luxurious, and the carpets, chandeliers, sofas, mattresses, etc. are all world-famous brands. Early next morning, Gao Yan woke up from the large bed. After briefly washing up, he picked up his cell phone and called Qin Yue. Then transferred 10,000 yuan to her on WeChat and asked her to continue playing with her grandma and Qin Yuling. Originally, Qin Yue was unwilling to accept the money, but under Gao Yan's threat, she still accepted it. But she said that she had borrowed the money and would deduct it from her salary in the future. Gao Yan didn't insist anymore. Putting away the phone, Gao Yan heard a strong wind coming from the villa next door. So he went to the balcony and looked into the yard next door, but it was Tu Yun, who was wearing training clothes doing morning exercises. He could see that Tu Yun was using bagwazang, but her bagwazang also incorporated elements from other boxing techniques. Brother, do you want to come and spar with me? Martial arts practitioners are always sensitive to the gaze, not to mention a master like Tu Yun. In addition, Gao Yan is not peeping, but watching openly. So it is not surprising that Tu Yun finds out. No need. Gao Yan smiled and shook his head. He has reached the peak of Huajin. After using the Danjin experience card, his strength has improved. Therefore, it is difficult for him to find an opponent in Huajin. Come on, sister will be merciful and won't hurt you. Tu Yun invited again. No need. Gao Yan shook his head again. Why, you're a man, and you're even afraid of your sister, a woman? Tu Yun said excitedly. Since the elder sister warmly invites you, the younger brother is not welcome. I saw Gao Yan flying across the balcony, and then he looked like a rock with spread wings, heading towards Tu Yun 7 or 8 meters away. The speed? A look of surprise flashed in Tu Yun's eyes, and then she felt a strong wind blowing against her face, and subconsciously raised her palms to greet it. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tu Yun's body trembled slightly, and then she stepped back 3 meters, leaving footprints several inches deep wherever she passed. Change strength. After stabilizing her figure, Tu Yun couldn't help but exclaimed. Gao Yan nodded towards her. Tu Yun was really shocked when he received Gao Yan's affirmation. As far as he knew, Gao Yan was only 20 years old, and he was already a rare martial arts genius who could enter Huajin at the age of 30. She had never heard of someone who could reach Huajin at the age of 20. In fact, let alone Huajin at the age of 20, even if you can reach Anjin at the age of 20, it is already outstanding. It's no wonder that a great master of Danjin is so protective of his shortcomings. If she had such a talented disciple, she would become as protective as Master Gao Yan. Good brother, then sister, come and test your depth again. Tu Yun put away her shock, twisted her body, and came towards him erratically. 2 minutes later, Tu Yun took the initiative to jump out of the battle ring and looked at Gao Yan with a strange expression. No more fighting, monster, you are simply a monster. Because in the 2-minute battle, she had been suppressed by Gao Yan, and she also had a feeling that the opponent did not use his full strength. What does this mean? It means that Gao Yan's strength has reached the late stage of Huajin, or the peak of Huajin. If this news spreads, it will probably shock the entire martial arts world. Maybe the few great masters of Danjin will come to snatch their disciples. After having breakfast at Tianyun Club, Gao Yan continued to take Tu Yun's car towards the airport. Now, Beijing. Lin family, villa. Lin Xiaoming came to the restaurant with a worried look on her face. When she saw Lin Baoqing, who was dining, she couldn't help but pleading, brother, can you let me meet Amour first? Hearing this, Lin Baoqing's face darkened and he said calmly, Xiaoming, the eldest brother has made it very clear to you that Amour is fine now. As long as you marry Meng Jixin, your mother and daughter can be reunited. Or should I say you? What do you think my uncle will do to my niece? No, brother, I didn't doubt you. Lin Xiaoming quickly explained, I just miss Amour too much. As long as you let me see her, I promise to marry Meng Jixin. Xiaoming. Lin Baoqing sighed softly. It's not that the eldest brother doesn't want to agree to you, but this matter is too important to our Lin family, and you have to understand me, the eldest brother. I can understand, but I want to see Amour. Lin Xiaoming said firmly. Bang! Lin Baoqing slapped his hand on the dining table. Lin Xiaoming, you have already said what you want to do. As long as you marry into the Meng family, I will reunite your mother and daughter. Why are you lingering here again? At this time, Lin Xiaoming took a deep breath and stared at Lin Baoqing with a cold expression. Brother, are you not afraid that after I marry into the Lin family, I will give Meng Jixin a pillow to stop helping the Lin family? You are also from the Lin family. Could it be that you want to watch the Lin family decline? Lin Baoqing has a confident way. Brother, have you forgotten that I was expelled from the Lin family a long time ago, and you were the one who facilitated it back then? Lin Baoqing said quietly. Upon hearing this, Lin Baoqing frowned and stared at Lin Xiaoming with evil eyes. If you hadn't ruined the family tradition of our Lin family, would you have been expelled from the Lin family? Lin Xiaoming sneered and said, no matter what happened back then, I have been expelled from the Lin family and am no longer a member of the Lin family. Now, you are using my daughter as a threat to force me to marry into the Meng family. Is it possible that you still have to let me remember your family? Favor? Crack. Lin Baoqing raised his hand and slapped Lin Xiaoming, and then cursed angrily. Lin Xiaoming, you are just a white-eyed wolf. It's a shame that my Lin family has raised you so big. Is this how you repay the family that provides you with food and clothing? But after being slapped, Lin Xiaoming said very calmly, Amor is my life. Before I see her, I will not agree to any conditions of yours. Unless you tie me up and send me to Meng's house, but when I get to Meng's house, I will not agree to any conditions. Family, I will try my best to get Meng Zhishan to suppress the Lin family. It's up to you whether you let me see Amor or not. I'll only give you 1 day. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoming stood up and walked outside. Looking at his sister's figure, Lin Baoqing's eyes flashed with fear and hesitation, but he had no way to let their mother and daughter meet because during the process of capturing Lin Amor, something happened and Lin Amor broke her legs. And Lin Xiaoming was willing to return to the capital obediently because he controlled her daughter. If she knew that Lin Amor was injured, there was no telling what drastic things she would do. With a headache, he decided to see Meng Zhishan and ask him to give him a guarantee. As long as Meng Zhishan had a guarantee, Lin Xiaoming's attitude would not matter. Other side. Gao Yan has already boarded Tu Yun's private plane. The reason why he intervened in Lin Xiaoming's mother and daughter's affairs was not because he was the Holy Mother and had to intervene in everything, but he wanted to repay the favor. In fact, Lin Xiaoming wanted to rent the apartment to girls. After learning about his situation, Lin Xiaoming rented the house to him at a low price. Although the house was only a set, it was a real school district house. The monthly rent was 3,000 yuan, and there were many people rushing to rent it, but Lin Xiaoming rented it to him for 1,000 yuan, not to mention that even when it was inconvenient for him, she never pressed him for the rent. Of course, it's possible that Lin Xiaoming doesn't like the rent, but it doesn't matter if someone doesn't like her, you can't help but remember their kindness. What's more, when he was attacked outside the community, Lin Xiaoming also took the initiative to help him. It would be fine if he didn't know that Lin Xiaoming and her daughter were in trouble. Now that he knew, he had no reason to stay out of it. Brother, I think we can go to Lin's house and talk to Lin Baoqing first. How about? Tu Yun sat next to Gao Yan and suggested. Sister Yun, do you think he will give up easily? Gao Yan said thoughtfully. I guess it's unlikely. Tu Yun said. In that case, why don't you talk to him? Gao Yan said lightly that he had no good impressions of a beast who threatened a little girl. Moreover, Lin Baoqing had already made it this far, how could he give up so easily? Therefore, there is no need to talk about it at all. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Sister Yun, are their mother and daughter controlled by Lin Baoqing? Tu Yun shook her head. I'm not sure about this. I can have someone investigate it. Okay, then I'll trouble Sister Yun. About an hour later, Tu Yun came to Gao Yan again. The investigation revealed that Lin Xiaoming was imprisoned in the Lin family and her freedom of life was restricted, and her daughter Lin Moer suffered a lot when she was arrested by the Lin family. He was injured and broke his left leg. He is currently being treated in a private hospital in the capital. There are people from the Lin family guarding him both inside and outside the ward. What, Lin Moer broke her leg? Gao Yan's eyes turned cold, and there was a touch of anger in his eyes. Tu Yun said, "Brother, don't be angry. I have ordered people to take Lin Mower away. As long as Lin Mower is lost, Lin Baoqing will not be able to threaten Lin Xiaomin to marry into the Meng family." "Okay, thank you Sister Yun," Gao Yan said gratefully. Fortunately, he shamelessly asked Tu Yun for help. If it weren't for Tu Yun, it would be very difficult for him to investigate these things clearly. Even before he found Lin Mower, Lin Xiaomin had been forced to marry into the Meng family. More than half an hour later, the plane landed at the Beijing airport. There were already vehicles waiting outside the plane. As soon as he got in the car, Tu Yun told Gao Yan a good news that Lin Mower had been taken away from the private hospital by the people she sent to a safe place, and asked him if he wanted to go and see her. "Go and see her?" Gao Yan nodded. Lin Mower must have been living in fear these days, so it would be good for him to comfort Lin Mower. At the same time, he picked up his mobile phone and called Lin Xiaomin. Unfortunately, the other party's mobile phone was turned off. It seemed that her mobile phone was also confiscated by the Lin family. More than an hour later, the vehicle arrived at a villa in a certain community in Beijing. "Madam." The villa was guarded by Tu Yun's men. "This is Gao Yan, my younger brother, you can just call him Master Gao." Tu Yun pointed at Gao Yan and introduced him. "Meet Master Gao." Tu Yun's men saluted hurriedly. Gao Yan waved his hand, "You are polite." At the same time, he had used the golden pupil to find Lin Mower in the room on the second floor of the villa, and there were two young nurses looking after her. "The girl is in the room on the second floor, go and see her yourself," Tu Yun said with a smile. "Okay." Gao Yan walked upstairs to Lin Mower's room and pushed the door open. Lin Mower, who was lying on the bed, subconsciously looked towards the door. When she saw that it was Gao Yan, she couldn't help but shout, "Brother Gao." Lin Baoqing exited Meng Zhishan's office with a humble look on his face. Although the two parties have not yet signed a contract, Meng Zhishan has personally promised to invite the Lin family to join the renovation project, and also promised to give him a 10% investment share. Although the investment share is only 10%, the project is so popular that many people who want to enter are not qualified. Moreover, the profit from this project is quite huge. Even if it is only 10%, the final income will reach at least 500 million. In fact, profits are secondary, and influence is the most important. As long as the news is released that their Lin group has reached an in-depth cooperation with the Meng family's Fuhui group, the stock prices of their listed companies will definitely rise sharply. Even if the stock price only rises by 10%, his worth will skyrocket by billions, and he will also reap many hidden benefits. Therefore, direct profit is not important. What he values is influence and indirect profits. By the way, Lin Baoqing suddenly remembered that he was in Meng Zhishan's office just now, and his phone vibrated several times. It's just that he was discussing things with Meng Zhishan and it was difficult to answer. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and looked at it. When he saw the caller ID, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He was about to call back, but the other party called first. He quickly walked to the corridor, picked up the phone, and asked in a deep voice, "Lao Wu, what's the matter?" The caller was Lin Baotian, the grandson of his second grandfather's family, who had been helping him do some shady things. He was the leader of the team that went to Nandu to kidnap Lin Mower this time. Moreover, after bringing Lin Mower back to the capital, he led people to guard her in the hospital. Brother, something bad has happened. That girl Lin Moer has been kidnapped. Lin Baotian said in a panic. What? Lin Baoqing exclaimed, who did it? Have no idea. Lin Baotian said in a panic, I brought 8 brothers with good skills to guard the ward, but only 3 people came from the other side. My brothers and I were all knocked down when we met each other. Waste. Lin Baoqing couldn't help but cursed, if you don't send someone to find me. Yet, we must find that dead girl no matter what. Lin Baotian smiled bitterly and said, Brother, I have ordered people to look for her, but I am afraid there will be no results for a while. I suspect that the person who kidnapped the girl was a warrior. Warrior? Lin Baoqing was somewhat silent. Are you sure? Lin Baotian explained, Brother, you also know that although the brothers under my command cannot defeat 1 against 10, there is no problem in fighting 3 or 5 people, but they are still knocked down by 1 person. What are they if they are not warriors? It's really possible. Lin Baoqing has also seen the brothers under Lin Baotian. They are all very capable of fighting. It is easy for 1 person to fight against 3 or 5 strong men. But what made him irritated was, how could a warrior get involved in this matter? Is it related to Lin Xiaomin? But if Lin Xiaomin had a relationship with the warrior, she wouldn't just sell her company and assets and return to the capital. Brother, what should we do now? Lin Baotian asked. Send all your people out to search for it, and I will personally go to Tianyun Club. Lin Baoqing said in a deep voice. In the villa ward, Lin Moer, who had been worried and uneasy these days, finally fell asleep with Gao Yan's comfort. Looking at Lin Moer, who was sleeping soundly, Gao Yan, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly became cold. Get up and walk out of the ward downstairs. Sister Yun, let's start our plan immediately and show Lin Baoqing how awesome he is. Okay, sister, let me arrange it now. Tu Yun nodded and gave some instructions to Xiao Dai, who quickly turned around and left. Soon, there are some videos on the internet of forced demolitions and serious quality problems in houses in a certain community. With the help of the Navy, these related videos quickly became popular. Although the Lin Group was not mentioned in these videos, anyone who was attentive would know that these projects were led by the Lin Group. Originally, the stocks of Lin Group were not very strong. As the online video broke out, people with a keen sense of smell smelled something strange and quickly sold all the stocks of Lin Group. As the stock price fell, retail investors were also affected and followed suit. In less than 10 minutes, the stock price of Lin Group fell to the limit. Because things happened so fast, the Lin Group only reacted after they found out that their stock had dropped to the limit. What, the stock dropped to the limit? Why did the good stock drop to the limit? What's going on? Facing the assistant's report, Lin Baoqing could no longer remain calm and asked in a roar. The assistant said in a panic, Mr. Lin, there are many videos on the internet that are not conducive to our group. Although they are not named, all the videos are accusing our Lin Group. Although Lin Baoqing was not very capable, he realized at this time that someone was messing with the Lin family. He regained his composure and ordered sternly, then what are you waiting for? Get someone to delete those videos immediately. Also, then the Public Relations Department comes forward to do public relations. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'll call to make arrangements right now. The assistant said quickly. Lin Baoqing rubbed his head. Suddenly, he thought of something and his face turned pale. Will this matter affect his cooperation with the Meng family? If this is the case, then he will suffer a big loss. Fuhui Group, Chairman's office. President Guo knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Guo, what's the matter? Meng Zhishan asked in a gentle tone. Chairman, would you like to consider cooperating with Lin Group? Guo asked tentatively. Hearing this, Meng Zhishan frowned slightly. Give me a reason. He was a little unhappy about this matter. He had personally decided on the cooperation with the Lin Group, and now Guo actually wanted to object. Guo said in a deep voice, Chairman, I'm afraid you don't know something. The Lin Group is in trouble. Now there are negative news on the internet about their forced demolition, cutting corners, and other negative news. If we cooperate with them at this time, it will cause harm to the reputation of our group. Big impact. Is there such a thing? Meng Zhishan was shocked and quickly used his computer to search the internet. Looking at the relevant videos and news that were searched, Meng Zhishan's face suddenly became gloomy. Then he said to Guo the cooperation with the Lin Group is invalid. Send someone to inform Lin Baoqing. Okay, Chairman. Guo nodded and left the office. What the hell is this? After Guo left, Meng Zhishan couldn't help but cursed that he had just agreed to cooperate with the Lin Group, but something like this happened. Fortunately, the two parties had not signed a contract yet, otherwise, the Meng family would be affected. Guo was known for being quick and decisive. As soon as he left the chairman's office, he immediately ordered someone to call Lin Baoqing. In the car. After receiving the notice, Lin Baoqing's face suddenly turned extremely pale. The Meng family cancelled cooperation with their Lin family, which made all his plans come to nothing. The next moment, a ferocious expression appeared on his face and he shouted to his assistant, have someone investigate immediately to find out which bastard is messing with us. Once you find out, tell me immediately. I will never let him have an easy time. Update. Inside the villa. Tu Yun, who had just answered the phone, suddenly smiled and said to Gao Yan, Brother, let me tell you some good news. Lin Baoqing actually went to Tianyun Club to find out who kidnapped Lin Moer. Let's go see him. Gao Yan said with a thought in his heart. Tianyun Club. In a box, Lin Baoqing was waiting anxiously. He spent money to buy information at Tianyun Club, and then the other party asked him to wait here. But he had been waiting for half an hour, and the people at Tianyun Club still didn't give him a reply, and there was no news from Lin Baotian. What made him even more speechless was that he ordered the deletion of those videos that were detrimental to the Lin Group. However, half an hour later, not only were those videos not deleted, but several more videos that were even more detrimental to the Lin Group appeared. Just then, the box door opened and a man and a woman walked in. Mr. Tu? When he saw Tu Yun's appearance clearly, Lin Baoqing couldn't help but feel happy. He didn't expect Tu Yun to receive him in person. Hello Mr. Lin, please sit down. Mr. Tu, please go first. After both parties sat down, Lin Baoqing looked at him and said, Mr. Tu, who is this little brother? Gao Yan said lightly, Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Gao Yan. I'm here to see you. This time, I have something I want to talk to you about. It turns out to be Mr. Gao. If you have anything to say, you may as well speak up. Lin will never refuse if he can do it. Lin Baoqing quickly expressed his stance, because he found Gao Yan and Tu Yun sitting very close to each other. And this Tu Yun was a widow, so he was very suspicious that this Gao Yan was Tu Yun's pretty boy. He already wanted to beg Tu Yun, so his attitude towards Gao Yan became more attentive. Since Mr. Lin is so happy, I won't be polite. Gao Yan smiled. My request is very simple. I hope Mr. Lin will stop forcing Lin Xiaomin to marry into the Meng family, and stop causing trouble for their mother and daughter. What? Lin Baoqing said in surprise, then stared at Gao Yan suspiciously. I wonder what the relationship between Mr. Gao and your sister is? There is no need to tell Mr. Lin what the relationship is. Just ask whether Mr. Lin will agree to my request. Gao Yan said slowly, but his eyes became cold. Upon hearing this, Lin Baoqing felt a surge of anger in his heart. He suppressed his anger and said, Young Master Gao, if it were anything else, Lin would definitely agree to you, but please forgive me for not being able to agree to this. Ignorant. At this time, Tu Yun, who had been silent until now, suddenly snorted and said, Lin Baoqing, I would like to advise you, you'd better agree. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Faced with Tu Yun's threat, Lin Baoqing's face turned red. Mr. Tu, are you bullying someone? This is my family matter. Is it a family matter? Not sure, right? Gao Yan sneered. Have Mr. Lin forgotten that you have already expelled Lin Xiaomin from the Lin family? Why, now that you want to curry favor with the Meng family, you have ignored the fact that Lin Xiaomin was expelled from the family? Faced with Gao Yan's sarcasm and aggression, Lin Baoqing didn't feel any guilt at all, but became more and more angry. However, he did not dare to turn his back rashly. He could only say in a cold voice, You don't need to worry about this, Mr. Gao. I'm sorry, Lin is still, if something happens, just take the first step. Seeing Lin Baoqing about to build a box, Gao Yan's voice sounded again, Mr. Lin, the moment you step out of the box, there is no room for buffering in this matter. I hope you won't regret it then. Young Master Gao, do you mean that? Lin Baoqing turned his head, vaguely guessing that the videos that appeared on the internet were probably related to Gao Yan and Tu Yun. So, he asked sternly, Did you put those videos on the internet that smeared our Lin family? Yes. Gao Yan did not deny, this is just an appetizer. If Mr. Lin insists on having his own way, please be prepared to receive a more violent blow. You're going too far. Lin Baoqing was so angry that he was shaking all over, and then looked at Tu Yun. Mr. Tu, are you just going to let him do whatever he wants? Sorry, Mr. Lin, I can't control him. Tu Yun chuckled and shook her head. Okay, let's see. Lin Baoqing said a word and strode out of the box, but he didn't notice that a black light invisible to others directly penetrated his body. When the black light entered his body, Lin Baoqing shivered violently, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. In the box, Tu Yun smiled and said, Brother, it seems that Lin Baoqing is still unwilling to give up? Then add some exciting information to him and send all the prepared information. Gao Yan sneered. Okay, sister, I'll arrange for someone to do it. The Lin group was in decline under Lin Baoqing's management, and the people under his command also did a lot of bullying and deception. There are many borers within the group. As long as these borers are captured, the entire Lin group will be paralyzed. Lin Baoqing angrily drove out of Tianyun Club. He was also thinking about how to deal with the next blow. Mr. Lin, where are we going now? The driver asked. Go to Fuhui Group. Lin Baoqing said solemnly that the declining Lin family could not withstand the suppression of Tianyun Club. The only way was to ask Meng Zhishan for help. Okay, Mr. Lin. The driver responded. Seeing that there were still 2 seconds left for the red light, he subconsciously stepped on the accelerator, intending to use the last 2 seconds to rush through the intersection. Boom! Suddenly, a red sports car sped up from the left and hit their car. 5 minutes later, Tu Yun hung up the phone and said to Gao Yan, "Brother, there is another good news. Lin Baoqing was in a car accident." "Is it serious?" "Not serious, just a broken arm," Tu Yun said gloatingly. "It really deserves it." Gao Yan smiled and thought to himself that this was just the beginning. Because the bad luck card was valid for 24 hours. When he saw Lin Moer broke her leg before, Gao Yan was furious. After the negotiation with Lin Baoqing failed, he took out a bad luck card and used it on him. As expected by Gao Yan, Lin Baoqing's bad luck had just begun. He got on the ambulance, but the ambulance was rear-ended and rushed into the isolation zone. The doctor and nurse in the car were fine, but he fell off the bed and broke his second arm. After finally arriving at the hospital, the nurse pushed the stretcher down. And an accident happened again, causing Lin Baoqing to fall down again. This time, he landed on his face. Although he did not break his legs, he knocked out several teeth and broke his nose. For a moment, the expressions of the doctors and nurses became weird. This was the first time they had met such an unlucky patient. After finally getting him back on the stretcher, he had just entered the emergency hall when another accident happened. It was the cleaning lady who slipped and caused the mop in her hand to fly out and hit Lin Baoqing's face. Ah! Lin Baoqing, who was hit several times in a row, could not bear the blow. He screamed and fainted directly. But Lin Baoqing's bad luck was not over yet. In the following time, Lin Baoqing had all kinds of bad luck. Even if he lay on the bed without moving, the bed would fall apart without any signs. Outside the Lin family villa, 2 cars appeared outside the villa gate. "Who are you?" An old man in his early 50s asked sharply. The Lin family is an old family, so it has a dedicated concierge. This old man is the Lin family's concierge. "We are friends of Mr. Lin Baoqing, come to visit." Gao Yan and Tu Yun got out of the car and said to the concierge, "The master is not at home. Come back when he comes back." The concierge said in a cold tone. Although the Lin family is in decline, the Lin family's arrogance is getting bigger and bigger. Even a concierge behaves quite arrogantly. "Open the door." At this moment, 2 strong men in black suddenly got out of the car behind them. One of them took out a gun from his arms and pointed it at the concierge. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, the old concierge's face suddenly turned extremely pale. "What do you want to do?" "This is the Lin family. Don't mess around. Open the door quickly, or I'll kill you," the strong man in black said with a cold expression. The old concierge looked horrified. "Don't shoot, I'll open the door right away." After entering the gate, the strong man in black came to the old concierge and slashed his neck with a knife, causing the man to faint. Gao Yan smiled silently. Tu Yun's men were quite interesting, actually using a simulated gun to scare that portal. The Lin family's villa is very large and luxurious. As for Lin Xiaomin, she was detained in a room on the 3rd floor of the villa and was guarded by 2 bodyguards outside the room. Who are you, and who let you in? As soon as they arrived at the villa lobby, the Lin family's bodyguard asked sternly. These two bodyguards are very skilled, but that's just for ordinary people. They don't even need Gao Yan to do it themselves, and they are easily solved by Tu Yun's men. Then the group of people easily arrived at the third floor of the villa. Similarly, the two bodyguards guarding Lin Xiaomin were not good enough and were easily knocked down. Then Gao Yan raised his hand and knocked on the door, waited for a few seconds before pushing the door open and entering. Xiao Gao. Lin Xiaomin, who looked haggard, couldn't help but feel a bit of surprise on her face when she saw Gao Yan. Sister Lin, I have arranged for Amour to be in a safe place. Do you want to see her? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Real? Lin Xiaomin asked in surprise, how is she doing now? Has anything happened to her? Lin Baoqing broke a leg when he sent people to arrest her. Gao Yan said. That beast. Lin Xiaomin was furious when she heard that her daughter had broken a leg. No wonder the other party would not let her see her daughter no matter what. Soon, Lin Xiaomin followed Gao Yan into the car, and the two cars drove out of the villa smoothly. Xiao Gao, how did you get to the capital? In the car, Lin Xiaomin, who was gradually calming down, asked, curiously. I learned about you and Amour from Sister Tu, and then I came to the capital with her. Gao Yan said. Thank you, sister, for what happened this time. Lin Xiaomin said gratefully. Gao Yan smiled and said, you're welcome. After all, Sister Lin has helped me before, and Amour and I are also friends. Knowing that her daughter was injured, Lin Xiaomin was worried about her. After chatting for a few words, she lost her thoughts. There was silence for about 40 minutes. The car arrived at the villa where Lin Moer was recovering from her injuries. At this moment, Lin Moer was still sleeping. After sending Lin Xiaomin to the ward, Gao Yan left wisely. Come upstairs. Gao Yan took the tea handed over by Tu Yun and said sincerely, it's all thanks to Sister Yun that things went so smoothly this time. If Sister Yun needs anything in the future, just ask. You said it yourself, I didn't force you to do it. Gao Yan smiled and nodded. He knew that Tu Yun had a purpose in helping him so wholeheartedly, but he thought it was nothing. Friendship was accumulated in the process of you helping me and I helping you. What's more, Tu Yun's intelligence ability is so strong, he will definitely be useful in the future. By the way, the Lin family's report materials have been sent to the relevant departments. I believe there will be results soon. Tu Yun said with a smile. That's good. About an hour later, Lin Xiaomin came down from upstairs, her face looking much better. This is Mr. Tu, I'm Lin Xiaomin. Thank you for your help this time. Lin Xiaomin said to Tu Yun. She had heard a little bit about Tu Yun, but she was not a member of Tianyun Club, so she had never met her. Mr. Lin doesn't need to thank me. If you want to thank me, just thank Xiao Gao. He asked me to help you. Tu Yun said with a smile, then invited Lin Xiaomin to sit down and handed her a cup of tea. Lin Xiaomin's eyes flashed with surprise. Although she had never been in contact with Tu Yun, she knew who she was. She didn't expect Xiao Gao to have such a deep friendship with her. You know, people like Tu Yun can't have friendships just by being rich. Sister Lin, are Amour okay? Gao Yan asked. It's fine, I'm still sleeping. Lin Xiaomin said softly. Then what are your plans in the future? Are you going back to Nandu? Gao Yan asked. Lin Xiaoming was a little confused. Her company and real estate in Nandu had been sold, and although mother and son were temporarily out of Lin Baoqing's control, based on her understanding of Lin Baoqing, the other party would definitely not give up. Gao Yan also saw Lin Xiaoming's inner struggle and said, "Sister Lin, you don't have to worry about Lin Baoqing anymore. Now he has too much time to take care of himself. By the way, I forgot to tell you that he was in a car accident. Without March and May, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything." After being discharged from the hospital, in addition, the Lin Group also encountered a lot of trouble. Retribution. Hearing that Lin Baoqing had a car accident, Lin Xiaoming couldn't help showing a happy expression, and then looked at Gao Yan, as if asking, "Is Lin Baoqing's car accident related to him?" Gao Yan said, "Lin Baoqing's car accident has nothing to do with us, but what happened to the Lin Group was ours. We wanted to use this to blackmail him into letting you go, but the other party was unwilling, so we had to break into the Lin family to rescue you. Come out." "Thank you, Xiao Gao, I don't even know what to say," Lin Xiaoming said gratefully. At this time, Gao Yan suddenly had an idea and said, "Sister Lin, it's like this. I have 3 milk tea shops under my name. During the summer vacation, I plan to expand the number of shops to 10, and then set up a milk tea company. However, I lack control. Man, I wonder if Sister Lin is interested." "This?" Lin Xiaoming hesitated. "Sister Lin, do you have any concerns?" Gao Yan asked. "Indeed." Lin Xiaoming nodded. "Although you have helped me solve the Lin family's troubles, this matter does not end there." "Is it Meng Zhixian from the Meng family?" Tu Yun suddenly interrupted. "Yes." Lin Xiaoming nodded. "I'm afraid Meng Zhixian won't give up just yet. Mr. Lin, you don't have to worry about this at all. I will send someone to talk to Meng Zhixian to ensure that he will not harass you in the future." Tu Yun promised. "Thank you, Mr. Tu," Lin Xiaoming said gratefully. "You're welcome. Sister Lin, now that I have no worries, I will leave my milk tea company to you from now on," Gao Yan said with a smile. "Okay, since you think highly of me, I won't let you down." Lin Xiaoming also quickly expressed her position. After all, Gao Yan had done so much for their mother and daughter. Besides, they didn't know where to go, so accepting Gao Yan's invitation was the best choice. Update. Villa Ward. Gao Yan knocked on the door, with a bottle of medicinal wine in his hand. "Brother Gao." Lin Moer, who had woken up, smiled sweetly at him. "Moer, how do you feel? Does your leg still hurt?" Gao Yan asked. "It's much better now. By the way, Sister Lin, this is a special medicinal wine. It's good for Moer's injury. Give her half a cup every day." Gao Yan handed the medicinal wine in his hand to Lin Xiaoming. "Okay." Lin Xiaoming quickly found a cup and poured half a cup of wine for Lin Moer to drink. "It tastes good." It was the first time for Lin Moer to drink. Not only did she not feel any discomfort, she felt pretty good. "Have you drunk before?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. Lin Moer shook her head. "No, this is the first time." "Sister Lin, you can also drink half a cup." Gao Yan thought that Lin Xiaoming had been exhausted these days, and drinking half a cup of medicinal wine would also be of great benefit to her. "Okay, I'll try it too." At this moment, Lin Moer exclaimed, "Wow, this medicinal wine is so magical, I feel warm all over, but the injured part is a little itchy." Itching is good, it means your bones are healing. Lin Xiaoming was stunned. And then said in surprise. After staying in the ward for a while, Gao Yan left. In order to get the medicinal wine, he deliberately put the coordinates of the second arbitrary door into his house. Fortunately, he can retrieve the coordinates in just 3 days. The coordinates of the unfinished building in Nanyangkan City can only be retrieved after midnight tonight. Tu Yun is not in the villa. He met with Meng Zhixian to talk to him about Lin Xiaoming. Just when he had nothing to do, Gao Yan came to the next room to take out his mobile phone and log on to HuYu Live. Hey, I actually took back the first place. Seeing the ranking on the leaderboard, Chen Yusen not only regained the first place, but also surpassed Xing Xiaoyu by more than 800,000 yuan in reward value. In other words, in just over a day, she received gifts worth more than 2.7 million yuan. As expected of the top anchor of Tiger Entertainment, she has a strong ability to attract money. And coincidentally, Chen Yusen was also live streaming at this moment. Gao Yan clicked in directly. At this moment, Chen Yusen was singing. Gao Yan's own singing skills were quite rubbish. It should be said that he had no singing skills at all, but he still had the ability to appreciate. Chen Yusen's singing skills were very strong, far surpassing all the singing anchors of Tiger Entertainment. Even if she closed her eyes, she was not weak. And there was an ethereal taste in her singing, which was quite attractive. And she was also a big beauty. Gao Yan threw a data eye at her. 97 points for appearance and 95 points for figure. Her appearance was 6 points higher than Xing Xiaoyu, and her figure was only 3 points lower than Xing Xiaoyu, but her charm reached 99 points, close to the full value. If the S level is used to identify beauties with more than 90 points, Xing Xiaoyu is S level, then Zhuo Jianyue is double S, and Chen Yusen is definitely 3S. What surprised Gao Yan even more was that Chen Yusen's specialness was still 100 points. Chen Yusen's live broadcast room was very popular. There were also many people giving gifts. Gao Yan calculated that she received gifts worth 50,000 yuan in the time of one song. Then, Chen Yusen thanked, "Thank you for your support, babies, let me dance. For you, I'm going to change clothes first, babies, don't go away." Out of curiosity, Gao Yan did not leave. About 2 minutes later, Chen Yusen reappeared in the live broadcast room. The clothes she wore were slightly revealing her snow-white belly, but as soon as she saw her clothes, Gao Yan knew that she was going to dance the Dunhuang flying dance. That was popular recently on Douyin. As the music with ethnic characteristics sounded, Chen Yusen also danced. She was not wearing shoes, and there were golden bells tied on her wrists and ankles. Her dancing posture was extremely attractive, but it was not at all sexy, but exuded a fairy spirit. Now, Gao Yan understood why Chen Yusen could surpass Xing Xiaoyu so quickly. To be honest, Xing Xiaoyu can't sing or dance. Except for her figure that can slightly surpass Chen Yusen, she is far behind in other aspects. Unfortunately, Xing Xiaoyu is his woman. So, the champion of this PK competition is destined to be hers. At the same time, he is also considering hiring an acting teacher for Xing Xiaoyu, and she will learn acting from the acting teacher after the PK competition. Soon, the dance ended. The whole screen was occupied by the special effects of the gift, and the public screen was full of singing and dancing. After listening to others singing a song and watching others dancing a dance, Gao Yan didn't watch in vain. He swiped a gift of 1,000 yuan and left the live broadcast room directly. Because there were too many gifts, his gift special effects were directly submerged in the larger special effects, so no one noticed that he was swiping gifts. Then, Gao Yan entered Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room. She was supposed to broadcast live in the evening. But Qin Yusen broadcast live for 5 hours yesterday and surpassed her. And today it starts at 2 o'clock. Feeling the pressure, she had to start broadcasting early. Entering the live broadcast room, Gao Yan started to brush. I am not Brother Yan, I will give you Yubao Luxury Cruise Ship X1. I am not Brother Yan, I will give you Yubao Luxury Cruise Ship X2. I am not Brother Yan, I will give you Yubao Luxury Cruise Ship X3. I am not Brother Yan, I will give you Yubao Luxury Cruise Ship X200. After brushing 200 luxury cruise ships in one go, Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room exploded directly, and the number of people has exceeded 800,000. This has a lot to do with the huge increase in advertising traffic of Huyu entertainment these days. Looking at the rankings again, Jing Xiaoyu has regained the first place, but she only gave more than 10,000 yuan more gifts than Qin Yusen. Sure enough, within a minute, Qin Yusen regained the first place again, and even surpassed Qin Yusen by 100,000 yuan. Obviously, Qin Yusen's big brother has made a move. Gao Yan frowned. Contact Tiger Entertainment's customer service directly and ask them to modify the rules for giving gifts to customers. It would be best if they could give 100 luxury cruise ships at a time. It would be too slow to give gifts one by one. The customer service dared not neglect a big customer like Gao Yan, and said that they would report to the higher-ups immediately and notify him when there was any news. Soon, the matter was reported to Wang Rui, the general manager of Tiger Entertainment. Wang Rui was not vague and immediately asked the technical department to modify the reward function. The customer service also replied to Gao Yan, saying that the boss had asked the technicians to modify the reward function, but it would take an hour or two to go online. Gao Yan had no patience to wait for an hour or two. So he had to continue giving gifts to Jing Xiaoyu one by one. After Gao Yan swiped another 100 luxury cruise ships, he still failed to surpass Qin Yusen. After the fans in the live broadcast room went to inquire about the news, they said that Qin Yusen had 4 big brothers who took turns to swipe, and said that it would be useless for anyone to come today. Gao Yan didn't care about this. Keep swiping. As the 2 live broadcast rooms competed to swipe luxury cruise ships, a large number of tourists and water friends were attracted to the 2 live broadcast rooms to grab red envelopes. Whether it was Jing Xiaoyu or Qin Yusen, the popularity broke 1 million. And it is still rising. 400 ships. 500 ships. 600 ships. 1,000 ships. In just half an hour, Gao Yan had swiped 5 million. But Qin Yusen was also prepared. At the beginning, the 4 big brothers took turns to swipe, and now they are all together. Therefore, Qin Yusen still firmly occupies the first place. Fortunately, Gao Yan received a notice from the customer service again that the new function has been launched in advance, which can swipe 100 luxury cruise ships at a time. As soon as he saw this news, Gao Yan secretly cursed the boss of Tiger Entertainment for being cunning. He must have known that he was fighting with Qin Yusen's brothers and was worried that he would give up because he couldn't win against the other 4. Gao Yan was tired of the location one by one, so he directly entered 100 ships. In the quantity, he clicked 10 times in a row. That's 1,000 luxury cruise ships sent out. 1,000 luxury cruise ships are worth 5 million. In an instant, Jing Xiaoyu blew up Chen Yusen and surpassed 3 million. Seeing this scene, the four brothers in Chen Yusen's live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Second update. In just 1 minute, Gao Yan smashed out 1,000 luxury cruise ships, which directly silenced Chen Yusen's elder brothers. WeChat group of Chen Yusen's elder brothers. Iron Rooster at Shuzhou, Wu Yanzu at Not Handsome, call the police at I am Lao Wang. Brothers, that I am not Yan brother is too fierce, the brothers can't stand it, so they quit first. Originally, this group of elder brothers had some opinions about Chen Yusen. But who told Chen Yusen to perform well in the past 2 days, and won back their hearts? In addition, I am Lao Wang, who has been matchmaking, so they have today's joint protection. Shuzhou Wu Yanzu, I can't do it either. That grandson knows that he can't beat us, so he directly asked Tiger Entertainment to modify the reward rules, which can brush 100 luxury cruise ships at a time. Not Handsome, call the police, that grandson probably has a mine at home. In less than an hour, he actually brushed more than 10 million. Don't mess with me. I am Lao Wang, everyone should do their best. The four of them brushed almost 7 million today. This is not a small amount. Especially him, his bank card has been emptied, and he even swiped his credit card. Even if he wants to support Chen Yusen, he is powerless. After hearing what I am Lao Wang said, the other three also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they are Chen Yusen's die-hard big brothers, everyone's money is not blown by the wind. Each person can swipe nearly 2 million, which is already worthy of Chen Yusen. Chen Yusen's live broadcast room. Seeing that the four big brothers were silent, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but she knew that she couldn't blame the four big brothers, because they had tried their best. If you want to blame, you can only blame I am not brother Yan for being too strong. At the same time, she was a little envious of Jing Xiaoyu, who was able to meet such a powerful big brother. In her opinion, Jing Xiaoyu was 10 streets behind her in terms of talent, and her appearance was also much worse than her. The only thing that was better than her was her figure. If I were not brother Yan, it would be great, Chen Yusen said in her heart. Then, she began to thank me, Lao Wang, and the four people who were stingy. And Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room. The fans were all excited because they witnessed a battle to kill a god. Some fans even shouted that Yu Bao was the new #1 of Tiger Entertainment. This battle has spread throughout Tiger Entertainment and even outside the circle. Therefore, many fans came here to watch, which made the number of people in Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room directly exceed 1.5 million. There are many people who give rewards. In just 10 minutes, Jing Xiaoyu received more than 500,000 yuan worth of gifts. Jing Xiaoyu was very excited at this moment, and kept thanking her. Because it was exposed again. Chen Yusen broadcast live for another half an hour and then went offline, but she said she would continue to broadcast live tonight. Although she lost the PK with Jing Xiaoyu, the PK competition of Tiger Entertainment has not ended yet. As long as she broadcasts more time these days, she will definitely be able to win back the hearts of those iron fans who left. By then, it is still unknown who will win. Sister Xian, I don't know if I should tell you something? The assistant handed the prepared ginseng tea to Chen Yusen, and said hesitantly, "Go ahead." The assistant said, "Sister Xian, before this battle started, I am not brother Yan came to your live broadcast room and gave you a gift of 1,000 yuan. What, there is such a thing, how come I don't know? Chen Yusen was surprised, and at the same time there were some surprises. Now I am not Brother Yan, can be said to be famous in one battle and has become the most famous rich man in Tiger Entertainment. The assistant quickly took out his mobile phone to play a screenshot and said, he gave you a reward after you danced the Dunhuang flying dance, but there were too many special effects at that time, so you shouldn't have seen it. Hearing this, Chen Yusen couldn't help showing annoyance. In her opinion, rich people are all face-saving. People gave you a gift of 1,000 yuan, and they didn't even say thank you. Perhaps it was her behavior of ignoring the rich that stimulated the other party, which made him so ruthless and spent more than 10 million to explode her ranking. Thinking of this, Chen Yusen was filled with regret. If she had seen the reward from I am not Brother Yan at that time and thanked him, maybe it would not be such a result. Sister Xian, how about we find a way to get I am not Brother Yan's WeChat and apologize to her? The assistant suggested. No need. Although Chen Yusen regretted it, she didn't want to apologize. She was the first sister of Tiger Entertainment after all. Although she also wanted to get the support of I am not Brother Yan, she didn't want to be humble to please the other party. Hearing this, the assistant wanted to say something but stopped, but she had been with Chen Yusen for 2 years and knew Chen Yusen's temper better, so she had to suppress the words in her heart. Gao Yan didn't know that the gift of 1,000 yuan he rewarded had caused a great psychological shock to Chen Yusen. He had left Xing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room and picked some gifts for the anchors he liked, naturally, his anchors. The anchors under his command who received the rewards were very happy, because the current boss was generous and didn't need them to return them. At the same time, the WeChat group of Zhang Zhang, Xiao Dan, and Yu Qin became lively again. But it was mainly Xiao Dan and Yu Qin chatting, and they were talking about the battle of gods just now. Xiao Dan, TSK, the boss is worthy of being the boss, in less than an hour. He spent tens of millions. Yu Qin, yes, I envy Yu Bao so much, I wonder if she will return it. Xiao Dan, definitely not, I heard that Yu Bao does not have to share the contract with the guild. Yu Qin, oh my god, I'm so envious. In other words, in less than an hour, Yu Bao made more than 6 million? Xiao Dan, yes, I also heard that Yu Bao is the boss's girlfriend, and the boss bought the guild specifically to support her. Yu Qin, envy, so envious, if I had a boyfriend like this, it would be great. Although another member, Zhang Zhang, did not show up, she was always peeking at the screen. Although she was not live on Tiger Entertainment, the Battle of Gods was earth-shattering, so she also received the news. She was envious and jealous, and there was a strong sense of dissatisfaction in her heart. Especially when she saw the conversation in the group, her eyes were almost red with jealousy. In fact, he didn't know Xiaodan and Yu Qin in the group lived under the same roof. And they sat in the living room together to chat in the group. They also guessed that Zhang Zhang was peeking at the screen, and the reason they said so was to deliberately stimulate her. Zhang Zhang was the original #1 sister of the Fable Guild, but now it is the boss's wife Xing Xiaoyu. There is no hope for them to compete with Xing Xiaoyu. They don't have the courage. Zhang Zhang has already thought about leaving, so why not give her a little more provocation? As long as Zhang Zhang leaves, the guild will definitely put more resources on them. Because Xing Xiaoyu is personally supported by the boss. She doesn't need the guild's resources at all, and they are the only anchors. Who can make money in the guild besides Zhang Zhang? Who else can the guild support if not them? As expected, Zhang Zhang, who was getting more and more dissatisfied, decided to terminate the contract with the Fable Guild. When she signed the contract, she was still a small anchor, and the liquidated damages were not much. Moreover, the guild that poached her was willing to help pay the liquidated damages, so why should she stay here and suffer? Nandu. Most nightclubs. This nightclub is the property of Mr. Wei Wu. At this moment, on the top floor of the nightclub, the majestic Mr. Wei Wu was humbly toasting a young man. This young man is not very famous, but his father is very famous in Nandu. Because his father Wang Wanlin is the chairman of the Bandung Group, a star entrepreneur, and a tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of billions. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Fifth Master Wei asked cautiously, Mr. Ming, I wonder what your instructions are for this date with Wei. Wang Yiming smiled, Old Wei, when I come to see you this time, I really need your help with something. Wanlong Group is the largest real estate group in Yangdong province. If you miss a little bit, you can make tens of millions. Wei Wuya has also cooperated with Wanlong Group, but it was only a temporary cooperation. Even so, he earned more than 100 million through these temporary cooperations. If we can cooperate in depth, it would be no problem to make 100 million a year. As a result, Mr. Wei Wu's expression became more humble, Young Master Ming. If you have anything to do, just ask me. How can I use the word help? Wang Yiming glanced at Mr. Wei Wu and became more and more satisfied with his attitude. Old Wei, there is someone who has offended my friend. Just arrange for someone to teach him a small lesson. Don't kill anyone. Don't worry, Mr. Ming, I do things in a measured manner and no one will be killed. Mr. Wei Wu quickly assured, I don't know who the other party is. Wang Mingyu said, the other person has no background. He is just a college student who has got bad luck. His name is Gao Yan. He is a student of the business school of Nandu University. He owns 3 milk tea shops and also holds some shares in Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. Okay, Master Ming, give me 3 days to keep it to your satisfaction. Mr. Wei Wu said. Wang Yiming nodded, you must have heard that a project of our group in the north of the city is about to start construction. If this matter is completed, then the sand and gravel will be left to you. Wei Wuya's eyes lit up. He had heard about the project in the north of the city a long time ago, but he had no chance to intervene. Moreover, the Bandung Group was very generous when it made the move. Although they only handed over sand and gravel to him, if the entire project was completed, at least there is a profit of 30 million. And this is just the beginning. As long as he serves Wang Yiming well in the future, he will definitely be able to get more projects. Okay, that's it for today, Old Wei. I'll wait for your good news. Once it's done, you can directly send someone to the Wanlong Group to find Vice President Wu to sign a contract, and just tell me what I ordered. Master Ming, thank you for taking care of me, I'll give it to you. Mr. Wei Wu quickly got up and took Wang Yiming to the elevator entrance, and rushed to press the elevator button. After leaving the nightclub, Wang Yiming got into a Maybach and dialed a number. The call is connected. Wang Yiming smiled and said, Brother Yu, the things you told me have been arranged, and the results will be available in 3 days at most. A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone, Yu Ming, I'm really troubling you. When do you come to Shanghai? I'll buy you a drink. Wang Yiming laughed and said, okay, it's settled. When I come to the magic city, I will definitely cause trouble for brother you. After chatting for a few more words, Wang Yiming hung up the phone. There was also a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The name of brother Yu in his mouth was Han Shangyu, and he was the top rich second generation in Shanghai. Although he is also a rich second generation. But in terms of identity, there is still a certain gap compared with Han Shangyu. He had previously wanted to break into the circle of rich second generation people in Shanghai, but he didn't expect that not only did he fail to get in, but he was laughed at instead. He didn't have much friendship with Han Shangyu, and he only met him twice and had a drink with him once. What surprised him was that today, Han Shangyu actually contacted him and asked him to do a small favor. He agreed without thinking. But after knowing the content of the help, he was a little embarrassed. His father was a man who cherished feathers very much. If he knew that he led people to break other people's legs, he would probably break his legs himself. Then he thought of Mr. Wei Wu, which led to this meeting. It didn't take long. Dynasty also received news from Han Shangyu. The resentment in his heart also dissipated a lot, and he murmured to himself. Boy, my advantage is not so easy to take advantage of. On the other side, inside the villa, Tu Yun is back. Sister Yun, how did the conversation go? Gao Yan asked. What do you think? Tu Yun asked with a smile. As soon as he saw Tu Yun's expression, Gao Yan knew that the matter was done. And said with a smile, thank you for your hard work, Sister Yun. I have some good things for you. Yeah? Tu Yun looked expectant. Sister Yun, wait a moment. Gao Yan returned to the room on the second floor, then took 3 bottles of medicinal wine and handed it to Tu Yun. This is my master's secret medicinal wine. It is of great help to those who practice martial arts. Sister Yun will know the effect after drinking 1 cup every day. Then let me try. Xiao Dai brought a wine glass, and Tu Yun poured a glass and drank it. After a while, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Brother, your wine is not simple. It is no less than a panacea for those who practice martial arts. As long as Sister Yun likes it. Gao Yan said modestly. Next, Tu Yun told her the meeting process with Meng Zhixian. At first, Meng Zhixian was unwilling to agree. After all, Lin Xiaoming had always been a pain in his heart. He married Lin Xiaoming this time not because he still had feelings for Lin Xiaoming, but because he wanted to marry her back. To humiliate her. But later, Tu Yun told Meng Zhixian about the destruction of the Ma family. And told him that the mysterious Dan Jin disciple had a good relationship with Lin Xiaoming, and she was also entrusted by Gao Yan to come forward. Then Meng Zhixian made a few phone calls and agreed, and said that he would not trouble Lin Xiaoming again. Since the matter has been completed. Gao Yan also planned to return to Nandu. After all, he promised Qin Yoling to take her out to play. However, because Lin Moer's leg injury has not healed yet, she will stay in this villa for the time being, and return to Nandu after the injury is healed. As for Tu Yun, she will stay in Beijing to deal with some things, so she will not go back with him, but her private plane can be lent to Gao Yan. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yan was sent outside the community by Tu Yun's men. As soon as he got off the car, his super-strong perception made him feel that someone was spying on him. The golden pupil was activated. Gao Yan instantly captured the 2 gangs hiding in 2 cars not far away. He walked into the community calmly, but still monitored them with his golden eyes. Then he found that someone sent a text message on his mobile phone. Fifth Master, the target is back, do you need to take action? Seeing this text message, Gao Yan immediately had an idea. He turned around and walked out of the community. This community is located in the suburbs, and the university town is on holiday, so it looks a bit desolate, and there are few people on the road. Therefore, the people who followed him drove directly to follow him. After following for a distance, feeling that the time to take action has come, all put on masks and rushed out of the car with sticks. If an ordinary person encounters 8 strong men with sticks rushing towards him, he will definitely be scared and turn around and run away, but Gao Yan did not. Instead, he went straight to meet them. In less than a minute, all 8 strong men fell to the ground groaning, and the sticks were scattered all over the ground. Then, Gao Yan took out his cell phone and dialed Gao Weilan's number. Officer Gao, I was attacked by a group of criminals. I have subdued them all. They are near the community where I live. I will send you a location. Please bring someone over. While Gao Yan was waiting for Gao Weilan to come over, he kept monitoring the whereabouts of the 2 cars with his golden eyes. In fact, he had the strength to intercept both cars, but he didn't. He wanted to see who wanted to deal with him. The 2 drivers who fled did not disappoint Gao Yan. Their 2 vans were abandoned in an abandoned factory, and then they hurriedly got into a Toyota sedan parked a few hundred meters away from the factory. Then the Toyota sedan headed straight into the city. However, before the Toyota sedan reached its destination, Gao Weilan arrived first. The leader was not Gao Weilan, but the same Captain Wang from last time, who was also Lin Xiaomin's classmate. Seeing Gao Yan, Captain Wang's eyes flashed with a meaningful look, and asked, Gao Yan, right? Do you know who they are? Have no idea. Gao Yan shook his head. Do I need to go back with you to take notes? Need. That's okay. Gao Yan nodded. After handcuffing the group of people, Team Wang announced that they would withdraw and return to the bureau. Teacher Xiao Gao, you can take my car, Gao Weilan said. Okay. Gao Yan got on the passenger seat directly and started the car. Teacher Xiao Gao, when are you free? I haven't taken your class for a while, Gao Weilan asked. In a few days, I'll be very busy during this period, Gao Yan said. Didn't you already have a holiday? Gao Weilan was a little confused. I plan to open 7 milk tea branches during the summer vacation, so there's a lot to do. I've tried your milk tea shop, and it's really delicious. The 2 chatted casually and arrived at the police station before they knew it. And Gao Weilan took notes for him. During this period, Gao Yan discovered that the 2 drivers came to a place called Dadu nightclub. They met a middle-aged man in the nightclub and drove away from Nandu City. Gao Yan had no intention of stopping them. The 2 drivers were just small roles. He had already set his sights on the middle-aged man. Unfortunately, golden eyes can only see images and cannot hear sounds. After the middle-aged man sent away the 2 drivers, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. Then, he continued to work at Dadu nightclub as if nothing happened. Apparently, he should be the manager of Dadu nightclub. After finishing the transcript, Gao Weilan proposed to send Gao Yan back, but Gao Yan did not refuse. More than 20 minutes later, Gao Yan returned to his home, then picked up his cell phone and dialed to Yun's number. Sister Yun, I want to ask you something. Do you know whose property is Dadu nightclub? Tu Yun said, it belongs to Wei Wu. This Wei Wu is a big gangster and has some relationship with the Wei family, a famous martial arts family. Otherwise, he would have been dealt with long ago. What's wrong, brother, has Wei Wu provoked you? Well, I was attacked just after I came back. It should be someone sent by Wei Wu, Gao Yan replied. He was no stranger to this Wei Wu Gao Yan, because Li Feng had fought in Wei Wu's underground boxing ring. Black punch. Are you okay then? Tu Yun asked. Thank you for your concern, Sister Yun. I'm fine. Forget the unnecessary question, how can something happen with your strength? By the way, do you need sister's help? No, I can handle this. Gao Yan refused, saying that Wei Wu was nothing in his eyes, and he could take care of it as he pleased, so he didn't have to owe Tu Yun any favors. A balcony on the second floor of a duplex house. A burly figure stood on the balcony, a thick cigar dangling from his mouth. At this moment, he frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. According to the information obtained by his men, only 2 of the 10 people he sent to act as drivers ran away. The other 8 were all knocked down and captured alive by Gao Yan, and then taken away by the police. According to the information Wang Yiming gave him, Gao Yan was just an ordinary college student who had some bad luck, but his skills were beyond his expectation. Although the people he sent were not elites, they were armed with sharp weapons and could hit 2 or 3 ordinary people without any problem. However, 8 people working together were defeated within a minute. Even ordinary Ming Jin warriors can't do it. In other words, that Gao Yan is a warrior. It's fine for ordinary people, but if you want to deal with a warrior, you have to be more vigilant and be careful. After all, who knows if there is a stronger warrior standing behind the opponent. Time passes slowly. A cigar has been burned to the end. He put out the cigarette butt directly on the balcony and threw it away. Then the phone rang. After picking up the phone, Mr. Wei Wu asked in a low voice, "How is it?" "Fifth Master, we are in big trouble this time." A trembling voice came from the phone. "What's the meaning?" Mr. Wei Wu couldn't help but feel nervous, and he had an ominous premonition. The other party continued, that Gao Yan is not an ordinary college student. He himself is a warrior at the peak of his dark power. The peak of dark strength. The 5th master of Wei staggered. He has some relationship with the Wei family, a family of martial arts, so he knows what it means to be in dark warrior. Therefore, let alone the peak of dark power, even in the early stage of dark power, he cannot afford to offend him. The other party continued, the 5th master is not only the pinnacle of Anjin, but his master is also the great master of Danjin, the kind of person who protects his shortcomings. I found out that Ma Xiangyu of the Ma family in Nanyun once sent someone to assassinate Gao Yan. As a result, Gao Yan master Yan's Danjin came directly to destroy the Ma family. He had also heard about the destruction of the Ma family, but Nanyun and Yangdong were thousands of miles apart, and there was no connection between the two sides, so he just listened to it for fun. The Ma family sent someone to assassinate Gao Yan, and Gao Yan's master destroyed the Ma family. He sent someone to attack Gao Yan, so would his master also destroy him? In fact, Gao Yan's master didn't need to do it, Gao Yan alone was enough. For a moment, he felt his legs trembling uncontrollably. 5th master, there is an emergency at home, and I have to leave Nandu for a while. We will meet again if we are lucky. As soon as the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Fuck. 5th master Wei couldn't help but curse, because he knew that the other party's so-called emergency at home was fake, but he was worried about being implicated by him and wanted to flee Nandu. What should I do? 5th master Wei whispered. ask the Wei family for help? But he immediately shook his head and denied it. He was just a little related to the Wei family, not a real member of the Wei family. There was no reason for them to offend a Danjin grandmaster for him. Therefore, he now has only two choices. First, escape from Nandu. As long as he lives a low-key life in a small city, the other party may not be able to find him, but he will also lose the foundation he has worked so hard to build. Unless he is in a desperate situation, he does not want to choose this path. Second, go and apologize to Gao Yan and get the other party's forgiveness. After a little consideration, Wei Wuye decided to go and apologize to Gao Yan. Instead of spending the rest of his life in anxiety, it is better to take a gamble. Anyway, he is not the mastermind. At most, he will give Wang Yaming out. As for whether it will cause dissatisfaction and revenge from Wang Yaming, he no longer cares about so much. In the bedroom, Gao Yan called up the system panel. Yesterday and today, the sales amount of the mall on Sunday increased a lot, which brought him 250 million upgrade experience, and the system reserve funds increased by 2.5 billion to 48.7 billion. Seeing that the time was almost up, Gao Yan prepared to go to bed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. With a sweep of the golden pupil, a bald middle-aged man stood outside the door. His expression was nervous, terrified, and still in a strong sense of uneasiness. Gao Yan stood up, went to the living room, opened the door and asked, "Who are you?" Wei Wuye immediately showed a flattering smile on his face. "Mr. Gao, my name is Wei Wu, can I come in and talk?" "Come in." Gao Yan nodded, waited for the other party to come in, closed the door, sat down on the sofa, pointed to the sofa next to him and said, "Please sit down." Plop. Unexpectedly, Gao Yan asked him to sit down, but he knelt down in front of Gao Yan. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan's expression became a little weird. Looking at Mr. Wei Wu, who was kneeling on the ground, Gao Yan spoke slowly. "Master Wei Wu, you sent people to attack me, and then you came to my house to kneel on your back. Please tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei Wu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He did not expect that the other party would know that it was him who sent him so he quickly said, "Young Master Gao, please forgive me. I am here to apologize for what happened before. As long as young Master Gao can forgive Xiao, it will be up to young Master Gao to decide whether to fight or kill him." Facing Master Wei Wu's low-key attitude, Gao Yan showed no mercy at all. "Tell me, why did you attack me? I remember that I have never offended you, Mr. Wei. Don't dare. Don't dare." The fifth master of Wei had a face filled with fear. "Master Gao, just call me Xiao Wei. As for Xiao Wei sending people to attack you, he has no grudge against you, but was entrusted by Wang Wanling's son, Wang Yaming." "Wang Yaming?" A look of doubt flashed in Gao Yan's eyes. He had heard of Wang Wanling's name. After all, one of his milk tea shops was located in Wanlong Mall. But he had no interaction with Wang Yaming at all, so why did the other party entrust Mr. Wei Wu to attack him? Do you know the reason? So, Gao Yan looked at Master Wei Wu and asked. Young Master Gao, the younger one, doesn't know the reason. Mr. Wei Wu quickly shook his head. If you figure out the reason, I won't hold you accountable for sending people to attack me. Can you do it if I give you 1 day? Gao Yan asked. Young Master Gao, is 1 day too short? Can you extend the time a little? What do you think of 3 days? Wei Wuya bargained. Gao Yan didn't speak, and for a moment, the room became silent. A pressure arose spontaneously, making Mr. Wei Wu feel extremely uneasy, so he quickly changed his words. Don't worry, young Master Gao, just one day at a time, I will definitely figure out the reason. Go. Gao Yan waved his hand. Yes, I will resign now. After Mr. Wei Wu stood up, he saluted Gao Yan again before carefully retreating towards the door. Open the door, exit the room, and close the door gently. Hoo-ho. Mr. Wei Wu let out 2 heavy breaths, and his tense body relaxed. He had barely passed the test today, and there was no need to abandon his foundation and run away. However, if the real reason cannot be learned from Wang Yiming, I am afraid Gao Yan will not let him go. Thinking of this, 2 murderous intentions burst into his eyes. Damn it, Wang Yiming, you killed me. Quickly go downstairs and get into the car. Then he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Da Peng, send all our people out. I want to know Wang Yiming's whereabouts within an hour. Okay, Fifth Master. A respectful voice came from the phone. In fact, not even an hour. Wei Wuya's men found Wang Yiming's whereabouts. 20 minutes later. Mr. Wei Wu led a group of people into a large bar. The private room on the 2nd floor of the bar was filled with the strong smell of various perfumes. Young and beautiful girls were guarding Wang Yiming like stars holding the moon. Wang Yiming also had a wild expression and was having a great time. There were 2 tall bodyguards standing guard outside the box. Seeing Mr. Wei Wu bringing people over, the 2 bodyguards suddenly showed vigilant expressions. Take it. Mr. Wei Wu raised his hand and pointed at the 2 bodyguards. He immediately rushed out several people and controlled the 2 bodyguards. Bang! The box door was kicked open, which seemed quite abrupt even amidst the loud DJ music. Then, they saw Mr. Wei Wu and a group of people filing in. Suddenly, the women in the box all looked frightened and uneasy. Wei Wu, what the hell do you mean? Seeing that the person coming was Mr. Wei Wu, Wang Yiming's expression sank. And he scolded sternly. Everyone who doesn't care, get out. Mr. Wei Wu ignored Wang Yiming, and his fierce eyes slowly swept across the women in the box. Under his gaze, all the women felt uneasy and frightened, and subconsciously got up and ran out. Wei Wu, what exactly do you want to do? Do you still want to do that project? Wang Yiming also noticed something was wrong with Mr. Wei Wu, felt a little uneasy, and shouted inwardly. Crack! Mr. Wei Wu took a few steps forward, raised his hand and gave Wang Yiming a slap in the face. I almost lost my life, and we were talking about a nonsense project. Wang Yiming was stunned by this slap. He was the 2nd prince of the Wanlong group. This Wei Wu dared to hit him. He must have gone crazy. Then a burst of anger rushed over him, and he shouted at Master Wei Wu with a ferocious expression, Wei Wu, do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Crack! Master Wei Wu waved his hand and slapped Wang Yiming again. I will fight with you. Wang Yiming was furious. As the 2nd prince of the Bandon group, he could almost walk around Yangdong, but today he was slapped twice in a row. This was unacceptable to him. So, he grabbed the wine bottle on the table and threw it at Mr. Wei Wu's bald head. Bang! But he overestimated his own strength and underestimated the 5th master Wei's skills. The 5th master Wei could become a well-known gangster in Nandu, and his own skills were also good. So, as soon as he grabbed the bottle and stood up, he was kicked back to the Sofa by Mr. Wei Wu. Then Wei Wuya stepped forward with a ferocious smile, grabbed Wang Yaming's collar, and struck his face left and right. He didn't let him go until his cheeks were swollen like a pig's head. Fifth Master Wei knew that a young master like Wang Yaming was arrogant. If he were asked directly why he wanted to deal with Gao Yan, he would definitely not tell him. Therefore, you have to deal with him severely and make him afraid so that he will cooperate obediently. What exactly do you want to do? Noticing that Mr. Wei Wu's eyes were still looking at him with evil intentions, Wang Yaming was really scared. I warn you not to mess around. Otherwise, my dad will not let you go. Mr. Wei Wu leaned down and said in a gloomy tone, Master Ming, let me ask you something. If you cooperate obediently, I, Old Wei, will apologize to you for what happened just now. If you are unwilling to cooperate, don't talk about your father. It's no use even if the Jade Emperor comes. Mr. Ming, are you willing to cooperate? When he said the last sentence, Master Wei Wu's face suddenly turned ferocious. Scared, Wang Yaming quickly turned his head to the side. What do you want to ask? Master Ming, be happy. A smile appeared on Mr. Wei Wu's face. Master Ming, let me ask you, who asked you to deal with Gao Yan? It's Han Shangyu, Demon City Han Shangyu. Wang Yaming quickly said that he just wanted to integrate into Han Shangyu's circle, and he didn't have much friendship with Han Shangyu. Now that he was beaten like this for helping him do things, he had no intention of keeping the other person's secret. Instead, he wanted to keep Han Shangyu secret. There was some resentment. Why does he want to deal with Gao Yan? Wei Wuya continued to ask. I don't know either. Wang Yaming said timidly. I don't know. You don't know how to ask. Do you still need me to teach you how to do it? Mr. Wei Wu snorted coldly. Yes, I'll call him right now and ask him why. Wang Yaming was frightened and quickly picked up his mobile phone and dialed Han Shangyu's number. Update. The next morning, after Gao Yan got up and washed up, he prepared to go to the next door for breakfast. Unexpectedly, when he opened the door, he saw Wei Wuya standing outside. When did you come? Gao Yan asked. I came for a while, but I was worried that you were resting, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Wei Wuya said humbly. Come in and talk. Gao Yan invited Wei Wuya in, sat down on the sofa, and waited for him to speak. Master Wei Wu bowed and said, Mr. Gao, the matter has been investigated. Clearly, Wang Yaming is not the real mastermind behind the scenes. The real mastermind behind the scenes is Han Shangyu, a top rich second generation in Shanghai. Another unfamiliar name. Gao Yan frowned secretly. Have you found out why he targeted me? It's been investigated clearly. Master Wei Wu hurriedly said, Han Shangyu brought a group of rich second generations to invest in a stock expert named Wang Chao, who bought a large number of Aeon pharmaceutical stocks. When they were harvesting, Master Gao sold a lot of stocks and smashed other people's plates, causing the stock price to fall, causing them to lose tens of millions, so they passed Wang Yaming to teach you a lesson. After listening to Master Wei Wu's explanation, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry. So that's what happened. When he sold Aeon pharmaceutical stocks, he didn't think so much, let alone smash other people's plates, nor did he think that his smashing would actually lead to revenge. Okay, let's stop here, you go. Gao Yan waved his hand. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mr. Gao. I have something to offer you. I hope you can accept it. As he spoke, Wei Wuya presented a share transfer agreement with both hands. Gao Yan took the share transfer agreement and looked through it. It turned out that Wei Wuya transferred the Metropolis nightclub under his name to him for free. Wei Wuya continued, Mr. Gao, the nightclub has been doing well, with a monthly profit of at least 2 million. I hope you don't mind it. No need. Gao Yan threw the agreement back casually, as long as you don't provoke me in the future, I won't bother you. Let's go. Mr. Gao, how about you consider it? Wei Wuya was unwilling. Get lost. Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Yes, Mr. Gao, I'll leave now. Wei Wuya bowed his head, but a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. He gave the nightclub to Gao Yan as an apology, but he really wanted to climb up Gao Yan's tree. He had a little relationship with the Wei family, so many people didn't dare to touch him. If he could get close to Gao Yan, who had a Danjin Grandmaster as his backer, he could walk around Nandu with this title. Unfortunately, Gao Yan didn't give him a chance at all. Watching Wei Wuya leave, Gao Yan couldn't help but sneer. After his mental power broke through 100, his whole wisdom was greatly improved. How could he not see Wei Wuya's thoughts? It was good that he didn't deal with the other party. He actually wanted to use him to bully others. It was just a fart. As for the nightclub with a monthly profit of 2 million, would he care about that little money? After all, his system reserve funds were close to 50 billion. He got up and went to the next door. He knocked on the door. It was Chen Yuling who opened the door. Wow, brother-in-law, you finished your work so quickly and came back. Chen Yuling said in surprise. Yes. Gao Yan nodded. Have you prepared breakfast? You came just in time, sister has prepared breakfast. The breakfast Chen Yue made was porridge and steamed buns, in addition to kimchi brought from her hometown. Brother Yan, are you used to it? How about I fry 2 eggs for you? Chen Yue said. Fry 8, 2 for each person. Gao Yan said, you don't have to be so frugal when cooking in the future. I will buy some ingredients back. No, it's actually pretty good. Listen to me, Lingling is growing up and needs to supplement nutrition. Gao Yan said. Well, I listened to Brother Yan. Hey, why didn't you refute me today? Gao Yan was a little surprised. Will my refutation be useful? You are so domineering. Chen Yue said softly. When Gao Yan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Chen Yue still has some resentment towards his domineering. But he won't change, because Chen Yue just eats this. At the dinner table, Gao Yan first served a bowl of porridge to Grandma and asked, Grandma, how are your legs? Much better, I can now work hard. The old lady said happily, thanks to my grandson-in-law's medicinal wine. When it comes to medicinal wine, Gao Yan's heart moved. This medicinal wine can enhance physical fitness. I will also give you sisters a bottle each. Drink half a cup every day. Thank you, brother-in-law, and have a fried egg. Chen Yuling smiled and picked up a fried egg for Gao Yan. By the way, where did you go yesterday? Gao Yan asked. Chen Yue lowered her head and did not speak, and Chen Yuling also remained silent. Seeing this, Gao Yan immediately understood what was going on, so he smiled and said, Lingling, how about I take you to the amusement park after dinner? Great, thank you, brother-in-law. Chen Yuling said with a look of surprise. After dinner, after a simple cleanup, Gao Yan urged them to leave, but Grandma said she would not go. After all, her legs were inconvenient, so she would not go with them. Gao Yan did not force her and said he would order takeout for her at noon. Then took the two sisters to the amusement park in the city. At the end of the day, both sisters had a great time. What surprised Gao Yan was that Chen Yuling seemed carefree, but she showed timidity when faced with exciting projects such as pirate ships, roller coasters, and roller coasters. Chen Yue, on the other hand, seemed very calm. It's around 7 p.m. Gao Yan drove back to the community. When entering the room, Chen Yuling turned to Gao Yan and said, "Brother-in-law, today is my happiest day, thank you." "You're welcome." Gao Yan gave her a slap on the head, and Chen Yuling suddenly showed a look of enjoyment. "Brother Yan, I'm very happy too, thank you." At this time, Chen Yue also said, "Lingling, you go in first, I have something to tell your sister." "Brother-in-law, come on." Chen Yuling squeezed Gao Yan and returned to the house. Seeing that something was not going well, Chen Yue was about to run away, but Gao Yan stretched out her hand and pulled her into his arms. "What do you want to do?" Chen Yue blushed and whispered. "You guess?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan lifted Chen Yue's chin and kissed her. After a while, Chen Yue ran into the house as if she was running away. Unexpectedly, her sister was sitting on the sofa, looking at her with a smile, and deliberately asked, "Sister, why is your face so red?" "Don't ask. Believe it or not, I'll beat you." Chen Yue threatened with a wave of her hand. But Chen Yuling didn't accept this trick at all, and said with a wicked smile, "Did my brother-in-law do something bad to you? You still said that." Chen Yue was a little angry and rushed towards her sister. "Grandma, help me, my sister is going to deal with you." Chen Yuling shouted and ran towards the old lady's room. On the other side, Gao Yan was taking a shower and thinking that it was time to meet classmate Xiaozhua tomorrow. He returned to Nandu ahead of schedule, but never told classmate Xiaozhua. "It's been a week, and it's time to go back to Nandu." After taking a shower, Gao Yan, who was fresh, lay on the bed, picked up his mobile phone and sent Xiaozhua a WeChat message. This chat lasted for more than an hour. From the text sent by the other party, Gao Yan could feel that classmate Xiaozhua missed him. After finishing the chat, Gao Yan logged into the Huyu live broadcast network again, and as expected, Xing Xiaoyu and Qin Yusin were both in the live broadcast. The original gap of more than 3 million has narrowed to 2 million. There are still 2 days before the end of the rematch. If he doesn't continue to take action, maybe Qin Yusin will have a chance to counterattack in the next 2 days. Therefore, Gao Yan decisively gave Xing Xiaoyu a gift of 5 million yuan. The gap between the two increased to 7 million. After hearing the news, Qin Yusin was a little depressed because she had completely lost hope. Even if she mobilized her die-hard fans to reward her, she could not overtake Xing Xiaoyu. As for the finals, haha, I am not Brother Yan's support is so strong even in the rematch, and it will definitely be even stronger in the finals. Think of this. She hesitated. How about contacting me instead of Brother Yan? After exiting Huyu Live, Gao Yan charged his phone and thought about how to take revenge on Han Shangyu. However, he only knew that the other party was a top second-generation rich man in Shanghai, and he didn't know the specific situation. He had 2 choices. The first was to ask his friendly Chaonan in Shanghai. But as a second-generation rich man in Shanghai, the other party might have some concerns. The second was to find Tu Yun. After thinking about it, he decided to find Tu Yun. Anyway, the two of them were mutually beneficial, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. So he picked up his phone and called Tu Yun again. In response, Tu Yun naturally agreed and said that he would give him the information about Han Shengyu tomorrow. The next day, Saturday, Gao Yan received the information from Tu Yun early in the morning. Han Shengyu was born in the old Han family in Shanghai. The Han family is not well known among ordinary people, but it is particularly famous in the rich and investment circles. Because the Han family is the largest shareholder of Shanghai Commercial Bank. Magic City Commercial Bank is an investment-oriented bank. In many top companies, Magic City Commercial Bank holds certain shares. The value of the shares of 5 Magic City companies alone exceeds 200 billion. As for the market value of Magic City Commercial Bank, it has reached more than 800 billion, and the Han family together holds more than 70% of the shares of Magic City Commercial Bank. These shares are worth more than 500 billion. In addition to Magic City Commercial Bank, the Han family has also invested in many companies in their private name, and these shares are worth more than 100 billion. Moreover, the members of the Han family also have their own industries. Take Han Shengyu, for example. He has an entertainment company worth nearly 10 billion, in addition to 2 financial companies, 3 financial companies, and a modeling company. Add to his real estate, sports cars, yachts, etc., his personal net worth is definitely more than 20 billion. Therefore, he is a big brother in the circle of the second generation of rich people in Magic City. Of course, the above are some common information, which can be investigated with a little effort. Intelligence bosses like Tu Yun will not just use such information to perfunctorily deal with him. The current head of the Han family is called Han Wenba. He looks decent on the surface, but in fact he is extremely philandering. He is a little more devoted because of his age. Even so, he still has more than 10 mistresses outside. Because of his philandering, he has more than 20 children. But only 3 of them are recognized by the Han family. Among them, Han Shenglong and Han Shengyu were born to Han Wenba's main wife. The youngest daughter, Han Shengling, was born to his mistress, but his mistress died of a serious illness. At that time, Han Shengling was only 5 years old. So Han Wenba took some effort to take her back to the Han family, to raise her. Because Han Shengling was just a girl, she could not threaten the status of Han Shenglong and Han Shengyu. Although his main wife had some opinions, she reluctantly accepted it. Han Shenglong is very capable and is very popular with Han Wenba. He is his designated successor. He is currently the general manager of Shanghai Commercial Bank and is nearly 40 years old. Han Shengyu is only in his 20s. He knows that he cannot compete with his elder brother. After all, almost everyone in the Han family supports his elder brother. Therefore, after he graduated from college, he asked his parents for a sum of money and made a living on his own. After a few years, with the support of the Han family, he has also made a fortune of 20 billion yuan and is very famous in the second-generation circle of Shanghai. In the eyes of others, Han Shengyu is a gentle and elegant nobleman. But in fact, this person has a very violent personality and prefers to torture women. A female star under his entertainment company was tortured by him and suffered from severe depression. In the end, she committed suicide at the age of 24. In addition, several young and beautiful models under his modeling company were also tortured by his perverted behavior. They were unable to resist, because Han Shangyu was too powerful. During this period, some people wanted to resist and call the police, but unfortunately, before they arrived at the police station, they were caught by Han Shangyu's people and finally put on the missing list. According to the information, Tu Yun investigated, those missing people who wanted to expose him were sold to Southeast Asia. Beast. Seeing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Moreover, Han Shangyu is a narrow-minded person who will take revenge for any slight offense. He will secretly retaliate against anyone who offends him. It's just that he did it in a more secretive way, and his hands and feet were relatively clean. Few people knew about it, and even if they knew about it, they didn't dare to easily reveal the truth. Who asked Han Shangyu to be the second young master of the Han family? Even if something happened, the Han family would support him. Let's talk about Han Shangling, the little princess of the Han family. This girl is only 18 years old and graduated from high school this year. She seems to be well-behaved and lovely. In the eyes of the Han family, she is a good girl, and even a little weak, but in fact, these are all her disguises. In secret, she is a top hacker and has secretly learned fighting skills. What's more interesting is that the women who exposed Han Shangyu before were secretly instigated by her, but unfortunately they failed. From this, it can be seen that the little princess of the Han family is not a quiet person. As for Han Wenba's main wife Li Shaoli, she is also a ruthless person. She doesn't mind her husband's philandering as long as it doesn't threaten her position as the main wife. During this period, there were also concubines who wanted to take the position, but none of them succeeded, and all those who wanted to take the position did not end up well. Looking at Li Shaoli's method of dealing with concubines, it is even more exciting than the palace fighting drama. After reading these materials, Gao Yan showed a thoughtful look. To be honest, it is very difficult to deal with Han Shangyu through legitimate means. As for exposing Han Shangyu's bad things, the Han family is not a declining family like the Lin family. If you want to expose them on the internet, it is estimated that the video or post will be blocked as soon as it is sent out. As for using the means to deal with the Ma family, it has not reached that stage yet. Besides, some things can deter others if done once, but if they are done too much, it will make people feel uneasy and unite to deal with you. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, the Ma family's things must not happen again. Therefore, to retaliate against Han Shangyu, you have to start with his industry. The most valuable company under Han Shangyu's name is Shangtian Entertainment. As long as the company goes bankrupt, Han Shangyu can learn a profound lesson. Afterwards, Gao Yan called Tu Yun again and asked her to help investigate the situation of Shangtian Entertainment. This is easier to investigate. After Gao Yan had breakfast, Tu Yun sent Gao Yan the information about Shangtian Entertainment. At present, Shangtian Entertainment has invested in 3 movies and 2 TV series. There are hundreds of big and small stars signed to Shangtian Entertainment, in addition to a well-known director. In order to destroy Shangtian Entertainment, Gao Yan first thought of poaching their people. However, with the connections of the Han family, even if the people were poached, they should be able to find replacements soon. Therefore, they still have to compete with them and target their movies and TV series. After having an idea in mind, Gao Yan called Li Chaonan again and asked him to help find an entertainment company that he planned to acquire. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yan received a call from Li Feng. After several days of visits, he identified more than 10 stores suitable for opening a milk tea shop and asked him if he wanted to go and see for himself. Gao Yan said, "In this case, you can compile a copy of the information on these stores and send it to me." Li Feng responded with some embarrassment, "Boss, I'm a rough guy and not good at organizing information. I'll find someone to help organize the information on these stores. Can I send it to you later?" "Okay, just send it to me within today," Gao Yan said. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan came to the next room. Only Grandma and Qin Yuling were in the house, and Qin Yue had already gone to work at the milk tea shop. At this moment, Qin Yuling is studying the live broadcast equipment sent by the Fable Guild in her bedroom. Originally, this batch of live broadcast equipment should have arrived a long time ago, but it was sent to Chen Yuling's hometown, and was later forwarded here by entrusting a local courier store. "Do you need my help?" Gao Yan asked. "Then brother-in-law, please help me." With Gao Yan's help, the live broadcast equipment was quickly set up, and you only need to connect your mobile phone to start the live broadcast. Gao Yan did not let Qin Yuling go to Hu Entertainment for a live broadcast, because Hu Yu has Jing Xiaoyu. If she finds out that his relationship with Jing Xiaoyu is not good. Therefore, Gao Yan suggested that Qin Yuling go to Feiyu Live. Although Feiyu Live is not as good as Hu Entertainment Live, it is second only to Hu Entertainment and ranks second in the domestic live broadcast industry. Qin Yuling first downloaded Feiyu's app, then registered as a host, and then she could start broadcasting directly. However, Qin Yuling, who had just started broadcasting, was a little nervous and didn't know what to do. She subconsciously cast a look at Gao Yan asking for help. Gao Yan said with a smile, "There is no one in your live broadcast room yet. Just sing." Qin Yuling ordered a song Aurora and started singing. She was a little nervous at first, but gradually she returned to normal, and a beautiful and full voice came out of her mouth, which was very ear-catching. Gao Yan exited the room and helped Qin Yuling close the door. After coming to the living room and sitting down, Gao Yan clicked on Feiyu Live and entered Qin Yuling's live broadcast room. The number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 10 people. Gao Yan had been in the live broadcast room for a while, so he knew that most of these 10 people were robots. He quit the live broadcast room and registered a new account. "I'm not Brother Yan" is too loud. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yan entered 4 words in the nickname column: "Mountains are high and rivers are long." After successful registration, Gao Yan recharged 5 million into this account through a virtual currency card. Entering Qin Yuling's live broadcast room again, I found that the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 20 and reached 23 people. Most of the gifts given by Flying Fish are related to fish. Shrimp is worth 0.1 yuan, small fish is worth 1 yuan, big fish is worth 10 yuan, koi is worth 50 yuan, dolphins are worth 100 yuan, and whales are worth 1,000 yuan. The flying fish is worth 2,000 yuan. Feiyu is the most valuable gift of Feiyu Live. In addition, there are balloons, glass slippers, torpedoes, and other gifts of varying prices. Just swipe a whale and the whole site will be floating. Lingling, let my brother-in-law help you. Gao Yan clicked on the whale, and suddenly, a huge whale special effect appeared on the screen. Unfortunately, Qin Yuling was singing with her eyes closed at the moment and didn't see it at all. With the emergence of floating screens across the site, the number of people in the live broadcast room also began to increase. Just 1 minute. The number of people in the live broadcast room soared to more than 200 people. But most of them come here to grab the free gift of fish balls. Just at this time, Qin Yiling finished singing a song, but when she saw that the number of people in the live broadcast room reached more than 200, she was stunned, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She clearly remembered that when she first sang, there were only a few people in the live broadcast room. How come there were more than 200 people there all of a sudden? Qin Yiling's performance gave people a cute feeling, and immediately captured the hearts of fans in the live broadcast room. Number 1 in the world, wow, the little girl is so cute. She looks like she still doesn't know why her number has soared to more than 200. Dewa, is the anchor new? Shangxi Daniel Wu, so kawaii, love it, love it. Seeing the comments from water friends, Qin Yiling began to answer awkwardly. After replying to the friend, Qin Yiling started singing again. To Gao Yan's surprise, more than 200 people didn't leave, so he bought another whale. The number of people in the live broadcast room increased again. Soon, the number exceeded 500 people. But this time Qin Yiling did not close her eyes. Seeing the huge whale special effect, she subconsciously froze and asked, "What is this?" Immediately, it attracted good-natured ridicule from friends in the live broadcast room. There were also enthusiastic water friends who introduced it to her. When Qin Yiling found out that the whale actually cost 1,000 yuan, she couldn't help but be frightened. He actually got up and ran out of the room. Brother-in-law, someone rewards me with a gift of 1,000 yuan. What should I do? Seeing Qin Yiling's appearance, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. Silly girl, my brother-in-law helped you with the reward, specifically to attract popularity for you. When Qin Yiling heard this, she couldn't help showing a pained expression. Brother-in-law, this whale is too expensive. Can I refund the reward? Of course you can't retreat. Gao Yan shook his head. Okay, let's go live. Then don't give me any more rewards, Qin Yiling said. After she made up her mind to be a live streamer, she also used her mobile phone to learn about the live streaming industry on the internet. I will help you accumulate some popularity today, and I won't give you any more rewards in the future. Go live now, the number of people in the live streaming room is already decreasing, Gao Yan urged. Okay, brother-in-law, if you want to give me rewards, give less. Next, Gao Yan swiped 8 more whales. After 10 whales gave rewards, the number of people in Qin Yiling's live streaming room had exceeded 5,000. Moreover, the songs she sang were indeed very beautiful, so other fans also started to give her rewards. 2 hours later, Qin Yiling ended the live streaming. After checking the background, in addition to the 10,000 yuan reward from Gao Yan, she also received more than 600 yuan in gifts. How do you feel? Gao Yan asked with a smile. The girl was a little excited just after the live streaming. Brother-in-law, I didn't expect that there would be thousands of people listening to me singing. Come on, more people will listen to you singing in the future. Gao Yan raised his fist. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will work hard and will not let you down. Qin Yiling nodded heavily. Noon. The 4 of them sat at the table to eat. Qin Yiling excitedly told her sister about her live broadcast. Qin Yue and her grandmother praised her a few words, which made the little girl very happy. After dinner, Gao Yan drove Qin Yue to the milk tea shop to work. Before getting in the car, Gao Yan stopped Qin Yue. I sent you here. Don't you want a reward? While speaking, he pointed his finger at his cheek. Qin Yue looked around shyly and found no one. She leaned over and kissed her on the face, then quickly retracted her body, pushed the door, got out of the car and ran to the snack street. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan received the store information sent by Li Feng. He looked at it himself first, and suddenly remembered that the milk tea shop would be handed over to Lin Xiaomin in the future, so he decided to communicate with Lin Xiaomin. This communication lasted for a full half an hour. Lin Xiaomin also gave him a suggestion. Since he had a unique formula and was not short of funds, he should not do small things. He could turn the milk tea shop into a mid to high-end beverage, comparable to Starbucks. After Lin Xiaomin's reminder, Gao Yan suddenly felt that his vision was still a little small. Although his wisdom had improved a lot, he was still a business novice after all. Unlike Lin Xiaomin, who at least created a company of considerable size. So, after a little hesitation, he decided to accept Lin Xiaomin's proposal and create a mid to high-end milk tea brand. Since Lin Xiaomin's suggestion was accepted, the more than 10 stores that Li Feng had selected were not suitable. So he called Li Feng and explained the situation. Li Feng asked, "Boss, do you need me to find a new store?" Gao Yan thought for a while and said, "Well, go to the commercial plaza in the city to find a store that is more than 500 square meters." "Okay, boss." Since we plan to open a branded milk tea shop, the 2 milk tea shops in Wanlong Plaza and Hengda Plaza are not suitable. After the large milk tea shop opens, these 2 shops will be sublet. As for the one in the snack street of University Town, it can be kept. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan, who was reading a book, received a call from Li Chaonan. "Li Chaonan, Xiao Gao, I have received a letter from the entertainment companies you asked me to help you find. There are 3 in total. I will send their information to your WeChat directly. Take a look first." Gao Yan, "Okay, thank you for your help, brother Li. I will treat you to a meal in Shanghai later." Li Chaonan, "Okay, it's settled." Less than a minute after the call ended, Li Chaonan sent Gao Yan a document. After clicking it, Gao Yan looked at it carefully. The 3 entertainment companies are Haitian Entertainment, Huanrui Century, and Tianqing Entertainment. Among them, Haitian Entertainment is relatively pure. It does not cultivate stars and focuses on filming movies and TV series. This company was established in 2008. In more than 7 years, it has filmed a total of 7 movies, an average of 1 per year, but it has filmed more TV series, more than 20. The highest-grossing youth film among the 7 movies earned 340 million box office, 2 of the other 6 made a small profit, and the other 4 lost money. However, more than 20 TV series that were filmed were sold, 15 of which made money, and the rest lost money, but the losses were not high. Looking at the titles of these movies and TV series, many Gao Yans have seen or heard of them. Why did Haitian Entertainment want to sell the company? The reason is very simple. They joined hands with other companies this year and invested 330 million in a blockbuster, because Haitian Entertainment took the lead and invested 180 million. The leading actor is a top-tier young actor. Just when the movie was about to be screened in theaters, the top-tier young actor got into trouble and was arrested. And the movie he starred in naturally could not be released again. The first time he operated a big project, he encountered such a problem, which was a heavy blow to Haitian, so the boss of Haitian had the idea of selling the company. After all, the company's working capital was all on this movie, and it also had to face trouble from partners and sponsors, so it had no mind and time to do new projects. Selling the company is the best choice. Because Haitian entertainment did not engage in celebrity economy and did not guarantee whether the behind-the-scenes team would stay, the offer was very low, only 15 million. Even so, not many people were willing to take over, because Haitian had not yet resolved the issues of partners and sponsors. The partners could argue, but the sponsors must return their sponsorship fees. Because before the incident, the top streamer was very popular and attracted 20 million advertising sponsorship. Even if the compensation was not much, 20 million had to be compensated, so the acquisition of Haitian entertainment would cost at least 35 million. Let's talk about Hui Century. This company is much stronger than Haitian entertainment. The company has its own celebrity artists, including 16 actors, 22 singers, and more than 30 trainees. Their business is also quite wide, including movies, TV series, variety shows, and record releases. The reason for selling the company is not that it can't continue to operate. The boss of Hui Century is Qin Zhixing. He was 50 years old when he founded Hui Century in 2000. Over the past 10 years, Hui family has become bigger and bigger. But half a year ago, Qin Zhixing had a stroke and was hospitalized and could no longer host the work of Happy Century. His successor, son Qin Shanhai, has his own company, which is larger than Happy Family, but has nothing to do with the entertainment industry. Moreover, he is not interested in entertainment companies at all and is unwilling to take over. So he plans to sell Happy Century. However, he wants cash, not replacement, so Happy Century has not been sold. After half a year. At the beginning, Qin Shanhai offered 660 million yuan. After half a year, it still has not been sold. He has reduced the price to 600 million yuan, but 600 million yuan in cash is not a small amount. So, no one is willing to take over. Let's talk about the last Tianqing Entertainment. This company is the largest of the three entertainment companies. This company not only has its own filming team, but also many celebrity artists. In addition, they also have their own distribution channels and theaters. Although they don't have many theaters, there are not many entertainment companies that have both distribution channels and theaters. As for why the company is sold, there are two reasons. First of all, Star Entertainment started out by cooperating with the Hong Kong industry. 10 years ago, the Hong Kong industry was particularly popular. Just find a Hong Kong director and a few Hong Kong stars to make a movie, and the audience will buy it. But the audience's viewing ability will also improve. After losing the sense of freshness, the works of the Hong Kong industry are no longer popular, and mainland stars have also risen one after another. Therefore, Star Entertainment was glorious 10 years ago, but it is no longer. So after 10 years. But 10 years later, the decision-makers of Star Entertainment repeatedly bet on the wrong horse. For example, last year, they released a new movie by a famous Hong Kong director with a guaranteed box office of 800 million. As a result, the final box office of this movie was only 180 million, which directly caused Star Entertainment to lose a lot of money. What does the so-called guaranteed release mean? In simple terms, the distributor will give you a share in advance based on the 800 million box office. If the producer can get 40% of the share, the distributor will directly give the producer 320 million according to the 800 million guaranteed box office. But the box office was only 180 million. Even if the distributor could get 50% of the share, it could only recover the cost of 90 million. A direct loss of 230 million. After this guaranteed release incident, Star Entertainment almost became a joke in the industry, and they were completely disappointed with the Hong Kong circle. Later, they invested in several mainland movies one after another, but all of them lost money after the release of the movies they invested in. The successive failures made the boss of Tianqing Entertainment very angry. And the senior executives who led these projects were also fired by him, and when these senior executives left, they also took away many of their subordinates. Other companies also followed suit to poach people from Tianqing Entertainment. Now, not only are there vacancies in middle and senior management, but also celebrity artists have jumped jobs one after another. Disheartened, the boss of Tianqing Entertainment came up with the idea of selling the company. However, although Tianqing Entertainment has experienced a big fluctuation, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and there are still theaters in hand, so the selling price is as high as 1.2 billion. Several entertainment companies have the idea of taking over, but the boss of Tianqing Entertainment is dissatisfied with these entertainment companies taking advantage of this situation and rejected all their acquisitions. And Han Shangyu's Shangtian Entertainment is also planning to acquire Tianqing Entertainment. However, because of Han Shangyu's taking advantage of the situation, the boss of Tianqing Entertainment also rejected him. But the Han family has too many connections. If Gao Yan does not intervene, I believe that Tianqing Entertainment will eventually fall into Han Shangyu's hands. After reading the information, Gao Yan sent a WeChat message to Li Chaonan. Brother Li, I have read all the information. Li Chaonan, which one do you like? Gao Yan, only children make choices, I want them all. Haitian Entertainment does not manage stars, but has a strong behind the scenes team, and Happy Century has good actors and singers. As for Tianqing Entertainment, the management is vacant and the stars are almost all poached. But it has distribution channels and theaters. If the three companies can be integrated into one, it will definitely complement each other. Li Chaonan was shocked to hear that Gao Yan wanted to take over all three companies, and was even more surprised by Gao Yan's hand. Not to mention, Haitian Entertainment, Happy Century alone would cost 600 million yuan, and Tianqing Entertainment would cost 1.2 billion yuan. Gao Yan could come up with 1.8 billion? Li Chaonan was very skeptical about this. So he asked, Xiao Gao, are you kidding? Gao Yan, brother Li, I am indeed not kidding. Don't you think these three companies are a perfect match? Haitian has a strong behind-the-scenes team. Happy Century has enough star artists, and finally Tianqing Entertainment has its own distribution channels and theaters. If all of them are taken over and integrated into one company. After listening to Gao Yan's analysis, Li Chaonan subconsciously felt that it would be quite promising to take over the three companies for integration. So he asked, Xiao Gao, 1.8 billion is not a small amount. Is there any problem with the funds? Gao Yan, brother Li, don't worry, I can still come up with this money. Suddenly, he had an idea and sent another WeChat message, asking, Brother Li, do you have any ideas too? Li Chaonan, after listening to your analysis, I do have some ideas, but my funds cannot compare with yours. Gao Yan's heart moved, and he said, Brother Li, you help me acquire these three companies. Once successful, I will give you 2% of the dry shares. After the acquisition and integration are successful, I can let you continue to invest, but the proportion of shares cannot exceed 10%. How about it? Gao Yan came up with the idea of giving dry shares, not because he was poor and generous, but because Li Chaonan helped him several times, but it was all for nothing, so he had to give him some return. After all, interests are the best link to link relationships. Besides, Li Chaonan is a local snake in the Magic City. With his help, many things will become much more convenient. When he heard that Gao Yan was willing to give him 2% of the dry shares, Li Chaonan was shocked. Because even if calculated according to 1.8 billion, 2% would be worth 36 million. After integrating into a company, the market value will definitely exceed 1.8 billion, and reaching 2 billion is not a problem. Shares worth 40 million yuan were given away as soon as they were said. It seems that Gao Yan's strength is much stronger than he imagined. Of course, this is just a verbal agreement, and Gao Yan may regret it in the future. But through these contacts, Li Chaonan felt that Gao Yan was not that kind of person. Taking a deep breath, Li Chaonan said, "Xiao Gao, I appreciate your kindness. I won't mention the gift of shares. I will invest in you after you integrate the company." Gao Yan replied, "Brother Li, you are being distant with me now. If you hadn't helped me collect the information of these 3 companies, I wouldn't have thought of integrating them. However, it's too early to talk about shares. I will cash it out with Brother Li after the acquisition is successful." Li Chaonan said, "Indeed, the acquisition has not been successful, so what's the point of talking about shares? In this way, I will send someone to contact the 3 companies first, and when I have a clue, I will notify you to come to the Magic City." Gao Yan, that's trouble, Brother Li. By the way, Brother Li, do you know anyone who sells houses? I will buy a house in the Magic City first. Li Chaonan said, "What do you want?" "I have a friend whose family happens to be in the real estate business." Gao Yan, a villa, right? There is no requirement for the location, but it must be a single-family villa with a relatively quiet environment. He purchased the property to put the coordinates of the arbitrary door, so that he could travel back and forth between Shanghai and Nandu. As for why he required a single-family villa, it was out of caution, so as not to be discovered by others. Li Chaonan, "Okay, I'll ask for you and notify you when I have news." After finishing the chat with Li Chaonan, Gao Yan sent a message to Chen Yue that he would not come back for dinner tonight and drove to Yangdong. Science. He and Xiaozhua had not seen each other for a week, and he still missed her very much. It took less than 5 minutes to arrive at Yangdong Science. Xiaozhua appeared at the school gate. Although she also had a sports car, she rarely drove it, but kept it in the garage of the villa at number 15 Yujinjiwen. "Baby, do you miss me?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "No, not at all." But as he said that, Jiangyue rushed over directly. After a deep kiss, although their mouths separated, their bodies were still hugging each other. "Baby, what do you want to eat? Your husband will treat you. Let's buy some food and cook it at home," Jiangyue suggested. "Okay." Then the two drove to a large supermarket nearby, purchased enough ingredients, and then came to number 15 Yujinjiwen. The two divided the work. Gao Yan cooked in the kitchen, and Jiangyue cleaned the villa. After all, no one had lived in the villa for a while, and there was a lot of dust in the villa. Because this was a reunion after a week, Gao Yan's dinner tonight was particularly sumptuous. Therefore, when he finished cooking, Jiangyue had already cleaned up, took a shower and changed into cool clothes. Gao Yan reached out his arms to hug her, kissed her on the delicate face, and said, "Baby, you are dressed like this, I don't want to eat dinner, what should I do if I want to eat you?" "No, I'm hungry," Shi Wen said pitifully. She knew how strong her boyfriend's fighting ability was, plus they hadn't seen each other for a week, it would probably take 2 hours to finish. She didn't have enough physical strength to support without eating. "Okay, let's eat first." Gao Yan was not as anxious as imagined, it was just teasing his girlfriend. After a dinner full of tender words, Shi Wen wanted to clean up the dishes, but Gao Yan said, "No hurry, I'll clean up later." He then pulled Xiaoxue upstairs. "Go downstairs and take a shower." After entering the upstairs, Xiaoxue pushed Gao Yan into the bathroom, but Gao Yan pulled her in. "Let's take a shower together." 2 hours later. After 2 hours of fighting in the canyon battlefield, Xiaoxue was so tired that he didn't want to move his toes at all, and fell asleep in Gao Yan's arms. Although Gao Yan was exhausted, he still had enough energy. He took the phone on the bedside and replied to a few WeChat messages, but it turned out that Li Chaonan had found a villa that met his conditions and sent him photos of the villa inside and outside. Gao Yan said that he would go to Shanghai tomorrow. Afterwards, Gao Yan logged into HuYu Live Network again. As expected, Jing Xiaoyu and Qin Yusin were both live streaming. The gap between the two was shortened a little, but not much. It is estimated that Qin Yusin has given up. Since Jing Xiaoyu has taken the lead, Gao Yan did not give any more rewards. Watched the live streaming for a while. Gao Yan opened his private message and prepared to clean it up. After all, as he became more popular, there were quite a lot of people who sent him private messages. "Huh!" Gao Yan exclaimed, because he found that Qin Yusin was in today's private message. Clicking on the content, he saw that the other party sent it to thank him for the reward. Seeing this private message, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. Although this private message was very subtle, Gao Yan also saw that Qin Yusin seemed to want to hook up with him, a powerful big brother. However, the other party has been 100% special from now on. He doesn't think that even if he rewards her with millions of gifts, he can't win her over. In this case, he naturally doesn't need to reply to the other party. Worried about waking up Shi Wen, Gao Yan didn't continue watching the live broadcast. He quit huiyu.com, put his phone back on the bedside, and then hugged Xiaoxue's fragrant body and slowly fell asleep. Early next morning, Gao Yan got up early and made breakfast. While eating, he asked, "Baby, I have to go to the Magic City for something today. If you have nothing to do with your school, how about we go together?" "I'm afraid this won't work." Shi Wen shook her head. "Professor Qin's project these days is a critical moment, and it's not easy for me to ask for leave." "You really can't ask for leave?" Gao Yan deliberately showed disappointment. "Yeah." Shi Wen nodded sheepishly. "Okay then, I'll deal with things over there and get back as soon as possible," Gao Yan said. "Honey, you are so kind," Shi Wen said a little guiltily. "Had breakfast?" Shi Wen personally drove Gao Yan to the airport. After being tired at the airport for a while, Gao Yan reluctantly passed the security check. More than 2 hours later, Gao Yan came to the exit looking fresh, hugged Li Chaonan, who was waiting there, and walked towards the parking lot together. "Brotherly, how is the contact with the entertainment company?" Gao Yan asked. "It went pretty smoothly," Li Chaonan said. "Knowing that you are coming to Magic City today, I have made An appointment in advance with the boss of Haitian to meet at Liu Tea House at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I also made an appointment with the boss of Tianxing to meet at the hotel in the evening. As for the boss of Happy Century, he is not in Magic City. But the other party said that we should be able to return to Shanghai tomorrow, so we'll go see the villa first in the morning. Okay, since Brotherly has made arrangements, I will listen to you, Gao Yan said with a smile. More than half an hour later, Li Chaonan drove to a community called Platinum Palace. On the way here, Li Chaonan had already introduced the situation of this community to Gao Yan. This is a well-built residential complex for wealthy people. It was built less than a year ago. Although it is not in the city center, the sales volume is excellent and the price is not cheap. The average unit price of ordinary commercial housing is more than 120,000. The price of villas has reached 200,000 per square meter. However, the advantage of the community lies in its property management team. Even the most ordinary employees of the property management team are graduates from prestigious universities. Each household owner of the 12 villas can be assigned a separate property manager. In addition, the community is equipped with high-end gyms, clubs, basketball courts, football fields, swimming pools, bars, shopping malls, restaurants, etc. The property also serves owners 24 hours a day. As long as you are not afraid of spending money, you can take a vacation every day when you live here. When your car enters the community, don't go straight to the villa area. There are only 12 villas in this community, 11 of which have been sold, and the remaining one is reserved for the developer. If Li Chaonan hadn't approached Qiao Bo, he probably wouldn't have taken action. Qiao Bo is the son of the largest shareholder of the company that developed the Platinum Palace community, and is also Li Chaonan's good friend. Brother Qiao. When the car arrived at Villa Number 1, a tall, thin young man in casual clothes came up to him and took the initiative to help Li Chaonan open the car door. Oppo, I haven't seen you for a while. Li Chaonan gave the other party a hug, then pointed at Gao Yan, who got out of the passenger car and said, "This is Gao Yan, my new friend, and today's buyer." "Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Qiao Bo." Qiao Bo extended his hand to Gao Yan with a kind face. "Hello, Mr. Qiao, just call me Xiao Gao." Gao Yan responded with a smile. "Then don't call me Mr. Qiao. You can call me Oppo or Brother Bo." After exchanging pleasantries, the group walked directly into Villa Number 1 and introduced the accompanying property manager to Gao Yan. The property manager is a woman in her early 30s, with a tall and slender figure. Her words and actions give people a very comfortable feeling. And she has obviously been specially trained. By the way, the property manager's name is Yu Miaodong. This villa has 4 floors. The second underground floor is the garage and wine cellar. The first underground floor is the entertainment room, with a private cinema, game room, billiard room, KTV, and a small gym. The first floor is a large living room. In addition, there are 2 rooms for servants and a smart kitchen. There are 4 bedrooms, a study room and a small conference room on the second floor. The top floor is divided into 2 parts, one is the roof garden, and the other is a swimming pool with adjustable water temperature. There is not only a swimming pool on the roof, but also a larger swimming pool in the courtyard of the villa. The entire villa has been renovated and looks extremely exquisite. The furniture is from world-renowned brands and the appliances are all intelligent. After visiting the entire villa, it was undeniable that Gao Yan was really tempted. Without waiting for Gao Yan to ask about the price, Yu Miaodong took the initiative to introduce young Master Gao. The area of Villa Number 1 is 820 square meters, the unit price is 220,000 per square meter, and the total price is 180,400,000. At this time, Cao Bo said, "Xiao Gao, you are a friend introduced by brother Cao. I will not quote you a price of 180 million. If you like this villa, you can take it for 168 million. While speaking, Cao Bo kept looking at Gao Yan. He also sold the villa because of Li Chaonan's face, and he also gave a very favorable price. If Gao Yan still bargained, he would refuse to sell it. Facing Cao Bo's eyes, Gao Yan smiled and nodded, "Okay, since Brother Bo has said so, I accept the price, let's sign the contract." "So soon, don't you think about it?" Cao Bo asked subconsciously. "I won't consider it anymore. I'm afraid that if I continue to think about it, Brother Bo, you won't be able to sell it to me. What's more, I really like this villa very much," Gao Yan said with a smile, "because this villa is more than 300 meters away from the villas on the left and right, so privacy can be well protected." Upon hearing this, Cao Bo also laughed. "Xiao Gao, you are such a happy person. I like to do business with people like you. From now on, we will be good friends and play together when we have time." "Okay, Brother Bo." Gao Yan nodded and agreed. Soon, Yu Miaodong brought the contract. After signing it, Gao Yan was unambiguous and paid directly according to the price in the contract. After receiving the money, Cao Bo subconsciously glanced at Gao Yan and decided to privately inquire about Li Chaonan's origins. He was so young, but could easily use such a large sum of money. After the formalities were completed, Gao Yan sent out an invitation. "Brother Li, Brother Bo, thanks to you, I can buy such a good house. Let's have dinner together at noon?" Cao Bo said apologetically, "Xiao Gao, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I can't accompany you and Brother Cao to have lunch, because I have a business reception. Otherwise, I will make arrangements tonight and we can have a good drink in the evening. How about a meal?" "Okay, since Brother Bo has something serious to do, I won't force you. Let's see you tonight." After leaving the Platinum Palace, Gao Yan and Li Chaonan found a restaurant for dinner. After the meal, the two of them randomly found a place to kill time. It wasn't until 1:40 that they appeared together at Luyu's tea house. Luyu Tea House is a chain of tea houses. Luyu is the author of the tea book and is known as the tea sage. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two came to a private room on the second floor. Although the agreed time has not yet arrived, Haitian's two bosses, Su Hai and Huang Tianyuan, have arrived in advance. Obviously, they are eager to sell Haitian entertainment. The negotiation went very smoothly, because one was interested in buying and the other was eager to sell. However, Gao Yan also put forward a condition that the companies behind the scenes team could not change jobs. For this reason, Gao Yan also gave an extra 1 million. The two parties initialed an agreement, and Gao Yan also paid a deposit of 2 million. The official contract will be signed at Haitian Entertainment at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Seeing Gao Yan so happy, Haitian's two bosses were very happy, so they invited him and Li Chaonan to have dinner, but they declined, saying that they would wait until the formal contract was signed tomorrow. Because tonight they also made an appointment with the boss of Tianqing Entertainment. As long as we win over Tianqing Entertainment, most of the matter will be settled. After all, the boss of Happy Century has long wanted to get rid of it. Among the three companies, this one is considered the safest. At 6 p.m., Gao Yan and Li Chaonan showed up at the Xinglong 5-star hotel. Zheng Dongzi, the boss of Tianqing Entertainment, stood at the door of the box with his men to greet them. Going to the hotel lobby to greet them would weaken their own momentum. Standing at the door of the box to greet them would not only show their importance and politeness, but also not weaken their own momentum. Although Tianqing Entertainment has declined now, it was a major force in the entertainment industry a few years ago. As the saying goes, living in a place changes the spirit and raising a place changes the body. Zheng Dongzi has the temperament of a big boss in his every move. His attitude towards Gao Yan and Li Chaonan is enthusiastic, but he will not give people a feeling of flattery, but it makes people feel very comfortable. It must be said that successful people are good at communication. After a brief greeting, they sat down. Zheng Dongzi asked the waiter to serve the dishes. Although he was interested in selling Tianqing Entertainment, Zheng Dongzi did not talk about it at all during the meal. Instead, he enthusiastically introduced the Huaiyang cuisine used to entertain them for Gao Yan. And he could tell the story and origin of each dish. Gao Yan was not in a hurry, because the more Zheng Dongzi did, the more he showed his importance to this matter, so he completely regarded himself as a person who came to eat. After more than an hour, the dinner was over. Everyone moved to a tea house in the hotel. At this time, Gao Yan slowly said, "Mr. Zheng, thank you for your hospitality tonight. This Huaiyang cuisine is very enjoyable. So should we talk about business now?" "Haha, it should be, it should be." Zheng Dongzi laughed, and then his face was stern, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He said, "Mr. Gao, my request is very simple, 1.2 billion, Tianqing Entertainment, you take it." "Mr. Zheng, happy cooperation." Gao Yan smiled and stretched out his hand. But Zheng Dongzi was stunned for a while before he reacted, because he didn't believe that a business of up to 1.2 billion was reached, just like that. At the same time, he felt like punching the air, because he had made many preparations for the negotiation, but they were not used at all. Gao Yan's smile became even stronger. "The old man asked you to pretend. Now you are broken, aren't you?" "Mr. Gao, say it again?" Zheng Dongzi said in disbelief. "I said, happy cooperation." "Okay, happy cooperation." Zheng Dongzi also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Gao Yan. "Mr. Zheng, have you prepared the contract? If you have, we will sign it now." Gao Yan continued. "Mr. Gao, please be straightforward. Old Wu, take out the prepared contract." Zheng Dongzi said to a middle-aged man beside him. Soon, the two parties signed a formal transfer contract. According to the contract, Gao Yan must pay 1.2 billion within a week, otherwise, the contract will be invalid. Gao Yan waved his hand and smiled, "No need for a week, I will pay it now." Then he communicated with the system and transferred 1.2 billion from the system reserve funds to the account designated by Zheng Dongzi. Zheng Dongzi, who received the money, didn't know what to say, and finally blurted out 4 words. After leaving the hotel, Li Chaonan exhaled a breath of foul air, and looked at Gao Yan with a complicated expression. "Xiao Gao, I was so surprised today. I didn't expect that the acquisition was completed so quickly." "Rich and arrogant," Gao Yan said lightly. Li Chaonan couldn't help but laugh and joked, "You are so pretentious, I give you 9 points, and I deduct 1 point from you, for fear that you will be Proud. Haha. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. In fact, he knew that there was still room for negotiation on the price of 1.2 billion, but he knew that Han Shangyu's Shangtian Entertainment also had ideas about Tianqing Entertainment. He no longer had the intention to lower the price, and directly cut the Gordian knot and killed Han Shangyu by surprise. As expected by Gao Yan. At this moment, Han Shangyu had received the news that Tianqing Entertainment was intercepted by someone. His face was very gloomy. Because the acquisition of Tianqing Entertainment was a very important part of his plan. Shangtian Entertainment reached a scale of nearly 10 billion in just 3 years. First, it was inseparable from the connections of the Han family, and second, it was inseparable from hype. He wanted to acquire Tianqing Entertainment because he valued its distribution department and cinemas. The distribution department and cinemas happened to be a shortcoming of Shangtian Entertainment. As long as this shortcoming was made up, he planned to list Shangtian Entertainment in Hong Kong Island. He was fully confident that he could make Shangtian Entertainment the entertainment company with the highest market value in the entertainment industry. But now, his plan failed, and Tianqing Entertainment was intercepted. This made him very angry. Have you found out who acquired Tianqing Entertainment? Han Shangyu asked coldly. Second young master, the acquirer is Gao Yan. The middle-aged subordinate reported. He contacted Jing Dongzi with the help of Li Chaonan's relationship. Gao Yan? Han Shangyu felt that the name was familiar, but after a little thought, he remembered where he had heard the name of this person, so he asked in a deep voice, do you have any specific information about him? Second young master, the time is short, we are still investigating, but the other party is from Nandu, said the middle-aged man. Nandu. Hearing these 2 words, Han Shangyu was almost certain that this Gao Yan was the Gao Yan he had in mind, but he didn't expect that a little person whose name he couldn't even remember would ruin his plan. He was so bold. So, he shouted, investigate it for me, it's better to investigate Gao Yan thoroughly, and arrange someone to contact Xing Dongzi and tell him that Shangtian Entertainment is willing to acquire Tianqing Entertainment for 1.4 billion. As for the breach of contract, I can help him solve it. In his opinion, although Gao Yan had signed a contract with Xing Dongzi, 1.2 billion was not a small amount, and he must not have paid yet. As long as he didn't pay, there was room for manipulation. Besides, he had already agreed to help solve the problem of breach of contract and gave an extra 200 million. He didn't believe that Jing Dongzi, the old guy, was not tempted. It's the second young master. The middle-aged man nodded and turned away. After the other party left, Han Shangyu's face had a violent aura. He picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number, and asked in a deep voice, "Where are you?" A fearful voice came from the phone, "I'm filming in Hingdian Crew. Give you 3 hours, go back to the Magic City immediately." Han Shangyu said in an imperative tone. "Master Yu, but there is a night scene tonight, I'm afraid I can't leave." The other party said cautiously. "I asked you to return to Shanghai within 3 hours. Didn't you hear me? Do you want me to say it again?" Han Shangyu raised his voice. "No, no need. I'll be back soon." The other party said with a trembling voice. 9 o'clock in the evening, it was the time when Shanghai was brightest. A Rolls-Royce slowly arrived at the M2 bar. This bar is very famous in Shanghai, because the nominal owner of this bar is a female star from Hong Kong Island. At noon, Chao Bo refused Gao Yan's lunch invitation because of business. Reception. So, he was invited to drink at M2 bar in the evening. The doorman of the bar diligently opened the car door for Gao Yan and Li Chaonan. Then a tall foreign beauty came up. "Two distinguished gentlemen, do you have a reservation?" Li Chaonan said lightly, "We are guests of Mr. Chao." Hearing that the two were guests of Chao Bo, the foreign beauty became more enthusiastic and personally led the two into the bar. Although it was still early. But the M2 bar was already bustling at this time. At the door of the private room, Gao Yan saw Chao Bo and a group of slim-waisted and long-legged beauties behind him. For some reason, Li Chaonan shuddered when he saw these beauties. Gao Yan glanced at Li Chaonan, who quickly whispered, "Be careful, Abo is planning to get us drunk tonight." At first, Gao Yan didn't quite understand what Li Chaonan meant. Soon after entering the box and sitting down, he realized it. The young ladies arranged by Chao Bo not only have long legs and thin waists, but also have sweet voices. But the only frightening thing is that these young ladies toast in the same way. But this young lady has a soft voice, and her eyes can speak, so she has no intention of rejecting her. After just accepting the toasts from the 5 young ladies, Li Chaonan shouted that he couldn't stand it anymore. "Oppo, quickly take away your magical powers. If you continue like this, you won't be able to hold on for 20 minutes. And you will have to get under the table." Seeing Li Chaonan begging for mercy, Chao Bo chuckled and said, "Since brother Li has spoken, I will naturally obey." Then he said to the group of girls, "You all should be normal." "Okay, Master Bo." The girls responded crisply. At this time, Li Chaonan pointed at the group of girls and introduced, "Xiao Gao, let me tell you, don't underestimate this group of girls. They are the Ace Women's Army of Yunding Group. They can be said to be unfavorable at the wine table and dinner parties. For Yunding Group has made a lot of great contributions." "So powerful?" Gao Yan said in surprise. At this time, Chao Bo also said, "About 10 years ago, my dad met a weird-tempered boss who drank a lot. If you want to cooperate with him, you must have fun with him. Our group really needed that project very much at the beginning, but then my dad made the other party happy, but he himself was lying in the hospital for a week. Later, my dad came up with the idea of selecting a group of female employees who had a good drinking capacity and outstanding temperament and appearance to form a new department, and specially hired teachers to train them in all aspects. They took action, and after 10 years, this new department has become the flagship department of our group." Then, he pointed at the group of young ladies and introduced, "They are all the best employees of our group's ACE department. Most people are not qualified to dispatch all of them. Today, I brought them all." "Xiao Gao. Brother is right, how are you?" "Brother Bo, please stop teasing me." Even Brotherly begged for mercy. "I can't stand up to these young ladies." Gao Yan also quickly raised his hands in surrender. In fact, with his physique, he may not be able to drink these 10 young ladies, but he is here to have fun, not to find someone to fight for drinks. Seeing Gao Yan surrender, Chao Bo stopped teasing him. This group of ladies is not only good at drinking, they are also good at adjusting the atmosphere. 2 of the young ladies named Wan Yu and Qian Qian seemed to like Gao Yan and took good care of him. When the time came to 11 o'clock, they even dragged him to the dance floor for half an hour. While dancing, the 2 young ladies sandwiched him in the middle. Their bodies rubbed against each other from time to time, which made Gao Yan secretly unable to resist. He could see that these two young ladies had a certain interest in him. If he took the initiative, he might be able to experience the service that sisters work together to achieve a needle tonight. It's a pity that these two young ladies are not very special. Wan Yu only has 75 points, and Qian only has 65 points. Therefore, it is okay to gain some advantages, but it is not necessary to use real weapons. Therefore, when leaving in the early morning, Gao Yan clearly sensed the resentment in the eyes of the two young ladies. After sending away Li Chaonan and Gao Yan, Qiao Bo called Wan Yu and Qian into his car. "I'm sorry, President, we have tried our best," Wan Yu and Qian both said uneasily. "Fine." Qiao Bo waved his hand. Although Xiao Gao is young, he is not an ordinary person. It is normal that you can't take her down. After hearing what Qiao Bo said, Wan Yu and Qian were a little unconvinced. Wan Yu said, "President, how about we try again?" Qian, "Yes, President, give us another chance?" When Gao Yan was dragged to the dance floor by Wan Yu and Qian, he had a private conversation with Li Chaonan and learned that Gao Yan had done a big thing today, acquiring Tianqing Entertainment for 1.2 billion yuan. As for spending more than 10 million yuan to acquire it, Haitian Entertainment can be completely ignored. This incident caused a great shock to Qiao Bo. Although Yunding Group has joined the ranks of the top groups in the Magic City, as the president of Yunding Group, he cannot spend more than 1 billion a day. Even if he neither can be done. But it happened that a young man younger than him did it. Later, he asked Li Chaonan about Gao Yan's background and origin. Unfortunately, Li Chaonan didn't know either. He only knew that Gao Yan was from southwest China and was studying in university in Nandu. In fact, it is not difficult for Li Chaonan to investigate Gao Yan, but he regards Gao Yan as a friend, so how can he investigate easily? Although he didn't know Gao Yan's true identity, he made nearly 1.4 billion people in a day and was still worthy of his friendship. Therefore, he brought all the best ladies from the Ace Department tonight, just to make friends with Gao Yan. But in the face of so many young ladies with good looks and temperament, Gao Yan actually withstood the temptation. For this reason alone, he had to admire Gao Yan. "Forget it, no need." Qiao Bo waved his hand. Since Gao Yan didn't take Wan Yu and Qian away tonight, it meant that he had no feelings for the two girls. It was also possible that they were more wary. If it's the former, that's fine. If it's the latter, bringing Wan Yu and Qian in front of him might make them hate each other. He won't do such a thankless thing. And he really wants to make such a wealthy friend. Seeing the disappointed expressions of Wan Yu and Qian, Qiao Bo said, "Double your bonus this month." "Thank you, President." "Thank you, President." Both women said happily. The bulk of their monthly income is not the salary of 20,000 yuan, but bonuses. Generally, companies will divide meals into 3 levels: high, middle, and low. The bonus for participating in a low-end meal is 1,000 yuan, a mid-range meal is 3,000 yuan, and a high-end meal is 10,000 yuan. If cooperation is achieved during the meal, the bonus will be doubled at least. Therefore, in their department, if they are lucky, they can get hundreds of thousands of bonuses in a month, which is more than 10 times the basic salary. Both of them have a bonus of almost 100,000 this month, and if the bonus is Doubled, it will be 200,000. That's why I was so happy when I heard Qiao Bo say that the bonus would be doubled. On the other side, in a Rolls-Royce. Li Chaonan smiled and joked, Xiao Gao, I think those two girls are quite interesting to you. Why, you didn't like them? Gao Yan smiled. Why, do you think they are unclean? Li Chaonan asked with a smile, and without waiting for Gao Yan's answer, he continued to explain, the ace department of Abo's company is not as bad as he thought. The task of those girls is just to accompany the drinks. To put it bluntly, they are public relations, and they don't know how to do it. Ask them to do whatever happens with their clients. Of course, if they fall in love with a client, the company will not stop them. Unlike the public relations of other companies, there is no bottom line at all. Therefore, these girls are relatively clean. If you regret it, I'll give Oppo a call, after all. Those two girls are also interested in you. Brotherly, I really don't need it. I have to trouble you to send me to my girlfriend's place. Gao Yan waved his hand and refused. To be honest, it was very rare for Wan Yu and Qian to be able to maintain more than 60 points of specialness in that kind of environment. It's just that he has a high vision, and besides, he also has a girlfriend in Shanghai. After the car arrived at the downstairs of the apartment where Jing Xiaoyu lived, Gao Yan first waved goodbye to Li Chaonan, then took out his mobile phone to log into Huyu Live Broadcasting Network, and found that Jing Xiaoyu had finished the live broadcast in the early morning. Then he stepped into the apartment. Arriving at the door of the apartment where Jing Xiaoyu lived, Gao Yan rang the doorbell. Inside the apartment, Jing Xiaoyu, who had finished washing and put on pajamas, was checking the anchors backstage. I live-streamed for 8 hours today, and earned more than 200,000 turnover. Without any reward from my boyfriend. Although she is not as good as Jin Yusin's turnover of more than 300,000 yuan, she still firmly ranks first in the semi-finals rankings. There is only 1 day left for the rematch tomorrow. No matter how good Chen Yusin is, she cannot surpass her. After all, the gap is several million. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, a look of confusion flashed across Jing Xiaoyu's face. How could someone ring the doorbell at this time? Suddenly, she felt a little uneasy. At this time, her cell phone rang again. Seeing that the call was from Gao Yan, Jing Xiaoyu suddenly felt a sense of security. As soon as the call was connected, a high-pitched voice came out, "Baby, it's me. I'm outside your door, open the door for me." Hearing this, Jing Xiaoyu was particularly surprised. He quickly jumped out of bed and rushed out of the bedroom. He came to the door and opened the door. Sure enough, he saw Gao Yan standing outside the door. "Ah, husband, why are you here?" Jing Xiaoyu screamed, jumped directly on Gao Yan's body, and clamped her slender legs around his waist. Gao Yan reached out to hold her buttocks, kissed her on the lips, and asked, "Are you surprised?" Jing Xiaoyu frowned slightly. It's indeed a surprise, but it's more surprise than happiness. When I heard the doorbell just now, I thought I met a pervert. Sorry, I scared my baby. Gao Yan apologized quickly, walked into the apartment with Jing Xiaoyu, who refused to get off him, and closed the door. "Husband, you scared me just now, I want to kiss you." Jing Xiaoyu's mouth took the initiative to come up. "Wait a minute. I smell of alcohol. I need to take a shower first." Gao Yan turned his mouth to one side. "Don't worry, husband, I won't dislike you." Jing Xiaoyu chuckled, and then she forced Gao Yan's head to straighten, and was about to come up to her, but Gao Yan patted her buttocks and said, "Don't be naughty, not only do I smell strongly of alcohol, but I also have cigarette smoke. Although you don't dislike it, I feel uncomfortable too. Honey, why don't you take a bath? The bathtub in the apartment I rented is quite big." Xing Xiaoyu slid off Gao Yan's body. I don't know if she did it on purpose. When she slid off, the force was a little serious, which made Gao Yan a little angry. Okay, after you take a shower, just take a dip. Gao Yan nodded. Then sit down for a while and I'll put some water in for you. Xing Xiaoyu ran to the bathroom to drain the water, while Gao Yan looked at the apartment where Xing Xiaoyu lived. The apartment is not large, just over 50 square meters. Has a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. Soon, Xing Xiaoyu came out of the bathroom and sat down next to Gao Yan. Hubby, when did you arrive in the Magic City? Gao Yan said, I came here this morning, but I did a lot of things. I bought a villa and acquired 2 entertainment companies. You actually acquired an entertainment company? Which entertainment company is it? Xing Xiaoyu was more interested in this matter and asked, curiously. One is called Haitian Entertainment, and the other is called Tianqing Entertainment. Because Haitian Entertainment does not engage in the celebrity business, it has a good reputation in the industry, but it is not very famous in the hearts of ordinary people. On the contrary, Tianqing Entertainment is quite famous in the eyes of ordinary people. Oh my God, hubby, you are so awesome. You actually acquired Tianqing Entertainment. Xing Xiaoyu exclaimed. Then, she sat directly on Gao Yan's lap, put her arms around his neck, and said coquettishly, hubby, can people make movies in the future? Of course you can, but you have to hone your acting skills first, otherwise you will just be a vase. Gao Yan said. Moo. Xing Xiaoyu kissed Gao Yan on the face and said excitedly, thank you. Husband, I love you so much. Because she and Qin Yusen were fighting during this period, she went out of her way to learn about Qin Yusen's situation and knew that he came to be an anchor because he couldn't survive in the entertainment industry. Later, when he became famous as an anchor and released a single, he wanted to take the opportunity to return to the entertainment industry. The result was still a failure. This shows how difficult it is for an anchor to switch careers to the entertainment industry, but as for her, just because she has a good husband, she not only easily defeated Qin Yusen, the first sister of Hu Entertainment. We can also make movies in the future. The difference between the two is that Qin Yusen does not have a good husband, but she does. I sat on the sofa in the living room for a while. The water in the bathtub is almost full. Gao Yan went into the bathroom, rinsed himself first, and then got into the bathtub and lay down. Unexpectedly, not long after lying in the bathtub, the bathroom door was pushed open. Xing Xiaoyu walked in and untied her pajamas. Honey, can we take a bath together? Faced with Xing Xiaoyu's unreasonable request, Gao Yan naturally agreed to it with integrity. Early next morning, Gao Yan woke up leisurely and glanced at Xing Xiaoyu, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. He carefully got up and put on his clothes. There is no kitchen in the apartment. Can't make breakfast. So, after a simple wash, he took the key and left the apartment. He found a breakfast shop near the apartment, ate a full meal himself, and packed a portion for Xing Xiaoyu. When he returned to the apartment, Xing Xiaoyu was still sleeping. Gao Yan woke her up and urged her to wash up and have breakfast. But Xing Xiaoyu stayed in bed. Do you want to see the luxury villa I spent 170 million to buy? Upon hearing this, Jing Xiaoyu suddenly became energetic and was not sleepy at all. Then she got up and washed up. After breakfast. Then the two went downstairs together and drove Jing Xiaoyu's Audi R8 straight to Platinum Palace. At the entrance of the community, the car was stopped. Gao Yan rolled down the window to show his face. Suddenly, the security guard looked serious and saluted Gao Yan. "Welcome home, Mr. Gao, let him go." "Do you know me?" Gao Yan was a little surprised. "Mr. Gao, you are the most distinguished resident of our Platinum Palace. All our property people remembered you yesterday," the security guard said hurriedly. "Okay, I know, thank you for your hard work." Gao Yan nodded, drove into the community, and went straight to Villa Number 1. Villa Number 1 also has 2 parking spaces in the yard, so there is no need to drive into the garage on the second underground floor. After getting off the car, Gao Yan took Jing Xiaoyu's hand and introduced. This villa has 4 floors, 2 underground floors, and 2 above ground floors. There are swimming pools on the roof and in the yard, but the one on the roof can adjust the temperature, so you can swim even in winter. Then, Gao Yan took Jing Xiaoyu to visit the whole villa from top to bottom. "Honey, this villa is too luxurious, no wonder it costs more than 170 million. Jing Xiaoyu said with a shocked face. "Do you like it?" Gao Yan asked. Yeah. Jing Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. "If you like me, move in. I'm not in Shanghai often anyway, it's a pity to leave it empty." "Really? Why not?" "Honey, you're so good to me. I love you so much." Jing Xiaoyu rushed over and her lips followed. Before noon, with the help of Gao Yan, Jing Xiaoyu moved all the things in the apartment to the number 1 villa of Platinum Palace. The concept of Platinum Palace is to make the residents here feel like they are on vacation every day. Therefore, the supporting facilities are very complete. There are high-end restaurants in the community. So, the two of them had dinner in the restaurant in the community. Unexpectedly, the chefs in the community restaurant have very good cooking skills and the prices are relatively affordable. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yan and Li Chaonan met downstairs of Haitian Entertainment. "Xiao Gao, I have good news for you. Chen Haixing will be able to return to the Magic City at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I have an appointment with him for dinner," Li Chaonan said to Gao Yan. "Haha, brotherly is neat and tidy," Gao Yan praised. Then, the two came to the company of Haitian Entertainment together, and the 2 CEOs of Haitian naturally received them warmly. The signing process was very smooth. And Gao Yan also paid the remaining balance directly after signing. The company that had been operating for many years was sold to others, and the 2 CEOs were a little sad and reluctant. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Looking at the 2 former CEOs of Haitian Entertainment, he asked, "Boss Su, Boss Huang, excuse me, what are your plans for the future?" The reason he asked this question was that he wanted to keep the 2 of them. Because Su Hai himself is a well-known director, and Huang Tianyuan is a senior producer. Although the company they run is losing money, it does not mean that they are incompetent. The 2 of them are not stupid. As soon as they heard Gao Yan's words, they understood that this person probably wanted to recruit them. However, the 2 of them really have no shortage of good jobs, after all. Their level is there. Take Su Hai, for example, a film and television company in Suzhou and Hangzhou has already extended an olive branch to him. As long as he goes there, he will immediately let him take over the director of a TV series with an investment of over 100 million yuan. And Huang Tianyuan has received a producer job for a movie. The two of them still have a certain good impression of Gao Yan. After all, these days they are used to those who take advantage of the fire or add insult to injury. There are really not many young people like Gao Yan who know that they are in trouble but do not lower the price at all, but raise the price instead. So, the two told Gao Yan where they were going. Mr. Su, Mr. Huang, I think you have understood what I mean. Are you interested in staying? Gao Yan looked at the two and said. This? Su Hai hesitated, and Huang Tianyuan said, Mr. Gao, can you give us some time to consider? The reason why they did not agree was mainly because they did not see the hope of Haitian entertainment's resurgence. At this time, Gao Yan lowered his voice and said, Mr. Su, Mr. Huang, I really want to keep you. There are some things I don't want to say, but to reassure you, I will tell you in advance, but you have to keep it secret for me. Mr. Gao, don't worry, we still have this ethics. The two said with some curiosity. Gao Yan said again, my original idea was to acquire Haitian, Happy Century, and Tianqing Entertainment, and then integrate the three into one. Haitian has a strong behind-the-scenes team, Happy Century has stars and singers, and Tianqing Entertainment has a distribution department and theaters. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Su Hai and Huang Tianyuan were stunned. After a while, Su Hai said, Mr. Gao, as far as I know, the prices of Happy Century and Tianqing Entertainment are not low. Do you have the ability to take them? Gao Yan smiled and said, to be honest, I have already acquired Tianqing Entertainment for 1.2 billion. I also made an appointment to meet with Chen Haisheng, the boss of Happy Century, tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, I can also acquire Happy Century tonight. Gao Yan continued, after the integration of the three companies is completed, Mr. Huang can be the director of the production department and Mr. Su can be the director of the director department. What do you think? Hearing Gao Yan's promise, the two were quite tempted. As for the treatment, although Gao Yan did not mention it, they believed that Gao Yan would not treat them unfairly. And to put it bluntly, they have made a lot of money over the years, and their net worth has exceeded 100 million. They don't value money that much. They value the company's development potential. Somewhat Gao Yan said is right. If the three companies are integrated into one, and resources are shared, their potential is very huge. In addition, Gao Yan can easily acquire Tianqing Entertainment, so he is definitely not a person who lacks money. Mr. Gao, can we discuss this? Okay, I'll give you 30 minutes. No, 10 minutes will be enough. Su Hai said quickly. It's just right, I'm just walking around the company. Gao Yan and Li Chaonan left the office, while Su Hai and Huang Tianyuan discussed in a low voice, Old Huang, what do you think? What about you? Huang Tianyuan asked back. Su Hai did not answer directly, we are not young anymore, and we don't have the energy to continue to run a company. My biggest wish is to continue making movies and retire when I turn 60. If I want to make movies with peace of mind, it's best to choose a company with strength and potential to cooperate with. Not bad. Huang Tianyuan nodded. Li Chaonan's identity is not simple, but he is willing to help Gao Yan run up and down, which shows that Gao Yan's identity is not simple either. And he has already acquired Tianqing Entertainment, and is confident that he can take over Happy Century tonight. It can be seen that in addition to his Identity and background, his financial resources are also very strong. What do we lack most in making movies? Of course it is the funds. With a boss with strong funds as a backing, we can just make the film directly without having to consider those bullshit things. That makes sense. Then, Liao Huang, you have made a decision? Su Hai asked. With a smile. You too, right? Haha. The two smiled at each other. Although the two made the decision in less than 2 minutes, they did not immediately express their attitude to Gao Yan. Instead, they waited for 5 minutes to pass before they walked out of the office together and expressed their attitude to Gao Yan. Gao Yan was in a good mood to accept Su Hai and Huang Tianyuan. Mr. Su, Mr. Huang, I will not hide it from you. I am a newcomer in the entertainment industry and I don't know your treatment. After the new company is established, you will be in charge of the work of the director department and the production department respectively. Tell me, what treatment should I give? You? This? Neither of them knew what to say. Speak boldly. Gao Yan encouraged. Mr. Gao, you can give me my salary as you see fit. How about 80% of the market price for the director's fee? Su Hai asked. I mean the same as old Su. Huang Tianyuan followed. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, how about this, your guaranteed annual salary is 1 million. If you accept the project, you will pay according to the market price. If you also want to invest, how about I give you each a 5% investment share? Thank you, Mr. Gao. Both of them were very satisfied. Although Su Hai is not a top director, he is also a well-known director. The price of directing a play is between 3 million and 5 million. Huang Tianyuan is a producer. Generally, the salary for a movie or TV series is between 1 million and 2 million. By the way, Mr. Su and Mr. Huang will also go to the dinner tonight? Gao Yan said again. Okay, we listen to Mr. Gao. The two of them would naturally not offend the new boss. Originally, the employees of Haitian Entertainment were a little uneasy, but knowing that the two CEOs would stay and continue to work even though they had sold the company, they all felt more confident. Gao Yan gave a brief speech, saying that the positions would remain the same for the time being, and after a while, Haitian Entertainment would be merged into other companies. After the merger into the new company, everyone's salary would increase by 20%. Hearing the promise of the new boss, all the employees of Haitian breathed a sigh of relief, and happy expressions appeared on their faces. In a secret villa, Han Shangyu, who had worked hard all night, didn't wake up until the afternoon. He glanced at the female star who was huddled in the corner and slept in the room, covered with scars. There was no trace of pity in his eyes. He walked over and kicked the other person. The female star woke up immediately and shivered when she saw Han Shangyu standing in front of her. She said timidly, "Young master, you are awake. I will help you wash up." "No, go back to the filming. Remember, don't let anyone notice your injuries. Otherwise, you will look good." Han Shangyu threatened and walked towards the bathroom. When the female star heard that she could leave, she looked happy. "Don't worry, Mr. Yu, I will definitely not be discovered." After taking a shower and changing into a set of clothes, Han Shangyu came downstairs. "Start your meal with the help of the servants." At the same time, his middle-aged subordinate also hurried over after receiving the news that the second young master had woken up. "How did things go?" Han Sangyu asked as he put the cut top-quality Wagyu beef into his mouth. Second young master Tianqing Entertainment failed to win, the middle-aged subordinate whispered. What's the reason? Han Shangyu's face darkened. He promised to help Xingdongzi solve the problem of breaking the contract, and even gave him an extra 200 million, but the other party actually refused to accept it. This meant that he didn't take him seriously. The middle-aged subordinate explained, second young master, after Gao Yan and Xingdongzi signed the contract last night, Gao Yan transferred 1.2 billion to the other party. Once the money arrived, the contract would automatically take effect. Therefore, Tianqing Entertainment already belongs to Gao Yan. You mean as soon as the contract was signed, that guy got the money? Han Shangyu couldn't believe it. 1.2 billion was not a small amount. Even he could spend so much money in a short while, and it would take a certain amount of time to prepare. That's it, second young master. The middle-aged subordinate nodded. Han Shangyu threw away the knife and fork in his hand angrily, and asked coldly, have you found out the identity and background of that kid? Being able to spend 1.2 billion in cash to acquire Tianqing Entertainment is not something that ordinary people or ordinary forces can do. In his opinion, Gao Yan's identity and background must not be simple. Found it. The middle-aged subordinate said, Gao Yan's family background is very ordinary, but he himself is a dark-strength warrior. In addition, he also has a mysterious Danjin master. What, he is actually a warrior? Han Shengyu frowned and his expression became serious. The Han family has a profound background. Although it is not a martial arts family, it has also recruited some warriors to work for the Han family. However, although the Han family was very wealthy, they only recruited 4 dark-strength warriors, 2 of whom served as his father's personal bodyguards, and 2 who were in charge of the Han family. As for Huajin masters, the Han family also had the idea of recruiting them and took action. It's a pity that people don't like the Han family at all. Because Huajin masters are already at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. It's easy for people to make money, and they don't even bother to look after people's homes or act as bodyguards. As for the legendary Dan Jin, he is a super master who far surpasses Hua Jin. It is not an exaggeration to be called a land god. He has read a piece of information from the Han family during the Warlord War in the Republic of China. A warlord who occupied a large city shot and killed a disciple of a Dan Jin warrior. Later, when he found out that the warlord who had caused the trouble directly mobilized a reinforced battalion to protect himself and prevent Dan Jin from assassinating him. As a result, just 3 days later, the warlord died suddenly. However, the reinforced battalion that protected him heard nothing that night. It is precisely because of this that the Han family spends huge sums of money to recruit warriors to protect them. Even if they have guns and cannons, they cannot stop the assassination of warriors. Without guns and cannons, it is even more difficult to stop them. Fortunately, in today's society, warriors do not dare to act randomly. Otherwise, if warriors could kill people at will, the whole country would be in chaos. By the way, second young master, I also asked about something. The middle-aged subordinate hesitated to speak. Explain. The other party said, my subordinates found out that the Ma family, a famous martial arts family in Nanyun, once sent someone to assassinate Gao Yan. As a result, Gao Yan's master was angered, and the other party single-handedly entered the Ma family and destroyed the Ma family. What did you say? Han Shangyu stood up suddenly, his face suddenly turned pale, and there was a faint look of fear in his eyes. Second young master, could you? The middle-aged subordinate vaguely guessed something when he saw his young master's reaction and asked tentatively. This damn dynasty is really killing me. Han Shangyu cursed angrily. At this moment, he was really scared. He originally thought Gao Yan was an ordinary person, otherwise, he would not let Wang Yiming teach him a lesson. Now, Gao Yan has become a warrior and has a Danjin master. Gao Yan must have known that Wang Yiming was instigated by him, and then went to the Magic City to take revenge. When he thought of this, a look of resentment flashed in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Send someone to arrest Wang Chao and make him disappear. When you do it, your hands and feet will be clean, so that no one will find anything." "Yes, second young master." The middle-aged subordinate hurriedly accepted the order, but felt a little uneasy in his heart. It seemed that the second young master from his family had really done what he thought. If it was just as high words, the Han family also had 4 secret powers. If you can handle it, if you draw out the opponent's Danjin master, the Han family may be in disaster. Gao Yan naturally didn't know that Han Shangyu was scared to death, because he knew his background. At this moment, he was taking Jing Xiaoyu shopping in the mall. In the past few days, although the sales volume of the Sunday mall is still not as good as before the event, at least the daily sales volume has exceeded 100 million. With a tenfold rebate, his daily income can increase by more than 1 billion. Even if he spends 1.2 billion, the reserve funds are close to 51 billion. Moreover, tonight at 6 o'clock is the Black Sunday event. According to the current app download volume, the sales volume is at least more than 2 billion. After a large purchase, Gao Yan and Jing Xiaoyu found a milk tea shop to rest. After ordering 2 cups of milk tea, Gao Yan felt that the taste of this high-end milk tea worth 32 yuan per cup was very ordinary, not even half the taste of the milk tea in his store. However, according to Lin Xiaoming's proposal to expand the scale of the store and build a milk tea brand, the price of milk tea will naturally have to be raised. It is impossible to sell it for only 10 yuan a cup. After all, the store in the commercial center is too expensive. Selling 10 yuan a cup, I am afraid that I can't even make a profit from the rent. Just when Gao Yan and Jing Xiaoyu were having fun in the milk tea shop, a tall and beautiful woman wearing sunglasses walked into the milk tea shop, followed by a short woman with shopping bags in both hands. Qin Yusen first found a seat to sit down, and the assistant also put the shopping bag on the seat, and then ran to order milk tea. Then, Qin Yusen's eyes inadvertently swept around, and then saw a pair of men and women standing next to each other not far away, acting very intimate. She didn't know the man, but she knew the woman, who was Yu Bao, who beat her in the semifinals of the PK competition held by Tiger Entertainment. Suddenly, she became a little excited. If the man next to Jing Xiaoyu is I am not Brother Yan, then he can take the opportunity to make friends. If not, it would be even better. If I am not Brother Yan knew that the female anchor I strongly supported was kissing other men, then what would I be like? So, she calmly retracted her gaze, and then secretly took out her mobile phone and took a few photos of the two of them. At this time, Gao Yan frowned and looked at her. Gao Yan was at the peak of Huajin after all. Although Qin Yusen's phone did not turn on the flash and was set to silent mode, he still found it So, he stood up and walked over, looking down at Chen Yusen. Ms. Chen, were you taking pictures just now? Chen Yusen was caught secretly taking photos, and a flash of embarrassment flashed across her face, but she was unwilling to admit it, saying, "Are you sick? Who took photos of you secretly? Why don't you just show me your phone?" Gao Yan said lightly. "Why? Who do you think you are? Why should I show you my phone?" Chen Yusen shouted in anger, and subconsciously hid her phone behind her. "You have no say in this." Chen Yusen only felt the hand behind her back lighten, and the phone in her hand disappeared, and then she was shocked to find that her phone had fallen into Gao Yan's hands. "Give me back my phone." Chen Yusen panicked and quickly stood up to grab the phone. But at this moment, Gao Yan reached out and grabbed Chen Yusen's shoulder, and then Chen Yusen was horrified to find that her whole body became stiff, and her throat seemed to be blocked, and she couldn't make any sound at all. Suddenly, a feeling of panic spread and instantly reached her whole body. What shocked her even more was that the next moment, her arm was raised like a puppet, and her finger fell on the fingerprint unlocking place on her phone. The phone was unlocked, and the photos she secretly took also appeared. At this time, Gao Yan let go of Chen Yusen, and her body also regained freedom. But the look in her eyes when she looked at Gao Yan was full of deep fear. Gao Yan deleted the photos on her phone, then returned the phone to Chen Yusen, and said lightly, "Don't take secret photos in the future." "I know," Chen Yusen said timidly. Gao Yan smiled at Chen Yusen, and then returned to his seat. After a while, the assistant came back with milk tea, but found that Chen Yusen's face was not right, so she asked with concern, "Sister Xian, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, let's go. Don't you want to rest for a while?" The assistant was surprised. "No, leave now." "Yes." The assistant didn't dare to disobey and hurried to get the shopping bags, while Chen Yusen stood up and strode out of the milk tea shop without even taking the milk tea. Looking at Chen Yusen, who was running away, Jing Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. "Husband, Chen Yusen seemed to be scared by you. What did you do to her?" "Nothing, I just took her phone and deleted the secretly taken photos." Gao Yan said that Chen Yusen was the top sister of Tiger Entertainment after all, with many fans. If she sent out the secretly taken photos, Xiaozhua might find out, so he would forcibly take the other party's phone and delete the photos. "Then she is too timid," Jing Xiaoyu said with some disdain. Gao Yan didn't explain the reason, thinking in his heart, "I guess if you were in that situation, you probably wouldn't be much better. After all, the means he used were not something that ordinary people could understand." After running out of the milk tea shop for a distance, Chen Yusen looked back and found that the scary man did not catch up with her, so she breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing the assistant who was panting and catching up with her with shopping bags in both hands and 2 cups of milk tea in her hands, Chen Yusen felt a little embarrassed and stretched out her hand and said, "Give me some." "It's okay, Sister Xian, I can carry it," the assistant said hurriedly, and looked at her suspiciously. "Sister Xian, are you really okay?" "I'm fine, I just felt bad just now." Chen Yusen shook her head, and the scene of her body being controlled like a puppet flashed in her mind again. Suddenly, she shuddered. "Let's leave the mall first." She swore that she would never come to this mall again. When she thought of her body being controlled and unable to move, fear would surge in her heart, and at the same time, she was a little curious, who was that man? Would it be I'm not Brother Yan? 6 o'clock in the evening. Beefing 5-star hotel. Gao Yan, Li Chaonan, Su Hai, and Huang Tianyuan arrived at the Hotel Box in advance. However, Chen Haixing, who was scheduled to meet, had not arrived yet. Fortunately, the other party did not let them wait for too long, and finally arrived after 2 minutes. Sorry, the company encountered something temporarily, and it took time to deal with it, so I was late. Chen Haixing apologized as soon as he entered the door. Gao Yan naturally would not care about this, but said generously, "It's okay. Mr. Chen, we just arrived, please take a seat." After a round of greetings, everyone sat down. Compared with an old fox like Zheng Dongzi, Chen Haixing's personality was a little impatient, and he talked about the acquisition during the meal. "Mr. Chen, since we have come to this point, let's not beat around the bush." Gao Yan put down his chopsticks. "Just follow what we agreed before, 600 million yuan to fully acquire Happy Century." "Okay, I have no objection to this price, but I have a request," Chen Haixing said. "What request?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "After signing the contract, 600 million yuan must be credited within 3 days. Chen Haixing said, but his own company had a problem and needed a large sum of money. 3 days is too long. As long as we sign the contract, I will transfer the money immediately," Gao Yan said with a smile. "Ah." Chen Haixing was stunned, and then he was very excited. He stood up and raised his glass and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Gao. I toast you a glass." The next thing went very smoothly. After the meal, Chen Haixing took out the contract he had prepared in advance. After Gao Yan checked it and found no problems, he signed his name on it. Then, he pretended to make a phone call, but ordered the system to transfer 600 million yuan to Chen Haixing. "Congratulations, Xiao Gao, on winning Happy Century. I will toast you a glass with tea instead of wine." Same joy, same joy." Gao Yan smiled and raised his teacup. Su Hai and Huang Tianyuan also joined in the fun. "Mr. Gao, from now on we brothers will have to beg for food under your hands. Please take care of us. We will also toast you with tea instead of wine." Serious words. Gao Yan raised his teacup. "From now on, the directing and distribution departments of our company will be handed over to you too." Afterwards, Su Hai and Huang Tianyuan left. However, Li Chaonan suggested finding a bar and calling a few friends to celebrate. Gao Yan had no objection to this. So, Li Chaonan first called to book a private room, and then called a few people in the circle who were better at playing. On the way to the bar, Gao Yan said to Li Chaonan, "Brother Li, we have taken over all 3 companies. Tomorrow, we will take over Tianqing Entertainment and Happy Century. However, the task of integrating the 3 companies has to be left to you. I have to go back to Nandu. When the company is integrated, I will transfer 2% of the shares to you. Xiao Gao, let's forget about the stock business. I'll just invest the money." Li Chaonan waved his hand. "Brother Li, you have been a big help for me to acquire these 3 companies. Moreover, these 3 companies were recommended by you, so if you regard me as a friend, don't refuse these shares," Gao Yan said in a serious tone. Hearing what Gao Yan said, and he could feel that Gao Yan was indeed sincere, he nodded. "Okay, then I will accept it shamelessly. From now on, we can make money together, drink wine together, and let's take a dip together. The first 2 are okay, but the back one is not." Gao Yan chuckled and shook his head. Li Chaonan was stunned for a moment, then smiled angrily. You guy, where are you thinking? I don't have such strong taste. Isn't it? Of course not. I don't believe it. Then Li Chaonan's face turned dark. The bar Li Chaonan ordered was not M2, but the size of this bar was not inferior to M2, and even exceeded M2 in size and interior decoration. The reason why M2 is the most famous is just because of its star effect. It can be seen that Li Chaonan is a frequent visitor to this bar. Under the attentive reception of the bar manager, the two entered the most luxurious box on the second floor. Master Li, what do you want to drink today? Are you still the same? Manager Ma Tao asked with a smile. Today's protagonist is Mr. Gao, ask him. Li Chaonan pointed at Gao Yan and said. Gao Yan said, I rarely come to the bar, so according to 1 million, you can make arrangements. Upon hearing this, Li Chaonan and Ma Tao were both stunned. Although the bar is a high-consumption place, it is the first time I have arranged drinks worth 1 million yuan. However, thinking of Gao Yan's acquisition of 3 entertainment companies, Li Chaonan returned to normal, so he said to Ma Tao, just follow the arrangements ordered by Mr. Gao. Okay, young Master Gao, young Master Li, by the way, do you need to arrange an atmosphere team? Ma Tao asked. It can be arranged, but don't fool us. Li Chaonan nodded. Don't worry, no one dares to fool you too. Just wait and keep it to your satisfaction. Ma Tao said confidently. When Ma Tao left the box, Gao Yan asked, curiously, Brother Li, what is the atmosphere group? Li Chaonan said, literally speaking, they are the ones who create the atmosphere. Some people call them little bees. To put it crudely, they are the ones who accompany the drinks. I see. Gao Yan suddenly realized. At this time, Li Chaonan's phone rang, but it was Zhong Xiaoming who called and told him the box number. In less than 2 minutes, Zhong Xiaoming pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Gao, we meet again. I heard that you have done several big things in the past 2 days. Zhong Xiaoming greeted with a smile. Brother Xiaoming has won the prize, and he just bought a few entertainment companies. Gao Yan is humble and authentic. Zhong Xiaoming came to sit on the sofa and said jokingly, if I didn't know the truth, I would think from your tone that you only acquired a few small companies. I have to say, Xiao Gao, you are better at pretending than me. Where? Gao Yan waved his hand quickly. After a while, Chen Zixuan also came, just in time to catch up with Ma Tao, personally bringing a group of girls from the atmosphere group to the door. I have to say that Ma Tao did not fool everyone. The 10 girls he brought in the atmosphere group all scored above 85 points in terms of appearance, and 4 even reached 90 points. Xiao Gao, you are the protagonist today, you choose first. Li Chaonan said. Gao Yan pointed at the 2 of them respectively and said, just the 2 of them. He picked the first and third ones in appearance. Why not pick the second one? Because the opponent's special points were low, only 65 points. However, the special values of the first and third ones he picked were not full. The first one only had 80 points, which was the highest among the short ones, and the third one had 95 special points. Later, Li Chaonan and Chen Zixuan also selected 2 people, and did not drive the remaining 4 out, letting them all stay and drink. What are your names? Gao Yan asked the 2 girls. The most beautiful young lady seemed a bit aloof and said calmly, Xian Xian. The third most beautiful girl was quite enthusiastic. Hello, Mr. Gao, my name is Bing Bing. Immediately afterwards, top-quality wine worth millions was also delivered to the box. The ladies who have been hanging out in nightclubs for a long time are naturally very familiar with the prices of drinks. They can tell at a glance that these drinks cost millions, and they all looked shocked and surprised. They were shocked at the strength of the person who ordered the drinks, and were surprised that such a powerful person was actually met by them. "Let me go, who ordered this drink? It's too wasteful." Even Zhong Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaimed. "Don't look at me, I'm a little taller," Li Chaonan said quickly. Then he smiled and said to Gao Yan, "I'm going to Xiao Gao. I'm really impressed by the brother. Do you need someone to carry money for you? If not, you can consider me." After some teasing, the atmosphere in the box became heated. Especially Bing Bing, she was so passionate that almost her entire body was pressed against Gao Yan's body, wishing she could rub herself into Gao Yan's body. On the other hand, Xian, who is the most beautiful, looks more and more aloof. In this regard, Gao Yan didn't bother to pay attention to her, because he can be sure that the other party's aloofness is just an act. Because some people like to do this. But she didn't know that Gao Yan could see her specialness. Therefore, her move was of no use to him. He comes to the bar just to have fun, not to find a girlfriend. If you want to pretend to be cool, just keep pretending. I have no intention of playing with you. Therefore, as time passed, Xian found to her dismay that she was actually isolated by the ladies in the box, sitting there like a piece of wood with no one paying attention to her. For a time, it was neither possible to leave nor to stay. She also knew in her heart that this young Master Gao would not accept her behavior at all. After playing for half an hour, a man and a woman came to the box. The man's name is Chen Lu and the woman's name is Lei Yulan. They are also members of the luxury car group in Shanghai. They are the second generation of rich people and usually get close to Li Chaonan. Chen Lichuan's nickname is wearing underwear to go shopping, while the female group's nickname is Night Raid in male brothel. I have to say that a woman using such a nickname is very tough. However, after some contact, he found that Lei Yulan's personality was very much like a man, and Gao Yan also found that she was taking advantage of the atmosphere lady. In fact, Lei Yulan is also a beauty, and her appearance has reached 90, but she has a short haircut and her dress is quite neutral. Subconsciously, Gao Yan thought that she was that kind of person. But curiosity is curiosity, he didn't ask, otherwise he would offend people. As time passed, and with the alcohol in his head, this group of ladies also had more and more fun. Only Xian sat there alone, out of tune with the entire box. So, she drank alone. After drinking for an unknown amount of time, she was already drunk. At this time, Li Chaonan called Gao Yan aside and glanced at Xian. "Xiao Gao, do you want to kick her out?" "Forget it, wait for her to stay here." Gao Yan smiled and didn't take it to heart at all. Just when Gao Yan returned to his seat, Xian came up to him and said, "Mr. Gao, can you accompany me to the bathroom?" Gao Yan looked at her with a smile. "Can't you find the way?" "No, I'm drunk and afraid of falling." "Mr. Gao, please accompany me." "I will repay you," Xian said coquettishly. "Okay." Gao Yan agreed and sent Xian to the bathroom door. "Okay, go and buy yourself." "Mr. Gao, can you accompany me?" "I'm really drunk." "No, I just want to go to the bathroom." Gao Yan waved his hand and turned to the men's bathroom next door. This made Xian a little dumbfounded, and at the same time she doubted whether her charm had faded. She had hinted so clearly, and Mr. Gao didn't look stupid, so why didn't he understand? But she didn't know that Gao Yan did understand what she meant, but Gao Yan disliked her for being too special. Played until the early morning. Gao Yan said he had to leave. Li Chaonan and others also said that they had almost finished drinking. They had only drunk less than half of the 1 million bottles of wine and could only store them in the bar. After leaving the bar, Zhong Xiaoming suggested going for a midnight snack. So, everyone went to the midnight snack shop. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when they returned to Platinum Palace after the midnight snack. However, Jing Xiaoyu had not slept yet, but was waiting for him. "Baby, why are you still not asleep?" Jing Xiaoyu said shyly, "I want to try the new bathtub in the villa with you." Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help it. He picked her up by the waist amid Jing Xiaoyu's exclamation and rushed to the luxurious bathroom. Early next morning, Gao Yan came out of the gym and was about to make breakfast when he spotted Jing Xiaoyu in the kitchen. "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" He is a warrior who transforms strength, even if he fought hard for 2 hours. Last night, he can still feel full of energy after sleeping for 3 or 4 hours, but Jing Xiaoyu cannot. "I want to make you a loving breakfast," Jing Xiaoyu said, with deep love in his eyes. "Okay, you go ahead and go take a shower." By the time Gao Yan came downstairs after taking a shower, Jing Xiaoyu had already placed breakfast on the table. Gao Yan sat down and asked, while eating breakfast, "Today I am going to receive services from Tianqing Entertainment and Happy Century. Do you want to go with me?" Jing Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and she was a little excited, but in the end she shook her head. "I'll take a nap in the morning to replenish my energy, and I'll have a live broadcast in the afternoon. If I remember correctly, the PK final has already started today, right?" Gao Yan said. "Well, it started in the early hours of last night." "What's your rank?" Gao Yan asked. "Temporarily ranked first." Jing Xiaoyu said with some pride that the competition for the final ranking started early last night. She temporarily ranked first, with 520,000 yuan. This was inseparable from the support of her fans, and naturally the support of the Fable Guild was also indispensable. In order to push her to the first place, the Fable Guild also rewarded 200,000 yuan. However, Jin Yusin is not a bad person. Even if she did not sign with the guild, she still received a reward of 480,000 yuan, which was only 40,000 yuan less than Jing Xiaoyu. It is possible to overtake at any time. Jin Yusin is a shrewd woman. She signed a contract with the guild at first, and later became the first sister of Hu Entertainment. After the guild contract expired, she signed a contract directly with Hu Entertainment, so she no longer needed to be exploited by the guild. Gao Yan asked, "What time will you start broadcasting in the afternoon?" Jing Xiaoyu, 2 o'clock. Gao Yan, "Okay, I will come to your live broadcast room at 2 o'clock on time to support you. You must be the first in this PK competition. Also, how is the screenwriter I asked the guild to recruit before?" Jing Xiaoyu said, "We have recruited 5, but only 1 is a senior screenwriter, and the remaining 4 are all fresh graduates." Gao Yan nodded. "You ask them to tailor some jokes for you. You shoot the jokes first to hone your acting skills, and then I will arrange an acting teacher to teach you." "Thank you, husband," Jing Xiaoyu said sweetly, looking at Gao Yan with more and more affectionate eyes. After breakfast, Gao Yan drove away in Jing Xiaoyu's Audi R8. he thought that he would come to Shanghai frequently in the future and should buy another car. Fortunately, Li Chaonan's family ran a 4S store, so just tell him directly. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yan and Li Chaonan met upstairs at Tianqing Entertainment. Li Chaonan's energy seemed a little sluggish, and he couldn't help but joked. "Brotherly, didn't you get a good rest last night?" When Li Chaonan left the bar last night, he was accompanied by 2 girls from the Atmosphere Group, so at this moment, his eye sockets were a little sunken. Faced with Gao Yan's joke, Li Chaonan was not embarrassed and smiled. "I'm old, but I'm not as young as you guys. Let's do this. When I return to Nandu, I will send you something good, which will ensure that you can become a great hero, 7 times a night." Gao Yan said with a smile. "Really?" Li Chaonan's eyes lit up. "Of course it's true. When will you return to Nandu? I will go back with you." Li Chaonan showed an eager look. "No, are you in such a hurry?" Gao Yan said in surprise. "Of course you can't realize it when you're young. You'll know when you get to my age." Li Chaonan said with a wry smile. "That won't happen either." Gao Yan said quite confidently that he was at the peak of his energy. Even if he was 50 years old, his physical strength would still be at its peak. What's more, he still had a system. After 30 years, even if he added some points, his physique would still be able to break 200. Naturally, don't worry about physical deterioration. The 2 of them were having fun while leading the team towards Tianqing Entertainment. Tianqing Entertainment is also a long-established entertainment company, and its office space alone occupies 3 floors of this building. Zheng Dongzi had already been standing at the door of the company waiting for their arrival. Some pleasantries. Zheng Dongzi took them into the company, and it took more than an hour to complete the handover. Later, facing the top management of Tianqing Entertainment, Gao Yan spoke to comfort them, and then hurried to Happy Century with Li Chaonan. Similarly, Chen Haixing also waited for their arrival in the company with dignity. Near noon, the handover work of Happy Century was also completed. "Brotherly, I will leave it to you to integrate the company. I will write you a letter of authorization first," Gao Yan said. "Okay, don't worry, leave it to me. You can go back to Nandu as soon as possible and remember what you promised me," Li Chaonan reminded. "Don't worry, I won't forget you. By the way, I plan to buy another car. The one I drive now is my girlfriend's. I'll give you one," Li Chaonan said proudly. "No, I'll buy it myself. Whatever you want to buy, just listen to my brother." "That's okay." Suddenly, Gao Yan's expression became stern and he lowered his voice and said, "Brotherly, I have one more thing to ask of you. Please try your best to help me collect information about Shangtian Entertainment. The more detailed the better." "Why, do you have a grudge against Han Shangyu?" Li Chaonan asked in a low voice. "Indeed." Gao Yan nodded. "Okay, I will do my best to help you collect information." "Thank you so much, brotherly." Li Chaonan originally invited Gao Yan to have lunch, but when he thought about leaving the Magic City, Gao Yan refused and went back to have lunch with Zheng Xiaoyu before leaving. Returned to Villa Number 1 in Platinum Palace. Zheng Xiaoyu is still sleeping. So I woke her up and had lunch at the community restaurant. Then Zheng Xiaoyu drove him to the airport. On the way, Gao Yan thought of something and asked, "Has the apartment you rented been returned?" Zheng Xiaoyu said, "Not yet, but next month's rent has to be paid in 8 days. Gao Yan, in this case, don't quit. Give me the key, and keep it for me too. Use. Xing Xiaoyu, the key is in the bag, just take it. After getting the key to the apartment, Gao Yan put it away, casually. He bought the villa just to put the coordinates of any door, but Xing Xiaoyu had already moved to the villa, so it was not suitable to put it again. But the apartment she rented was a suitable place to put coordinates. Later, Gao Yan directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Xing Xiaoyu and asked her to contact the landlord of the apartment to renew the lease for 1 year. I was bored at the airport for a while. Xing Xiaoyu drove away reluctantly. After passing the security check and arriving at the VIP room, Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and logged into Feiyu.com. He found that the little girl Qin Yuling was live broadcasting, so he clicked into his live broadcast room. What surprised him was that the little girl's popularity was over 1,000. Today's reward also received more than 300 yuan. After listening to Qin Yuling sing a few songs, the boarding prompt came on the radio. So Gao Yan exited the live broadcast room, stood up and walked towards the boarding gate. Suddenly he remembered that last night was the second Black Sunday event at Sunday Mall. With a thought, the system interface appeared. He quickly scanned the experience and found that the experience had actually increased by over 4 billion. In other words, the Black Sunday event generated a total of 4 billion in sales. As for his system reserve funds, it soared directly to 91.3 billion. Thinking of this, he contacted Fang Zhenzhen and asked her to send him a report soon. Fang Zhenzhen sent him a data report. When Gao Yan saw that the Sunday Mall app had exceeded 200 million downloads, he understood why this event could create sales of 4 billion. As for the amount of losses shown in the report, Gao Yan didn't care at all. Compared with the benefits he gained, that loss was not worth mentioning at all. After successfully boarding the plane, Gao Yan called up the system interface again. A new week has arrived, and the card mall has been refreshed again, with 3 new cards appearing. Gao Yan was also very curious about what functions the cards would have this week. With a thought, the card mall emerged. 3 cards of different colors also appeared in Gao Yan's eyes. The first one is a purple card, called Gangjin Experience Card, which is priced at 1 billion. There is only 1 card in stock. After using it, you can have the peak of Gangjin cultivation, which lasts for 1 hour. After several shopping trips, Gao Yan also felt the scale of the card mall. At present, there are 4 levels of cards, with purple being the highest, which is the current Gangjin Experience card. The second is gold. The last Danjin Experience card was gold, and the next is silver, such as weapon cards and virtual currency cards. The lowest level is red, such as bad luck cards, rare cards, and marriage binding cards. The 3 cards refreshed this time are purple, gold, and silver. Let's talk about the second golden card. This card is called the Mustard Seed Space Card. There are 3 cards in stock and the price is 100 million. After using it, you can have a mustard seed space of 1 cubic meter, and the cards can be used in combination. If you take down 3 mustard seed space cards, you can have 3 cubic meters of portable space. Let's talk about the last silver card. This card is a bit special. It is called the Merit Conversion Card. It is priced at 10 million. There is only 1 card in stock. What effect does it have? As long as you use this Merit Conversion Card, every 100 million yuan You take to do good deeds, to accumulate merit, can increase your life by 1 year. In short, it is to spend money to buy life. At the same time, you can also see your lifespan through this card. Without any hesitation, Gao Yan took all 3 cards, 1 billion for the purple card, 300 million for the 3 golden cards, and 10 million for the silver card. A total of 1.31 billion. Deducted from the system reserve funds. And the system reserve funds also dropped to 90 billion. The Gangjin experience card is not needed for the time being, so it is left in the system directly, and the 3 mustard seed space cards are taken out. Use. Suddenly, 3 golden lights that only Gao Yan could see sank into his body. And then he found that there was a 3 cubic meter portable space in his body. As long as his body touched something that did not exceed the size of the space, he could put it into the space at will. Thinking of this, he reached into his pocket and touched the key to the apartment. With a thought, the key disappeared in his pocket and appeared in the mustard seed space in his body. Come out. With a thought, the apartment key returned to his pocket again. Not bad. He was very satisfied with this mustard seed space. Before, the arsenal could randomly generate a hot weapon every day, but Daxiao was a country with very strict gun control. Therefore, except for the battle with the Ma family, he never received a pistol with almost unlimited bullets from the weapon card again. If you don't receive it, the weapon card will not be saved. Like the virtual currency card, if you don't receive it or use it on the same day, it will be directly invalidated. Now with the mustard seed space, he can store the hot weapons generated by the weapon card in the mustard seed space. The next moment, the merit conversion card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. Use. He said silently, and then the card turned into a golden light and sank into his body. Then, a card attribute column appeared in front of him. Card holder, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Lifespan, 100. Accumulated merit, 110 points, converted to lifespan. Looking at these 115 merit points, Gao Yan secretly wondered where these merit points came from. Suddenly, he remembered that he donated 1 million to the Red Star Orphanage and arranged for his high school classmate Huang Peng to deliver eggs, milk, meat and other nutritious ingredients to the orphanage every day. He gave Huang Peng 100,000 to purchase ingredients, and spent 50,000 to buy a van to facilitate his delivery of ingredients. In other words, all expenses for the orphanage, whether direct or indirect, can be converted into merit. But if the money he donated was embezzled, it should not be converted into merit, which also made it more difficult for him to accumulate merit. If he could gain merit just by donating money, he could increase his lifespan by 100 years in a minute. It seems that it is necessary to form a team specifically for this kind of thing. It took nearly 2 hours. The plane landed at Nandu Airport. He came to the underground garage and found his Bentley Mulsanne. He did not start the car immediately, but took out the weapon card. Use it. The next moment, a silver gun with a strange shape appeared in his hand. With the appearance of the gun, the information about this gun also emerged in his mind. This is a laser gun with super strong penetration and a range of 100 meters. The bullet capacity is 100 rounds. After the energy is exhausted, it can be fully charged by exposing it to the sun for 10 minutes. Obviously, this is a gun that far exceeds modern technology. After playing with it for a while, Gao Yan put it into the mustard seed space. Then started the car and left. Back to the villa in Yujinjiwen, Xiaozhua was not in the villa. the mind moved. Gao Yan took out the anywhere door and put the coordinates in the apartment rented by Jing Xiaoyu. Then, Gao Yan took 3 blue and white porcelain bottles filled with medicinal wine and stepped into the anywhere door. This blue and white porcelain bottle was custom-made by Gao Yan. After all, he sold a bottle of medicinal wine for 1 million yuan, and it was too cheap to use mineral water. Now, with blue and white porcelain wine bottles, the level has been improved instantly. Of these 3 bottles of medicinal wine, 2 bottles directly improve physical fitness, and the other bottle nourishes the kidneys. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Chaonan's number. He said loudly, "Brother Li, give me an address and I will mail you something good." Li Chaonan immediately reported an address. After Gao Yan wrote it down, he called a courier from the same city and sent 3 bottles of medicinal wine to Li Chaonan. Then, he told Li Chaonan how to take it. Drink half a cup of medicinal wine to enhance physical fitness every day, and drink half a cup of medicinal wine to enhance kidney function before going to work. After doing this, Gao Yan returned directly to Yujinjiwen Villa through any door. After going to the bathroom to take a shower, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhu Jianyue, telling her that he had returned from the Magic City. Zhu Jianyue replied that she might have to come back later tonight, because Professor Qin had to take her to a party in the evening. In this regard, Gao Yan was a little dissatisfied with Professor Qin, whom she had never met before, and always interfered with her and classmate Xiaoshua's spending time. Since Xiaoshua was going back later, Gao Yan was too lazy to stay in this empty villa. Instead, he bought some things in a nearby supermarket and went back to his room in the school district. It was Grandma who opened the door for Gao Yan. Seeing that she had thrown away the crutch, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Grandma, is your leg healed?" "Yeah, okay, thanks to my grandson-in-law's medicinal wine," the old lady said happily. "Grandma, I bought some fruits." "You're welcome. You can take whatever you want to eat," Gao Yan said as he put the purchased fruits on the table. Then I looked at the other closed bedroom, and there was faint singing. It seemed that Chen Yoling was still live broadcasting. But it didn't take long. Chen Yoling ended the live broadcast and was about to make dinner. When she saw Gao Yan was there, she couldn't help but excitedly said, "Brother-in-law, how many gifts do you think I received during today's live broadcast? Is there 600? Gao Yan asked. "More than 800. Chen Yoling said with some pride. Although she signed with the Fable Guild would not charge a dime for her gift share. Therefore, for a gift of 800 yuan, she can get more than 500 yuan. For a little girl about to enter high school, that's a lot of money." "Brother-in-law, are you eating at home tonight?" Chen Yoling asked. "Yes." Gao Yan nodded. "Then I'll go cook." Chen Yoling jumped to the kitchen, where Gao Yan left some super seasonings, so that he could make very delicious meals even without cooking. Suddenly, Gao Yan remembered that Jing Xiaoyu was live streaming. So he logged into the Tiger Entertainment live streaming room. As Jing Xiaoyu beat Chen Yusen to win the first place in the Tiger Entertainment PK competition semifinals, her fame also increased greatly. Therefore, even in the afternoon, the popularity of her live streaming room was very high. Gao Yan glanced at the rankings. In the early morning, Jing Xiaoyu still had the upper hand, but in the afternoon, Chen Yusen had surpassed her and left a gap of more than 500,000. However, Jing Xiaoyu was not bad either. Although she ranked second, she also received millions of rewards. Call up the gift interface and click to give. Then, the exquisite and domineering special effects of the luxury cruise ship appeared on the screen of the live streaming room. I am not Brother Yan, I gave you Bao Luxury Cruise X100. I am not Brother Yan, I gave you Bao Luxury Cruise X200. I am not Brother Yan, I gave you Bao Luxury Cruise X300. I am not Brother Yan, I gave you Bao Luxury Cruise X1000. After 1,000 luxury cruise ships were smashed, Jing Xiaoyu's reward instantly reached more than 6 million, and Chen Yusin's first place was also blown up, and the gap between the two sides was widened to more than 4.4 million. At this moment, Chen Yusin was also live streaming. In order to keep the first place, she also risked her life. She had danced more than 10 dances this afternoon. Fortunately, these efforts were worth it, allowing her to regain the first place and surpass Jing Xiaoyu by more than 500,000. After the song ended, Chen Yusin gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with a wet wipe, and then looked at the computer screen. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, because she found that the number of people in the live broadcast room had dropped by more than 100,000. It stands to reason that the number of people she danced would increase every time, but this time it not only did not increase, but decreased. Then, her eyes fell on the rankings. For a moment, her face looked a little ugly, because Jing Xiaoyu surpassed her, and the gap between the two sides reached more than 4.4 million. A number that made him desperate and powerless. After she surpassed Jing Xiaoyu before, she saw that I am not Brother Yan had not made a move, and thought that the other party had brushed it off. Unexpectedly, she was only happy for a few hours, and I am not Brother Yan beat her back to the abyss again. For a moment, she felt very uncomfortable. She lost interest in live broadcasting instantly. So, she forced a smile and said, "Baby, this afternoon's live broadcast will stop here for the time being, see you in the evening." As soon as the voice fell, Chen Yusin went offline quickly. In fact, the Big Brother and Iron fans in the live broadcast room knew the reason why Chen Yusin went offline. Many people secretly felt sorry for the goddess, but unfortunately, that I am not Brother Yan was too fierce, and they couldn't beat him even if they joined forces. After going offline, Chen Yusin did not take a shower or change clothes, but sat in front of the computer, blankly. The little assistant next to her also knew what was going on. I didn't dare to disturb her, and quietly served her a cup of lemon tea and stepped aside. At this time, I am Lao Wang sent a WeChat message to Chen Yusin. Chen Yusin glanced at it. If it was usual, she would still deal with it, but at this moment, she didn't have the slightest intention to deal with it. Seeing that the goddess didn't reply to herself, I am Lao Wang was worried and sent a few more WeChat messages. Seeing this, Chen Yusin frowned slightly, feeling a little disgusted. Picked up the phone and replied, "Brother Wang, I feel a little uncomfortable and want to be quiet for a while." I am Lao Wang. Okay, Yusin, I won't disturb you, drink more hot water. Suddenly, Chen Yusin's heart moved, picked up the phone and logged into Huyu, and sent a private message to Gao Yan, "Brother Yan, I'm really sorry about the milk tea shop, I apologize to you." She sent this private message not to apologize sincerely, but to test whether I am not Brother Yan or the young man in the milk tea shop. If it is, forget it. If not, don't blame her for provoking the relationship between the two. Without the support of I am not Brother Yan, what can Jing Xiaoyu use to fight her? 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. In a blink of an eye, it was already 10 minutes later, but I am not Brother Yan did not reply to her private message, which made her very disappointed. After thinking about it, she edited another private message and sent it. Brother Yan, I really want you to apologize, don't you want to forgive me? But as time passed, she still didn't receive a reply. Unwilling in her heart, she simply edited a private message to Gao Yan every few minutes. But how could she know that? Because there were too many people who sent private messages to Gao Yan. He generally didn't read private messages, so her calculations were just a performance for the blind. Moreover, Gao Yan had already quit Who You Live. Because Chen Yue came back from get off work, the family of four was happily sitting together for dinner. After dinner, Gao Yan drove Chen Yue to the milk tea shop. And before getting off the car, he shamelessly asked for a reward. Then he drove to Yujinjiwen. Shortly after arriving at the villa, he received a call from Li Chaonan. It turned out that the 3 bottles of medicinal wine were delivered by the local courier. Xiao Gao, I just received 3 bottles of medicinal wine. Are you sure it was you who sent it? Gao Yan had already made an excuse, it was my brother Li. I asked someone to deliver it to Shanghai in advance. The express arrived in Shanghai as soon as I arrived in Nandu, so I arranged for someone to deliver it to you by express delivery in the same city. Li Chaonan suddenly realized, no wonder, I was wondering why it was so fast. The two chatted about the company integration for a while before hanging up the phone. Unexpectedly, not long after hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaomin called again. And the other party said that she would take Lin Moer back to Nandu when she understood. Sister Lin, don't be so anxious, you can wait until Moer's leg is healed before coming back. Gao Yan persuaded. Lin Xiaomin, no need, I took Moer to the hospital for a checkup today, and her legs have almost recovered. I have to thank you for the bottle of medicinal wine. It can be heard that Lin Xiaomin is in a good mood. Gao Yan smiled and said, you're welcome, Sister Lin. Since Moer has recovered well, let her go back to Nandu to recuperate. I happen to have an idle villa, and I can arrange for you to live in it. Lin Xiaomin, then I'll trouble you, Xiao Gao, no, it's the boss. Gao Yan, Sister Lin, you should call me Xiao Gao. I don't like the boss. Just after the call ended, Shi Wen sent him another WeChat video. After answering the phone, Gao Yan found that the other party seemed to be in the bathroom. So, he asked, where are you? Shi Wen said, I'm in the hotel bathroom. I'm not very interested in Professor Qin's conversation, so I took the opportunity to run out. By the way, husband, have you had dinner? Gao Yan, I have. What time will you be back tonight? Honey, I miss you. Shi Wen, husband, I miss you too, but I can't leave here, but it should be finished before 9 o'clock. Gao Yan, you didn't drink, or I'll pick you up. Shi Wen, no need to bother, I can take a taxi myself. Gao Yan, it doesn't matter, I just have nothing to do. Send me an address. When you are about to finish, call me or send me a message in advance. Shi Wen, okay, husband, you've worked hard. I won't chat with you any more. 8:30. Gao Yan drove to Xingchen Hotel. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he saw 2 beauties, one big and one small, walking out of the hotel lobby. Update. The beautiful woman should be Qin Yuran, the youngest associate professor of Yangdong Science Department. She lives up to her name. She is very good looking and has 3-dimensional facial features. She wears a white shirt on her upper body and a black skirt on her lower body. She has a pair of slender legs. Her beautiful legs are wrapped in black stockings. On her feet is a pair of black high heels. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan threw a data eye at the opponent. Name, Qi Niren. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Appearance, 95. Body, 95. Charisma, 98. Constitution, 70. Spirit, 90. Strength, normal. Identity, Associate Professor of Science, Yangdong. Favorability, 20. Special, 100. Seeing the other party's data, Gao Yan secretly called her good guy. Although her appearance and figure were not the tallest, she had both good looks and figure. More importantly, the other party's mental power actually reached 90 points. No wonder the other party has become an associate professor at a young age. And his charm is also very high, with a full 98 points. An absolute 3S level beauty. In comparison, classmate Xiao Xue is a bit worse. Although classmate Xiao Xue is better looking than Qi Niren, his figure is not as good as Qi Niren. But it doesn't matter, classmate Xiao Xue is still young and still has the potential for development. When classmate Xiao Xue reaches Qi Niren's age, I believe her charm will be as good as hers, or even higher. Soon. Shi Jianyue saw the familiar Bentley Mulsanne parked outside the hotel, so she turned to Qi Niren beside her and said, "Professor Qin, my boyfriend is here to pick me up. You can't drive after drinking. Otherwise, should I ask him to send you back?" "Okay, I just happened to see how charming your boyfriend is. He can take away the soul of a little girl like you." Qi Niren joked with a smile. Hearing this, a hint of shyness flashed across Shi Jianyue's pretty face. And she said humbly, "No, actually he is very ordinary." At this time, Gao Yan had already gotten out of the car and walked towards them. Shi Jianyue quickly quickened her pace, came to Gao Yan, hugged his arm without hesitation, and said, "Brother Yan, let me introduce to you, this is Professor Qin Niren from our school." "Hello Professor Qin, I am Gao Yan, Jianyu's boyfriend," Gao Yan said with a smile. Qi Niren looked at Gao Yan calmly, but she was a little disappointed in her heart, because in her eyes, Gao Yan's appearance was a bit ordinary, but his temperament was not bad. Many people don't know that although she is the youngest professor, she is very good-looking. With 76 points of appearance, Gao Yan is considered a handsome boy, but in her eyes, he is not considered handsome. "You are so arrogant," Qi Niren replied calmly. Gao Yan didn't take Qi Niren's cold attitude to heart, after all, it was their first meeting. "Brother Yan, Professor Qin can't drive after drinking. Can we take her back?" At this time, Shi Jianyue said softly. "Of course, no problem," Gao Yan said happily, after hearing Shi Jianyue say that Qi Niren took great care of her. He would naturally not refuse this small request. Arriving in front of the car, Qi Niren took a look at the Bentley Mulsanne and asked, "Isn't this car cheap? It seems to cost more than 6 million. Shi Jianyue said truthfully. "So expensive?" Qi Niren was a little surprised. She didn't know much about luxury cars, and her own car was a Mercedes worth over 400,000 yuan. Immediately afterwards, the two women got into the back seat, and Gao Yan also started the car and asked, "Professor Qin, where are you going?" "Just put me in Yangdong University of Science," Qini said. In the driving car, Qi Niren asked Shi Jianyue in a low voice, "Is your boyfriend a rich second generation?" "No, he earned his current achievements all by himself," Shi Jianyue said proudly. I don't think he's old? Shi Wen asked in surprise. He is in the same year as me, and like me, he has been a junior since school started. Shi Wen said. That's pretty good. You can buy a car worth more than 6 million yuan in your sophomore year. Shi Wen praised lightly. After sending Shi Wen to Yangdong Science Department, Gao Yan asked Shi Wen to sit in front, then grabbed her hand with one hand and drove to Yujinjiwen with one hand. Husband, I have some good news for you. Professor Qin's project will be over in a week at most. In this way, I will have more time to spend with you. Shi Wen said happily. That's great. Is there anywhere you want to go? Let's find a place to travel. Gao Yan thought for a moment and said. I don't know either. How about you make the decision? Shi Wen shook her head. Well, when we get back, we can search online to see which places are fun. All right. The two chatted all the way back to number 15 Yujinjiwen. The young man and woman are full of energy, and they haven't seen each other for a few days. Therefore, not long after returning to the villa, the two of them entered the canyon battlefield hand in hand. Classmate Xiaoxue was particularly proactive tonight, and her combat effectiveness has also improved a lot. It should be related to her daily drinking of medicinal wine. Pity. 2.5 hours later, Xiaoxue still raised the white flag, and at the same time he was a little worried. His boyfriend seemed to be getting more and more powerful. Can he really withstand it in the future? But there was no room for her to think too much at this moment, because she was so tired that she fell into a deep sleep within less than 10 seconds of squinting her eyes. Gao Yan kissed her delicate face, hugged her body, and fell asleep. 10:20 a.m. the next day. Gao Yan came to the airport to pick him up. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he saw Lin Xiaoming pushing a wheelchair with one hand and pulling a suitcase with the other, and Lin Mower sitting in a wheelchair. Because of the medicinal wine, both mother and daughter were in good condition. Brother Gao. Lin Mower was very excited to see Gao Yan again and waved her arms happily. Soon, Gao Yan came to the parking lot with Lin Xiaoming and her daughter, talking and laughing. He first put the suitcase into the trunk, then picked up Lin Mower and put it in the back seat. However, he didn't notice that when he picked up Lin Mower, the little girl's cheeks turned slightly red. After folding the wheelchair and putting it in the trunk, Gao Yan drove towards the Zijin Lake Villa community. The villa in Zijin Lake was transferred to his name by Deng Yu as an apology. However, he felt disgusted and never stayed there. It happened that neither Lin Xiaoming nor her daughter lived in Nan, and an empty villa was a waste, so he gave the villa to them. After driving into villa number 5 of Zijin Lake, Lin Xiaoming was not shocked, because she had already learned some about Gao Yan from Tu Yun, and at the same time she was a little lucky. Fortunately, she had rented the house to Gao Yan out of kindness. Otherwise, she would have to be forced to marry into the main family this time. She didn't have the slightest affection for Meng Zhixian, and she didn't believe that he married her because he loved her, but wanted to marry her back to the Meng family, to take revenge on her. After all, the two of them have been playing together since childhood. Doesn't she still understand Meng Zhixian's personality? Sister Lin, it's inconvenient for a mower to be injured now. How about hiring a nanny? Gao Yan suggested after carrying Lin mower into the living room and laying her down on the sofa. Lin Xiaoming nodded. You really need to hire a nanny. Although she lost a lot of money due to her brother's scheme, she still had more than 20 million in her pocket after selling her company and real estate. Lin Xiaomin is a resolute person. After staying in Nandu for so many years, she still has a lot of connections. Therefore, after planning to hire a nanny, she immediately called the housekeeping company. The company also promised that several nannies would be sent to apply for jobs soon. In less than an hour, the housekeeping company drove over 3 nannies. The 3 nannies who applied for the job were exactly in 3 age groups. The youngest was in her early 20s, and the oldest was in her 40s. Through self-introduction, the oldest one was Liang Shufen, 42 years old, with a local rural household registration, and she started working as a nanny at the age of 18. Before that, she had worked for the previous host for 8 years. She asked for a salary of 4,000 yuan, but food and accommodation were required. The previous host was an elderly man, and his children all settled abroad. At first, the elderly man was unwilling to go abroad, but as he grew older, he missed his children more and more. So, when his children proposed to take him abroad this time, he did not refuse. Since the host went abroad, Liang Shufen was naturally unemployed, but the previous host had a good evaluation of her. The housekeeping company evaluated her as careful and honest, good at taking care of people, but her cooking skills were average. The second nanny is Chen Hongyan, a foreigner with 3 years of experience as a nanny. She looks the best among the 3 nannies, and she is also the best cook. She requires a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, including food but not accommodation. The youngest nanny is Cui Xiaoyu, 22 years old, also a local rural girl. She has just joined the housekeeping company and completed the nanny skills training. She is quite fashionable in her dress. As for her appearance, it is average, just reaching the passing line, and even slightly fat. As for cooking skills, she only knows some home cooking. She requires a salary of 5,000 yuan, including food and accommodation. With a thought, Gao Yan used the data eye on the 3 nannies one after another. Then he watched the special points of the 3 nannies. Although special points cannot judge a person's good or bad, they can more or less show the other person's lifestyle. Although Liang Shufen is in her 40s, her special points are still maintained at 95 points, and Chen Hongyan's special points are also 85 points. It is not uncommon in this era to have experienced 3 men in her 30s. Cui Xiaoyu's peculiarity surprised Gao Yan, as she only had 60 points. 60 points does not mean that she has only experienced 8 men, and it is possible that she has experienced more than 8 men, but her body is still in good health. Once it drops by 60 points, it means that she is sick. In other words, Cui Xiaoyu, a girl who looks relatively simple, has a rather chaotic private life. After all, even if she has been dating a boyfriend since she was 18, she is only 22 years old now, and she has to change 2 boyfriends a year. Lin Xiaomin briefly chatted with the 3 nannies, asked them a few questions, and then asked them to try cooking 2 dishes. After planning to lend this villa to Lin Xiaomin, Gao Yan had contacted the property management here to come and clean it, and also bought some ingredients to store in the refrigerator. Soon, the 3 nannies all cooked 2 dishes. Liang Shufen made tomato scrambled eggs and green pepper pork shreds. Chen Hongyan made cola chicken wings and cold 3 fresh, and Cui Xiaoyu made black fungus and pork slices and cucumber scrambled eggs. How to say it, her black fungus had not been soaked, it looked dry and shriveled, and the meat inside was slightly black. Obviously she didn't control the heat well. As for the fried cucumber with eggs, it looked terrible. The eggs were all in clumps, and it was obvious that there were too many eggs. Lin Xiaoming first tasted Liang Shufen's 2 dishes, and then tasted Chen Hongyan's dishes. As for Cui Xiaoyu's, she didn't dare to move her chopsticks, worried about diarrhea. Seeing that Lin Xiaoming didn't touch the dishes she cooked, Cui Xiaoyu was a little dissatisfied and hummed in a low voice, "Rich people are so hypocritical." Although her voice was low, Gao Yan was at least at the peak of Huajin, so he naturally heard it clearly, and his impression of her became worse and worse. In the end, Lin Xiaoming made a choice and let Liang Shufen and Chen Hongyan stay and assign tasks. Liang Shufen was mainly responsible for the sanitation of the villa. Chen Hongyan's main task was to take care of Lin Mower and cook. Liang Shufen's salary was opened at 6,000 yuan according to her requirements, and food and accommodation were included. She offered Chen Hongyan a salary of 8,000 yuan. Obviously, Lin Xiaoming recognized her cooking skills. Seeing that the 2 old women who came with her were selected, but she was not, Cui Xiaoyu was very unhappy, and the salary was so high, so she couldn't help but say, "Auntie, how about you keep me too?" Hearing Cui Xiaoyu's address to Lin Xiaoming, Gao Yan's expression suddenly became a little strange. "You are in your 20s and call an aunt in her 30s. Isn't this obviously scolding her for being old?" As expected, Lin Xiaoming frowned slightly and said lightly, "Sorry, little girl, I have enough people here, and I don't need 3 people." "Then just replace one of them," Cui Xiaoyu said righteously. Hearing this, Gao Yan was speechless, thinking, "Girl, where do you get the confidence to let others replace someone else?" "Cui Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? Apologize to General Manager Lin immediately and stay in the car outside." The employee of the housekeeping company scolded him angrily. He didn't have any good feelings towards Cui Xiaoyu. She was very careless. During the training, all the nannies who studied with her found the host family, but she failed to get the job after applying for 7 or 8 times in a row, but she still felt good about herself. If the manager hadn't asked him to bring her to apply, he wouldn't have brought her at all. But Cui Xiaoyu didn't obey the order at all, and shouted, "I don't accept it. How can I be inferior to them?" Lin Xiaoming frowned again, and there was a little more disgust in her eyes when she looked at Cui Xiaoyu. She didn't scold her directly, but looked at the employee of the housekeeping company. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. This is our fault. I apologize to you on behalf of the company." "It's okay, take her out first." Lin Xiaoming waved her hands and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your understanding." As soon as the housekeeping staff finished speaking, they pulled Cui Xiaoyu, who was still unwilling to give in, outside. "What's so great about you city dwellers is that you look down on others. You look down on my aunt, and my aunt doesn't look down on you. Damn you!" Cui Xiaoyu yelled fiercely. Upon hearing this, the housekeeping staff was very shocked and angry, and wanted to sew the other person's mouth shut. Are the owners who can live in Zijin Lake ordinary people? Cui Xiaoyu would offend people to death by scolding him like this. Similarly, Gao Yan also frowned, slowly stood up from the sofa, and shouted to Cui Xiaoyu, who was angrily walking out of the villa, "Stop. Why, do you still want to hit someone?" Cui Xiaoyu turned around and looked at Gao Yan disdainfully. "Apologize," Gao Yan said coldly. "Who do you think you are? Why should my aunt apologize?" Cui Xiaoyu said with a provocative look on her face, just hit me if you have the guts. My aunt is not afraid of you. I won't hit you, for fear of dirtying my hands. Gao Yan waved his hand. Lightly, go away. No one else noticed that when Gao Yan waved, a black light penetrated the other person's body, and Cui Xiaoyu also shuddered. TCH, I thought you were so awesome. Cui Xiaoyu once again made a disdainful taunt, turned around and left. Brother Gao, this woman is so abominable. Lin Mower said angrily. It's okay, such people are not worthy of our anger. Sooner or later they will be punished. Gao Yan said with a chuckle. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a scream, but it was Cui Xiaoyu who had just walked out of the villa door and fell, and the fall was very serious, directly knocking off 2 front teeth. Update. Seeing Cui Xiaoyu's miserable appearance with a mouth full of blood and 2 front teeth missing, no one present showed any sympathy and even secretly applauded. Who told Cui Xiaoyu's character to be too bad? Wow, Brother Gao, you are so accurate, this bad woman really got her comeuppance. The next moment, Lin Mower exclaimed in surprise. Bitches have their own destiny, she deserves it. Gao Yan said lightly. He was still a little worried about the bad luck charm, but he was quite happy to see the other party's embarrassed appearance. Just then, Cui Xiaoyu actually rushed towards the villa angrily, but the housekeeper was startled. He rushed up and grabbed her arm and shouted, Cui Xiaoyu, what do you want to do? And Cui Xiaoyu pointed at Gao Yan and cursed, you bastard, you little brat. You cursed me, and I fell down. Now you should pay the money quickly. Otherwise, I will never be done with you. How much do you want me to pay? Gao Yan was not annoyed at all, but asked with a smile. 30,000. Cui Xiaoyu hesitated slightly and reported a number. Okay, I'll compensate you. Gao Yan nodded. Lin Mower on the side was very anxious. Brother Gao, why do you have to compensate her? She fell down and it had nothing to do with us. Mower, stop talking and let your brother Gao handle it. Lin Xiaomin suddenly spoke, vaguely guessing Gao Yan's plan. When Cui Xiaoyu saw Gao Yan agreeing so happily, she thought that Gao Yan was afraid of her, so she quickly said, no, I made a mistake just now. It was 100,000. You must compensate me 100,000. Can? Gao Yan still nodded. Then you give me the money quickly, I still have to get my teeth filled. Cui Xiaoyu said fiercely. Wait a minute, I put my money in the car. Gao Yan walked towards his car. At this time, the employees of the housekeeping company also reacted and scolded, Cui Xiaoyu, what do you want to do? You fell down yourself, why should others pay for it? None of your business. Cui Xiaoyu said disapprovingly, let me go quickly, or I will sue you for molestation. At this time, Gao Yan took out 100,000 yuan in cash from the car, but it was actually realized from the system reserve funds. Give me. Seeing the 100,000 in cash, Cui Xiaoyu's eyes couldn't help flashing with greed, and he reached out to grab the money. Wait a minute, you have to write a receipt before I can give you the money. Gao Yan's hand holding the money shrank back, leaving Cui Xiaoyu with no chance. Just right. Cui Xiaoyu, who was confused by money, didn't even consider whether there would be any problems with Gao Yan giving money so happily. So, Gao Yan handed the pen and notebook he had prepared in advance to the other party, and the other party neatly wrote a receipt of 100,000 yuan. Where's the money? Throwing the notebook to Gao Yan, Cui Xiaoyu reached out to grab the money. Again. Are you sure you want to accept it? There's so much nonsense, hurry up and give it to me. Cui Xiaoyu grabbed 100,000 cash and put it happily into his backpack, then looked at Gao Yan with disdain. You are lucky today, I only charge you 100,000, but next time, it won't be so easy. Watching Cui Xiaoyu leave the villa, Gao Yan picked up his cell phone and dialed the police number. Hey, I want to call the police. I was blackmailed. Of 100,000 yuan. Seeing Gao Yan calling the police, except for Lin Xiaomin, who had guessed the situation, everyone else also reacted. It turned out that Gao Yan was waiting for Cui Xiaoyu here. For a moment, except for Lin Xiaomin and her daughter, the employees of the housekeeping company and the two nannies looked at Gao Yan with a little more awe. However, they did not sympathize with Cui Xiaoyu. In their opinion, this woman brought all her own fault. Brother Gao, will that bad woman be sentenced? Lin Moer asked. Yes. Gao Yan nodded. If the amount of blackmail reaches more than 30,000 and less than 100,000, or there are other serious circumstances, he will be sentenced to a fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years. When they heard that the sentence was so serious, the employees of the housekeeping company and the two nannies couldn't help but shudder. This is a ruthless character. Just now they thought the other party was a soft-footed shrimp, but now it seems that the clown turned out to be me. Amour, do you think Brother Gao's attack was too harsh? Gao Yan asked Lin. Amour. Lin Moer thought for a while and said, no, if the other party hadn't been greedy, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Good. Gao Yan was very satisfied with Lin Moer's answer and said, you must be kind. But our kindness scores points. Lin Moer nodded solemnly. Brother Gao, I remember it. About 20 minutes passed. The police arrived. First, Gao Yan and others were questioned. Neither the employees of the housekeeping company nor the two nannies protected Cui Xiaoyu, but answered the police truthfully. The police also formally filed a case and arrested Cui Xiaoyu. The arrest went very smoothly. The location of the arrest was actually in a shopping mall. Because after receiving the money, Cui Xiaoyu did not go to the hospital to have her teeth filled, but went to the mall to buy brand-name bags, cosmetics, and the like. The moment she was arrested, she was trying on clothes in a LV store, and she had already spent more than 50,000 yuan of the 100,000 yuan she had received. If she had not spent the 100,000 yuan and paid it back in full, the situation would have been lighter. Now, she has spent more than 50,000, so the situation is serious. Noon. Gao Yan had a meal at Lin Xiaomin's house. It was Chen Hongyan who cooked. Her cooking skills were very good. If the top chefs were LV10, her cooking skills were at least LV5. After the meal, Gao Yan called Chen Hongyan, took out a bag of super seasoning from the mustard space, and said, Sister Chen, this is a super seasoning. You can put some in when you cook, which can improve the deliciousness of the dishes. Okay, Mr. Gao, I will put it in when I cook next time. Chen Hongyan put it away, and then worked with Liang Shufan to clean up the dishes. Sister Lin, there is no rush for the milk tea company. You can take a few days off first, and wait until Amour's leg is completely healed before working again. In the next few days, I will have someone register the company and arrange the office space. Okay. Lin Xiaomin did not act pretentiously, then I will think about how to Build and promote this milk tea brand in the next few days. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Lin. By the way, if you have anything to do with him or, just call me. After chatting for a few more words, Gao Yan drove away. More than half an hour. Gao Yan drove to Xingchen Network Technology Company. Because the Sunday mall was booming, the enthusiasm of the company's employees was very high. This time, there was no incident where the front desk didn't recognize him and was stopped outside the company. Gao Yan went straight to Fang Zhen's office. The other party was busy processing documents. Seeing Gao Yan coming, she raised her head and asked, "Why are you here?" "I want to register a milk tea company. Mr. Fang recommends two suitable people to me." Gao Yan didn't beat around the bush and said directly. "Heh." Fang Zhen showed a bit of a sneer, "You really don't come to the temple for no reason." Although she was mocking Gao Yan, things still had to be done. After a while, two people came to her office. "Hello, boss." "Hello, Mr. Fang." The two saw that the boss was also there, and hurriedly greeted him. Fang Zhen pointed at the two and introduced them, and then said to them, "The boss asked you two to do something." "Boss, please give instructions." The two turned to Gao Yan. Afterwards, Gao Yan explained what he wanted them to do, and after the two of them patted their chests and promised, he sent them away. Then, Gao Yan said to Fang Zhen, "Mr. Fang, you have worked hard during this period. How about I treat you to dinner tonight?" Update. Fang Zhen glanced at Gao Yan unhappily. "There are so many things going on in the company recently. How can I have time to accompany you for dinner? You can find someone else." "Okay, just work." Gao Yan really felt that Fang Zhen was working hard, and planned to treat her to a meal as a reward. Since she didn't have time, he naturally wouldn't force her. "By the way, I'll give you something good." Gao Yan pretended to take a look at his body, and a bottle of blue and white porcelain wine appeared in his hand. "Where did you get this thing?" Although it was already autumn, the weather in Nandu was still very hot, so Gao Yan wore a t-shirt on his upper body and casual pants on his lower body. He didn't bring a bag when he came, so Fang Zhen was really curious about where he put this blue and white porcelain wine bottle. "I can do magic." Gao Yan smiled, "This is a good thing. If it weren't for you working so hard, I wouldn't be willing to give it to you." While talking, Gao Yan put the medicinal wine on Fang Zhen's desk. "What's in it?" Fang Zhen asked, curiously. Gao Yan introduced, "A special medicinal wine that can relieve fatigue and strengthen the body. The price of a single bottle is 1 million. The most important thing is that there is no market for it. Fang Zhen is his senior tool. With her, she can help him create upgrade experience and wealth continuously." He also gave her a bottle of medicinal wine because he saw that she had dark circles that could not be covered by foundation. "Is it really that magical?" Fang Zhen's eyes fell on the wine bottle, and then joked, "You won't be fooled, right?" In her understanding, to strengthen the body, you have to exercise. As for nutritional supplements, they can only play an auxiliary role. How can there be something that can directly strengthen the body? If there is, it is simply a panacea. You'll know if it works if you try it. Gao Yan came to the water dispenser and took a paper cup, then unscrewed the wine bottle, poured a small half cup of medicinal wine into the paper cup, and handed it to Fang Zhen. "Try it." "You didn't drug it, did you?" Suddenly, Fang Zhen's eyes became more alert. "You don't know how to appreciate a good person. Since you don't want it, I'll Take it back. Gao Yan was speechless for a while, and directly picked up the paper cup and drank the medicinal wine in it clean, and threw the paper cup into the garbage bag, and reached out to grab the wine bottle, ready to take it back. Don't, I'm just asking, I don't really doubt you. Fang Zhenzhen grabbed the wine bottle first. Aren't you afraid that I'll drug you? Gao Yan joked. I believe you are not that kind of person. Okay, I'm leaving. Remember, just drink half a cup a day. Don't get drunk. Otherwise no one will work for me. Gao Yan left the office after saying this, and then left the company amid the greetings of the employees. In the president's office, Fang Zhenzhen looked at the blue and white porcelain wine bottle in front of her with a hesitant look. These days, she has been working overtime almost every day, and even when she returns home, she has to deal with work matters. Therefore, she not only has back pain and shoulder pain, but also has slight neurasthenia. How about trying it? After a slight hesitation, Fang Zhenzhen got up and took the paper cup, then poured a small half cup of medicinal wine, brought it to her mouth and took a sip. Time passed. About 2 minutes later, Fang Zhenzhen felt a sudden increase in her body. A heat flow instantly spread to her limbs. However, the heat flow only lasted for a few seconds and then disappeared. However, she was surprised to find that her waist and shoulders were no longer sore, and even the mental fatigue caused by neurasthenia disappeared. What a magical medicinal wine! Fang Zhenzhen said to herself in shock, and then she simply drank the remaining medicinal wine in the cup. At the same time, in the Magic City, I'm so tired. Li Chaonan rubbed his neck. In order to integrate the 3 entertainment companies, he was almost busy all the time. Not only was he physically exhausted, but he was also very tired mentally. Suddenly, he remembered the magical medicinal wine that Gao Yan sent him, but he hadn't had time to drink it yet. So he picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number to give some instructions. In less than half an hour, someone pushed the door open with a blue and white porcelain wine bottle in his hand. He poured half a cup and drank it. Li Chaonan continued to sort out the various documents and materials on the table, but after 2 minutes, a hot current suddenly surged out of his body. When the hot current disappeared, Li Chaonan felt his own condition. His face was dull, and he whispered, Nima, this medicinal wine is too magical. Right? But he frowned immediately. He called another person, poured a small half cup of medicinal wine and asked him to take it to test it as quickly as possible to see if there are any harmful ingredients in this medicinal wine. It's not that he doesn't believe Gao Yan, but he is naturally vigilant. The main reason is that this medicinal wine is too magical. Just half a cup can make him feel tired and even excited. Therefore, he is a little worried that there are bad ingredients in this medicinal wine. 2 hours later, the men came back and handed him a test report. Taking the test report, Li Chaonan looked at it carefully. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no harmful ingredient in the medicinal wine. Instead, there was a mysterious ingredient that was beneficial to the human body. At the same time, he felt a little guilty because he actually doubted Gao Yan. Then, he stared at his men and asked, besides you, who else knows about this test report? The subordinate said in a deep voice, Boss, I sent it to our own testing agency for testing. Apart from me, only one tester named Zhou Zhou knew about it. However, I have issued a gag order to her. She promised not to disclose the test report to a third person. Well done, this month's bonus will be doubled, you can go down. Li Chaonan waved his hand, and after the subordinate left, his eyes fell on the bottle of medicinal wine again. He had already experienced the effect of this medicinal wine. What if the mysterious ingredient in the medicinal wine could be made? However, thinking that this medicinal wine was provided by Gao Yan, he gave up this idea. Moreover, he had only used it once, and he had to use it several times to see how magical this medicinal wine was. If it is true that it can directly enhance physical fitness, as Xiao Gao said, he can cooperate with Xiao Gao to develop this project. In the evening, Gao Yan had dinner at the school district house. Xiao Zhua was occupied by Qin Yuan again, and had no time to have dinner with him. Fortunately, the project was about to end. Today, Qin Yuling's live broadcast performance has improved again. The number of fans has reached 50,000, and the number of gifts received has exceeded 1,000. This makes the little girl very happy, and the smile on her face has never stopped. After dinner, Gao Yan took the two sisters around again. He originally planned to go to Yujinjiwen to sleep, but at around 8 o'clock, he received a WeChat message from Zhuo Jianyue, saying that it might be 10 o'clock tonight, and she would sleep in the school dormitory. Gao Yan guessed that this was Xiao Zhua deliberately avoiding him, who told him to toss too hard last night. Back to 5:02, Gao Yan washed up. Lying on the bed, he logged into Huyu Live Network and glanced at the rankings. Qin Yusen, who was unwilling to give up today, narrowed the distance between them. But the gap with Xing Xiaoyu is still 4 million. The final of the PK competition ends at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. In just one day, it is almost impossible to get 4 million rewards. However, although Qin Yusen can't get the first place, there is no problem with the second place. What made her speechless was that he sent so many private messages to Gao Yan, but he didn't reply to any of them. It was around 3 p.m. the next day. Gao Yan received a call from a company employee, and the milk tea company had been registered. So fast? Gao Yan was a little surprised. The other party explained, "Boss, although our Xingchen is still a new company, because of our outstanding performance, we have become the most promising internet company in Nandu City, and we have also registered in the city, so the registration of new companies is all through the green channel." After a while, another employee also called. She found 3 offices for the milk tea company, one of which was on the 19th floor of the office building where Xingchen Network was located, and another one was also in the high-tech zone. The last one was in the city center, and the rent in this place was also the most expensive. After the call ended, the other party sent him the information of the 3 office buildings. Gao Yan did not make the decision directly, but sent the information to Lin Xiumin to communicate with her. In Lin Xiumin's view, the most important thing about the milk tea company is the store, and the office space is not as important as imagined, so there is no need to choose the city center. After all, the rent in the city center is at least more than twice as expensive as the high-tech zone. The company is newly established, and everything is based on saving. If there is a need in the future, it will not be too late to move. Since Lin Xiumin suggested renting an office building in the high-tech zone, Gao Yan contacted the female employee again and asked her to rent the 19th floor. The rent can refer to Xingchen Network Company. At first, the property management knew that the company renting the office building was a milk tea company, and they were still a little cautious. However, when they knew that the owner of the milk tea shop was Gao Yan, they suddenly became very enthusiastic. To put it bluntly, the high-tech zone is a bit cold, and many office buildings are vacant. But with the entry and growth of Xinchen Network, the reputation of this high-tech zone has also expanded, especially the property management company that rented the office area to Xinchen Network has gained a lot of benefits. During this period, the office business under their name has increased by at least 80%. Therefore, in order to return the favor, they gave the milk tea company a very favorable price. What if Gao Yan's milk tea company becomes bigger again? Wouldn't that be another live advertisement? After all, they are responsible for renting more than one office building. The company registration and site selection have been completed, so only recruitment and store site selection are left. Thinking of this, Gao Yan called Li Feng and asked him how many stores he found. Li Feng did not disappoint Gao Yan. At present, he has found 5 stores in many prosperous areas in Nandu City, and has had preliminary contact with the owners of the stores or the companies behind them, and has also received quotations. The area of the 5 stores is more than 500 square meters, and the rental price is between 50,000 and 80,000 per month. He praised Li Feng twice, asked him to continue looking for stores, and gave him a red envelope of 20,000 as a reward. Later, Gao Yan also sent the information sent by Li Feng to Lin Xiaomin. That evening, Gao Yan was having dinner with Xiaozhua. Li Chaonan called, and he called to thank Gao Yan. He started taking medicinal wine yesterday, and after 2 consecutive days, his condition was amazingly good. Moreover, he tried the effect of kidney tonifying wine last night. Although he did not reach 7 times a night, it was several times better than usual. Gao Yan congratulated him and told him to continue taking it. By the way, Xiao Gao, I have collected the information you asked me to collect. I will send it to you later. Also, when will you come to Shanghai? I have prepared your car for you. Gao Yan smiled and said, then I will trouble brotherly. I will come to Shanghai again in a while. Putting down the phone, Gao Yan and Shui Jianyue continued to eat. After dinner, Gao Yan took Shui Jianyue's hand and walked out of the restaurant, asking, Xiaozhua, are you going to stay at Yujinjiwen tonight? Shui Jianyue looked at Gao Yan with some amusement, and said jokingly, no. This period is already the most critical period of the project. I have to report at 8 o'clock in the morning and finish at 10 o'clock in the evening, so it is more convenient to live in the dormitory. Okay, I'll take you back to school. Gao Yan did not force it. Anyway, it was only a few days. Besides, he had a random door and could go directly to Shanghai to find Xing Xiaoyu. 9 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yan appeared in the number 1 villa of Platinum Palace. Xing Xiaoyu was broadcasting live. Tonight was the last night of the PK competition finals. Even if Xing Xiaoyu won the first place, she still dared not be careless. What if Chen Yusen stole her tower at the last minute? Gao Yan did not disturb Xing Xiaoyu, but went to the swimming pool on the rooftop to swim, then took a shower, and went to the massage chair on the 2nd floor of the basement to enjoy the massage while clicking on the Tiger Entertainment Live network. Chen Yusen was still struggling to survive, and the gap increased by 500,000. But there was still a gap of 3.5 million with Xing Xiaoyu. I don't know if she was unwilling or wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make money. Anyway, there was a virtual currency card, and there was no need to spend real money, so Gao Yan gave Xing Xiaoyu another 1 million gifts. Seeing that her day's efforts were directly invalidated and the gap was further widened, Chen Yusen was so angry, And even more angry was that she sent so many private messages, and I am not Brother Yan, but I didn't reply once. She couldn't understand why she couldn't compare to Jing Xiaoyu. Chen Yusen, who was hit, didn't stop broadcasting this time, but her enthusiasm for live broadcasting dropped a lot. The fans in the live broadcast room also noticed it. But they had no choice but to accuse Jing Xiaoyu of hooking up with a rich man in indignation. It was Lao Wang, the god-level licker, who ate instant noodles while sending WeChat messages to comfort the goddess. Unfortunately, the goddess didn't appreciate it at all and just perfunctorily replied to him. Later, Gao Yan was bored and went to the live broadcast room of the anchors of the Fable Guild again, and gave each of them 5,000 yuan. The anchors of the Fable Guild have learned well and know that the boss's online time is usually when Jing Xiaoyu is live, so they all choose to go online and live broadcast at the same time as Jing Xiaoyu. There are two advantages to this. First, Jing Xiaoyu is their president and the number one sister of the Fable Guild. Occasionally, she will connect with them to take care of them. Secondly, after the boss rewards Jing Xiaoyu, he will occasionally reward them, and the boss is a big gift of 5,000 yuan, and he doesn't have to return it to the guild. There is no need for many such opportunities. If they come 2 or 3 times a month, they can earn an extra 5 or 6,000 yuan a month. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Zhang, the former number one sister of the Fable Guild, has changed jobs. According to Gao Yan's instructions, the guild did not make things difficult for her, but the liquidated damages were not reduced by a single cent. Gao Yan felt that sooner or later something would happen to Zhang Zhang, a female anchor who frequently sent warmth. Even if she did not change jobs, Gao Yan was going to fire her. Since she was willing to change jobs and bring a liquidated damages to the company, it was naturally the best. When the time came to the early morning, the overall situation of the PK competition held by Huyu has been decided. Jing Xiaoyu officially defeated Chen Yusen, who won the PK competition championship for 2 consecutive years, and won the championship of this competition. Then she quickly sent a WeChat message to Gao Yan to report the good news. And Gao Yan asked her to come to the basement of the villa. But Jing Xiaoyu saw Gao Yan sitting on the massage chair, and she couldn't believe it at first, and then she exclaimed and rushed over. Just when Jing Xiaoyu was about to take off Gao Yan's clothes, Gao Yan held her hand. "Don't worry, to celebrate your winning the first place, I asked the property to send supper. The property of Platinum Palace serves the owners 24 hours a day. If you need supper, just make a phone call." 9:20 a.m. the next day. Nandu Longya Bank Branch. Suzy came to the president's office with some anxiety. "Xiaosu is here, sit down first," Manager Niao said with a gentle expression. Suddenly, Suzy felt a little uneasy. When could the stern and unsmiling President Niao be so gentle to her, a small account manager? "Don't be nervous." Niao Xingzi seemed to notice Suzy's nervousness, comforted him and continued, "How long have you been with us?" "President, it's been almost a year," Suzy said, sitting upright. "Is work going well?" "It's good. The leaders take good care of me," Suzy continued to answer. "That's good." Manager Niao nodded with satisfaction. "That's right, I have a task for you. If you complete it well, you can be directly promoted to P4. Suzy's position in the branch is account manager, but she has only been in the job for a short time. Although her performance is relatively good, she is still the lowest P1 level. Therefore, when she heard that she could upgrade to 3 levels in a row, her Heart couldn't help but beat faster, but she soon calmed down, because she knew that there would be no pie in the sky, and the mission that could allow her to upgrade to 3 levels in a row was certain. Not simple. Otherwise it wouldn't be her turn. Therefore, she did not dare to directly agree to take on the task, but cautiously asked, "President, what is this task?" Manager Niao smiled and said, "This task can be said to be simple or difficult. To put it simply, it is to persuade a customer to apply for our black card." Apply for a black card? Suzy was a little confused. Longxing's black card business started last year. The minimum requirement is to have a deposit of more than 100 million in their bank. The limit of the black card is 10 million. Someone may ask, since the deposit has exceeded 100 million, I can swipe the card directly. Is it necessary to use a credit card? In fact, the real purpose of rich people applying for black cards is to enjoy the additional services brought by black cards. First of all, black card holders have a VIP line, and secondly, they can also enjoy business travel benefits, such as help booking air tickets, hotel reservations, etc. In addition, you can also enjoy health stewardship, roadside assistance, insurance protection, etc. Outside of the contract, there are also some hidden benefits. For example, if the children of your relatives and friends need to enter a good school, and you have no way to help them, then you can call the bank and they will help you. For another example, if your son does not do well in a certain subject and needs a talented student to help make up classes, you can also call the bank and ask them to help contact him. Therefore, applying for a bank black card is not about money, but to enjoy the convenient services brought by the black card. Manager Niao said in a deep voice, "This customer is relatively young, but very difficult to deal with. Several account managers have called him, but they have all ignored him." As soon as she heard this, Suzy felt withdrawn. She couldn't handle several of them. How could she, a newcomer, handle them? "President, why don't you find someone else?" "I'm afraid I'm not qualified." Hearing this, President Niao's face darkened. "Xiao Su, when we encounter difficulties, we can't always think about retreating, we have to face the difficulties. Besides, you are only P1 now. If you want to be promoted to P4, it will take at least 3 years. Time, but now a great opportunity is in front of you, and you actually want to give up. Moreover, you have an advantage over the previous failed account managers." "What advantage?" Suzy was puzzled. "Because you graduated from Nandu University, and that client is still a student at Nandu University." Manager Niao explained the reason. "Is the other party a rich second generation?" Suzy asked subconsciously. "Not really." Gao Yan shook his head. "The other party is a financial genius, and this task was also assigned by the branch. As long as you handle this matter, our entire branch will follow suit and reveal another news to you. In March next year, a group of people will be sent for further training, and the minimum requirement is to reach P4 level. Once they complete the training program and come back to work, they will be promoted to at least 1 level." Upon hearing this, Suzy felt like she was being tempted again. The next level up is P5, and P5 is the associate subject level. For someone like her who graduated from an ordinary university, she might not be able to reach the associate level in her lifetime, but now she has a golden avenue in front of her. But the premise is that she has to get that customer. "How about Xiao Su, do you want to take on this task?" Manager Niao asked with a smile. He could already tell that Suzy was moved. "Okay, President, I'm willing to take it. Okay, Xiao Su, I did read you correctly. This is the other party's information. You should take a look at it first. Manager Niao handed her a folder and continued, your task is to deal with this. Customer. You can put other things aside for now. After leaving the president's office and returning to his workstation, a colleague immediately came up to him and asked, Xiao Su, what did the president ask you to do? Do you want to be promoted? Of course not. How long have I been a regular member? Susie shook her head. The president asked me to deal with a very difficult customer. It is said that he was transferred from the branch. I am worried about how to open up the situation. Then come on. Upon hearing this, the colleague suddenly lost interest. Susie also opened the folder and carefully browsed the customer's information. The client's name is Gao Yan, a student of Nandu University Business School. This sophomore boy looks ordinary, but in fact, he has been exposed to U.S. stocks and international futures since his freshman year. It stands to reason that such a newbie would definitely lose a lot of money when entering the international market, but Gao Yan did not. Not only did he not lose money, he also made a lot of money. More than a month ago, Gao Yan entered the domestic A-share market and bought shares of Australia and America Pharmaceuticals for 8 million, which took more than a month. This stock soared several times, and Gao Yan made more than 50 million with this stock. At the same time, Gao Yan also founded an online mall, which was online for more than 10 days and received more than 200 million downloads. The sales amount is close to 10 billion. Although it is still in a loss-making state, it has won the favor of many domestic investment companies and investment banks. Unfortunately, the other party has no idea of financing for the time being. During this period, customers from the branch contacted Gao Yan many times, but were rejected by the other party. So strong. After reading Gao Yan's information, Susie didn't believe that this was something a college student could do. However, this information was provided by the branch, so it must be true. Then, how can I deal with him? Then, Susie got a headache. Calling would definitely not work, so I have to start from Nandu University. Suddenly, she thought of her best friend Qian Bauer. Thinking of this, she got up and left her workstation, came to the tea room, and dialed Qian Bauer's number. After some greetings, Susie asked, Bauer, I want to ask you, do you know Gao Yan, a junior in our school? Gao Yan? Qian Bauer's voice rose slightly. Of course I know him, he is now a major shareholder of my game company. Great. Hearing that Qian Bauer actually had such a relationship with Gao Yan, Susie was overjoyed. Bauer, can I ask you for a favor? Help me make an appointment with Gao Yan? Warm tips. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Senior Bauer? Gao Yan was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Qian Bauer to take the initiative to contact him. Junior, I haven't seen you for a while. How are you lately? Qian Bauer asked. Very good. Is there something wrong with the game company? Gao Yan asked. Game companies are great. Qian Bauer said, Junior, I have something to ask you for help. Is there any reward? If so, I will help. Gao Yan teased. How about I treat you to dinner? I won't eat from the restaurant, I want to eat what you made. Gao Yan said, with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qian Bauer's cheeks blushed slightly. Okay, as long as you are willing to help, it will be the same as last time. Okay, I promise you. Bauer, Jr., it's like this. I have a best friend who works as an account manager in a bank. She wants to visit you, but she is worried that you won't see her, so she entrusts me with help. By the way, the other party is a beautiful woman. Is any senior pretty? Gao Yan continued to joke. Can you be more serious? Bauer pretended to be angry and said, whenever you are free, I will ask her to come see you. Since senior sister Bauer has spoken, of course I will be available at any time. Gao Yan said happily that he had received several calls from bank account managers before, but he just ignored them. 3 p.m. Number 15, Eugene. Living room. Suzy, who was wearing work clothes, first looked at Gao Yan, and then greeted him politely. Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Suzy, the account manager of Longxing Nandu branch. Miss Su, please sit down. Would you like some tea or a drink? Gao Yan asked politely. No need to trouble Mr. Su. Suzy smiled shyly. Mr. Gao, actually, the reason I came to visit you this time is to invite you to become a black card user of our Dragon Bank. He was no stranger to black cards. In many novels, the protagonists liked to use this thing to show off. However, he remembered that their black cards seemed to be Centurion black cards and were not issued by Longxing. So, he asked, what are the benefits of becoming a black card user? There are many benefits. Suzy smiled and introduced, first of all, our bank will arrange a dedicated customer service line for you to serve you 24 hours a day. For example, when you need to transfer a large amount, you only need to call the dedicated customer service line and we will be there immediately. We can handle it for you. Secondly, if you need to buy air tickets, book hotels and restaurants, or rent a car when you are traveling on business, you can also leave it to us. Next, Suzy explained to Gao Yan in detail the services mentioned in the contract and the services not mentioned in the contract. For a moment, Gao Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the bank could play like this. It turns out that he didn't take the black card to heart, but now it seems that it is still very necessary to apply for a black card. So, he asked, Miss Su, is the black card your bank's most advanced credit card? Yes, Mr. Gao. Suzy nodded, but she changed the topic. Actually, Mr. Gao, black cards are also divided into levels, including gold cards and diamond cards. Do you want me to apply for a gold card or a diamond card? Gao Yan asked. It's Jinka. Then what are the conditions for applying for a diamond card and what services can you enjoy? Gao Yan asked, curiously. Suzy patiently explained, Mr. Gao, to apply to become a diamond card customer, you need to deposit 1 billion in our bank, and after depositing, it cannot be transferred away for at least 3 months. In addition to the services that the gold card can enjoy, the diamond black card in addition. There is also a fast-track loan, which requires no collateral and can be credited within an hour as long as it does not exceed half of your stored funds, and the interest is very low. Some people may ask, since you have money, why do you need a loan? There is a saying called borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Wouldn't it be nice to use bank money to make money? Of course, there is no need for high talk. What else? Gao Yan was not interested in the loan service. Suzy continued, the diamond black card also enjoys financial services. We will provide you with some financial information every day to help your financial investment. If you go to other places, we can also help you contact, charter flights, and provide housekeepers, personal bodyguards, assistants, finance, and other personnel. Also, if your company has financing needs, we can also help you contact investment companies or investment banks. By the way, every quarter, we will invite all Black Card users to participate. Party. Through this party, you can also make more connections. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but look thoughtful. He was a little resistant before, but now, he feels it smells really good. Don't look at his current net worth, which is almost over 100 billion. But his rise was too short, which resulted in his weak connections. Now that the Black Card is delivered to your door, if you encounter problems in the future, you can leave it to the bank to handle it. Thinking of this, he looked at Suzy and said, Miss Su, do I plan to become your Diamond Black Card user? Real? Suzy looked at Gao Yan in shock. You must know that becoming a Black Card Diamond user requires saving 1 billion yuan in their bank. However, she was professionally trained. She came to her senses immediately and asked tentatively, Mr. Gao, to become a Black Card Diamond user, you need to save 1 billion, and you cannot transfer it away within 3 months. Miss Su, you just said that my memory is pretty good. Gao Yan said with a smile. Sorry Mr. Gao, I was too surprised, so I wanted to confirm. Suzy apologized quickly. Okay, shall we transfer the money to your bank immediately? Gao Yan asked. Wait a minute, Mr. Gao, let me call our president first. Go. Suzy came to the side and excitedly dialed President Niu's number. The call was connected, and the majestic voice of President Niu came out. I am Niu Tong, please speak. President Niu, it's me, Xiao Su, Suzy. Immediately, Manager Niu's voice softened. It's Xiao Su, is something wrong? President Niu, I'm at Mr. Gao's home. So fast? Manager Niu was a little surprised. He just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect Suzy to find Gao Yan's home so quickly. President Niu is like this, Mr. Gao plans to become a Diamond Black Card user of our bank. Suzy said. What, Diamond Black Card, have you explained the conditions clearly to him? Niu Tong's voice suddenly rose. I've made it clear, Mr. Gao has no objection. Okay, Xiao Su, you have done a great job. Once this is completed, I will promote you. Manager Niu said particularly excitedly. Thank you, President. After hanging up the phone, Suzy came to Gao Yan again. Mr. Gao, I have already reported to the President that as long as the funds in your account reach 1 billion yuan, we can handle it for you right away. Wait a minute, I'll make a call too. Gao Yan pretended to go aside and make a phone call. It's me, transfer 1 billion to my Longxing account. The moment he hung up the phone, he secretly ordered the system to withdraw 1 billion to the Longxing account. Returning to the sofa, he said loudly, Miss Su, please communicate with your colleagues in 2 minutes. If nothing happens, 1 billion should be received. So fast? Suzy said in surprise. 2 minutes later, Suzy called a colleague to check Gao Yan's account, and sure enough, 1 billion had been credited. For a moment, the way she looked at Gao Yan became different. First update. Soon, Longxing sent a team to help Gao Yan apply for a Diamond Black Card. The team leader was Lin Shuang, the director of the Black Card department of the branch. It took about 20 minutes. Lin Shuang presented a black card with an exquisite shape and inlaid with diamonds with both hands. Congratulations, Mr. Gao, you are now a Diamond Black Card user of our Longxing. Gao Yan nodded, thank you. Lin Shuang continued, Mr. Gao, may I ask what requirements you have for your dedicated customer service? We can arrange it for you according to your requirements. Can I specify this? Gao Yan was a little surprised. Lin Shuang smiled and said, of course, after all, the dedicated customer service is dedicated to serve you. If you are not satisfied, it means that our work is not in place. Director Lin, you are really good at talking. Gao Yan glanced at the charming director, and then his eyes fell on Su Zi. Let's go with her. Xiao Su, come over here. Director Lin waved to Su Zi. Director Lin, Mr. Gao. Su Zi hurried over. Xiao Su, Mr. Gao has appointed you as his dedicated customer service, thank Mr. Gao. She did not ask Su Zi if she was willing. In her opinion, there was no reason for Su Zi to refuse such a good job. Su Zi was overjoyed to hear the news, because she had heard about the salary and benefits of the dedicated customer service. The dedicated customer service of ordinary black cards is at least P4 level, and the dedicated customer service of diamond black cards is P5 level. Not to mention who can apply for diamond black cards, if you can get along well with the black card owner during the period of serving as a dedicated customer service, it will be of great benefit both within the bank and for future development. Therefore, Su Zi agreed without even considering it. Miss Su, happy cooperation. Gao Yan stretched out his hand to Su Zi. This Su Zi is also a beauty with a score of more than 90 points. Although her appearance is not as good as Qian Bauer, her appearance is at least 91, and her figure has reached 86. Her specialness is only 95 points, but Gao Yan has no idea about her. He chose her as the dedicated customer service, firstly because of Qian Bauer's face. And secondly, since he can designate, he naturally has to choose someone who is more pleasing to the eye. For now, he has a good impression of Su Zi. Thank you, Mr. Gao, I will definitely work hard to be your dedicated customer service in the future. Excited Su Zi bent over and saluted Gao Yan. After seeing off Su Zi and the people from the bank, Gao Yan picked up his phone and dialed Qian Bauer's number. Senior, I have done what you asked me to do. When will you treat me to a meal? Qian Bauer, thank you, junior brother. How about this, you come to my house tonight? Gao Yan, okay, it's a deal. Su Zi had just returned to the branch when she was called to the office by President Niu. He first praised her and then said, Xiao Su, I promised before that as long as you complete this task, I will upgrade your level to P4. I didn't expect you to perform exceptionally well and bring a diamond black card user to our bank. I have already submitted a promotion report to the higher ups. P5 level, isn't it a surprise? Thank you, President, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Su Zi said gratefully. No need, this is what you deserve. President Niu waved his hand, if there is no accident, you will receive a promotion email tomorrow. So soon? Su Zi was a little surprised. Special matters should be handled specially. President Niu smiled, but Xiao Su, I have to remind you of one thing. Your future job is dedicated customer service. Gao Yan is a customer with great potential, so you must serve him well. President, I will try my best. Not try my best, but do my best, understand? President Niu's eyes were more meaningful. Su Zi hesitated slightly, but still nodded and agreed. After leaving the president's office, a group of colleagues came up to her and complimented her in various ways, and many people even began to flatter her. Susie greeted them with a smile, but she didn't take it seriously in her heart, because several of the flatterers had disdained her or even found fault with her before. Now, just because she got a big customer, these people immediately changed their faces. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shudder in her heart. Everything she has can be said to come from Gao Yan. If she can't satisfy Gao Yan in the future, I'm afraid that even if she won't be beaten back to her original form, she will be sent out to sit on the bench. After dealing with a group of colleagues, Susie began to pack up. Because the president gave her a separate office. Her current task is to serve Gao Yan well. If Gao Yan is fine, no one will care about her even if she sleeps in the office. After entering the well-decorated office, Susie first poured herself a cup of coffee, then picked up her phone and dialed Qian Bauer's number. Bauer, thank you for your recommendation. I successfully won a big client. I will treat you to dinner tonight. How about you choose the location? Qian Bauer's voice sounded, congratulations, Su, but I promise to treat someone to dinner tonight, or you can treat me another day. Susie, who are you inviting? Don't you have an appointment with your boyfriend? Qian Bauer, no, it's just a friend. By the way, how are you and Tu Gang? When will you eat your wedding candy? Tu Gang is Susie's boyfriend, a very talented boy. After graduation, he joined a large company in Shanghai. Susie felt uncomfortable when she heard Tu Gang's name and whispered, I've broken up with him. Break up? Qian Bauer was surprised. Why? Aren't you in a good relationship? Have you ever seen a long-distance relationship last? Susie asked back. In fact, she didn't tell the truth. After her boyfriend went to work in Shanghai, they contacted each other every day for the first few months. But as time went by, they contacted each other once every 3 days, once a week, and even once a month in the end. They have been together since their sophomore year, and Susie didn't want to give up this relationship, so she went to Shanghai to find her boyfriend a month ago, hoping to have a good talk. As a result, she waited for her boyfriend to get off work downstairs at his company, but saw her boyfriend holding another woman's hand and walking out of the company building. Her boyfriend's face was full of pampering, and the girl's face was full of happiness and sweetness. She didn't show up and left Shanghai silently. After returning, she broke up with Tu Gang directly. That's right. Qian Bauer also thought that long-distance relationships would not last long, and said with some regret, but Su, you are so outstanding, you will find a better boyfriend sooner or later. What about you, when will you find a boyfriend? Susie didn't want to mention this sad thing again, so she shifted the topic to Qian Bauer. When asked by her bestie, Qian Bauer couldn't help but think of someone in her mind, and said shyly, as for me, I'm not in a hurry, I'll wait until I meet the right one. Don't be in a hurry, you'll be an old girl in a few years. Susie joked. After chatting for a while, the besties ended their chat. That night, Qian Bauer carefully prepared a table of food, waiting for someone to come. Not long after waiting, there was a knock on the door. Qian Bauer quickly got up and ran to the door, opened the door, and said to the guy standing outside the door, Junior, come in quickly. Qian Bauer's home. Gao Yan sat opposite her at a small dining table. Junior, try this. Qian Bauer picked up a piece of ribs and put it in Gao Yan's bowl. Gao Yan picked up the ribs with chopsticks and put them in his mouth. With a light bite, a stream of gravy burst in his mouth, followed by a strong meaty Aroma. Swallowing the meat and spitting out the bones, Gao Yan couldn't help but praise, "Senior, your cooking skills have improved a lot. These ribs are fresh and tender, so delicious." Hearing Gao Yan's praise, Qian Baoer's eyes narrowed into crescents and chuckled, "If it's delicious, eat more." After agreeing to treat Gao Yan to dinner, she left work early and went to the mall to carefully buy a lot of vegetables to cook. And during this time, she deliberately improved her cooking skills just to get a compliment from someone. "By the way, you haven't finished the wine you brought last time. Have some?" "Okay." Gao Yan nodded, "I still have a lot of this wine at home. After you finish drinking it, come to me again." "Yeah." Qian Baoer nodded gently, and then picked up some food for Gao Yan. After the meal, Gao Yan offered to clean up, and Qian Baoer didn't refuse. After he washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen, Qian Baoer, who had taken a bath and changed into a hanfu, glanced at him, and then went to the study. Gao Yan followed her to the study and found that Qian Baoer had already sat down in front of the guqin. Zheng. The white fingers hooked the strings of the guqin, and the clear and melodious sound of the guqin floated out. Gao Yan slowly closed his eyes and listened attentively. This time, the sound of the guqin was different from the last time. It was like a girl in love whispering in her ear, wanting to say something but not saying it, and it was like the whisper of a lover, intoxicating. After a while, the sound of the guqin ended. Gao Yan opened his eyes and once again met Qian Baoer's eyes. Unlike last time, Qian Baoer still had a shy look on her face, but she didn't look away, so Gao Yan got up from the wooden sofa and walked to Qian Baoer. He stretched out his hand to hook her chin and gently kissed her two cherry lips. After a while, Qian Baoer pushed Gao Yan away with a short breath, tidied her clothes, and then rolled her eyes at him. "You are really dishonest, don't touch me in the future." "Okay, senior sister, I only move my mouth." Gao Yan smiled and lowered his head again. 9 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yan left Qian Baoer's house. The relationship between the two of them tonight was considered to be a step closer. After kissing twice in the study, Gao Yan did not go too far, but accompanied Qian Baoer on the sofa to watch an episode of TV. After taking a shower, Gao Yan lay on the bed, ready to read a book tonight. With a thought, he called up the system interface. Although the Black Sunday event emptied many users' wallets, the number of users of the Sunday Mall is increasing every day, and even if it is not during the event, the prices of various commodities in the mall are lower than those in other places. Therefore, from Monday to now, it still has a sales volume of 380 million. It brought Gao Yan 3.8 billion system rebates. The system reserve funds also reached 92.8 billion. As for the revenue of the milk tea shop, it is almost negligible, because Gao Yan has stopped the activity of buying machines at low prices and recharging membership cards. Therefore, the sales generated by the three milk tea shops every day are close to 100,000. Put away the system. Gao Yan took the books on the bedside, but he didn't expect the phone to ring. The caller was Li Chaonan. "Xiao Gao, I have a good news for you. The three companies will be integrated tomorrow. Do you have any new instructions?" "So fast, Brother Li is really vigorous and resolute." Gao Yan praised. Li Chaonan laughed and said, "Haha, this is all thanks to the medicinal wine you gave me. After drinking it, I worked for 12 hours straight without feeling tired." Gao Yan said, "Really? Come back to me after you finish drinking it." Li Chaonan, by the way, when will you come to Shanghai again? After all, the new company has been integrated, and you, the boss, have to show up, right? Gao Yan thought for a while and said, then I'll come tomorrow. Li Chaonan, okay, I'll pick you up at the airport. Gao Yan, no need, brother Li, we can just meet at the company tomorrow. Li Chaonan insisted and didn't force it. In fact, the reason is very simple. Gao Yan can go there directly through the arbitrary door, so he is too lazy to take a plane. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Gao Yan appeared at Tianqing Entertainment, but now the sign has been changed to Xingchen Entertainment. The employees of Haitian Entertainment and Happy Century have moved here because the office space of Tianqing Entertainment is large enough, so there is no need to rent a new space. Hello, boss. When Gao Yan arrived, the receptionist bowed to greet him. After all, Gao Yan had just been here a few days ago. Thank you for your hard work. Gao Yan nodded to the two beautiful receptionists. By the way, is Mr. Li in the company? Yes, boss. Okay, I got it. Gao Yan stepped into the company and went straight to Li Chaonan's office. After knocking on the door and entering, he found that Li Chaonan was processing documents. Xiao Gao, you are finally here. I miss you so much. Hug me. After hugging Li Chaonan, the two talked about business matters. Then, Gao Yan said, Brother Li, since the company has been integrated, I will give you the 2% dry shares first. If you still want to invest, how about calculating it according to the market value of 1.8 billion? That won't work. Li Chaonan quickly shook his head. I have already taken advantage of you as a stock owner, so how can I continue to take advantage of you? So, based on the market value of 2 billion, how about I buy 8% of the shares from you? Gao Yan raised his eyes to look at Li Chaonan and found that the other person's eyes were sincere, so he agreed directly without any pretense. Soon, the two signed the contract, and Li Chaonan was unambiguous and directly called someone to transfer 160 million to Gao Yan's account. Then the experience value increases by 160 million. System rebates reached 1.6 billion. It is equivalent to acquiring 3 companies and only cost tens of millions. Subsequently, the two convened a meeting with the company's senior management. At the meeting, Gao Yan announced 2 pieces of news. First, he and Li Chaonan would inject 1 billion in cash into the company, which was what he and Li Chaonan had agreed upon. Secondly, a talent poaching plan was launched, but this poaching plan was only for Shangtian Entertainment. Gao Yan had only one request, to do his best to poach Shangtian Entertainment stars and behind-the-scenes staff. Of course, this poaching does not mean poaching everyone. First of all, those with bad habits are excluded. Everyone was very excited when they heard the first news announced by Gao Yan. But after hearing his second news, although everyone had no objection, they were a little worried. After the meeting, Su Hai and Huang Tianyuan both came to Gao Yan's office. Mr. Gao, do you have any grudge against Shangtian Entertainment? I have no grudge against Shangtian Entertainment, I have grudge against their boss. Gao Yan said bluntly. Boss, Shangtian Entertainment is not simple. His boss is the second young master of the Han family. Huang Tianyuan said with worry. I know. Gao Yan nodded, don't worry about this, just film well. Oh well. Seeing that their boss did not listen to advice, the two left the office with some disappointment. Li Chaonan on the side whispered, Xiao Gao, that guy Han Shengyu is not a very particular person. If he knows that you are targeting him, I am afraid he will attack you directly. You have to be careful. Don't worry, Brother Li. As long as he obeys the rules, that's all. If he doesn't, I'll make him walk around with nothing to eat. As he spoke, Gao Yan put his palms on the solid wood desk, and after taking them away, he started to work. There was a palm print on the table that was 1 to 1 and 2 centimeters deep. Seeing this, Li Chaonan couldn't help but rub his eyes. Let me go, is this table made of tofu? As he spoke, he reached out to touch the palm prints, and the touch told him that there was nothing wrong with the table. Suddenly, his heart was lifted, and he looked at Gao Yan in surprise. Xiao Gao, are you a warrior? Gao Yan nodded towards Li Chaonan. Li Chaonan glanced at the handprints on the table again and said with great certainty, it is impossible for a Ming Jin warrior to press a palm print lightly. Are you a dark Jin warrior? No. Gao Yan shook his head. I'll use my strength. Holy shit! Li Chaonan exclaimed. Xiao Gao, you are definitely not kidding me. Although my brother is not from a martial arts family, he has a certain understanding of the martial arts world. Hua Jin is definitely a boss-level figure. I'm not kidding you. Gao Yan said seriously, I reveal the identity of the warrior to you, just to tell you that you don't have to worry about Han Shengyu using unsightly means. If he dares to use unspeakable means, I will break into his Han family. After receiving Gao Yan's confirmation, Li Chaonan's expression became particularly excited. Here I go, I actually became a brother with a Huajin warrior. If you support me, brother, won't I be able to walk sideways in the future? Gao Yan smiled. Brother Li, that's an exaggeration. It would be fine if this was ancient times. Nowadays, the world is dominated by guns. No matter how strong your energy is, it can't be stronger than guns. Li Chaonan shook his head. I can't say anything. The existence of a master of Huajin itself is a deterrent. Knowing that you are a master of Huajin, who would dare to use bad methods against us? Take our Li family as an example. In the eyes of ordinary people, we are not allowed to provoke a superior being. Even senior government officials have to give us some face, but warriors may not take us seriously. It's okay to say that the Ming Jin and Njin warriors are fine. We have also recruited some warriors to take over. But when it comes to Huajin warriors, our Li family will never dare to provoke them, because no matter how many guards you send, they can easily sneak in, making you die inexplicably, and even the hospital has difficulty finding out the cause of death. Indeed, Gao Yan does not deny this. He is a martial artist himself, and he has many ways to make a person die so inexplicably that even the instruments cannot detect it. For example, if a dark energy is injected into someone's internal organs, this dark energy will lie dormant in the other person's organ, slowly destroying the internal structure of the other person's organ, causing disease. By the time it is discovered, it is already too late and the hospital will check. It would only be thought that his organs were diseased, not that someone had done anything to it. Another example is using dark energy to block other people's meridians or destroy the other person's internal meridians. After all, even the most advanced instruments cannot detect the meridians of the human body, and naturally, it is impossible to find out that the other person died due to blocked meridians or damaged meridians. In short, there are really many ways for a Huajin warrior to kill an ordinary person. However, Huajin warriors are also arrogant. If they really want to kill someone, they can just kill them directly, without using some despicable means. Unless you have to use it. Suddenly, Li Chaonan said coquettishly, "Brother, can you go home for me?" Gao Yan looked at Li Chaonan in surprise. "What's the matter?" "That's not true." Li Chaonan shook his head. "I mainly want to show my dad that I have made a brother with Hua Jin. After all, in the past, he always thought that I was fooling around outside and only made friends with bad friends. I just brought you back. I want to prove that I don't have a bunch of bad friends. I even made a Huajin warrior that he can't even make friends with." Upon hearing this reason, Gao Yan suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. "Brother Li, is this necessary?" "Yes, it is necessary." Li Chaonan nodded seriously. "Brother, please help me. Otherwise, you come with me, and I will give you a car." Having said that, Gao Yan had no choice but to agree. "Okay, I won't send the car away, I'll just go back with you." "Brother, thank you." Li Chaonan said gratefully. "I'll make a call first." Li Chaonan came to his office, closed the door first, and then dialed a number. The phone was connected, and a majestic and loud voice came from inside. "What happened? Did you get into trouble again?" "Old man, you can't expect anything better from me," Li Chaonan said a little depressed. Father Li snorted coldly. "Don't I know what kind of virtue you are?" The Li family's policy for raising children is to suppress rather than praise. After all, it is easy for a child born in a family like theirs to become a playboy. Therefore, it has been difficult for Li Chaonan to get praise from his father since he was a child. And Li Chaonan has always wanted to gain his father's recognition and recognition. "Dad, I plan to bring a friend back for dinner tonight," Li Chaonan said. "Girlfriend?" "No, it's a man." "What, a man?" Li's father's voice suddenly rose. "Does Li Chaonan want to embarrass my Li family? Believe it or not, I will break your dog legs." Hearing his father's anger, Li Chaonan was speechless and quickly explained. "Old man, can you not be so arrogant? What I brought back is a male friend, not a boyfriend. Besides, don't you know my hobbies?" "Okay, I understand. I have a meeting to hold and I don't have time to quarrel with you." Just when Li's father was about to hang up, Li Chaonan stopped him. "Wait a minute, old man, don't hang up yet. Let me tell you, this friend of mine is not an ordinary person, he is a personal warrior." "What, a powerful warrior?" Li's father asked in surprise. "Who are you to be able to make friends with Shanghua Jin warriors?" Li Chaonan said proudly. "Old man, don't underestimate people. Just because you can't make friends with me doesn't mean that I can't make friends with you. Let me tell you." He just pressed his palm lightly on the solid wood table, and a person appeared. A palm print as deep as 2 centimeters. "You can't be a liar, right?" Fatherly questioned. "Old man, that's enough. Is your son so stupid that he can't tell the difference between deception and deception?" Li Chaonan, who was questioned one after another, was also angry. Father Li interrupted Li Chaonan's roar. "Okay, I understand, if you take the person home at night, I will get off work early." Listening to the blind tone on the phone, why did Li Chaonan feel that he was clearly calling to show off to the old man, but in the end he felt a little uncomfortable? Other side. The top floor of the building. Li Jianfei called his assistant and said calmly, "Send someone to investigate who that guy Li Chaonan has been in contact with more frequently recently, and then check the other person's information by the way." "Okay, Mr. Li." The assistant nodded, saluted and left the office. Other side. After making the call, Li Chaonan took Gao Yan to see the car. The car was parked in the underground parking lot below the company. It was a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan with a starry sky roof. "How's it going, bro? Do you like it?" Li Chaonan handed the key to Gao Yan. "Why don't you try driving it for a while?" Gao Yan took the key, unlocked the door, got in, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, it is indeed a top-notch luxury car." Li Chaonan, who got into the passenger seat, said, "Brother, do you like sports cars? If so, I will give you one too." "No need, brotherly." Gao Yan shook his head. He had no preference for sports cars. He also knew that many wealthy people liked to collect luxury cars, luxury watches or antiques, but he had no collecting habit. But Li Chaonan said, "How can a man not have a sports car? In this case, I just got a Porsche 918 and I will give it to you. But when you go back with me tonight, you have to shock my old man. Better let him eat some shit." "You have a grudge against your father?" Gao Yan asked in surprise. "No grudge, but I just want to see him deflated." "Isn't this good? Aren't you worried that your old man will deal with you later?" Gao Yan said with a smile. Suddenly, Li Chaonan's expression changed. With his old man's character, this was really possible, so he said sarcastically, "Otherwise, let's forget it." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Li's villa. Li Jianfei sat on a solid wood sofa with a newspaper in his hand, his back straight. He was a soldier when he was young, and even though he had retired for many years, it was difficult for him to change some of his military habits. However, at this moment, his mind was not on the newspaper, and his eyes kept looking at the gate of the villa. After receiving a call from his son, he ordered people to investigate who his son had been in frequent contact with recently. Then he locked on a young man named Gao Yan. Then he followed up with an in-depth investigation, and the detailed information of Gao Yan was also placed on his desk. According to the information, Gao Yan is a warrior at the peak of the dark energy. Their Li family is the top wealthy family in the Magic City, and they have also recruited 2 dark energy warriors to sit in charge. But one of these 2 dark energy warriors is already 35 years old, only in the early stage of dark energy, and the other is nearly 50 years old, but only in the middle stage of dark energy. And how old is Gao Yan? Only 20 years old, but already at the peak of dark energy. But his son said that the other party is Huajin, that is, the other party has recently broken through to Huajin. He was a soldier back then, and not just an ordinary soldier, but a special forces soldier, and the instructor who taught them fighting was a master of Huajin. At first, their team didn't take this fighting instructor seriously. After all, those who could enter the special forces were all good soldiers selected from thousands of people. Naturally, not everyone is qualified to be their instructor. Then, the fighting instructor asked them to go together. As a result, in less than 2 minutes, more than 50 elite soldiers in the army were all knocked down by the instructor. It was also from that time that he knew the existence of warriors. Unfortunately, fighting is only a skill of special forces soldiers, so even if he trained hard, he barely reached Mingjin after a few years. After retiring from the army, he started doing business. Although he also exercised every day, most of his mind was still on business. Over the years, his strength had long degenerated and he could no longer make that sound. There is a saying that a sound is worth 1,000 gold, which refers to the sound made when reaching Mingjin. When he retired from the army and started a business, the world was not as peaceful as it is now. People who travel long distances would carry a shotgun for self-defense, because it was common to encounter road bullies. Some road bullies stopped people on the road just to ask for some money, while others wanted to kill people for money. People who didn't carry some self-defense didn't dare to travel long distances at all. He was a special forces soldier, so he naturally didn't take road bullies seriously. After several long-distance runs, he seriously injured many road bullies. In the end, he attracted the revenge of a warrior in the late Mingjin period. If he hadn't drawn his gun at the critical moment, he would probably have died in the hands of the opponent. Even so, he was severely injured, and he also understood a truth that warriors are really strong. Fortunately, he encountered a warrior in the late Mingjin period. If he encountered an Injin, he couldn't protect himself even if he had a gun. Therefore, after he became rich, he tried to recruit warriors. As his business grew and his wealth grew, he learned more and more about the group of warriors, and also knew what a Huajin warrior represented. For this, he deeply regretted that if he could have worshipped the Huajin instructor as his teacher in the military camp, even if he could not reach Huajin, he could have become Anjin. Back to the point, according to the information he learned, Gao Yan might be at the peak of Anjin, or at the early stage of Huajin, which was fine, but behind him stood a Danjin Grandmaster. If Huajin was a top master, then the Danjin Grandmaster was like a god on earth. That was why he attached so much importance to Gao Yan's arrival. Time passed. About 5 minutes later, 2 cars appeared in front of the gate of the villa. The gate opened and 2 cars drove in. Suddenly, Li Jianfei's heart was lifted. The first one belonged to his son, and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan behind should be that Gao Yan's. The next moment, the car door opened and 2 young men got out of the car. One of them could be skipped directly. Li Jianfei's eyes fell directly on the second young man. His appearance was not too handsome, but he exuded a confident temperament in his gestures. Even though he knew that Gao Yan was very young, only 20 years old, he was still shocked to think that the other party was at the peak of dark energy, or the early stage of transformation energy. "How is it, Xiao Lu, what do you see?" Li Jianfei turned around and asked his personal bodyguard Lu Yuming. The other party was one of the dark energy warriors he recruited and now served as his personal bodyguard. As for the other dark energy master, he stayed at the Li family to protect his family. Lu Yuming did not answer immediately, but half squinted his eyes and looked at Gao Yan. Warriors are always sensitive to eyes. Gao Yan looked over and smiled at him. But Lu Yuming's body trembled slightly, and he took a step back, then lowered his voice and said, "Boss, this person is unfathomable, I am not his opponent. The eyes are the windows to the soul. The stronger a person is, the more powerful his eyes are. And this power can be position, power, or personal strength. Just like a high-ranking leader, he will be afraid just by staring at him. As for warriors, they are powerful themselves. The more powerful the warrior is, the more intimidating and aggressive his gaze is. There is even a witnessing technique in martial arts, which can hurt your heart just by looking at him." Therefore, when Gao Yan and Lu Yuming looked at each other, he shocked the other party. "Dad, let me introduce you, this is my good brother Gao Yan." At this time, Gao Yan and Li Chaonan came over here, and then Li Chaonan proudly introduced Gao Yan to Li Jianfei. Facing a martial artist who might be a master of Huajin, Li Jianfei did not dare to take him seriously, and a hearty smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Gao. Welcome to our home, please come in." "Uncle Li, you are too polite. Brother Li and I are good friends. You can just call me Xiao Gao." Gao Yan said very politely. "Is this appropriate?" Li Jianfei said. Seeing his father's awkward look, Li Chaonan on the side couldn't help but laugh, but was met with a glare from his father. Gao Yan said gently, "Of course it's appropriate, you are the elder and I am the younger. Okay, as an uncle, I'll take the honor and call you Xiao Gao." After some greetings, Li Jianfei invited Gao Yan into the villa. "Xiao Gao. Let's go upstairs for tea first, your aunt is already cooking. Listen to Uncle Li's arrangements." Seeing that a Huajin master not only gave him face, but also called him uncle, Li Jianfei felt that he was about to fly. Li Chaonan on the side secretly despised him, but also secretly happy, wishing to take a picture of this scene to ridicule the old man in the future. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to put it into action. If he did so, the old man would definitely settle accounts with him later. After drinking tea in the tea room for a while, Li Jianfei asked curiously, "Xiao Gao, I heard from Chaonan, that stinky boy, that you are a Huajin warrior?" "Yes, Uncle Li." Gao Yan nodded. "It's amazing. You've reached Huajin at such a young age. You'll definitely reach Danjin in the future." Li Jianfei praised. "Uncle Li, you're too kind. I'm also lucky to have met a good master," Gao Yan said modestly. After chatting in the tea room for a while, a servant invited them to go downstairs for dinner. When they arrived at the restaurant downstairs, they found a middle-aged, beautiful woman with a charming appearance standing outside the restaurant. Next to her stood a girl wearing sportswear, with a short ponytail, tall figure and good looks. Then, Li Jianfei made another introduction. The beautiful middle-aged woman was her wife and Li Chaonan's mother, named Fan Mei, and the girl was called Li Yingnan, who was Li Chaonan's sister. He is 21 years old this year and has loved practicing martial arts since he was a child. Although he has not reached the level of a Mingjin martial artist, he is already considered one of the most skilled among ordinary people. According to what Li Jianfei said, she opened a fighting gym near the school and led a group of people around. Li Yingnan was very unconvinced by this. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan glanced at Li Yingnan. Name, Li Yingnan. Age, 21. Height, 176 centimeters. Appearance, 97. Body, 77. Charisma, 93. Constitution, 82. Spirit, 79. Strength, close to Mingjin. Identity, college student, fighting gym owner, daughter of Li Jianfei. Favorability, 30. Special, 100. Generally speaking, Li Yingnan's appearance is quite good, but her figure is a bit lacking, but her strength is not bad. With her current strength, she can easily deal with 3 or 5 adult men. Obviously, the Li family's dinner was carefully prepared and quite sumptuous. In addition to Li Yingnan, Li Jianfei, Fan Mei, and his wife, and Li Chaonan, are all very enthusiastic. After meal, Li Yingnan walked up to Gao Yan. "I heard that you are a master, but I don't believe it." She has loved practicing martial arts since she was a child, but Li Jianfei didn't support it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the 2 dark warriors at home without asking for advice, and instead learned modern fighting and Sanda. "Why don't you believe it?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. You look so thin and weak that you probably can't even take a punch from me. Li Yingnan said provocatively. A very childish way of provoking generals. Gao Yan smiled, then turned and left. He had already seen that Li Yingnan was deliberately irritating him. Hey, do you dare to fight with me? Seeing Gao Yan about to leave, Li Yingnan panicked and shouted quickly. Li Yingnan, don't behave yourself. Hearing her cry, Li Jianfei glared at him angrily, and then apologized to Gao Yan. Xiao Gao, ignore this crazy girl, she is spoiled by her mother. Yingnan, your three-legged cat skills are completely inadequate in front of my brother. I advise you not to humiliate yourself. Li Chaonan also said. But my three-legged cat kung fu can make you run away with your head in your arms. Li Yingnan sneered. It's not that I can't beat you, I'm just a brother giving way to my sister. Cut. Li Yingnan gave him a look of disdain, which made Li Chaonan very angry, and then said to Gao Yan, brother, why don't you have a fight with this girl who knows nothing about the world so that she can know that her little fist and kick skills are nothing? You're nothing. Li Yingnan retorted. Brother, you must help me vent my anger. I beg you. Li Chaonan was furious and begged. Okay, let's fight. Gao Yan nodded towards Li Chaonan. Okay, let's go to the yard. Li Yingnan showed a successful smile. Soon, everyone moved to the villa courtyard. Hey, do you want to wear some protection, or I'll beat you up? Li Yingnan shouted to Gao Yan. No, just go ahead and attack me. If you can hit me, you lose. Okay. Then don't blame me for being rude. Li Yingnan gave a sweet shout, stepped forward to approach Gao Yan, and quickly hit him on the chin with a hook. But in fact, this punch was a feint. And her real killer move was a knee strike. But before she could use her last move, Gao Yan had already disappeared. Li Yingnan, who suddenly lost the target of his attack, couldn't help being stunned. He quickly kicked back, but the kick missed. He suddenly turned around, only to see Gao Yan looking at him with a smile a few meters away. Li Jianfei and others who were watching the battle were secretly amazed, because they discovered that Gao Yan had moved several meters behind Li Yingnan in just a blink of an eye. Their eyes simply couldn't keep up with his moving speed. Even Lu Yuming, who had reached the early stage of dark strength, didn't see it clearly. Looking at Gao Yan's smiling face, Li Yingnan felt humiliated, drank lightly, and rushed towards Gao Yan again. But just as her attack was launched, Gao Yan disappeared again. After doing this several times, Li Yingnan was so angry that he couldn't help shouting at Gao Yan, hey, you are still not a man. If you have the guts, don't run away and confront me head-on. Okay. Gao Yan nodded, and then Li Yingnan's eyes suddenly blurred. Then, a hand fell on her neck. Do you want to fight again? But at this moment, Li Yingnan kicked Gao Yan with a provocative kick. But Gao Yan had already anticipated her reaction and kicked out accordingly. Bang! Li Yingnan felt as if her calf had hit a solid iron pillar. The pain was so painful that she almost shed tears. But she has a character that refuses to admit defeat. He punched Gao Yan in the eye again, but her actions were predicted by Gao Yan. He reached out and grabbed her shoulders, and squeezed lightly, causing half of her body to freeze. Then Gao Yan let her go and retreated 1 meter away, smiling and asking, Are you convinced? I'm convinced, master, please bow down to me, my disciple. Suddenly, Li Yingnan knelt down and kowtowed to Gao Yan. Her behavior shocked the others, and then Li Jianfei shouted coldly, You stinky girl, what are you talking about? Why don't you get up? It wasn't that he didn't want his daughter to become Gao Yan's teacher, but he was worried that he would offend Gao Yan, a powerful martial artist. After all, Li Yingnan's behavior is a bit overwhelming. Li Yingnan, if you are still shameless, get up quickly. Li Chaonan also reacted and shouted angrily. No, I want to become a disciple. Li Yingnan said stubbornly, then looked up at Gao Yan. Master, just accept me. Gao Yan frowned slightly and was also considering whether to accept Li Yingnan. Brother, don't pay attention to this crazy girl, let's go. At this time, Li Chaonan took a few steps forward and pulled Gao Yan, etc. Gao Yan waved his hand, then looked at Li Yingnan and asked, Are you sure you want to become my disciple? Certainly. Li Yingnan nodded in surprise. As the saying goes, force does not pass lightly. If you really want to become a disciple, according to the rules, you have to serve me tea and water for 3 years. Can you accept it? However, Gao Yan underestimated Li Yingnan's determination to become a disciple and said without hesitation, I am willing. Okay, you will be my registered disciple from now on. If you pass the test, I will teach you real martial arts. Gao Yan said. Thank you, master. Li Yingnan was about to kowtow again, but Gao Yan reached out to support her. It's not too late to kowtow until you officially become a disciple. At this time, Li Jianfei also reacted and said with a guilty look on his face. Brother Gao, this matter is embarrassing for you. Don't embarrass Uncle Li, let's talk about our own affairs from now on. Otherwise if you call me brother, wouldn't Brother Li have to call me uncle? Gao Yan said with a smile. That's right, if you call me brother Xiao Gao, wouldn't I be demoted a generation in vain? Li Chaonan interrupted. Li Jianfei glared at him angrily and continued to say to Gao Yan, okay, Xiao Gao, if this girl does something wrong in the future, you can beat her and scold her, but don't take my face into consideration. At the same time, he was relieved in his heart. He was worried that Gao Yan would be angry. Now it seemed that Gao Yan was not angry, and then he was a little relieved. This girl of his usually did things unreliably, but today she made the wrong call. He took a powerful martial artist as his teacher. That night, everyone in the Li family persuaded Gao Yan to stay the night. But Gao Yan refused, because classmate Xiaozhua had to go back to live in Yujinjiwen tonight, and he had to go back to Nandu through any door. Master, let's add WeChat first. When Gao Yan was about to leave, Li Yingnan stopped Gao Yan. Sweep me. Gao Yan called up the WeChat QR code, and there was a ding sound, adding successfully. After watching Gao Yan drive away, Li Jianfei called brother and sister Li Chaonan and Li Yingnan to the study on the second floor. You brat, I really don't know what kind of bad luck you had to be able to become a good brother with a master of energy transformation. Li Jianfei cursed with a smile. Li Chaonan smiled proudly. It's not that I'm just unlucky, but I'm very good at making friends. At the car show, I could tell at a glance that Xiao Gao was no ordinary person. Okay, stop bragging. Li Jianfei interrupted Li Chaonan's boasting and said in a deep voice, You brat, please listen carefully. It's best to be sincere when dealing with Xiao Gao in the future. Don't use any tricks. As long as you make friends with Xiao Gao, our Li family will be as stable as Mount Tai. The Li family is not an established wealthy family. Although their wealth is no worse than that of the top wealthy families, their background is still a bit weaker. Especially in recent years, as the Li family continues to grow, it has aroused the vigilance and dissatisfaction of several top families. Even vaguely, he could feel that they were secretly targeting him. Does anyone still dare to take advantage of us? Li Chaonan heard the underlying meaning of the old man's words and couldn't help asking strangely. Today's Li family can be said to be prosperous. They need money and connections. What, do you think our Li family is already so awesome that no one dares to touch us? Li Jianfei was born in the military and did not like to mince words. Isn't it? Li Chaonan replied confidently. You are still too young. Li Jianfei smiled coldly. You should know the 5 major families in Magic City, right? I know, aren't they Jiang, Chao, Lu, Wei, and Han? Li Jianfei nodded. These 5 aristocratic families are all families that have been in the Magic City for more than 100 years. Although our Li family is already on an equal footing with them in terms of wealth, in the eyes of these 5 families, we are all country bumpkins and nouveau riche. That's all. So what, we don't beg for food from them? Li Chaonan said disapprovingly. They look down on us, and we still don't play with them. If only things were as simple as you think. Li Jianfei smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Magic City is just a piece of cake. If we eat more, others will have to eat less. When our Li family was weak, they were too lazy to talk to us. When we are old enough to compete with them for the cake, do you think they are still sitting back and watching? Hearing this, Li Chaonan also reacted and his face changed slightly. Old man. Do you mean that those 5 companies will target us in the future? Future? Li Jianfei's eyes turned cold. The targeting has already begun. Do you remember the Wu family that suddenly fell into decline 8 years ago? The Wu family back then was no worse than us. As a result, in just 1 year, various problems appeared one after another in the Wu family. Such a huge foundation collapsed quickly within a year. Doesn't that mean our Li family is in danger now? Li Chaonan's face became extremely ugly. That's not the case. Li Jianfei said, you and I are not vegetarians. What happened to the Wu family back then has given me a warning. Even if the 5 major families want to target me, it will not be that easy. What's more, although the 5 major families are powerful, they are not martial arts families after all. If you really want to use tricks, you may not be able to defeat them. That's good. Li Chaonan breathed a sigh of relief when his old man said this. Don't be careless. Li Jianfei warned, since the 5 major aristocratic families have already had signs of taking action, it will definitely not be a small fight. Most of them will hit the target with one strike. Fortunately, you and I were born as soldiers. Although I became a businessman, it is unconscionable. I still don't know how to do it. It's not that easy for the 5 major families to catch me. But you better behave yourself, lest you get into trouble and implicate our entirely family. Old man, do you think I'm that unreliable? Li Chaonan felt that he had been wronged. Over the years, I've been playing for fun, but I never do anything that makes others difficult. It's all about your own free will. Haha, a scumbag is a scumbag, you have to say it so fresh and refined. Li Yingnan on the side couldn't help but mocked. You crazy girl know nothing. Li Chaonan said angrily. Li Chaonan, do you deserve a beating? If you call me a crazy girl again, don't blame me for beating you until you can't even recognize your mother. Li Yingnan waved his fist. Old man, look at her, this is how she talks to her brother. Li Chaonan complained quickly. I despise you. You are almost 30 years old and you still complain like a little brat. Li Yingnan said with disdain. Okay, I'm talking about business, why are you arguing? Li Jianfei shouted in a deep voice, and then he looked at Li Yingnan. Yingnan, I didn't agree with you practicing martial arts before, but now, since you have become Xiao Gao's registered disciple, train hard for me. If you don't become famous after practicing, you will get married in the future. Not a penny for dowry. Who cares? At worst, I will never marry and stay at home to grow old. Li Yingnan whispered. But Li Jianfei's hearing was not bad. He was a Mingjin warrior before. His eyes widened. What did you say? Dad, please don't be so fierce, you're scaring people. Facing his coquettish daughter, Li Jianfei had a headache. Okay, let's get down to business. Your master is a martial arts genius that is rare to see in a century. He became Huajin at the age of 20. You have to seize the opportunity. Dad, are you very good at transforming energy? Li Yingnan asked in confusion, because Li Jianfei did not support it. Although Li Yingnan had been keen on practicing martial arts since she was a child, she was only exposed to free fighting and sanda. Even though there were two dark warriors at home, she still knew nothing about martial arts. Awesome, it can no longer be described as awesome. Li Jianfei said solemnly, have you ever read martial arts novels? Generally speaking, martial arts novels will divide the realm into third-rate, second-rate, first-rate and supreme masters. People like you are third-rate, Mingjin. Warriors are second-rate, Dark Jin warriors are first-rate, and Huajin masters. Even if he is a top master, without using guns and cannons, a master of energy can easily win against hundreds of elite special forces. So powerful? Li Yingnan's eyes lit up. What do you think? Otherwise, energy transformation masters would be so rare. Li Jianfei said, there are many people practicing martial arts in our Daxia kingdom, but the total number of Huajin masters may not be 100. There are only less than 100 Huajin among more than 1 billion people. Moreover, the average Huajin warriors are not young, like a person like Xiao Gao, who has reached the level of energy at the age of 20, is simply rare. What's more important is that his master, your master, is also a master of Danjin, and a master of Danjin is a land godlike existence. The entire Daxia. There will definitely be no more than 10 people, which means that even one Danjin may not be born among 100 million people. Go ahead, I have such an awesome master. Li Yingnan said excitedly. Seeing Li Yingnan's arrogant look, Li Chaonan couldn't help but strike. You are just a registered disciple now. If you don't perform well, you will remain a registered disciple for the rest of your life. I want you to take care of it. Li Yingnan glared at his brother angrily. Sooner or later I will become Master's official disciple. Other side. Gao Yan has returned to Jing Xiaoyu's apartment and teleported back to the school district room through any door. Then he went downstairs and drove straight to Yangdong Science Department. Because Xiaoshua's work in the laboratory will end at 8 o'clock. After arriving at the school gate, I looked at the time and saw that there were still 20 minutes until 8 o'clock. So, he logged into huiyu.com. Jing Xiaoyu is also live broadcasting. However, she is neither dancing nor singing today. Instead, she is live broadcasting how she learns acting skills. Yes, since the end of the PK competition, Jing Xiaoyu has put learning acting skills on her agenda. She also knew that although she had achieved first place, her first place was empty. Without Gao Yan's support, she would not have been able to enter the finals, let alone first place. She can't compare to Chen Yusen in terms of singing and dancing skills. Without the skills to show off, the popularity she managed to gather will soon dissipate. Therefore, she worked extra hard when learning acting skills. After watching the live broadcast in the car for a while, Shi Wen Zi's figure appeared at the school gate. As a result, Gao Yan quit the live broadcast website. The car door opened and Shi Wen got into the passenger seat. While fastening her seat belt, she asked, "How long have you been here?" "It won't take long. I've just been here for a while." "Are you hungry?" "I'll take you to get something to eat," Gao Yan asked casually. "Not hungry." Shi Wen shook her head. "By the way, Brother Yan, I have something to tell you." "Say it." Gao Yan started the car, adjusted it to D gear, stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out. "My parents know about our affairs. My mother is coming to Nandu and wants to see you," Shi Wen whispered, looking slightly uneasy. Gao Yan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You know it's a matter of time, right? By the way, when will Auntie arrive?" "Whether by plane or high-speed rail, we will pick her up together then." "Aren't you angry?" Shi Wen breathed a sigh of relief. "Why am I angry?" Gao Yan glanced at Shi Wen. "When my daughter falls in love, it's up to the mother to check it. Isn't this human nature?" "Thank you, husband, you are so kind, Moo." Shi Wen quickly kissed Gao Yan on the face. "By the way, how do your parents know about us?" Gao Yan said curiously. "I don't know either." Shi Wen shook her head. Hearing this, Gao Yan showed a thoughtful look. Shi Wen's parents were far away in Jiangsu, and they didn't know anyone here. No one would tell them anything, so it was important to reveal the news to them. There are only Jing Xiaoyu, Xia Tao, and Han Fei. Jing Xiaoyu is his woman, she is 100% loyal and cannot cause trouble. Xia Tao had no enmity with him, and it was impossible to offend him for nothing. The only possibility was Han Fei. After all, this kid was also Zhua Jianyue's suitor. "I left the hot pot restaurant with a red face." "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Shi Wen asked. "Are you worried?" "Don't tell me, it's quite a bit." Gao Yan nodded. "After all, it is my first time to meet my mother-in-law, but I am thinking about how to receive your mother. By the way, what is your mother's personality like? Is she easy to get along with?" "Although my mother's personality is a bit strong, she is still quite reasonable." Shi Wen thought for a while. Reasonable? Gao Yan doesn't think this matter can be achieved through reasoning, but he is not afraid. The woman's parents usually beat the couple because they dislike the man's poor conditions. He has more than one villa, a luxury car, more money, and a company. The only drawback is that he is not so handsome. What's more, Shi Wen really likes him. When the soft and hard conditions are not bad, Shi Wen's mother has no reason to beat the Mandarin duck. Besides, even if she wanted to fight, she couldn't. After all, Shi Wen's affection for him has reached the point where she will never abandon him or betray him. In this case, there is nothing to worry about, just wait for the other party to come and show off their tricks. After returning to number 15 Yujinjuan The two discussed how to deal with the arrival of Xiaoshua's classmates. Mother. Her mother's name is Jiang Tianqin, who works as the vice president of a large company in Rongqing, the capital city of southwest China. She is a typical strong woman. Her father is a government official, the district chief of Jinyang District, Jiangsu City, and a division-level cadre. Because Jiang Tianqin had always told her daughter not to fall in love during college, so after learning that her daughter was in love, she and her husband discussed it and decided to come to Nandu in person. And the time is tomorrow morning, Gao Yan said. In this way, we will pick up your mother at the airport tomorrow, and then I will book a hotel to have a meal together at noon. After the meal, we will go shopping with her to the mall, buy some things, and have dinner in the villa in the evening. But Shu Jianyue was a little worried. My mother is very opinionated. She may not listen to our arrangements. Fine. Gao Yan waved his hand. Let's prepare first and then adapt accordingly. Well, good. Shu Jianyue nodded. It's getting late, let's take a shower and go to bed. Gao Yan put his arms around classmate Xiaoshua and whispered in her ear. An hour at most. Classmate Xiaoshua said worriedly. Okay. Gao Yan agreed wholeheartedly. After all, some things couldn't be ended just by saying he could. 2 hours later. Shu Jianyue muttered the word liar and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, 10:30. Nandu Airport. At the exit of the station, Gao Yan and Shu Jianyue stood hand in hand. 2 minutes ago, the flight that Xiaoshua's mother took had arrived. Another 2 minutes passed. A tall, mature, and beautiful woman who looked to be in her early 30s, wearing a long white dress, appeared. Gao Yan was sure at a glance that the woman was Shu Jianyue's mother, Jiang Tianqin. Because the other party's appearance is completely the mature version of classmate Xiaoshua. At the same time, he clearly felt that classmate Xiaoshua grabbed his hand a little harder, so he comforted him in a low voice. Don't be nervous, I'm here. Classmate Xiaoshua smiled at Gao Yan, feeling a lot more relaxed, and then waved to his mother who was getting closer and closer. Mom, here. A smile appeared on Jiang Tianqin's face, but when she saw the boy holding hands with her daughter, her eyes instantly became sharp. Gao Yan was not afraid at all, but smiled at the other person. Are you kidding? He is a master of energy. How could he be afraid of other people's eyes? But his smile looked provocative to Jiang Tianqin, and her heart sank. She thought to herself, this guy is not a good person. I wonder if my stupid daughter has been taken advantage of by him? Yeah, come and give me a hug. But she soon gathered her thoughts and opened her arms to Shu Jianyue. Shu Jianyue let go of Gao Yan and threw herself into her mother's arms, saying with a sobbing tone, Mom, I miss you. My dear daughter, I miss you too. Jiang Tianqin patted her daughter's back, but she never relaxed her observation of Gao Yan. This was a habit she had acquired from her work. She was good at observing, finding the opponent's weaknesses, and then attacking them. After the mother and daughter finished reminiscing about the past, Gao Yan stepped forward and said to Jiang Tianqin, Hello, Auntie, I am Gao Yan. Not bad, a very energetic young man. Jiang Tianqin praised lightly. Gao Yan remained calm, because the other party praised his spirit, which meant that he was just average looking. Gao Yan once worked part-time at a gym, and his supervisor taught him how to praise people. If they were ugly, he would praise their good temperament, and if they were fat, he would praise their good skin. In short, It was to avoid the important and focus on the trivial. Gao Yan continued, "Auntie, let's leave here first." Jiang Tianqi nodded, but she felt more and more uneasy. She was sure that the boy had heard the meaning of her words, but he acted indifferent to praise or criticism, and he was too calm when facing her, the future mother-in-law. She remembered that when she brought her current husband home, the other party was so nervous that he kept drinking water, and he went to the toilet 5 or 6 times. Her parents also agreed with him because of this. According to her mother, the more he cares about you, the more nervous he is. On the other hand, this boy seemed too calm. Update. Gao Yan led the way, while mother and daughter whispered behind, and soon they arrived at the parking lot. Gao Yan took out the key and unlocked the car. At this time, Jiang Tianqin looked up and said with some surprise, "Bentley. Mulsan, what a great car. Did you rent it, classmate Gao?" After learning that a boy named Gao Yan had deceived their daughter, the couple launched a relationship to investigate Gao Yan's family. They knew that Gao Yan was the adopted son of Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan, and that they were treated differently. Therefore, as soon as they learned about Gao Yan's family situation, they subconsciously wanted to break them up. Moreover, the university Gao Yan went to was an ordinary undergraduate, which was very different from the Yangdong Science School his daughter attended. In addition, their daughter's appearance is also good. In their opinion, Gao Yan is not good enough for their daughter. Precisely because she knew Gao Yan's family situation, she didn't think Gao Yan could afford a luxury car worth more than 6 million yuan, and most of the time he rented a car to save his face. She despises this kind of behavior that makes people look fat. Hearing this, Gao Yan smiled. He didn't expect his future mother-in-law to take action so quickly. He had no intention of explaining, because he knew Jiangyue would help him explain. Sure enough, Jiangyue said with some pride, "Mom, Gao Yan bought this car himself, not rented it." Although she is not a money digger, who doesn't want her boyfriend to be successful? Hearing what his daughter said, Jiang Tianqin was a little shocked. Gao Yan was only a sophomore in college, and his adoptive father and mother's combined assets might not be able to afford a Bentley Mulsanne. What's more, it was impossible for his adoptive father and mother to help him buy one car. So, where did he get the money to buy the car? Although there were doubts in his heart, Jiang Tianqin did not ask questions immediately, but planned to observe again. Gao Yan started the car and said as he drove, "Auntie, I knew you were coming. So, Xiaozhua and I booked a box in the hotel to pick you up. No need to waste it, just find somewhere to eat." Although she has a certain prejudice against Gao Yan, she is still somewhat satisfied with Gao Yan's arrangement. "Mom, we have already given a deposit. Even if you don't go to eat, you can't get it back," Xiaozhua said quickly. "Then go." Jiang Tianqin didn't insist anymore. About half an hour later, the car arrived at a 5-star hotel with a restaurant and accommodation. After handing the car to the doorman, he was guided by the waiter to the private room on the 3rd floor. After sitting down, Gao Yan said, "Auntie, we have ordered a table of Sichuan food in advance. I don't know if it suits your taste. How about you order some more? Since you have already ordered, there is no need to order any more. After all, it is not easy for your parents to make money," Jiang Tianqin said with a smile. "The temptation is coming." Gao Yan secretly screamed, but he was not prepared to refute, but smiled and nodded. Auntie said yes. And classmate Xiaozhua said immediately, Mom, don't misunderstand, Gao Yan earned all his money by himself. Oh? Jiang Tianqin looked confused. If I remember correctly, classmate Gao has just finished his sophomore year, right? Yes, Auntie. Gao Yan still didn't say much. Classmate Xiaozhua said again, Mom, you don't know, Gao Yan has been working part-time since he was a freshman, and then he used the money from his part-time job to speculate in the stock market and made a lot of money. Moreover, he is also quite proficient in stone betting. He was very lucky and made a lot of money betting on stones several times. Jiang Tianqin frowned slightly and said, stock trading and stone betting are gambling in nature. Classmate Gao, you can't indulge. Auntie said yes, and I think so too. Gao Yan nodded seriously. After I made money gambling on stones, I stopped doing it. Then I used the money I earned to invest in a hot pot restaurant. The business was pretty good, with a revenue of 300,000 yuan every day. I have also opened 3 milk tea shops on my own. Although they are small operations, they still generate a combined revenue of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan every day. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Jiang Tianqin felt like she was punching the air. She wanted to take the opportunity to teach Gao Yan a lesson, but she didn't expect that this kid not only refused to accept the move, but also took the opportunity to show off. This kid's moral conduct is a bit deep, no wonder his stupid daughter protects him like this. And she became less and less confident about the purpose of coming to Nandu. At this time, the waiter began to serve the food. Gao Yan greeted, Auntie, let's use the chopsticks. The food won't taste good when it's cold. He booked this hotel because the Sichuan chef in this hotel cooks very good Sichuan food. During the next meal, Jiang Tianqin did not dare to make any rash moves, so the meal was quite harmonious. After meal, Jiang Tianqin smiled and said, Classmate Gao, this meal cost you money. I will treat you to dinner tonight. Auntie, you are too polite. I have kidnapped the daughter you have cultivated for many years, so what does it mean to treat me to a meal? Gao Yan said with a smile. Jiang Tianqin was so angry when she heard this. In her opinion, this was Gao Yan's provocation against him again, so she couldn't help but said, My yaya has not been very scheming since she was a child, and her mind is not too mature. Who can tell what will happen next? Hearing this, Gao Yan quickly promised, Auntie, please don't worry, I will definitely treat your daughter twice as well, and I won't let her leave my side. When Zhuo Jiangyue heard this, she was very moved. She took the initiative to grab Gao Yan's hand and said emotionally, Husband, don't worry, I will never leave you. Me too. It was very unpleasant to be forced to take a bite of the bitch, Jiang Tianqin. Even if the bitch was spilled by her daughter. So, she quickly changed the subject. Okay, yeah, it's my first time for Mom to come to Nandu. How about you take Mom for a walk? Auntie, there is a shopping mall not far away. The sun is strong outside and the weather is hot. It's cooler inside the shopping mall. At this time, Gao Yan suggested. Yes, Mom, Gao Yan is right, let's go shopping in the mall. Zhuo Jiangyue followed. Classmate Gao, you must be very busy. How about Yaya and I go shopping while you do yours? Jiang Tianqin wanted to put aside Gao Yan, otherwise it would be inconvenient to ask many questions while he was around. All right. Gao Yan nodded, I'll send you outside the mall first, and then I'll buy some food. We'll eat it at home tonight and let Auntie have a taste of my cooking. Yes, Mom, Gao Yan's cooking is delicious, Shi Wen said with deep approval. Are you living together? Jiang Tianqin asked, his face darkening. Auntie doesn't, Xiaozhua only comes to live here occasionally, Gao Yan explained. My heart sank when I heard this. Is it possible for a man and a woman to live together without causing trouble? It seems that my stupid daughter has been eaten up and wiped clean. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little disinterested. Waving his hand, okay, I will also try Xiao Gao's craftsmanship tonight. The title changed from classmate Gao to Xiao Gao. Obviously, his future mother-in-law has already recognized him to some extent, and he is very happy. After sending Jiang Tianqin and Shi Wen to the shopping mall, Gao Yan drove away, then drove to a vegetable market and purchased a lot of ingredients to take back. It's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The mother and daughter took a car to number 15 Yujinjuan. Jiang Tianqin was not surprised, because she had already learned a lot from her daughter this afternoon. Hearing the noise, Gao Yan, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "You guys are back just in time. Let's rest for a while. We can start dinner in 20 minutes at most." 20 minutes later. Villa Restaurant. Looking at the table of delicious dishes carefully prepared by Gao Yan, Jiang Tianqin couldn't help but nodded secretly, and recognized Gao Yan a little more. Although this boy was born in a poor family, his ability was still good. And he had become a wealthy man at a young age. Cars and villas. The most important thing is that his daughter has been eaten up and wiped clean by others, and she still keeps talking to him. Even if she doesn't agree, there is nothing she can do. After dinner, Jiang Tianqin was going to stay in a hotel. But Gao Yan repeatedly tried to persuade her to stay, so she stayed in the villa. However, Xiaozhua had to sleep with her mother, so Gao Yan could only stay in the empty room alone. Unexpectedly, a figure sneaked into Gao Yan's room until midnight. Why are you here? Holding Shi Jianyue's soft body, Gao Yan said with some surprise, aren't you afraid that your mother will find out? Shi Jianyue kissed Gao Yan on the lips, before whispering, my mother has a habit of sleeping very hard. Husband, you have been wrong today, and I am here to reward you. She was not stupid, so how could she not hear the hidden wit in her mother's words, but Gao Yan kept smiling for her, without any sign of anger, so she was very touched. Silly girl, don't think too much, I'm not wronged, Gao Yan said, stroking classmate Xiaozhua's silky hair. Thank you, husband. Let's hurry up. I'll go back later. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Jianyue took the initiative to turn over and press forward. Facing such proactive classmate Xiaozhua, how could he be polite and lead her directly into the canyon battlefield? An hour later, Shi Jianyue sneaked back to the next door, and when she got to the bed, she found that her mother was still sleeping soundly. She couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief, then closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. But after she closed her eyes, Jiang Tianqin, who was already sleeping soundly, opened her eyes, then glanced at her daughter lying next to her with complicated eyes, and let out a helpless sigh in her heart. If during the day she just guessed that her daughter had been eaten dry, but tonight it was confirmed that her daughter took the initiative to deliver it to her door. She does have a trouble sleeping, but tonight she was so worried that she couldn't sleep at all. Therefore, she knew that her daughter got up and sneaked to the next door. That's all, let them go. Jiang Tianqin sighed in her heart again and slowly closed her eyes. She could see that the young couple were really very affectionate. Although Gao Yan was average in appearance, there was nothing else to say. The most important thing was that he is really good to his daughter. If you ask her how she could tell, the Ferrari 488 parked in the garage can already explain the problem. If he was not sincere to his daughter, how could he buy her a luxury car worth millions and a priceless Patek Philippe watch? This does not mean that you are sincere if you are willing to spend money. In her opinion, Gao Yan could only earn tens of millions from stock trading and gambling at best. After investing in cars and houses, he should not have much money left. But he is still willing to buy a car for his daughter, which shows that his daughter is more important than money in his heart. She has come into contact with many rich people. It's true that rich people have money, but that doesn't mean they spend money like water. On the contrary, most wealthy people tend to be very stingy and spend money only on what they think they should spend. Even the wealthy people she knew who raised lovers were not as generous as expected. They will provide their lover with a place to live, either rented or bought. But the lover's name will never be written on the house they buy. Unless a child is born, it is possible to add the lover's name to the house book name. As for living expenses, a generous person can have 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a month, while a stingy person can only have 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month. If the lover takes good care of them and is in a good mood, he will give them a brand name bag or jewelry. It is impossible for them to buy luxury cars worth millions for their lovers. As for the rich second generation, it's even worse. Girls nowadays like to fall in love with the rich second generation, dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family and turning a pheasant into a phoenix. But this possibility is almost very small, because the rich second generation cannot decide their own marriage at all. They will either marry someone with equal status to their own, or marry a civil servant who works in a government department. I will never marry these girls who want to climb high. As for giving expensive gifts, it is simply impossible, because the second generation of rich people are not as rich as they imagined. Those who are capable are busy with their careers, and those who are not capable are supported by their families, but their living expenses are only tens of thousands a month. Even though they drive luxury cars and visit high-end places, they really don't have much money in their pockets. Ask her why she understands so clearly. The reason is very simple. Her former secretary wanted to climb high and fall in love with a rich second generation. As a result, after playing for a while, the other party dumped her. During the relationship, the girl also received many valuable gifts. After the breakup, she didn't feel too bad. When she was short of money, she planned to get rid of the brand name bags and jewelry in her hands. It turned out that the bags and jewelry were all grade A, which made the girl so angry that she wanted to cry. Since then, the girl has never thought about climbing high, but worked hard. And now she has become a department manager. Early next morning, Gao Yan got up early. I was about to go to the yard to exercise and then make breakfast when I heard movement in the kitchen. So I walked over curiously, only to find my future mother-in-law making breakfast. Auntie, why did you get up so early, and why didn't you get more sleep? Gao Yan asked in surprise. Jiang Tianqin smiled at Gao Yan. Auntie, unlike you young people, doesn't sleep much. Since I can't sleep, I just got up and helped you make some breakfast. By the way, you got up very early too. Haha, I've made it a habit to get up and exercise every morning. Gao Yan answered with a smile, while realizing that the attitude of his future mother-in-law had changed dramatically compared to yesterday. It's good. Let's go and exercise. Come and have breakfast after practice. That's okay, Auntie, I'm going to exercise. The change in attitude of his future mother-in-law shows that she has recognized him, and he is very happy. After Gao Yan finished exercising, he went to take a shower. After arriving downstairs, Jiang Tianqin had already placed breakfast on the dining table and asked Gao Yan to eat. Auntie, I'm going to wake up Xiaoxua. No, let her sleep a little longer. After all, she slept very late last night. Jiang Tianqin said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan immediately understood that Jiang Tianqin must know about Zhuo Jiangyue sneaking into his room. His old face couldn't help but blush, and he said a little sarcastically, then let her sleep a little longer. Seeing Gao Yan's embarrassment, Jiang Tianqin felt very happy. Ever since they met yesterday, the boy had always had an unfazed expression, and now he finally saw that he was deflated. Xiao Gao, you are still young, eat more, come and have an egg. Jiang Tianqin took the initiative to hand the peeled boiled eggs to Gao Yan. Thank you, Aunt. Gao Yan quickly took it. Xiao Gao, you and Yaya are still in college, so you still have to pay attention to some things. Although Aunt also hopes to have a grandchild soon, she must at least wait until you both graduate from college. Jiang Tianqin said again. Auntie is right, we will definitely pay attention. Gao Yan responded quickly, but felt overwhelmed in his heart. This mother-in-law was a bit direct. You are a good child. I will leave Yaya to you from now on. You won't let her suffer, right? Jiang Tianqin said again. Gao Yan promised, Auntie, don't worry about this, I will never let Xiaoxua suffer any injustice. Okay, if you say that, Auntie will believe you. After breakfast, you can take me to the airport. Auntie, you are going back soon, why don't you stay for a few more days? Gao Yan said unexpectedly. Jiang Tianqin chuckled and shook his head, I won't stay. The purpose of Auntie's visit this time is to see how you are doing. Now that people have seen you, Auntie is quite satisfied with you, and your relationship is also very good, so naturally I didn't stay. It's necessary to come down. Thank you, Auntie, for your approval. Gao Yan quickly said, I promise you again that I will be twice as good to Xiaoxua in the future. On the way back after sending Jiang Tianqin to the airport, Gao Yan felt something was wrong. After thinking for a while, he realized it and couldn't help but smile. This future mother-in-law is really good at tricking me into it. But he doesn't care, after all, his future mother-in-law's tricks are also for the sake of his daughter. Black Myanmar, a small town in the north. A military green jeep flew past the town, leaving a spectacular dragon in its wake. Finally, the jeep drove into a heavily guarded manor at the end of the town. Boss, you are finally here. When Ma Yuhu saw his eldest brother Ma Yulong coming out of the car, he stepped forward and hugged him excitedly. Sorry, Huzi, I'm late. Ma Yulong patted his younger brother's back and said emotionally. It's good that you can come. After you come, we should also plan how to take revenge. At this point, Ma Yuhu's eyes burst out with two blood-red fierce lights. Soon, the two Ma brothers came to the study room on the second floor. Ma Yuhu handed his eldest brother a cup of tea and said with some confusion, Boss, is there something wrong with you over there? Why are you back now? It has been more than 10 days since the Ma family was destroyed. One of the two brothers is in the United States and the other is in Myanmar, but they both received the news in a very short period of time. Ma Yulong said in a deep voice, no problem. The reason why I stayed for a while longer was mainly to contact a killer organization. Do you want to hire a killer to kill that bastard? Ma Yuhu reacted instantly. Ma Yulong nodded. Ordinary killers can't deal with Gao Yan, so I contacted the Blood Shark organization and designated Piranha to take action. However, Piranha is performing a mission, so I can only wait for the other party to complete it. The mission is back. Then you waited? Ma Yulong nodded. 3 days ago, Piranha returned from completing the mission. Originally, the other party planned to take a vacation. Later, I doubled the commission, and the other party reluctantly accepted the mission. Can he do it? Ma Yuhu asked worriedly. There should be no problem. Ma Yulong said quite confidently, although the Blood Shark organization only ranks third in the killer world, this Piranha has an extremely famous name in the killer world. He has performed a total of 86 missions in the 6 years since his debut. There was a mistake. That's great. Ma Yuhu patted the table and said, as long as we kill this kid, our Ma family's revenge will be half avenged. It's a pity that the old guy is too mysterious. After so long, we still haven't been able to find out his true identity. This matter is not urgent. Danjin masters are not that easy to deal with. Ma Yulong waved his hand. Huzi, are you okay with this? This? Ma Yuhu hesitated. What? Someone has thoughts that they shouldn't have? Ma Yulong's eyes turned cold. Ma Yuhu nodded. After knowing that our Ma family was destroyed, that bastard Sanjia wanted to escape from the control of our Ma family. He is looking for death. There was a murderous intent in Ma Yulong's eyes. Sanjia was the puppet of the warlord they supported. He had been working honestly for the Ma family all these years. How is the situation now? Ma Yulong asked, suppressing his anger. Ma Yuhu said angrily, all of our people have been placed under house arrest by him, and now he is negotiating terms with me. It shouldn't be. Ma Yulong said in confusion, our people all hold important positions, and these people are not low in strength. How could Sanjia put them under house arrest? Besides, aren't you also an Anjin warrior and commanding a regiment of troops? Why? Will he seize power easily? Mentioning this incident, Ma Yuhu's eyes flashed with embarrassment and shame. I didn't expect Sanjay to have second thoughts. In addition, this guy invited foreign aid and shamelessly attacked me. I was caught off guard and had no choice but to escape to the military camp. What foreign aid? Ma Yulong asked in a cold voice. Ma Yuhu said, it's a Muay Thai master named Nogi. The opponent is much stronger than me. He has at least reached the peak of Anjin. In addition, he also has 2 disciples who are in the early stages of Anjin and a group of disciples who are at the peak of Mingjin. If it weren't for the elite gunmen trained by our Ma family, I would have died in the hands of that bastard. Sanjay. You. Hearing that his brother had lost the Ma family's biggest trump card, Ma Yulong was furious. Why didn't you inform me earlier? You are far away in the United States. Is it useful to tell you? Ma Yuhu retorted somewhat unhappily. Forget it, if you lose it, just lose it. Just find a way to get it back. Later. Ma Yulong sighed. Boss, can we still take back the army? Ma Yuhu's eyes lit up. Certainly. Ma Yulong said in a deep voice, who is Sanjia? He is worthy of occupying Ma family's things. Don't worry, your brother and I have not been in vain in the United States all these years. I can regain the army in a month at most. With his original status, there was no need to go to the United States to study. The reason why he went there was to find a way out for the Ma family. Because he and his father both realized that it would be very dangerous for the Ma family to continue like this. But when you reach the Ma family, you can't turn back. You know it's a dead end, but you can't turn back, so you can only find another way. Fortunately, he had planned an escape route for the Ma family over the years. Unfortunately, before he could implement it, the Ma family was destroyed. When Gao Yan returned to number 15 Eugene, he found that Shi Wen had already gotten up. Husband, where is my mother? Let's go, I'll take you to the airport myself. Gao Yan said. Ah, why did she leave so quickly? Shi Wen was a little surprised. Of course her inspection of me has ended and she is very satisfied. Gao Yan said proudly. Hearing this, Shi Wen was stunned for a moment, then happily threw herself into Gao Yan's arms. After a while, Gao Yan asked, are you going to the laboratory today? Yes, but I will go in the afternoon because the experiment is already coming to an end. In the afternoon, Gao Yan received a call from Fang Zhenzhen, asking him to go to the company. So, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yan appeared in Fang Zhenzhen's office. What's the matter with you calling me in such a hurry? Take a look for yourself. Fang Zhenzhen handed him a data report, and after a few glances, Gao Yan understood what was going on. Someone is taking advantage of us? The price of products in the Black Sunday event is far lower than the market price, and even lower than the factory price. It is not surprising that someone is taking advantage of us. For Gao Yan, there is no loss. Anyway, no matter who buys it, he can get a system refund. However, he still feels uncomfortable because some people regard him as a tool for profit. If it is not stopped. In the future, when Black Sunday events are held, ordinary people may not be able to compete with those who are taking advantage of the discounts, because the discounted products are also limited in quantity. Because he also has a certain understanding of this industry, because when he was working part-time, he helped others to take advantage of the discounts. Fang Zhenzhen nodded. If we continue to allow these people to continue to take advantage of us, it will be extremely detrimental to the future development and reputation of our website. How do you plan to deal with it? Gao Yan asked. Fang Zhenzhen said, we have discussed that only users who have registered with their real names are eligible to participate in the Black Sunday event. For example, mobile phones, computers, home appliances, and other items are limited to purchase once a year. Hearing Fang Zhenzhen's response strategy, Gao Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. If this strategy was really implemented, the sales on Black Sunday would probably drop a lot. It is also extremely detrimental to his upgrades and rebates. But after thinking for a moment, he agreed with this strategy. The main purpose of setting up the Sunday Mall was to create an upgrade experience pool and a rebate channel for himself. If you allow those woolly people to plunder the wool, although they can gain more experience and rebates in a short period of time, in the long run, it will be extremely detrimental to the website and may even lead to bankruptcy. So, he said, okay, let's do it like this. But you have to be mentally prepared. Fang Zhenzhen was a little surprised to see Gao Yan agree so readily. If we really implement this strategy, our development will be much slower. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan waved his hand. What I value is the future, not the present. If I only cared about immediate interests, I would not start a Sunday mall. 2. Fang Zhenzhen nodded. After all, although Sunday Mall was famous, it was still losing money. Subsequently, Gao Yan also learned that the download volume of the mall next Sunday has reached 230 million, indicating that the influence of the two Black Sunday events is large enough. However, after implementing the real name system and restricting purchases, it is estimated that the number of downloads will be greatly reduced. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. An idea came to mind. So, he returned to Fang Zhenzhen's office again. Do you have anything else? Fang Zhenzhen asked. I have an idea. Gao Yan considered it and said, we will come up with a popular product every week to hold a blind box event. What's the specific content? Gao Yan continued, for example, we take out a laptop worth 8,000 yuan to hold blind box voting. We can place 3 blind boxes A, B, and C under the product, and in these 3 blind boxes, we put in the 10% off card, the 30% off card, and the 20% off card, and then open the blind box with the highest vote. The discount that is opened is the discount, and we will sell the product according to the discount. By the way, only voters are eligible to buy it. Fang Zhenzhen's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good suggestion, but we need to find a notary agency to supervise it to avoid users suspecting that we are committing fraud. Okay, since you think the idea can be used, let the technical department make it quickly. Gao Yan said. Okay, I'll notify the technical department immediately. If there are no accidents, we can go online tomorrow. The more Fang Zhenzhen thought about it, the more she felt that blind box voting was a good idea. It would not only increase user participation, but also increase user stickiness. And she found that although the mall had more than 200 million downloads on Sunday, the number of user views on Monday and Saturday was not high. If you can hold a blind box vote every day, it will greatly increase the number of views on the website. As the Sunday Mall grows, the technical department has recruited many senior programmers. Therefore, when Fang Zhenzhen came to the technical department in person and explained her requirements, they all said that they could write this small program in a few hours at most. After leaving the company, Gao Yan first went to the game company downstairs to consolidate his relationship with his senior before taking the elevator downstairs. Just as Gao Yan stepped out of the building, he suddenly felt a strong palpitation in his heart, and his hair also stood up. There was no hesitation. His figure seemed to be pulled by a rope, and he quickly retreated into the building. Puff! The ground exploded, a piece of the floor shattered directly, and there was a hole in the exposed cement floor. Sniper rifle. Gao Yan felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect someone to use a sniper rifle in the city. The crisis is not over yet. Gao Yan twisted his figure and turned into an afterimage and rushed into the corridor. In the building opposite, a young white man couldn't help but be a little stunned when he saw the figure disappearing in the double mirror. The other person's reaction speed was beyond his expectation. He suspected that the other person should have the ability to sense crisis. He regretfully disassembled the sniper rifle and quickly disappeared on the roof of the building. But he didn't know that a pair of eyes had already been fixed on him. Who found this killer? After Gao Yan locked the killer's figure with his golden eyes, he secretly guessed. He is not in a hurry to chase the killer, because the other person has been locked by him, so he can't run away. Think of this. He picked up his phone and made a call. The phone was connected and Gao Weilan's voice came out. Teacher, Xiao Gao, do you have time for class? Do you want to take some credit? Gao Yan asked. What credit? I'll wait for you in the high-tech zone. I'll tell you when you arrive. Gao Yan said. Okay, I'll be right over. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Gao Weilan arrived in the Grand Cherokee. Teacher, Xiao Gao, what exactly is your credit? Gao Weilan asked eagerly. I was just assassinated with a sniper rifle by a white killer. Do you think this is a big enough contribution? Gao Yan asked with a smile. What? You were killed by a sniper? Are you okay? Gao Weilan said nervously. Fine. That's good. Do you know where the white killer is? I know, please show me how to go. Drive forward and turn right at the next traffic light. Good. Hearing that they were going to catch an international killer, Gao Weilan was full of energy. It must be said that the white killer was very alert. He walked around outside for more than 2 hours, and during this period, he changed his clothes several times. After making sure that no one was following him, he entered a 5-star hotel. But he didn't know that Gao Yan had been keeping a distance of more than 2,000 meters from him. Go to the Chengdao 5-star hotel, Gao Yan said to Gao Weilan. Soon. The two arrived at the Chengdao hotel. Gao Weilan lowered her voice and said, Is the killer of Teacher Gao in this hotel? Yes. Gao Yan nodded. The other party is too bold. Gao Weilan said with some astonishment that a killer dared to stay in a hotel openly. By the way, should we call for reinforcements? No need. Gao Yan waved his hand, with the other party's vigilance, calling for reinforcements will only alert the enemy. Next, Gao Yan and Gao Weilan took the elevator to the 15th floor together. The other party knows how to enjoy life, living in a high-end suite. Suddenly, Gao Yan's face changed slightly, because he found that the other party took out a laptop and directly connected to the entire hotel's surveillance system. Obviously, the other party had already hacked into the hotel's surveillance system and was looking for suspicious people in the hotel. Swish! Gao Yan disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already come to the door of the white killer's room, raised his hand and slapped it, and with a bang, the whole door exploded into pieces. Such a big noise naturally alarmed the white killer in the room. I saw the other party draw his gun and shoot in one go. Unfortunately, he missed 3 consecutive shots. No matter how fast he drew his gun, he couldn't beat Gao Yan, who had reached the peak of Huajin. With 2 clicks, Gao Yan crushed the white killer's shoulder, but the other party seemed to be fine and kicked Gao Yan twice quickly. Crack! 2 more bone-breaking sounds were heard, and Gao Yan kicked the others too. Calves again. After losing his support point, the tall white killer fell directly to the ground. But Gao Yan did not let him go, and kicked the other person unconscious. At this time, Gao Weilan rushed into the room. Seeing Gao Yan standing and the white man lying on the ground, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Cuff him first, then call your bureau. Gao Yan turned around and said to Gao Weilan. Okay. Gao Weilan quickly took out the handcuffs and handcuffed the white killer's hands behind his back, then took out her mobile phone and dialed Captain Wang's number. That night, Gao Yanjing and sisters Chen Yue and Chen Yiling had dinner together. The phone rings. It was Gao Weilan calling. He stood up and walked aside to answer the phone. Then Gao Weilan's voice sounded, "Teacher Xiao Gao, we have already interrogated the suspect, but the other person's mouth was very tough and he didn't explain anything. However, we found some clues through the tattoos on the other person's body. The other person should be the third most powerful person in the world. Member of the Shark Killer Organization." "Okay, I get it." Gao Yan nodded. "You don't have to worry too much, we will find a way to pry his mouth open." Gao Weilan continued. "Then I'll trouble you." "You're welcome, this is what we should do." After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan returned to the dining table and continued eating. He was not going to tell anyone else about his assassination, and he also doubted who had found the killer. If it weren't for his strong mental strength, before the other party fired, he would have felt a great sense of crisis, and he might have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. After meal, Gao Yan walked around the neighborhood with the old lady and sisters Chen Yue. It is worth mentioning that the old lady's leg injury has basically healed. After returning home, Gao Yan dialed Tu Yun's phone. "Sister Yun, I want to ask you a question. Do you know about the killer organization Blood Shark?" "Tu Yun, I know, the world's third-ranked killer organization, but this organization is somewhat unworthy of its name, because they can be ranked third only because of the support of a killer named Piranha in their organization. This Piranha is very powerful. He has been in the 6th level of the industry. Over 80 assassinations were carried out in 2016, without a single failure." Gao Yan asked, "Do you have a photo of the Piranha?" "Of course not." Tu Yun said, "Piranha is the ace killer of the Blood Shark organization. His identity information is kept highly confidential. The family of a person who was assassinated by a piranha once offered a reward of $30 million for the piranha's identity information, but the identity information of the piranha has not yet been found. The true identity of the piranha angered the Blood Shark organization, and killed all the family of the person who offered the bounty. By the way, why did my brother ask about the piranha? If I remember correctly, the Blood Shark's activity range should be in Europe, America, and Africa, almost never appears in Asia." Gao Yan muttered, "I was assassinated today, using a sniper rifle. I captured the opponent alive and handed him over to the police for interrogation. So far, I have only found out that the opponent is a killer of the Blood Shark organization, but I am not sure whether he is a piranha or not." "Are you okay then?" Tu Yun asked with concern. "I'm fine." "That's good." Tu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. "In this case, I will send someone to investigate this matter, but I can't guarantee it. After all, my information has not been developed abroad yet." "Then I'll trouble Sister Yun." "Okay, you've already called me sister, so there's no need to thank you." After ending the call, Gao Yan began to screen the people who hired killers in his mind. Recently, he had enemies with Ma Jia, Wei Wu, Han Shengyu, Sun Jia, and Deng Yu. The Ma family has been destroyed, but the brothers Ma Yulong and Ma Yuhu are still alive. The destruction of the Ma family was done by himself, but in the eyes of others, although it was not done by him, it still had a lot to do with him. Since he couldn't find his imaginary master, it was normal for the Ma brothers to take revenge on him. And he felt that it was more likely that they were Ma brothers. Because Ma Yulong, the eldest brother of the Ma brothers, is studying in the United States. Next is Wei Wu, who is just a senior gangster. He may have some influence in Nandu, but outside Nandu, he is nothing. Besides, even if he rejects the other person's attachment, even if the other person is resentful, he doesn't have the guts to offend him and can eliminate it. Let's talk about the Sun family. It is true that he and Sun Menglong had a grudge. However, in order to resolve this grudge, the Sun family not only paid heavy gifts, but also punished Sun Menglong. There was no reason to find a killer to assassinate him. There is also Han Shengyu. This person is a psychopath. Currently, Xingchen Entertainment is poaching people from his subordinate, Shangtian Entertainment. The other party must know that he is targeting him. It is possible to find a killer out of revenge. In the end, only Deng Yu was left, but this man had already given in. The other party seemed fierce, but he was just a playboy, and he probably didn't have the guts to find a killer yet. Therefore, it was the Ma brothers or Han Shengyu who hired the killer. Suddenly, the phone rang. The caller was Li Chaonan. "Brother, are you still in the Magic City?" Gao Yan smiled and said, "I'm in Nandu, what's the matter with Brother Li?" Li Chaonan said, "Brother, Han Shengyu just called me and wanted to talk to you." Gao Yan, what are you talking about? Li Chaonan, the other party seems to want to bow to you. He, didn't you ask me to poach their people? I specifically selected members of their crew to poach. Up to now, several crews of Shangtian Entertainment are in a state of suspension. If 3 crews stop working at the same time, the loss is not small. Moreover, I have been sending people to keep an eye on their crews. Even if they find replacements, I will poach other people to ensure that their crews will not start production within a month. Hearing Li Chaonan's words, Gao Yan couldn't laugh or cry. Li Chaonan was such a thief. When he was asked to poach people, he actually poached people from the crew directly, but he liked it. However, Han Shengyu wanted to bow his head and admit defeat, so it would be impossible to find a killer. Of course, it was also possible that the other party was paralyzing him, but he felt that this possibility was unlikely. Then, excluding other possibilities, it is possible that the killer was found by the Ma brothers. By the way, brother, are you going to meet the man named Han? Li Chaonan asked. Let's set the time for tomorrow night. Gao Yan said that he decided to meet and interview Han Shengyu. Okay, I understand, I'll reply to him right away. After ending the call with Li Chaonan, Gao Yan called Tu Yin again and asked her to investigate the whereabouts of the Ma brothers. Tu Yin naturally agreed. After taking care of the business, Gao Yan took a shower and then logged into the Huyu live broadcasting network. Jing Xiaoyu is still live broadcasting, but the live broadcast room is not very popular, only tens of thousands of people. After all, she has been live broadcasting for several days to learn and practice her acting skills. It is difficult to attract the audience without a hotspot. Gao Yan directly bought her 10 luxury cruise ships and then left. And click on the private message that displays 99 plus. After casually browsing, most of them are photos that require 404. Suddenly, Gao Yan discovered that Chen Yusen had sent him a lot of private messages these days. The most recent one was sent at 6 o'clock tonight. She asked in a private message, Brother Yan, are you the boss of the Fable Guild? Thinking that he had been ignoring Chen Yusen for a while, he replied, Is there any problem? About 30 seconds later, Chen Yusen sent another private message. I didn't expect Brother Yan to reply to my private message. It's such an honor. Although it was written in words, Gao Yan felt a sense of resentment. At the same time, Gao Yan realized that although Chen Yusen took the initiative to send him many WeChat messages, she still had arrogance in her heart. So, he replied, why do you have any objection? In an apartment in Shanghai, Chen Yusen couldn't help but get angry when she saw Gao Yan's reply, but she suppressed her anger and edited the text and sent it. How dare you, little girl, Brother Yan, if I guessed correctly, do you want Xing Xiaoyu to enter the entertainment industry? Seeing this text, Gao Yan narrowed his eyes and vaguely guessed the reason why Chen Yusen kept sending him private messages. At first, she probably wanted to develop him into her big brother. Now seeing that Xing Xiaoyu is working hard to learn acting, she probably I want to use him as a springboard to enter the entertainment industry. So, Gao Yan decided to test her and replied, that is indeed the plan. Chen Yusen, Brother Yan, you should be more than just the boss of Fable Guild. Right? This is an extremely smart woman. Gao Yan said secretly, and then replied, yes, I just bought the Fable Guild for fun, and I also have an entertainment company under my name. On the other end, Chen Yusen's heart skipped a beat, and she considered sending out a text. It turns out that Brother Yan is a big shot in the entertainment industry. No wonder he is so wealthy. I wonder which entertainment company Brother Yan is the boss of? Sure enough. Gao Yan sneered secretly, then said, Xingchen Entertainment is just a new company. Okay, it's getting late, I have something else to do, and I have time to chat. Star Entertainment? Chen Yusen frowned. Although she had failed to enter the entertainment industry twice, she still had a certain understanding of some big companies in the entertainment industry. She had never heard of the name of Xingchen Entertainment. Is it that kind of small, unknown company? But when she couldn't decide, she asked Baidu, so she searched for Xingchen Entertainment in Baidu. When you see the relevant information searched out, Chen Yusen was a little dumbfounded, and then a little excited. Xingchen Entertainment is indeed a new company, but it is very powerful. Because it is an integration of three companies, Haitian Entertainment, Happy Century and Tianqing Entertainment. Especially for Tianqing Entertainment, very few people who are in the entertainment industry or want to be in the entertainment industry don't know her. After all, Tianqing Entertainment used to be one of the giant companies in the entertainment industry. Although it has declined, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Thinking of this, she was moved. Even if Brother Yan was not the boss of Tianqing Entertainment but also a shareholder, if she could have a good relationship with him, maybe she could sneak into Tianqing Entertainment directly. So, she quickly sent a private message to Gao Yan. Unfortunately, after waiting for half an hour, there was no reply from Gao Yan. For a moment, Chen Yusen felt helpless and disappointed. No, I can't give up like this. Thinking of this, she decided to contact I am not Brother Yan through Xing Xiaoyu.